Wind sweeping. The mountainous area in the northwest of the Nine Provinces is like a primitive region, with no roads, no cars, and hardly any signs of human life. Nestled among the mountains is a solitary, thatched cottage. The open space outside the cottage is filled with various herbs, their fragrance wafting through the air. Inside the cottage, the space is small, containing only a bed and a desk, which is cluttered with books and various pieces of paper. At this moment, an elderly man with white hair and beard lies on the bed, his eyes closed and his expression peaceful. A young boy who looks to be only 17 or 18 sits by the bedside. Xiao Xia, I really envy you. You've only lived for 81 years and can depart in peace, Feng Yu said, looking at the old man who had just passed away, a smile on his face as he spoke to himself. Sigh, am the unfortunate one. I don't know how many more years I have to live before it ends. Feng Yu sighed, his eyes filled with pain and helplessness. Since he embarked on the path of cultivation, nearly 5,000 years have passed. Throughout this long period, Feng Yu has been unable to die, and his realm has remained stagnant, unable to advance even a single step. After almost 5,000 years of cultivation, he is still in the Qi refinement stage. That's right, the Qi refinement stage. The most basic realm on the path of cultivation. By strict standards, the Qi refinement stage cannot even be considered a realm. It is merely a period of body refinement. Only after reaching the foundation establishment stage can one be considered to have truly embarked on the path of immortality. Yet, Feng Yu has been stuck at this Qi refinement stage, unable to progress. Over thousands of years, he has consumed over 10,000 foundation establishment pills, yet they have had no effect whatsoever. In the first 1,000 years, Feng Yu's master comforted him, saying that it was because his spiritual roots were stronger than anyone else's that he remained in the Qi refinement stage for so long. But 1,000 years later, Feng Yu still could not break through to the foundation establishment stage. At this point, his master began to wonder if he had made a mistake. Was Feng Yu actually just a mortal without any spiritual roots? But how could a mere mortal live for over 1,000 years without showing any signs of aging? Later, Feng Yu's master succeeded in transcending tribulation and ascended to immortality, leaving Earth behind. After that, no one cared about Feng Yu's realm anymore. As time passed, the spiritual energy on Earth became increasingly thinned in today's world. Even if Feng Yu could break through his realm, he would inevitably be unable to transcend tribulation and become an immortal. However, Feng Yu never thought about transcending tribulation to become an immortal. He only wanted to break through this damned Qi refinement stage. This is his obsession. As of today, he is cultivated to the 9,832nd layer of the Qi refinement stage. Generally, a cultivator only needs to reach the 10th layer to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Just thinking about cultivation makes Feng Yu feel a bit depressed. He took a deep breath, stood up, and looked at the pieces of paper filled with various prescriptions on the desk. If I had known you would become such a medicine fanatic, I shouldn't have taught you medicine back then. Feng Yu shook his head gently, feeling helpless. In accordance with Xiao Xia's wishes, he needed to organize these prescriptions and take them with him. He had just started sorting them when he heard a commotion of footsteps and immediately raised his head to look out the window. Xiao Xia built the cottage in such a remote place, yet people still managed to find it. Feng Yu frowned slightly. After 10 minutes, a group of people arrived in front of the cottage. There were 7 people in total, including 2 young men and women, an elderly man in a wheelchair, and 4 strong men in suits, who were clearly bodyguards. Seeing the elderly man in the wheelchair, who exuded a sense of death, Feng Yu knew that this group had come seeking medical help. Divine Dr. Xia, hello, my name is Tang Feng. We come from the Tang family in Jiangnan, and we would like to request your help. To the handsome young man stepped forward and spoke loudly. Feng Yu opened the door and interrupted him. You're too late, Xia Xiuji has just passed away, what? Everyone's expression changed dramatically. The divine Dr. Xia Xiuji they had been desperately searching for had actually passed away. How could this be? Tang Feng's face turned pale as he stared blankly at Feng Yu. In order to cure the serious illness afflicting Elder Tang, they had mobilized the entire family's resources and spent a great deal of manpower and material, only to track down the reclusive divine Dr. Xia Ziyu's location after nearly 20 years. After enduring countless hardships, they finally found a thatched cottage where Xia Xiuji lived, but what they received was this news. How could it be so coincidental? We just found him. No, The divine Dr. Xia must not have passed away. He is just reclusive and doesn't want to see us. The young girl with exquisite features said, her beautiful eyes reddening with excitement. Yes, the divine doctor must still be inside the cottage. Hope sparked in Tang Feng's eyes as he stepped into the cottage. Then he saw Xia Xiuji lying on the bed with his eyes tightly closed. Tang Feng carefully observed and realized that the old man on the bed had already stopped breathing. How could this happen? Tang Feng felt as if all hope had shattered, and he lost all strength. That I told you, Xia Xiuji has passed away. You can go back now. Feng Yu frowned slightly, feeling somewhat displeased with Tang Feng's intrusion into the cottage. Suddenly, Tang Feng seemed to think of something, turned to Feng Yu, and asked, "You must be the divine doctor's disciple, right? You must have inherited the divine doctor's medical skills. Please treat our grandfather. We are willing to pay any amount if you can cure him." Feng Yu shook his head and said, "I'm not his disciple, I'm just an old friend of his. Strictly speaking, Feng Yu is actually Xia Zayu's master." When Xia Xiuji was only 15 years old, it was under Feng Ye's guidance that he embarked on the path of medicine. Of course, there is no need to mention this. No one would believe it, even if he did. However, even saying he was an old friend sounded somewhat strange. Feng Yu appeared to be under 20 years old, while Xia Xiuji was over 80. The two were not in the same age group at all. So how could they be called old friends? Nevertheless, no one thought too much about it. The group was immersed in the despair of shattered hope. Elder Tang, sitting in the wheelchair, completely lost his vitality after hearing the news of Xia Zayu's passing. His eyes filled with despair. It was fate. His time had come. There was no need to struggle any longer. The young girl, seeing her grandfather like this, was heartbroken, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Feng Yu frowned as he looked at Elder Tang, and suddenly spoke, "You've lived for 73 years, you should have lived enough, right? Why do you still want to go on living?" Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, curious how Feng Yu knew Elder Tang's age. When they heard Feng Ye's following words, their expressions changed. Live enough? Is there anyone in this world who has lived enough? What does this mean? Provocation? Mockery? You bastard, what do you mean? Tang Feng's face darkened as he punched towards Feng Ye's chest. Feng Ye's eyes flickered, but his body remained still. Bang! Before Tang Feng's fist could reach Feng Yu, he was met with a powerful force, sending him flying backward and crashing to the ground. The expressions of the others changed dramatically, shocked beyond belief. Clearly, it was Tang Feng who threw the punch, yet this young man didn't even move. How could Tang Feng end up on the ground? "Brother!" the beautiful girl screamed. The four bodyguards reacted quickly and stepped forward, positioning themselves in front of Feng Yu. "Don't make a move," Elder Tang commanded in a hoarse voice from his wheelchair. The four bodyguards immediately halted. Tang Feng clutched his chest, struggling to rise from the ground, looking at Feng Yu with a mix of horror. "Little brother, we were rude. May I ask your name?" Elder Tang asked. Feng Yu replied. Elder Tang nodded slightly and said, "Just now, little brother, you asked me why I still want to live. I can give you an answer, because I want to continue accompanying my family. I want to watch my grandchildren grow up, see them start their own families and careers, and see them have their own children. Isn't that how it is for everyone? Watching over one generation after another," Elder Tang said with a smile. "Grandpa," hearing Elder Tang's words, the girl beside him cried even harder. Family. Feng Yu's eyes flickered. For him, family had become a distant memory, but for mortals, family was ever present, passed down from generation to generation. And for the vast majority of mortals, who wouldn't want to live a little longer? You have latest-stage lung cancer, right? Less than 3 months to live. Enjoy the last moments of your life, Feng Yu said, turning to go back to the thatched house and closing the door behind him. The Tang family's group was left stunned. How did Feng Yu see at a glance that Elder Tang had lung cancer? And he said the same thing as the doctors, that Elder Tang had less than 3 months to live? He really is the disciple of the medicine god. After regaining their senses, Tang Feng knocked on the thatched door again, shouting, "Mr. Feng, you must be the disciple of the medicine god, right? Please cure my grandpa. Life and death are determined by fate. Leave here immediately, or don't blame me for being rude," came Feng Yu's calm voice from inside the house. "Doctors have a kind heart. How can you stand by and do nothing?" Tang Feng said angrily. "Fenger, come back," Elder Tang spoke up. "Grandpa." Tang Feng's eyes turned red as he looked at Elder Tang. "The young man is right. Life and death are determined by fate. If heaven wants me to die, How can I not die? Let's go, Elder Tang said. Young man, I have great respect for Mr. Xia, but I didn't expect him to have passed away. I'm sorry for disturbing Mr. Xia today. I hope Mr. Xia's spirit in heaven won't blame us, Elder Tang said sincerely. After speaking, he signaled for the group to turn and leave. Though Tang Feng was unwilling, since Elder Tang had given the order, he had no choice but to follow. On the way back, everyone was silent, the atmosphere quite somber. Tang Feng noticed his sister beside him was deep in thought and frowned, asking Xiaorou, "What are you thinking about?" Tang Xiaorou furrowed her brows and murmured, "I just feel. That Feng looks a bit familiar, like I've seen him somewhere." "How is that possible? This is our first time in the Northwest. How could you have met Feng Yu?" Tang Feng said, "That's true, but I really feel like I've seen him before." Tang Xiaorou rubbed her temples and said. Tang Feng, in a bad mood, ignored her, thinking she had mistaken him for someone else. However, after walking a few more steps, Tang Xiaorou suddenly stopped. I remember now. I've seen him at school." Chapter 2 Trouble Arrives. In the Jiangnan region, Jianghai City. It was just evening when Feng Yu came out of the train station. Passing by the vegetable market, he bought a slaughtered chicken and 2 cans of beer, slowly walking home. His home was in a rundown urban village, a 2-story house with a small courtyard. Feng Yu lived on the 2nd floor, while mother and daughter lived on the 1st floor. The rent here was very cheap, only 500 yuan a month. When he got home, Feng Yu set up a barbecue in the courtyard and placed a chicken on it to roast. Just as he was brushing sauce on the chicken, a girl with a backpack jogged into the courtyard. "It smells so good, Brother Feng Yu. I could smell it from far away," the girl said as she approached Feng Yu, her big eyes sparkling at the sight of the chicken on the grill. "Don't worry, there's definitely a portion for you," Feng Yu replied. "You're the best to me, Brother Feng Yu," the girl said happily, then walked into his house. The girl was Ye, the tenant on the 1st floor, and she was in her 1st year of high school. Moments later, Ye came out again, carrying a small stool to sit next to Feng Yu. "Brother Feng Yu, where have you been these past few days?" "My mom went back to her hometown recently, and I've been living here alone." "It's so boring," Ye said, resting her chin on her hands. "An old friend passed away, and I went to see him," Feng Yu replied truthfully. "I'm sorry for your loss," Ye said softly, as if she had done something wrong. Feng Yu's friend must have been around his age, and very close to him. It was tragic to die so young. But Ye noticed that Feng Yu showed no signs of sadness on his face, only staring at the greasy roast chicken, swallowing his saliva. "All done." After a few minutes, Feng Yu picked up the roasted chicken. Holding it in his hand, as if he wasn't afraid of the heat at all, he tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Ye, then began to munch on the remaining roasted chicken. So delicious. It was quite ridiculous that a person who had cultivated for nearly 5,000 years couldn't achieve foodlessness and still had to rely on grains to fill his stomach. But Feng Yu had no choice. He could choose not to eat, but he would feel hungry. Long ago, there was a time when he was very depressed and could hardly eat at all. As a result, he went without food and drink for 2 months and still lived well. However, while his bodily functions were fine, he felt an unbearable hunger and thirst. As long as he felt that hunger and thirst, Feng Yu had to eat and drink, or he would feel very uncomfortable. That night, Feng Yu sat on his bed, looking through the prescriptions that Xia Xiuji had spent nearly 20 years writing. These prescriptions were the culmination of Xia Xiuji's life's research, his life's work. Any single prescription was a priceless treasure, and leaking them would surely cause a stir in the medical community. This kid even studied prescriptions for enhancing vitality and kidney tonics. Truly impressive, Feng Yu muttered to himself. Bang, bang, bang. While Feng Yu was looking through the prescriptions, a loud knocking sounded from downstairs. "Old dog, you come out. You still owe us 50,000 in gambling debts. Do you think hiding will let you off the hook?" A rough voice shouted. With Feng Yu's hearing, he could hear Yu Ye's crying from the 1st floor. This girl seemed to have said her mother had gone back to her hometown, leaving her alone at home for a few days. "Open the door quickly. If you don't, we'll break down your door. If I catch you later, I'll throw you to the dogs." Another voice yelled. Bang. As they spoke, they had already started to ram the door. "Yu Qingye has divorced my mother. He has nothing to do with us. And he isn't here," Yu Ye said with a trembling voice. "You say he isn't here? You're his daughter. Will he just watch you suffer?" The 2 men continued to ram the door. "If you hit the door again, I'll call the police," Yu Ye shouted through tears. "You dare call the police? Once we break down the door, I'll take care of you first," one of the men threatened. Bang, bang, bang. The door was broken open. Two men with fierce looks walked into the house and saw Yu Yi sitting on the ground, her legs trembling in fear. The two men looked around and found no one else in the house, just Yu Yi alone. Wow, this old dog you even has such a beautiful daughter? One man said, looking at the trembling Yu Yi with a burning gaze. Then I have a plan since we can't find old dog Yu. We can take her and sell her, and the money will be for settling old dog Yu's debts, the other man said. Don't rush before that. We can first. Hith hith. The man squatted down, looking at the shaking Yu Yi with a wicked smile as he reached out. But before his hand could touch Yu Yi, he felt a tremendous force lift him off the ground. Who are you? The other man shouted as he attempted to attack Fang Yu. Bang! In the next second, the man let out a scream as Fang Yu kicked him out, sending him crashing into the courtyard. The man being held by Fang Yu didn't even have a chance to speak. Fang Yu slapped him several times in a row before throwing him into the yard. Who owes you money? Go find them. 3 seconds. Get out of here immediately, Fang Yu said Don Bondut. These two men were dizzy after just a few hits. Knowing how terrifying Fang Yu was, they naturally didn't dare to linger. They didn't even have the courage to say anything harsh and ran out, scared and panicked. Looking at the trembling and crying Yu Yi on the ground, Fang Yu crouched down and said, It's okay. I've chased them away. Fang Yu hugged Yu Yi, who cried even louder. After comforting Yu Yi for a while and fixing her door, Fang Yu returned to the second floor. To be honest, having lived for nearly 5,000 years, Fang Yu had seen too much of everything, and his temperament had become quite indifferent. For many people's misfortunes, like old Master Tang, he would choose to watch coldly from the sidelines. He would selectively help only those he had a connection with or those he found interesting. As night fell, Fang Yu lay down in bed and closed his eyes, ready to sleep. Just like not eating food, Fang Yu wouldn't die from not sleeping, but he would feel tired. So, he still needed to sleep. However, just 2 minutes after closing his eyes, he heard a knock on the door. He went to open the door and found Yu Yi, dressed in thin pajamas. Brother Fang Yu, I'm afraid to sleep alone at home. Can I sleep at your house? Yu Yi's beautiful big eyes were red and swollen from crying, and her delicate nose was also red, looking pitiful. Apart from her mother, Fang Yu was the person she trusted the most. Fang Yu was taken aback. There was only one bed in his house, but seeing that Yu Yi's body was still trembling, he didn't refuse and agreed to her request. Tonight, you can sleep in my bed, Fang Yu said. I can sleep on the floor, you sleep in the bed, Yu Yi replied. It's okay, I slept a lot on the train today, so I'm not very tired, Fang Yu said. Yu Yi stopped talking and carefully climbed onto Fang Yu's bed. This is Brother Fang Yu's bed, it still has warmth. You just lay here, right? Lying on the bed, watching Fang Yu at the desk looking at a large stack of prescriptions, Yu Yi felt her face burning. I can't believe I'm really lying on Brother Fang Yu's bed. What is Brother Fang Yu looking at? How can Brother Fang Yu be so strong? Those two men were so fierce. Yet Brother Fang Yu threw them out in just 2 moves. So cool. Yu Yi, in her youthful infatuation, let her thoughts wander, and before long, sleepiness overtook her, and she fell asleep. The next day, Fang Yu went to Jianghai High School. In fact, over the thousands of years, he had been to school many times. But there was no way around it, since he had to live like a normal person. Having tried countless professions, Fang Yu still found school the most interesting and the easiest. Returning to class 2 of senior year 3, Fang Yu sat in a corner of the classroom. In the class, he was just a reclusive and low-key student, with no friends and hardly noticeable. He could guarantee that at least half of the class didn't even know his name. I heard that the school beauty Tang Xiaoro from the key class next door is transferring to our class. Is that true? Yeah. The class monitor overheard Tang Xiaoro talking to our counselor in the office about her request to transfer to our class. Wow, what's going on? She's a goddess. Why does she want to transfer to our class? Does she have a crush on some boy in our class? Fang Yu could hear their discussions, but he only found it noisy. Hey, Fang Yu, Tang Xiaoro is coming to our class. Why aren't you excited at all? His deskmate, the chubby Lu Dong, poked Fang Yu's arm and asked, I don't even know who she is. Why should I be excited? Fang Yu retorted, Come on. You haven't heard of Tang Xiaoro? She's the daughter of the Tang family in Jiangnan, a prominent family. Not to mention, she has an angelic face, the undisputed school beauty of Jianghai High School, a goddess-level figure. Lu Dong said excitedly. The Jiangnan Tang family? That name sounded familiar. But Fang Yu just responded with an "oh" and lay his head down on the desk to rest his eyes. Having not slept all night, he felt a bit tired. Seeing Fong Yu's lack of interest, Lu Dong decided not to bother him anymore. When the class bell rang, everyone returned to their seats, sitting upright, waiting for the arrival of the school beauty. Sure enough, Counselor Huang Hai led a girl into the classroom. The girl was dressed in a school uniform, with a single ponytail and her face bare of makeup, yet her skin was still as white as snow, smooth and bright. Her features were very delicate, with star-like sparkling eyes, a delicate nose, and rosy lips. Though she wore the same school uniform, the girl exuded an ethereal, celestial aura. This was the school beauty, this was the goddess. The entire class, both boys and girls, sighed almost simultaneously. From today onwards, classmate Tang Xiaoro will be transferring to our class too and studying with us. Let's warmly welcome classmate Tang Xiaoro. Counselor Huang Hai said respectfully. The students in the class burst into applause, waking Fong Yu from his rest. As he lifted his head, Fong Yu saw Tang Xiaoro standing on the podium. Huh, it's actually her? Fong Yu immediately understood why Tang Xiaoro wanted to transfer to this class. Damn, trouble has come. Tang Xiaoro was also looking for Fong Yu in the class, and when she saw him in the corner, her beautiful eyes lit up. Fong Yu, you really are here. Counselor, I want to sit with him, Tang Xiaoro said, staring intently at Fong Yu's position. Chapter 3. I can't help you. The students in the class followed Tang Xiaoro's gaze and looked towards Fong Yu's corner. Their eyes naturally fell on He Donglin, who sat in front of Fong Yu. He Donglin was the handsome boy of class 2 in senior year 3, good-looking and from a wealthy family, the object of many girls' crushes in the class. Could it be that Tang Xiaoro transferred to this class for He Donglin? Donglin, it seems like the Tang family's young lady is here for you. His desk mate Hu Tao nudged He Donglin with his elbow and said. He Donglin was also a bit baffled. In his first year, he had wanted to be friends with Tang Xiaoro, but before he could even say hello, he was warned by people sent by the Tang family. Since then, He Donglin knew that Tang Xiaoro was not someone he could provoke, but now that they were in their third year and about to graduate, why was Tang Xiaoro looking for him? Could it be that Tang Xiaoro had been paying attention to him for a long time? Thinking this, He Donglin straightened his back, casually adjusted his bangs, feeling extremely excited inside, while maintaining a calm exterior. The students in the class focused their attention on Tang Xiaoro and He Donglin. As for Fong Yu and the chubby Lu Dong, they had long been overlooked. One was a chubby homebody, and the other had a reclusive personality. How could they possibly attract the attention of goddess Tang Xiaoro? Damn, another flower can't escape He Donglin's face. Sigh, if only I were as rich and handsome as He Donglin. Tang Xiaoro is my goddess. How can she sit with someone else? The boys in the class felt a mix of envy and jealousy, their emotions complicated. Counselor Huang Hai looked kindly at Tang Xiaoro and asked, Tang Xiaoro, do you want to sit with He Donglin? Tang Xiaoro didn't speak, but walked straight off the podium towards Fong Yu's position. He Donglin felt nervous, his heart racing, thinking about what to say as his opening line. As Tang Xiaoro walked closer, He Donglin smiled brightly, ready to speak. But unexpectedly, Tang Xiaoro didn't stop beside him. Instead, she walked past him. Counselor, I want to sit with Fong Yu, Tang Xiaoro said, looking at Fong Yu with bright eyes. The classroom was silent, with the students staring wide-eyed at each other. What's going on? Tang Xiaoro actually wants to sit next to the barely noticeable Fong Yu instead of the class heartthrob He Donglin. Classmate, would you be willing to give up this seat for me? Tang Xiaoro said gently to the stunned Lu Pengzi, her voice melodious and soft. As a chubby nerd, this was the first time Lu Pengzi had been so close to a beauty of such caliber, and his face turned bright red, mouth agape, unable to say a word. I don't want to sit with you. Before Lu Pengzi could speak, Fong Yu interjected. Wow, some boys couldn't hold back, bursting into exclamations. Tang Xiaoro's request to sit next to Fong Yu was already shocking enough. But they didn't expect Fong Yu to actually refuse to sit next to Tang Xiaoro. Did he know what he was rejecting? It was the dream of every boy in the school. Damn it, if you don't want to, I do. All the boys in the class were shouting in their hearts. Tang Xiaoro didn't mind Fong Yu's refusal. She turned to Huang Hai. Feeling Tang Xiaoro's gaze, Huang Hai tensed up. With Tang Xiaoro's status, even the school board members would have to be respectful in her presence. Now that she had a small request, Huang Hai naturally had to comply. Thus, Huang Hai looked at Fong Yu and said sternly, Classmate Fong Yu, you need to be more respectful. Classmate Tang Xiaoro has just joined our class. How can you speak to her like that? You and Lu Dong often whisper to each other during class. I've wanted to separate you two for a long time. Perfect, let Tang Xiaoro sit with you, and Lu Dong can move to the back of the second group, sitting alone. Move now. The counselor issued the order, and Fang Yu naturally had nothing to say. A few minutes later, Tang Xiaoro happily became Fang Yu's deskmate, while Lu Pengzi sat alone at the back of the second group. Classmate Tang Xiaoro is a top student from the Qi class. Everyone should learn from her. Huang Hai flattered again. For Fang Yu, being deskmates with Tang Xiaoro was undoubtedly a bad thing. He had kept a low profile in this high school for 2 whole years, to the point where most of the class didn't even remember his name. But all of that was ruined by Tang Xiaoro. Just like now, even though class was still in session, Fang Yu could feel many eyes locked on him. Sigh. Fang Yu sighed and rubbed his temples. After class, under the gaze of the entire class, Fang Yu and Tang Xiaoro left the classroom one after the other and went to the rooftop of the teaching building. I know why you came to find me, but I can tell you, I can't help you. Fang Yu said straightforwardly. Tang Xiaoro bit her lip and said, you are the disciple of the medicine god. You can definitely save my grandfather. I've said it before, I'm not a disciple of Xia Xiuji, I'm his friend. Fang Yu shook his head. Don't lie to me, you can tell at a glance that my grandfather is in the late stages of lung cancer and has less than 3 months to live. Who else besides a medicine god's disciple could do that? Tang Xiaoro said firmly. Fang Yu regretted saying that phrase back then. So what? Just because you can tell doesn't mean anything in the late stages of cancer. No one in the world could cure it, right? Fang Yu raised an eyebrow. I am not asking you to cure him, I just hope you can extend my grandfather's life. Let him live a few more years, please. We really have no other way. Tang Xiaoro's beautiful eyes reddened as she choked on her words. This past year, the Tang family had spent money hiring many renowned experts from both domestic and abroad to diagnose old Tang, and the conclusion was always the same. Old Tang's illness was untreatable. Afterward, they went through great difficulties to find the medicine god Xia Zayu's residence, only to find out that the medicine god had already passed away. Now, Fang Yu, who appeared at the medicine god's residence and could tell at a glance what old Tang's condition was their last hope. With a beauty like Tang Xiaoro looking like she was about to cry, anyone who was a normal man would find it hard not to be moved. However, Fang Yu was not a normal man. He was an old monster who had lived for nearly 5,000 years. Sorry, I can't do that either, Fang Yu said. There are so many people in the world facing misfortunes. Fang Yu couldn't save everyone, nor was he obligated to save everyone. Fang Yu just wanted to live a simple life, hoping to break through the Qi refining stage one day. He was not a hero and didn't want to be one. No matter how much reward you want, we can afford it. Tang Xiaoro said again. I really can't help you, I don't need money. Fang Yu answered indifferently and turned to leave. After taking a couple of steps, he turned back and said, by the way, I hope you can move away, I don't want to sit with you. I really dislike trouble. Seeing Fang Yu leave without looking back, Tang Xiaoro's face turned pale with anger. Asked the young lady of the Tang family. She had never tried to beg someone so humbly, even shedding tears. But this Fang Yu was completely unyielding and appeared so calm and indifferent. Dislike trouble? Then I'll create trouble for you. Tang Xiaoro gritted her teeth. The two returned to the classroom, and in the following classes, there was no communication between them. Until the last class of the morning ended, Fang Yu was still lying on the desk sleeping, while Tang Xiaoro organized her books and poked Fang Yu's shoulder with her slender fingers. Fang Yu, let's go have lunch together, Tang Xiaoro said with a sweet voice. Fang Yu lifted his head and looked at Tang Xiaoro, who was smiling like a blooming flower, feeling something was off. Never mind, you were too tired last night, keep sleeping. They'll bring you food later, so wait obediently. Tang Xiaoro's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of mischief as she got up and left the classroom. In the classroom, the students who heard Tang Xiaoro's 2 sentences went wild. The implications were too great. What did too tired last night mean? What did the shyness and blush on Tang Xiaoro's face when she said that mean? Could it be that Tang Xiaoro had already? Facing the envious gazes of many boys in the class, Fang Yu remained calm. It seemed Tang Xiaoro was sincerely trying to create trouble for him. However, for Tang Xiaoro to ruin her own reputation just to create misunderstandings, that was quite heartless. But Fang Yu didn't care at all. His dislike of trouble didn't mean he was afraid of it. Wasn't it just about becoming famous in school, then being envied by a bunch of kids who hadn't even grown hair yet? What's the big deal? For someone who had cultivated for nearly 5,000 years, if he couldn't even handle a little trick from a teenage girl, he might as well just end all. Fang Yu stood up intending to find Lu Pengzi to go to the cafeteria for lunch, but he was called out. Hey, Fang Yu, I want to discuss something with you. Can we talk in the hallway? The speaker was Yi Donglin from the front row. Chapter 4, Is he an earthling? Why did you come so quickly? Fang Yu frowned slightly and asked, What's the matter? Hee, let's talk outside. It's not good to discuss it here, He Donglin said with a slightly threatening smile on his face. Fang Yu said nothing more and nodded. He then followed He Donglin and a few others to the corner of the stairs. He Donglin was flanked by 4 boys, all of whom were his usual lackeys. The 5 surrounded Fang Yu. He Donglin stood in front of Fang Yu and asked in a condescending tone, Fang Yu, do you really know Tang Xiao? I've met her once, but I wouldn't say I know her, Fang Yu replied honestly. Don't know her? Then why did Tang Xiao transfer classes and request to sit with you? He Donglin questioned again. He Donglin's tone was quite unfriendly, but Fang Yu didn't care. Because she has something to ask of me, Fang Yu answered again. Tang Xiao has something to ask of you. Ha ha ha, are you joking? Tang Xiao is the daughter of a wealthy family. Why would she ask a loser like you who just eats and waits to die? He Donglin sneered. His 4 lackeys laughed along. Fang Yu chuckled as well, but said nothing. After laughing for a while, He Donglin asked again, Fang Yu, tell me the truth. Does Tang Xiao have some dirt on you? No. Fang Yu shook his head. Really not. He Donglin stared hard at Fang Yu's face and asked. Fang Yu was too lazy to respond further. Hee, I know you won't answer. But anyway, you better find a way to change your seat. When I come to class tomorrow, I don't want to see Tang Xiao sitting with you, understand? He Donglin said in a commanding tone. I'll do my best. Fang Yu yawned. Can I go now? I'm hungry. You can go, but I hope you remember what I said. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding our 2 years of classmate friendship, He Donglin said with a cold smile. Because his family was wealthy and he had a few lackeys by his side, He Donglin had always been extremely arrogant in class too, and no one dared to provoke him. In He Donglin's eyes, Fang Yu, who had little presence, was an utterly harmless waste. Seeing Fang Yu leave slowly, Hu Tao beside him asked, Donglin, do you think he will listen to you? I think he must have some dirt on Tang Xiao. If we could find out, you could make Tang Xiao. Don't rush. There are too many people in the school right now. It's not good for us to be too high profile. Don't worry. If this waste doesn't obey, there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him, He Donglin said coldly. Lu Fadi was waiting for Fang Yu at the classroom door. When he saw Fang Yu return unscathed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Yu, next time He Donglin calls you out alone, you must not go out. Don't go out even if it kills you. That guy is not easy to deal with, Lu Fadi said. Oh, Fang Yu nodded. You might not know, but He Donglin's family runs a construction company, and his dad has a lot of power in Zhonghai City. He's not someone we common folks can mess with. Lu Fadi said anxiously when he saw that Fang Yu seemed unconcerned. Fang Yu said nothing. During the afternoon break, Fang Yu went to the office and made a request to his counselor, Huang Hai, to change seats. Huang Hai exploded in anger and scolded, Fang Yu, do you think the school is your family ass? You can just change seats whenever you want. Moreover, with your looks, do you think you can sit with Tang Xiao and take advantage of her? Clearly, in Huang Hai's eyes, Tang Xiao's word carried much more weight than Fang Yu's. And Fang Yu had no chance of successfully applying for a seat change. Since that's the case, then I won't change. Fang Yu returned to the classroom and sat back in his seat. All afternoon, He Donglin and Hu Tao in the front row turned around several times, giving Fang Yu threatening looks as reminders. When the school bell rang, Tang Xiao packed her bag and smiled at Fang Yu, saying, Fang Yu, see you tomorrow. I will definitely help you review well in the days to come. Fang Yu pretended not to hear, but everyone around heard it. Before leaving the classroom, He Donglin walked up to Fang Yu and said with a cold smile, Fang Yu, don't forget what I said this morning, otherwise. Fang Yu was too lazy to pay attention to him and turned to leave before he could finish his sentence. Watching Fang Yu's departing figure, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in He Donglin's eyes. A waste dares to look down on me, He Donglin. Donglin, do you want to go out now and have a good talk with him? Hu Tao asked beside him. He Donglin waved his hand and said coldly, no need. Since our classmate Fang Yu doesn't want to change seats, then we'll just help him a little. Beside the urban village where Fang Yu's home was, there were a few small hills. At the foot of one of these hills, Fang Yu had a vegetable garden where he grew various greens. Every 2 days, he would come here to water the vegetables and pick some to take home for cooking. Today was like any other day. Fang Yu arrived at the vegetable garden and took 2 buckets to a nearby stream to fill them with water. Just as he placed the buckets in the stream, Fang Yu noticed that the usually clear water was floating with a layer of dark red liquid. At the same time, he caught a whiff of a bloody smell in the air. The water was floating with blood. Damn, How could such good stream water be contaminated with blood? Fang Yu frowned, stood up, and walked upstream. After crossing a small slope, Fang Yu saw a woman in a slightly tattered black uniform about 30 meters ahead, staggering by the stream while holding her left arm. The blood was flowing from her left arm and dripping into the stream. Seeing Fang Yu, the woman's eyes lit up with hope as she shouted with all her strength, "Help! Help me! Ji Ruby, Miss Yang wants you dead. Today no one can save you." A deep male voice came from behind the woman. Two men in black suits wearing sunglasses chased the woman to about 20 meters behind her, both holding silenced handguns. Fang Yu didn't plan to get involved and was about to turn and leave. But the two men also saw Fang Yu. "Who are you?" One of the men raised his gun, pointing it at Fang Yu. "What day is it today? Why do I keep encountering these unfortunate events?" Fang Yu said helplessly, "I'm just a passerby. Don't worry, I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything." Hearing Fang Yu's words, the injured woman felt a wave of darkness before her eyes, filled with despair. The two men exchanged glances, their eyes filled with ferocity. What they had just said absolutely could not be leaked. In this desolate place, killing one or two was the same. "Kid, blame your bad luck," the man holding the gun said as he pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet shot toward Fang Yu's chest. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yu disappeared from his spot. The bullet actually missed. "Sai, why do you have to provoke me? I just wanted to fetch some water to water the vegetable garden." The air was filled with Fang Yu's sigh. Before the two men could react, Fang Yu appeared less than a meter in front of them. Fang Yu extended his right hand and slapped the man in front's face. Crack! The man's head twisted back, his features contorted, and he fell straight back. Seeing this, his companion was so frightened that he screamed and tried to run. But Fang Yu didn't give him that chance and directly threw a punch at him. In just a moment, the man who tried to escape also fell to the ground, his eyes bulging, filled with fear. Just 5 seconds ago, the two men were still alive, and in the blink of an eye, they had fallen. Fang Yu's gaze was calm, without a trace of fluctuation. He hadn't intended to strike and had guaranteed that nothing would be said, but since these two still wanted to silence him, there was no other way. "You don't move me, I want to move you. If you move against me, I will eliminate you." After dealing with the two men, Fang Yu turned his head to look at the woman who had been shot. At that moment, the woman was also staring blankly at Fang Yu with wide eyes. The two assassins were taken care of just like that? Who exactly is this man? Is he from Earth? The woman had lost a lot of blood and was already weak, and now, with her mind being shocked again, her brain was deprived of blood supply, causing her to faint. Chapter 5, Make a Move? Only now did Fang Yu focus on the unconscious woman. Despite the blood stains on her face, her beauty was still evident. More importantly, her features resembled those of a female friend of Fang Yu's from many years ago, about 70 to 80% alike. Could she be a descendant of hers? Fang Yu thought. Of course, it could also be a coincidence. According to probability, after so many years and the increase in the population on Earth, it is normal for someone with a similar appearance to appear. Just because of this face, Fang Yu decided to save the woman. 10 minutes later, Fang Yu had helped the woman bandage her wounds, stopped the bleeding, and called for an ambulance. By the time the ambulance arrived, Fang Yu had already left. The woman was carried onto the ambulance by the medical staff and sent to the hospital. Fang Yu strolled leisurely back home with the fresh vegetables he had just picked. In Jianghai City, at the Yang family home, in the study, a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in silk pajamas leaned against a chair, gazing out at the night view. The phone on the desk rang, and the woman frowned slightly before picking it up. "Miss Yang, the mission failed. Ji Rumei has been sent to the hospital, and the Ji family has sent many people to protect her at the hospital. For a short time, we probably won't have another chance. I just need to know the reason for the mission's failure. There's no need to elaborate." The woman's voice was icy, laced with murderous intent. "We are still investigating the reason. For now, we only know that our two assassins had successfully dealt with Ji Rumei's bodyguard and forced Ji Rumei to jump from the vehicle on the mountain road near Jianan village. After that, they completely lost contact, and Ji Rumei was." Hearing this, the woman knew that someone unexpected had intervened to save Ji Rumei. Otherwise, Ji Rumei would not have survived and been sent to the hospital. "I will give you 3 days to find the person who saved Ji Rumei," the woman ordered. After hanging up, the woman picked up the wine glass on the table with her fair hand, gently swirling it and watching the deep red liquid slosh around. "No matter who you are, if you dare to ruin my Yang Yinju's plans, I will dig you out even if I have to search 3 feet into the ground." The next morning, as Fang Yu entered the classroom, he saw a desk lying upside down in the empty area at the back of the classroom. with books scattered all over the floor. Only a chair remained at Fang Yu's original seat. The classmates looked at Fang Yu, most of them with mockery and derision, while a few had pity in their eyes. Fang Yu frowned slightly and asked, "Who did this?" No one answered his question. Fang Yu looked around and asked again, "May I ask who did this?" Sigh, seeing you so pitiful, "I'll tell you, it was He Donglin and his group of followers." At this moment, a pretty girl named Jiang Yu spoke impatiently. Jiang Yu was considered the class flower before Tang Xiao transferred to class 2, and was one of the girls who had been closer to He Donglin before. "Oh, it was him who did it." Fang Yu nodded and looked toward He Donglin's seat, only to find he hadn't arrived yet. "What can you do about it? Do you dare to reason with him? When he comes later, won't you be too scared to say anything?" Jiang Yu said sharply. Fang Yu gave Jiang Yu a faint glance. After being in Zhanghai High School for more than 2 years, he had almost no presence in the class and hadn't offended anyone. However, Jiang Yu's tone towards him was filled with inexplicable disgust. "I haven't offended you, have I? Why do you say that to me?" Fang Yu asked. Hee, I'm a girl, and girls can have bad moods. Can't you be more tolerant as a guy? So petty," Jiang Yu said, tilting her head and speaking nonchalantly. Though she said that, she was actually venting her dissatisfaction. Since Tang Xiao transferred to class 2 yesterday, Jiang Yu had been in a bad mood. Originally, she was the center of attention in class, but now all the discussions among classmates, both boys and girls, revolved around Tang Xiao. As Fang Yu was Tang Xiao's deskmate, he naturally became an eyesore to Jiang Yu. Moreover, Fang Yu had no status in the class. He was just a soft target to vent her frustrations on. Fang Yu naturally wouldn't stoop to Jiang Yu's level and walk towards his seat. "A toad wants to eat swan meat? He deserves to be taught a lesson by He Donglin," Jiang Yu said loudly behind Fang Yu. Fang Yu returned to his seat and sat down, not bothering to move the desk back from the back of the classroom. The classmates around him either laughed or looked on with curiosity. What was Fang Yu doing? Waiting for someone to move his desk back for him? Or was he waiting to report to the counselor when they arrived? After a while, Lu Ponzi also came to the classroom and immediately understood what had happened upon seeing the scene. "Fang Yu, I'll help you move the desk back," Lu Ponzi said. "No need. I will wait for He Donglin to come and let him move it back," Fang Yu replied. Lu Ponzi's expression changed slightly as he said, "Fang Yu, just bear with it for now. We can't afford to mess with He Donglin." Some boys around couldn't help but laugh, saying, "You still want He Donglin to move it back for you? Fang Yu, I thought you were just introverted and didn't like to talk. Now I realize you're just a fool. When He Donglin comes, you'll know you were wrong." As soon as he finished speaking, He Donglin, carrying a bag, walked into the classroom with a few of his followers. Seeing Fang Yu sitting alone in the chair, they revealed mocking smiles. He Donglin walked directly in front of Fang Yu and pretended to be surprised, saying, "Fang Yu, where did your desk go? Someone said you threw it to the back." Fang Yu slightly raised his head, looking directly at He Donglin with calm eyes. Upon meeting Fang Yu's somewhat hollow gaze, He Donglin's heart skipped a beat, feeling a hint of fear, but he quickly regained his composure, feeling embarrassed by his earlier fear. Fang Yu was just a waste. What was there to be afraid of? "I did it. So what? I was very courteous to you yesterday, but you were not courteous to me. I just want you to remember this, otherwise, you really don't take me seriously," He Donglin said loudly, no longer hiding his intentions. "Move my desk back and arrange the books on the floor. I will not pursue it any further," Fang Yu said. Hearing this, not only He Donglin but also the other classmates were stunned. Not pursue it any further? Who did Fang Yu think he was? Who did he think he was facing? "Ha ha ha. Fang Yu, I find you quite adorable," He Donglin said with a mocking laugh. "Brother Donglin, he is too arrogant. I can't help but want to see what ability he has to dare speak to us like this." Hu Tao beside him clenched his fists and said. At the same time, several of He Donglin's followers surrounded Fang Yu. Seeing this scene, the classmates' eyes widened in shock. But only Jiang Yu had a look of anticipation. Lu Pongzi, on the other hand, was sweating profusely and hurriedly left the classroom to run to the office. He had to find the counselor quickly, otherwise, Fang Yu would be in big trouble. "What did you just say?" "Say it again," He Donglin said, hands on his hips. Looking down at Fang Yu. "I told you to move my desk back to its original position and arrange the books on the floor," Fang Yu said. Arrogant. Before Fang Yu could finish speaking, He Donglin's face suddenly twisted, and he reached out his right hand to grab Fang Yu. But the next second, his hand was tightly grasped by Fang Yu, unable to move. Still daring to fight back? Hu Tao rushed forward as well. But the kick he threw was also firmly held by Fang Yu. "You started it first," Fang Yu said lightly, swinging his hands with force at the same time. Bang! Bang! He Donglin and Hu Tao were directly thrown out, landing on the empty ground at the back of the classroom with two muffled thuds. What happened? No one could react. At this moment, Fang Yu had already walked to the back of the classroom, looking down at the dazed He Donglin and Hu Tao. Move my desk back to its original position, Fang Yu said calmly. He Donglin had never suffered such a loss before. His face turned pale with anger as he shouted. Fang Yu, dare you lay a hand on me? I will make you regret it. Fang Yu tugged at He Donglin's right hand, applying slight pressure. He Donglin felt a sharp pain in his right hand and quickly cried out. Move my desk back to its original position, Fang Yu repeated. The other party seemed to be scared silly. I will say it one last time, move my desk back to its original position, Fang Yu said expressionlessly. Chapter 6. We are even. The classroom was silent. Everyone was staring blankly at the scene before them. No one expected that the usually inconspicuous Fang Yu had such a powerful side. He Donglin's face flushed red, not knowing if it was from pain or anger. After seeing this, several others who originally thought of stepping forward were frozen in place, afraid to move. Counselor, hurry up. If you slow down, Fang Yu might be seriously injured. At this moment, footsteps could be heard outside the classroom, along with Lu Fatty's voice. Soon after, Huang Hai and Lu Fatty entered through the back door of the classroom, and as soon as they walked in, they saw Fang Yu holding He Donglin's hand, with He Donglin's face twisted in agony. This was completely opposite to what Lu Fatty had imagined, and for a moment, he was dumbfounded, standing there in shock. Huang Hai reacted, his face turning ashen with anger. What is going on? What is going on? Are you trying to turn the world upside down? Seeing Fang Yu's lack of response, Huang Hai quickly walked up to him, pointing at Fang Yu, and said, Fang Yu, you're too bold. Let go. Fang Yu glanced at Huang Hai and said, they started it first. My desk and books were thrown to the back by them. I only see you making a move. You are in the wrong. Let go of your hand immediately. Huang Hai was so angry that his body trembled slightly. Moreover, He Donglin's father, He Wensheng, was the boss of a local construction company with a fiery temper. He would definitely come to cause a scene when he learned that his son was injured. If this matter was not handled well, not only would Fang Yu suffer, but he would also be in a lot of trouble. All right. Fang Yu released his hand. Huang Hai let out a sigh of relief. But before he could fully relax, bang, Fang Yu waved his arm again, and He Donglin, unsteady on his feet, was directly thrown out, crashing into the back wall of the classroom and fainting. Now, we are even, Fang Yu said. Seeing this scene, Huang Hai felt a chill rise from his feet. He could not imagine how He Wensheng would react upon seeing his precious son in such a state. You. Huang Hai pointed at the indifferent Fang Yu, so angry that he could not speak. He never expected that the usually well-behaved Fang Yu would cause such a big mess. Quickly take He Donglin and Hu Tao to the infirmary, Huang Hai shouted at the stunned students. He Donglin's classmates reacted quickly, rushing forward to carry the two fallen individuals out of the classroom. Huang Hai turned around, glaring at Fang Yu, and said, You, come with me to the office. Lu Fatty looked at Fang Yu, his eyes filled with disbelief and sorrow. He knew that the trouble Fang Yu caused today would definitely not end well. The best outcome would be Fang Yu being expelled and then having to pay medical fees. The worst outcome would be Fang Yu facing the wrath of He Wensheng, which would be even worse. Fang Yu is finished after today, Jiang Yu added. To summarize, after today, Fang Yu's life is ruined. Su Xiaona, Jiang Yu's deskmate, chimed in. As they said this, the students in the class also felt that it was indeed the case. In the office, Huang Hai's face was ashen, his hand trembling slightly as he held a cup of water. Fang Yu, I cannot handle this matter. I will report it directly to the education office and let them deal with it. You should pray for yourself, Huang Hai said solemnly. Fang Yu did not care at all. He was no ordinary person and naturally did not need to seek academic advancement like regular students. He came here to pass the time and could leave at any moment. Any disciplinary action meant nothing to him. He Donglin's provocation, however, brought him a long-lost sense of enjoyment after feeling bored for a long time. Although Fang Yu had lived for thousands of years, he was still a qi refining period cultivator without even a foundation. Essentially, Fang Yu was still immortal, and as long as one was immortal, there would be anger. Regardless of the gap in strength and experience between He Donglin and Fang Yu, when it was time to act, one had to act. He had lived for over 5,000 years and could not allow a junior to ride on his head so casually. In the classroom, as soon as Tang Xiaoro walked in, she saw the desks scattered all over the back of the classroom and books lying everywhere. What happened? Tang Xiaoro was puzzled, looking around at her classmates. When these classmates saw Tang Xiaoro walk in, They all closed their mouths and looked at her with strange expressions. Returning to her seat, Tang Xiaoro noticed that only a chair remained next to Fang Yu's spot, realizing that the desks at the back belonged to Fang Yu. What on earth happened? Tang Xiaoro frowned, confused. Behind her, Lu Fatty's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought, Fang Yu might still have a chance. Then, Lu Fatty took Tang Xiaoro to the corridor and told her everything that happened earlier. He directly knocked someone out? Tang Xiaoro covered her mouth in disbelief. Yes, we all saw it. Even now, thinking back, we still get goosebumps. Fang Yu looks quite thin, but he is surprisingly strong, Lu Fatty said, still feeling a bit shaken. Tang Xiaoro fell into deep thought. For her, this was a good opportunity. It was a perfect chance to coerce Fang Yu into treating old Master Tang. I understand. I will find a way to ensure Fang Yu is not expelled, Tang Xiaoro said to Lu Fatty. That's great, Lu Fatty exclaimed joyfully. Tang Xiaoro was the daughter of the Tang family, and if she was willing to help, Fang Yu would definitely be saved. In the education office, Fang Yu stood before the director, Pan Chong, while Counselor Huang Hai stood beside him. Fang Yu, we have already notified He Donglin's father, and he is rushing over. Before that, I want to know why you got into a conflict with He Donglin, Pan Chong questioned with a stern face. I already said, he made the first move. He threw my desk to the back of the classroom, and when I asked him to move it back, he refused and even attacked me, Fang Yu replied honestly. He made the first move? Then why is he the one injured now while you are unscathed? Pan Chong frowned. It's simple, because I'm strong, Fang Yu answered. Pan Chong suddenly slammed the table and stood up, angrily shouting, bullshit. You hit someone and act like it's perfectly fine? Do you even know what you're here for? I want to call your family to see how they taught you to be a person. I don't have any family. No need to make a call, Fang Yu said. No family. Pan Chong looked at Huang Hai. Huang Hai hesitated for a moment and said, Director Pan, Fang Yu really doesn't have any family. His file states he is an orphan, raised by an elderly person who passed away when he was in middle school. So he's an orphan. Even more reason not to do such things. Do you deserve to face the elderly person who raised you? If that elderly person knows, then you, Pan Chong, are still furious and scolding. The content in Fang Yu's file is, of course, all fake. That elderly person doesn't exist at all. Moreover, Fang Yu doesn't want to listen to the lecture of someone thousands of years younger than himself. So he interrupted. Director Pan, just announce my punishment directly. I don't have time for your nonsense. You. Pan Chong was so angry he couldn't speak. His face flushed red. Chapter 7. I want him to disappear. After a while, Pan Chong's mood finally calmed down a bit, and he said in a deep voice, Fang Yu, if you had a better attitude, I might still be able to plead for you. But your attitude disappoints me, so bear the consequences yourself. Fang Yu said nothing and left the office. Not long after entering the classroom, he saw a classmate come to find him, saying someone was at the school gate calling for him. Fang Yu didn't know who it was, but he quickly walked out of the campus. At the gate stood a bald, muscular man with a tattooed arm and a face full of flesh, striding towards him. Are you Fang Yu? The bald man asked loudly. Who are you? I'm De Biao. My brother is He Donglin's father. He is in the infirmary checking on Donglin now, and he asked me to teach you a lesson first. After saying that, De Biao sneered and reached out his left hand towards the back of Fang Yu's neck. At that moment, Fang Yu turned around and grabbed De Biao's outstretched left hand. Still want to resist? De Biao had an evil grin on his face, applying a bit of force with his left hand. But unexpectedly, his left hand couldn't move at all. De Biao's face changed slightly, gritting his teeth and using all his strength. His muscular arm tensed, veins bulging. Yet he still couldn't budge an inch. How is this possible? Fang Yu looks like a frail high school student. How could he have such strength? If you don't want to end up like He Donglin in the infirmary, you'd better stop. Fang Yu said. De Biao, who had always been arrogant, had never been threatened like this before, especially by a mere middle school student. For a moment, De Biao's eyes turned red with anger, shouting, Who do you think you are? As he spoke, De Biao swung his right fist. Fang Yu didn't dodge at all, extending his left palm and easily blocking De Biao's punch. I am someone you can't afford to provoke, Fang Yu said lightly, then kicked De Biao in the abdomen. Bang! With a muffled sound, the large man, who was almost 2 meters tall, flew a long distance and fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up. At this moment, people passing by in the school were stunned, their eyes wide open, looking at Fang Yu as if he were a monster. You all saw it. He attacked me first. I was just defending myself. And just now, when I faced He Donglin, it was the same situation. Fang Yu turned to explain to the students who had rushed out to watch. After speaking, Fang Yu looked at De Biao lying outside the gate and sighed in his heart. No matter what, after what happened today, he couldn't stay in this school any longer. On the other side, ring ring ring, the landline phone on Pan Chong's desk rang. Pan Chong snapped back to reality from his headache and picked up the phone. Hello. Director He. Yes, right here with me? But regarding He Donglin's parents, I understand. 2 minutes later, Pan Chong hung up the phone and then glanced outside with a very complicated expression. He said to Huang Hai again, Huang Hai, just pretend nothing happened. The rest will be handled by our school. Huang Hai's expression changed, asking, Director Pan, what is it? Director He just called, saying someone has secured Fang Yu's safety. Pan Chong took a deep breath and said, Who is it? Huang Hai asked. Logically, Fang Yu has no relatives, comes from a poor family, and has few friends in school, so no one should help him. Moreover, the person Fang Yu injured is He Donglin. His father, He Wencheng, is notoriously hard to deal with in Jianghai City. The board of directors, the Tang family, Pan Chong replied. It turns out that the daughter of the Tang family really has a connection with Fang Yu? Huang Hai suddenly realized. He then regretted his previous attitude towards Fang Yu. When Fang Yu returned to the classroom in scathe, he saw Huang Hai coming to find him, saying everything was fine, which the class all heard, and immediately there was an uproar. How is this possible? I heard He Donglin's father came to the school. How could Fang Yu be completely fine? How could he return so quickly? Jiang Yu looked at Fang Yu, feeling indignant. Then she saw Tang Xiaoro smiling at Fang Yu, and in an instant, she understood. It must be Tang Xiaoro who helped him. That dog couple. Jiang Yu scolded jealously. Academic Affairs Office. He Wenqing's face was ashen as he sat at Pan Chong's desk. My son has a comminuted fracture of his right hand. He has less than 5 months until the college entrance examination. If he doesn't recover well by then, he might not even be able to take the exam. De Biao is also seriously injured. How can I swallow this anger? He Wenqing shouted angrily. Mr. He, after our school's investigation, your son attacked Fang Yu first. Pan Chong said, sweating and explaining. Bang. He Wenqing slammed the table hard. Nonsense. Don't think I don't know. Someone intervened to protect that Fang Yu. Pan Chong took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat, cautiously saying, Mr. He, please understand our work. He Wenqing's expression changed, his anger filling his chest. As a notorious bully in Jianghai City, he had never felt so suffocated as he did today. His son was bullied like this. Yet the instigator faced no consequences at all. If this matter spreads, how many people will laugh at him? Damn it, I must make that bastard pay. Otherwise He Wencheng, won't be able to survive in Jianghai City. He Wencheng gritted his teeth and said. Pan Chong was so intimidated by the fierce aura emanating from He Wencheng that he didn't dare to speak. You can choose not to punish him, but I want to see how long you can protect him. We'll see. After He Wencheng finished speaking, he left the office. He would soon disappear. He Wencheng already had a plan in mind and smiled darkly. In the classroom, Tang Xiaoro had been secretly observing Fang Yu. Fang Yu couldn't take it anymore. Turned to look at Tang Xiaoro and said, Do you think I should thank you? Tang Xiaoro was taken aback. She originally thought Fang Yu was unaware. You should definitely thank me. Otherwise, just for hitting someone, you would be expelled. Tang Xiaoro's beautiful eyes widened as she said, Then why do you think I hit him? Fang Yu stared at Tang Xiaoro and asked. Tang Xiaoro felt a bit shy under Fang Yu's gaze. She had never been this close to a boy before. How would I know? Tang Xiaoro avoided eye contact and said, If you hadn't transferred to my class and demanded to be my desk mate, I wouldn't have attracted anyone else's attention, wouldn't have been envied by He Donglin, wouldn't have been provoked, and wouldn't have been forced to hit him. Fang Yu spoke rapidly. Tang Xiaoro was left in a daze by Fang Yu's words. Moreover, the loss you caused me is permanent. Now that I've become well known in this class, even if I'm not expelled, there will still be trouble in the future. So I request that you don't sit with me and leave this class. I already said. I really hate trouble. Fang Yu continued. Throughout her life, as the daughter of the Tang family, Tang Xiaoro had always been the princess adored by everyone. She had never been rejected like this. Tang Xiaoro felt very wronged. She had clearly helped Fang Yu, yet he still looked down on her. If it weren't for treating her grandfather's illness, who would want to sit at the same table with a jerk like you? Tang Xiaoro cursed in her heart. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she finally spoke. If you want me to leave this class, that's fine. As long as you agree to treat my grandfather, I'll leave immediately. Moreover, I will offer you a lot of rewards. Fang Yu frowned slightly, looking at Tang Xiaoro's pretty face, and began to consider it seriously. To avoid more trouble in the future, Fang Yu replied, Deal. Chapter 8. The Medicine God is my disciple. Tang Xiaoro was overjoyed. She didn't expect to achieve her goal so quickly. Let's go right now. Tang Xiaorou's eyes sparkled as she said. However, Fang Yu shook his head and replied, "No hurry. I don't want to skip class. Even if you attend class, you just lie on the desk and sleep. What's wrong with skipping class? Besides, we can ask for leave." Tang Xiaorou urged anxiously. Due to her excitement, her face flushed slightly. "That's right. I am a bit sleepy, so let me rest for a while." After saying that, Fang Yu lay down on the desk. Tang Xiaorou was both angry and anxious, but felt helpless. Throughout the morning, Fang Yu lay on the desk like nothing was wrong, sleeping. Many students in the class were still thinking about whether He Donglin's dad would come looking for them, but after 4 classes, there was no sign of it. Even Huang Hai didn't mention what happened in the morning during class, as if nothing had happened. As a result, the way the students looked at Fang Yu changed. Being able to sit at the same table as the daughter of the Tang family, and also discipline He Donglin without punishment made them reconsider. They used to think Fang Yu was an introverted and reclusive person, but now it seemed that the reason he spoke little was perhaps because he looked down on them. After school in the afternoon, Tang Xiaorou was afraid Fang Yu would slip away, so she directly grabbed his arm. "Don't forget what you promised me this morning," Tang Xiaorou said. "Let go of my hand. Don't let others misunderstand." Fang Yu immediately reminded her. Tang Xiaorou's face turned red, biting her lip, and released her grip. This jerk, just grabbing his arm, felt like being taken advantage of. He's really not a man. Tang Xiaorou cursed Fang Yu 1,000 times in her heart. The two of them left the classroom, one in front of the other, maintaining a relatively safe distance as they exited the school gate. As soon as they stepped out, Fang Yu felt hostile gazes. Across the street, a van was parked, with several burly henchmen standing in front of it smoking. 2 of them sneered when they saw Fang Yu. These henchmen were obviously under He Wenqing. Tang Xiaorou also noticed the group of henchmen across the road, who clearly meant no good. She turned to Fang Yu and said, "I will have my 4th uncle drive them away." "4th uncle?" Fang Yu asked. "Right up ahead." Tang Xiaorou pointed to a black Mercedes parked beside the school gate. "4th uncle is a my grandfather took in years ago, named Tang Si. And he is responsible for my personal safety," Tang Xiaorou explained as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the Mercedes. A middle-aged man with a noticeable burn scar on his left cheek got out from the driver's seat. With just one glance, Fang Yu knew this person was also a cultivator at the 8th level of the qi refining stage. In modern terms, he was a congenital martial artist. Tang Si was also sizing up Fang Yu. "4th uncle," Tang Xiaorou stepped forward and said a few words to Tang Si. Tang Si nodded and walked straight toward the van, approaching the henchmen. The henchmen, who had appeared arrogant, pointed at Fang Yu and waved their weapons as if they wanted to beat Tang Si too. However, after Tang Si said a few words, the henchmen's faces turned pale, and they bowed to Tang Si to apologize before hurriedly getting into the van and leaving. "Your 4th uncle must be quite capable, right?" Fang Yu asked Tang Xiaorou while sitting in the car. "Of course, my 4th uncle is a certified 8th grade congenital martial artist by the Martial Arts Association," Tang Xiaorou said proudly. "Oh, there are grades among congenital martial artists?" Fang Yu was a bit surprised. "Yes, congenital martial artists are divided into 12 grades. And those above grade 8 are exceptional. Those above grade 12 are powerful martial arts masters. When I was young, I once shook hands with a renowned master from Jiangnan." Tang Xiaorou's eyes sparkled, looking proud. "So, congenital martial artists correspond to the qi refining stage, with grade 1 being equivalent to level 1. And martial arts masters should be those in the foundation establishment stage after the qi refining stage. So, doesn't that mean I'm now a congenital 9, 832nd grade martial artist?" "Sounds pretty impressive," Fang Yu thought. Tang Si returned, sat in the driver's seat, and started the car. "Miss, this is..." Tang Si glanced at Fang Yu in the rearview mirror and asked, "This is the medicine god's disciple we met in the Northwest. His name is Fang Yu. And he's also my classmate now," Tang Xiaorou introduced. "Not for long," Fang Yu added. "Oh, you are the disciple of the medicine god, Xia Xiuji?" Tang Si raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. To him, Fang Yu looked completely ordinary in terms of temperament and everything else. How could such an ordinary high school student be the disciple of the medicine god? The young lady is still young and naive. She wouldn't have been deceived, would she? Tang Si developed a sense of vigilance toward Fang Yu. The chance to treat the old gentleman's illness made Tang Xiaorou feel good, and she chatted nonstop about some stories from her childhood. Fang Yu was uninterested in these stories and responded with one-sentence replies. Half an hour later, Fang Yu arrived at the Tang family's villa in Jianghai City's top villa area. The Tang family's villa alone covered an area over 20 times larger than where Fang Yu lived, with a classical, and imposing architectural style, every detail exuding the grandeur of the Tang family. After passing through a courtyard filled with potted plants and an artificial lake, they arrived at the living room. A maid approached. "Miss, you're back." Tang Xiaoro nodded and eagerly asked, "Where's Grandpa?" Before the maid could answer, a woman's voice came from the sofa behind. "Your grandfather is currently being diagnosed by an expert from Yanqing. Why are you in such a hurry to find him?" "Aunt." Tang Xiaoro then noticed the middle-aged woman sitting on the sofa. She was her uncle's wife, Liang Rong. "Xiaoro, why didn't you introduce your classmate when you brought him back?" Liang Rong, dressed in luxurious attire, looked at Fang Yu. "He is the medicine god's disciple I met with my brother in the northwest. His name is Fang Yu." Tang Xiaoro introduced. "Oh, you are Fang Yu?" Liang Rong narrowed her eyes slightly and scrutinized Fang Yu carefully. Fang Yu nodded but did not speak. "Are you sure you are the disciple of the medicine god? You cannot bear the consequences of deceiving the Tang family. I'm giving you a chance now. As long as you admit you were lying, I want to pursue it," Liang Rong said with a cold smile. She didn't believe that an ordinary young person of the same age as Tang Xiaoro could be the disciple of the medicine god, especially since he happened to attend the same school as Tang Xiaoro. Clearly, Fang Yu had ulterior motives to get close to the Tang family or to Tang Xiaoro for personal gain. Such things were not new to a wealthy family like the Tang family. Hearing Liang Rong say this, Tang Xiaoro's expression changed, and she hurriedly said, "Aunt, Fang Yu is here to help treat Grandpa." "Treating illness? Just him? Haha, Xiaoro, you are still too naive. I guarantee this kid has an unknown background. He is definitely not the medicine god's disciple. He has ulterior motives and wants to get close to you to gain benefits from our Tang family," Liang Rong said dismissively. "I believe I already said I am not the medicine goddess disciple, right?" Fang Yu glanced at Tang Xiaoro and said, "So you are admitting it?" Liang Rong showed a look of disdain and said, "Actually, strictly speaking, Xia Xiuji is my disciple." Fang Yu smiled slightly and said. Upon hearing this, everyone present showed strange expressions, including the servant beside them and Tang Si, who was following behind. Has this person gone mad after being exposed? The medicine god is his apprentice? Not to mention anything else, how old is the medicine god, and how old is he? The medicine god was already famous throughout the 9 provinces before he was even born. Nonsense. Xiaoro, last time you and Feng came back and told me you met the medicine god's apprentice, I still held on to hope, thinking the old man still had a chance. But I didn't expect he would find such a madman. A middle-aged man in a suit and glasses walked out from the back room. "Dad," Tang Xiaoro called softly. Tang Mingda's face was dark as he looked at Fang Yu and said, "Speak. Who sent you to approach our Tang family? If you tell the truth, we might let you off. Otherwise, don't even think about escaping easily." Tears welled up in Tang Xiaoro's beautiful eyes. She brought Fang Yu back only to treat the old master, never expecting things to develop like this. Chapter 9. I want her to stay away from me. Seeing Fang Yu silent, Tang Mingda gave a look to Tang Si, who was standing behind Fang Yu. Tang Si immediately stepped forward. "Fourth uncle." "No." Tang Xiaoro's face changed greatly when she saw Tang Si wanting to take action against Fang Yu. Tang Si was a martial artist of the 8th stage of innate talent. Once he made a move, Fang Yu would surely be seriously injured. "Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Speak the truth. Who sent you here, and what is your purpose?" Tang Mingda asked with a frown. As a top-tier family, the Tang family had far too many enemies, both openly and secretly. For Tang Mingda, being able to expose one enemy was one less threat. Better to kill wrongly than let go. "I told the truth, but you don't believe me. What can I do?" Fang Yu spread his hands. Fang Yu's fearless demeanor completely infuriated Tang Mingda. "It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Tang Mingda's voice turned icy. Tang Si reached out to grab Fang Yu. "Stop. Cough." Just at that critical moment, an old voice came from upstairs, accompanied by a cough. "Grandpa." Tang Xiaoro shouted excitedly upon seeing the old master being pushed in a wheelchair by a servant at the top of the stairs. "I am willing to let brother Fang Yu treat me." The old master looked at Tang Mingda and said. Tang Mingda's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Dad, how can you be reckless about treatment? Not to mention whether this kid has ulterior motives. Just by his age, he cannot possibly be a doctor." "Mr. Tang is right. Old master, although you are in the late stage of lung cancer, you must not blindly trust some dubious people. Doing so is equivalent to giving up hope for survival. As long as you follow my chemotherapy plan and keep a relaxed mindset, your lifespan can be extended." Standing beside the old master was Chen Jingxin. a lung cancer expert invited from Yinqing by Tang Mingde. Dad, Dr. Chun is a professional. You should at least listen to him, right? Tang Mingde said. The old master shook his head and said, no matter how professional he is, he can only let me live for less than 3 months. I have personally witnessed Brother Fang Yu's abilities, and I am willing to believe him. Do not obstruct me any further. Tang Mingde wanted to say more. But seeing the old master's determined gaze, he swallowed his words. The old master's health was already very poor. He must not be angered any further. Dad, I agree to let Fang Yu take a look at you, but both Dr. Chun and I must be present. Tang Mingde said. This was his final bottom line. Brother Fang Yu, do you agree to this? The old master looked at Fang Yu and asked. No problem, the sooner the better. Fang Yu stretched and yawned. His lazy demeanor made Tang Mingde and the others very displeased. Even Tang Xiaoro began to have doubts in her heart. He seems too unreliable. A few minutes later, Fang Yu arrived at the old master's study on the 2nd floor. Fang Yu took a stool and sat in front of the old master. Tang Mingde and the others stood aside, about 5 meters away. Moreover, in addition to Tang Si, Tang Mingde had also called up 2 bodyguards to guard against any sudden moves from Fang Yu. Fang Yu grabbed the old master's right wrist to take his pulse. Seeing this, Chen Jingxin showed a look of disdain. The old master has lung cancer. What use is taking a pulse? Unfortunately, all Chen Jingxin saw was the surface. In reality, during the pulse-taking process, Fang Yu had already infused his true qi into the old master's pulse and allowed it to circulate through the old master's body to understand his health condition. Logically speaking, externalizing true qi could only be done by someone at the foundational stage or higher. However, Fang Yu was able to do it when he was at the 100th level of the qi refining stage. After 1 minute, Fang Yu withdrew his hand. The situation is not good. Hearing this, Chen Jingxin became even more disdainful. He had always looked down on traditional Chinese medicine, believing it to be pseudoscience. A group of old practitioners pretending to be mystical. Everything Fang Yu was doing only confirmed his views. Taking a pulse and then saying the situation is not good is something anyone can act out. Cough. Allow me to ask a few questions, kid. What did you see? What exactly is wrong? Can you explain it in detail? I would like to learn from you traditional Chinese medicine. Chen Jingxin spoke with sarcasm, his eyes full of disdain. Tang Xiaoro nervously looked at Fang Yu, fearing he wouldn't be able to explain himself. The cancer cells have spread throughout the body, especially near the spine. The reason the old master cannot walk is that the cancer cells have eroded his spine. Moreover, the old master should also be suffering from high blood pressure and mild cerebral infarction. Fang Yu spoke as if he had seen the old master's examination report, detailing all the old master's ailments. Chen Jingxin initially had a mocking expression, but as he listened, his face slowly changed to one of shock, and by the end, his eyes widened in disbelief. All the symptoms Fang Yu mentioned were correct, including some symptoms that had only recently appeared. Tang Xiaoro couldn't understand and looked at Tang Mingde, only to see Tang Mingde also stunned in place. How is this possible? Did someone leak the old master's examination report? Liang Rong shouted loudly. Tang Mingde came to his senses and looked at Fang Yu. His eyes filled with excitement beyond just shock. The situation Liang Rong described was impossible. The old master's complete examination report was personally kept by Tang Mingde in a safe. No one else could touch it except for the attending physician. Moreover, Fang Yu had also mentioned several symptoms that had only recently appeared in the old master. This young man really has skills. Your situation cannot be cured. At this moment, Fang Yu spoke again. The hope that had just ignited in Tang Mingde's eyes was instantly extinguished. Tang Xiaoro's eyes turned red. I said this kid is useless. He can identify the illness but cannot treat it. What use is he to you? Liang Rong mocked coldly from the side. Then how long can I live? The old master asked with difficulty. I will first give you acupuncture, then I will give you a prescription. If you can buy all the medicinal materials on the prescription and take them once a day, you should be able to live for about another 10 years. Fang Yu said. 10 years. The old master was stunned for a moment, then filled with ecstasy. He, who had been diagnosed by many doctors to have less than 3 months left, could actually live for another 10 years? Fang Yu, is what you said true? You're not joking, right? Tang Xiaoro asked with tears in her beautiful eyes. The premise is that you can gather all the medicinal materials on that prescription. Some of them should be quite rare now. Fang Yu said, this is definitely not a problem. No matter how rare, we will buy it. Mr. Fang Yu, please quickly give my father acupuncture. Tang Mingde said excitedly. An hour later, Fang Yu walked out of the old master's study. During the acupuncture process, Old Master Tang spat out a mouthful of blood, startling Tang Mingda and the others. However, this blood was a buildup of toxins from his body, and after expelling it, Old Master Tang felt much lighter, with a hint of color returning to his face. Chen Jingxin used professional instruments to measure Old Master Tang and found that his various dangerous health indicators had significantly decreased. At this point, Tang Mingda and the others completely believed in Fang Yu. It's worth noting that Old Master Tang had taken countless medications, yet none had the effectiveness of Fang Yu's acupuncture. Chen Jingxin found an excuse and left the Tang family in a hurry. Although Liang Rong still looked down on Fang Yu in her heart, she no longer dared to say much openly. After writing down the prescription, Fang Yu was about to leave. "Dr. Fang, please don't take my previous misunderstandings and rudeness to heart," Tang Mingda said sincerely. Fang Yu waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind. Tang Mingda then took out a check and handed it to Fang Yu. "Dr. Fang, here is a blank check. You can fill in any amount you want. This is your reward for treating my father. Actually, money isn't important. I just hope Tang Xiao won't forget the promise she made to me," Fang Yu said, looking at Tang Xiao beside him. "Haha, do you two have a deal on the side? That's good. You should communicate more with peers," Tang Mingda laughed. He knew that Fang Yu was a rare medical genius, and getting Tang Xiao closer to him would definitely be beneficial. "It's not really a deal. I just want her to stay away from me," Fang Yu replied. Chapter 10. Don't mess with me. After Fang Yu left, Tang Mingda looked at Tang Xiao with a strange expression. His daughter was very beautiful and had many suitors. But when it came to Fang Yu, she seemed to be avoiding him. "Sigh, it must be that Xiao, your spoiled attitude is making Dr. Fang dislike you." Tang Mingda sighed. "I'm not. It's Fang Yu who doesn't like trouble," Tang Xiao retorted angrily. Looking outside, Tang Mingda lamented. "I haven't seen such an outstanding young man in a long time. Calm, unpretentious, yet possessing extraordinary skills. Most importantly, he has an indifferent heart towards fame and fortune. When I gave him that check earlier, his calm and composed demeanor far exceeded his age. What kind of family can raise such a child? If I get the chance, I really want to meet his parents." After Tang Mingda finished speaking, he turned back to look at Tang Xiao and shook his head. "Both you and Fenger are still far behind compared to this Dr. Fang. You siblings need to keep working hard." Tang Xiao had never seen her father praise a young man so much. "Is this Fang Yu really that exceptional?" Humph. Tang Xiao felt a bit unconvinced. "I see that Fang Yu doesn't seem to dislike you either. You should communicate more with him and try to be friends. This guy is definitely not an ordinary person," Tang Mingda urged again. Fang Yu returned to the vegetable garden, wanting to pick some greens to take home. When he was about half a meter away from the garden, he noticed a series of shoe prints on the ground. Although the prints were shallow on the hard mountain road, Fang Yu could still tell there were at least 6 different types of shoe prints. This meant that about an hour ago, 6 people had walked towards the vegetable garden. This was unusual. Normally, no one would step into this small mountain. Damn it. Are they here to steal vegetables? With that thought, Fang Yu quickened his pace. Just as he reached the outskirts of the garden, several shadows flashed out from the side and instantly surrounded him. 6 gun barrels were aimed at Fang Yu. One of the men in black stepped forward with a smile on his face and said, "Friend, we just want to ask a few questions, and we hope you can answer truthfully." "All right, go ahead," Fang Yu said without a trace of panic on his face. "Is this vegetable garden yours?" The man in black asked. "Yes, it is." "Then were you near this vegetable garden at this time yesterday afternoon?" The man continued to ask. "Yes, I was." At this point, Fang Yu already knew why these people had come. "Did you see a woman yesterday afternoon?" The man in black squinted slightly. "I did," Fang Yu replied. The men in black exchanged glances, their eyes filled with murderous intent. "Did you save that woman?" The man's finger tightened on the trigger, ready to act at any moment. "Strictly speaking, I didn't save that woman. It was your companion who tried to kill me, and I acted in self-defense, killing them instead," Fang Yu said with a slight smile. "Thank you for your honesty. Goodbye." The man in front of him sneered coldly and pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet shot straight towards Fang Yu's forehead. The man in black was only about 10 meters away from Fang Yu, at such a short distance. No human could dodge it, but Fang Yu merely tilted his head slightly and avoided the bullet. "I told you that your companion was killed because he wanted to kill me. Why did you attack again?" Fang Yu's voice, like a ghost, drifted into the ears of each man in black. The 6 men in black were thrown into disarray, turning around to look for Fang Yu, but could not see him. Bang! The next second, one man in black let out a scream and flew out. "He is over here," another man shouted, and opened fire. Bang! The chaotic gunfire erupted, accompanied by a series of screams. In just 30 seconds, 5 of the 6 men in black fell to the ground, lifeless. The only one left standing was the one who had been asking questions earlier. After witnessing Fong Yu's ghostly skills, this man turned pale and trembled all over. He had encountered a monster. Run. You must escape. Otherwise, you won't survive. The man in black turned to flee but found Fong Yu standing right in front of him. Ah! The man in black shouted and raised his handgun to shoot at the close Fong Yu. Click! But the next second, his right hand holding the gun quickly separated from his body. The man in black screamed as he collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, filled with terror. I need to call for backup. I need to tell Miss Yang that this person is a monster. The man in black took an old-fashioned phone from his pocket with his left hand and dialed a number. Fong Yu quietly watched him. 3 seconds later, the call was answered. Just as the man in black was about to speak, Fong Yu snatched the phone away. Hello. The other side fell silent for a moment. The people you send have already been dealt with by me. I dislike trouble, so I hope this is the last time, Fong Yu said. Miss Yang, this person is not ordinary. You need to send brother by? The man in black shouted nearby, but before he could finish, Fong Yu kicked him in the chest, and he fell unconscious with a scream. What is your full name? Fong Yu asked into the phone. The other side remained silent. All right, if you want to say it. Forget it. Remember what I said. Don't come to mess with me again. With that, Fong Yu hung up the phone. Looking at the chaotic scene, Fong Yu rubbed his temples. What has been happening these past few days? The troubles encountered are more than in the previous 10 years combined. Yang family. Yang Yingzhu put down the phone, her delicate white hands trembling slightly. She and the Yang family had never been threatened like this before. Who exactly are you? Yang Yingzhu's red lips were like flames, and her black and white eyes exuded a terrifying killing intent. Today, she sent 6 elite members of the family, and they were completely wiped out. This was something she never dreamed would happen. In the past 2 days, she had already lost 8 elites in succession. Remembering the last words of the subordinate on the phone, Yang Yingzhu took out her phone and dialed a number. Have Baijian come find me. At the Central Hospital of Jianghai City, in the ward, Ji Rumei woke up from her coma and saw her parents sitting beside the hospital bed. Jiang Dongshan saw Ji Rumei wake up, and his suspended heart finally relaxed. Rumei, you're finally awake. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Beside him, his mother Wei Ling also had a worried expression. Dad, Mom, I'm fine, Ji Rumei replied. After confirming that Ji Rumei was physically all right, Jiang Dongshan's expression darkened, and he said, Rumei, are you sure the Yang family did this? I'm sure. The 2 assassins thought I would definitely die and exposed Yang Yingzhu, Ji Rumei said. Her brows slightly furrowed. The Yang family. Damn. Any past grievances were kept under the surface, but now they actually took action and wanted the life of my precious daughter. If I don't take revenge for this, I, Jiang Dongshan, am not worthy to be a father, Jiang Dongshan said angrily. After a while, Jiang Dongshan's emotions calmed down a bit, and he asked, Rumei, do you remember who saved you? This is a great benefactor of our Ji family, and we must repay him. Recalling Fong Yu's skills, Ji Rumei still felt a chill. I don't know his name, but he looked very young and was very strong. Those 2 assassins had guns but didn't even get the chance to shoot, Ji Rumei said. There's such a divine person? Isn't he stronger than your Uncle Wu? Jiang Dongshan said. Wu Ming was Jiang Dongshan's sworn brother, a martial artist of the innate 9th stage, with extraordinary strength. Ji Rumei shook her head and said, I don't know, but that person is indeed very powerful. Well, in any case, he is our benefactor, and we must find him to repay the life-saving grace, Jiang Dongshan said. The next day in class, Fong Yu sat in his seat, looking at Tang Xiaoro beside him. Hey, you should fulfill your promise, right? Fong Yu said. I'll go after class. What's the rush? Tang Xiaoro said unhappily. She also had her pride. Being looked down upon by a boy hurt her feelings. After class, Tang Xiaoro angrily left her seat and walked toward the office. Finally, she could get away from the center of attention and avoid others' gazes. Fong Yu took a deep breath. 5 minutes later, Tang Xiaoro returned, sitting beside Fong Yu with an unhappy expression. The director wouldn't let me switch, and I got scolded. Chapter 11. Hitting a brick wall. Fong Yu frowned, carefully observing Tang Xiaoro's expression, but he didn't find her lying. However, given Tang Xiaoro's background, how could the director refuse her request? Obviously, someone was sabotaging her. But these matters were not for Fong Yu to consider. I'll just say one thing. Your grandfather needs acupuncture once a week. If you don't fulfill your promise, I can stop anytime, Fang Yu said. I know. I'll definitely find a way to transfer as soon as possible. Tang Xiaorou's face turned red with anger. After saying that, she muttered softly, as if anyone wants to sit with you. During the break, Fang Yu wanted to go to the restroom, so he walked out the back door of the classroom. Just as he stepped out, a handsome, tall guy blocked his way. Hello, I'm looking for classmate Tang Xiaorou. Can you help me call her out? Fang Yu looked at him and found it a bit strange. Several people had walked out the back door before him without asking for help, yet he was stopped as soon as he stepped out. It seemed like he was specifically looking for him. I'm Yang Su, an old friend of Tang Xiaorou, the boy said with a sunny smile. Under this handsome and sunny smile, most people would certainly think that Yang Su was a very friendly and gentle person. Unfortunately, standing in front of Yang Su was Fang Yu, who had lived for nearly 5,000 years. Although he hid it well, Fang Yu still saw the malice and disdain in Yang Su's eyes. Fang Yu said nothing, turned around, and walked back to the classroom, patting Tang Xiaorou's shoulder and saying, Someone's looking for you at the back door. Tang Xiaorou was taken aback for a moment, but still stood up and followed Fang Yu out the back door. Upon seeing Yang Su, her expression immediately turned ugly. Fang Yu wanted to head to the restroom, but was blocked again by Yang Su. Fang Yu frowned, looking at Yang Su. Yang Su, what are you doing at school? Tang Xiaorou asked impatiently. I just returned from abroad and came to see you. Aren't you touched? I heard that as soon as you arrived at this school, you specifically requested to sit with this classmate Fang Yu. I'm just curious to see what your new deskmate is like, Yang Su said, still wearing a smile that could charm many girls. What does it have to do with you? Tang Xiaorou said angrily. Yang Su ignored her and turned to Fang Yu, shaking his head. So ordinary, really too ordinary. I can't think of any attractive qualities about him, really can't. After saying that, he turned his head back to Tang Xiaorou, squinting his eyes and saying, Of course. I guess you don't like him either, but I think it's necessary to remind you not to get too close to other boys, understand? Tang Xiaorou's face turned pale with anger as she said, Yang Su, who do you think you are? You can't control me. Of course, I can't control you. But I can control others. Yang Su sneered, glancing at Fang Yu. Go back to class, I'm leaving. Yang Su smiled slightly and turned to leave. After Yang Su left, Fang Yu looked at Tang Xiaorou, expressionless. I'm sorry, Yang Su is just a madman. I have nothing to do with him. He just keeps bothering me. But I've refused him many times, Tang Xiaorou said, feeling a bit flustered under Fang Yu's gaze. You need to get the transfer sorted out quickly, Fang Yu said, and turned to head toward the restroom. Tang Xiaorou stood there, gritting her teeth in anger. Tang Mingde had told her to communicate more with Fang Yu. But with Fang Yu's arrogant personality, it was simply impossible to communicate. When Fang Yu returned to the classroom, the class began to buzz with discussion again, and the surrounding students occasionally cast strange glances at him. Who is that guy? He's so handsome and looks really impressive. He seems to say his name is Yang Su, the second son of the powerful Yang family. He was sent abroad for further studies since he was young. Very impressive. The Yang family is really powerful. Even the leaders of our school have to show them great respect. No wonder he can come and go freely in our school. Fang Yu is done for this time. Provoking He Donglin is one thing, but now he has offended Yang Su, the second young master of the Yang family. Yeah, that's young Master Yang. His family background is on par with Tang Xiaorou's. But it's hard to say. Fang Yu hurt He Donglin so badly and still got away with it. Maybe. Hearing this, Jiang Yu, who was sitting in the front row of the classroom, sneered. Do you really think that Fang Yu has any background? Let me tell you. The reason he didn't get into trouble is because of Tang Xiaorou. This time, having offended Yang Su, who has an equally strong background. Tang Xiaorou won't be able to protect him either. I heard that Yang Su has a very powerful sister who dotes on him, Su Xiaona said from the side. Jiang Yu glanced at Fang Yu in the corner and coldly laughed. Let us see if this toad knows his place. If he takes the initiative to move, they might let him off. Otherwise, this matter won't end well. Let's just wait and see the show. With Fang Yu's keen hearing, he naturally heard these discussions clearly. But he wasn't going to get angry over these little kids. However, he gained a deeper understanding of Tang Xiaorou's ability to attract trouble for him. In just 2 short days of sitting together, Tang Xiaorou had inexplicably brought him so many enemies. At the same time, many people in the class were envious of him, while instead, they were mocking him. Fang Yu had kept a low profile for more than 2 years, yet in just 2 days, he became famous in the class. And if nothing unexpected happened, he would soon be known throughout the school. Moreover, this influence would be lasting. Even if Tang Xiaorou transferred classes now, these effects wouldn't disappear. It could even be anticipated that the mocking and ridicule in the class would only increase. Human nature is like this. Fang Yu had experienced it long ago. Forget it. Let it be. Since he couldn't stay low-key, then he wouldn't. After school in the afternoon, as Fang Yu was about to leave, Tang Xiaorou hurriedly asked, Fang Yu, about the prescription you wrote for my grandfather the other day, there are 2 types of herbs on it. We asked many large herbal shops, but they all said they don't have them. That's your problem. I've mentioned before that some herbs are very rare and hard to find. There's nothing I can do, Fang Yu replied, then left. Tang Xiaorou pouted and lowered her head to pack her books. Fang Yu walked home slowly as usual. A medium-sized truck was parked by the roadside, and Fang Yu walked past it on the sidewalk. In the driver's seat of the truck sat a bald, muscular man with tattooed arms, the same guy who was kicked to the ground by Fang Yu at the school gate yesterday, De Biao. Seeing Fang Yu, De Biao's eyes turned fierce. Yesterday, Fang Yu had kicked him away, injuring his abdomen and humiliating him. He had to take revenge personally. So, he endured the pain in his abdomen and asked He Wencheng to assign today's task to him. Staring at Fang Yu's back, De Biao picked up the walkie-talkie and said, Boss, that bastard has shown up. Okay, let us proceed as planned. I want that scum to be completely destroyed, He Wencheng said viciously. De Biao threw the walkie-talkie onto the passenger seat and tightly focused on Fang Yu's pace. Ahead was a traffic light, and according to Fang Yu's route home, he would definitely have to pass the crosswalk in front. At that moment, De Biao would floor the gas pedal and crash the truck into him. No matter how strong you are, can you withstand a truck? De Biao revealed a cruel smile. A minute later, Fang Yu reached the crosswalk, just as the light turned green, and slowly walked across. De Biao stepped on the gas. Thus, a 10-ton truck sped towards Fang Yu. Behind him, a beautiful teacher in a black uniform also wanted to cross the street. Hearing the roar of the engine, she turned around and saw a large truck racing towards the crosswalk, showing no signs of slowing down, even with a red light. The beautiful teacher turned pale with fear and saw Fang Yu already in the middle of the crosswalk. She screamed, Watch out! Get away! Bang! A loud metallic crash drowned out her scream. The wind from the passing truck tousled her hair. She watched as the truck sped ahead, leaving a black tire mark on the ground, her face turning white. A student from Jianghai High School had just been killed by a truck in front of her. The beautiful teacher's mind went blank, completely unaware that the truck's 4 rear tires were still screeching against the ground. However, despite the rear tires having full power, the truck could not move an inch. A dent appeared in the front of the truck. De Biao, sitting in the driver's seat, was injured in the head from the collision. At this moment, he frantically pressed the gas pedal and turned the steering wheel. What is going on? What is happening? De Biao's original plan was to run over Fang Yu and then speed away. But when the truck hit Fang Yu, it didn't feel like hitting a person, but rather like hitting a steel plate. And now his truck was stopped by this steel plate. Chapter 12. Fang Yu's predicament. If anyone saw the scene at the front of the truck, they would be shocked beyond words. A boy in a school uniform was extending his right palm, single-handedly pushing against the front of the truck. The dent in the truck's front showed just how powerful the collision had been. Fang Yu's expression was calm as he glanced down at his shoes. After skidding for over 10 meters, the soles of the canvas shoes he was wearing had vanished. However, if Fang Yu hadn't been wearing shoes, what had just happened wouldn't have been a collision, but an explosion. Fang Yu had been refining his body for a full 1,500 years, and his physical body had reached an indestructible level. A truck crashing into him was essentially no different from crashing into a mountain. Fang Yu had already sensed the presence of the truck and recognized De Biao, the driver, from yesterday. Fang Yu had intentionally allowed himself to be hit. This way, he had a reason to counterattack in self-defense. Boom. Fang Yu pushed forward with his right hand, and the 10-ton truck slid back several meters. He walked to the driver's side door, reached out, and pulled. Creak. The driver's door was forcibly opened by Fang Yu. De Biao, sitting in the driver's seat, was still frantically twisting the steering wheel and pressing the gas pedal, but the truck's power system had already failed. How is this possible? Seeing Fang Yu appear alive before him, De Biao's mind went blank. The events of the past minute had exceeded his comprehension. A person being hit by a speeding heavy truck, yet remaining unscathed, and single-handedly forcing the truck to stop? Is this human? This is something that only happens in movies or novels, right? The truck is broken. Fang Yu's voice snapped De Biao back to reality. You want to. De Biao didn't finish his sentence before Fang Yu pressed his head down and slammed it onto the steering wheel. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds accompanied De Biao's screams. Fang Yu noticed the walkie-talkie on the passenger seat, picked it up, and pressed the call button. 3 seconds later, He Wencheng's voice indeed came through. De Biao. Is the job done? I've arranged for the brothers to pick you up. Fan Yu didn't say anything. He just continued to slam De Biao's head down. De Biao's screams echoed through the walkie-talkie to the other end. He Wencheng was stunned for a moment, then shouted, "What is going on? De Biao, what happened?" De Biao's face was covered in blood, and his screams grew weaker until he fainted. Fan Yu took the walkie-talkie, and He Wencheng was still shouting on the other end. "Get over here in 20 minutes, or your underling is done for. Otherwise, get ready to collect his corpse," Fan Yu said calmly before turning off the walkie-talkie. Fan Yu looked at the dying De Biao, his eyes showing no emotion. After dealing with De Biao, Fan Yu jumped off the truck and immediately saw the beautiful teacher in a daze behind him. He recognized this beauty. She was Ding Ran, the English tutor from the neighboring Key class. Due to her outstanding appearance, Ding Ran was quite famous at Jianghai High School and considered the perfect goddess by many boys. Fan Yu had seen her several times in the corridor and heard countless mentions of her from the boys in class. What is she doing here? Did she see what just happened? Fan Yu frowned slightly and walked over. "Are you okay, classmate?" Ding Ran asked. Her cherry lips parted and her bright eyes filled with disbelief. "Ding tutor, I'm sorry." Fan Yu extended a finger and touched Ding Ran's forehead. Ding Ran trembled all over, and her eyes became vacant. "Go home, take a nap, and you'll be fine," Fan Yu said. "Go home." Ding Ran stared at Fan Yu. And 2 seconds later, she began to walk across the crosswalk. Fan Yu had used a small spell on Ding Ran. This spell was very simple and basically only effective on mortals. If all goes well, when Ding Ran returns home, she will take a nap and will not remember anything that just happened. Even if she has some memory, she will only regard it as a dream. After Ding Ran left, Fan Yu looked around and noticed 2 surveillance cameras near the intersection. The events that had just transpired were all recorded by the cameras. After thinking for a moment, Fan Yu took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hey Xiao Jiang, it's me. Do me a favor." When Fan Yu returned to the courtyard and was about to go upstairs, Yu Yaya ran out of her house and grabbed Fan Yu's hand. "Brother Fan Yu, my mom came back this morning. I told her about what happened a couple of days ago, and she said she wanted to thank you. Why don't you come to our house for dinner tonight?" "Sure, I haven't tasted Aunt Wang's cooking in a long time." Fan Yu readily agreed. He would never refuse food, no matter when. Yu Yaya's mother, Wang Yan, is a beautiful woman with excellent cooking skills. As early as when Yu Yaya was 10 years old, Wang Yan divorced Yu Chengya, who was addicted to gambling, and took on the responsibility of raising Yu Yaya alone. "Xiao Yu, sit for a moment. I'll have the food ready soon," Wang Yan said with a smile, peeking her head out of the kitchen while tying on an apron. "It's fine, no rush. It's me who's bothering you for a meal, Aunt Wang," Fan Yu replied. "Not a bother at all. I've heard from Yaya that if it weren't for your help that night." Wang Yan's expression darkened a bit as she bit her lip and didn't continue. "I'll cook first. You can have a cup of tea," Wang Yan said. "Huh, brother Fan Yu, why aren't you wearing shoes?" Yu Yaya suddenly noticed that Fan Yu was barefoot and asked curiously. "I stepped on a stone and broke the sole of my shoe, so I just tossed it," Fan Yu explained. "Did both feet step on it?" Yu Yaya asked, her eyes wide. "Yeah, my luck hasn't been great lately. I keep running into misfortunes." Fan Yu sighed lightly and said sincerely, "Let me give you some luck," Yu Yaya said, extending her small hand to gently pat Fan Yu's head. A few minutes later, Wang Yan brought the dishes to the table, a total of 4 dishes and a soup. Wang Yan's cooking skills are, of course, outstanding. Fan Yu has always believed that her culinary skills are on par with those of a hotel chef. During the meal, although Wang Yan was laughing and chatting, Fan Yu noticed a hint of sorrow hidden in her eyes. Considering that Wang Yan was treating him to dinner, Fan Yu was very willing to help her. But since she didn't speak up, he wouldn't deliberately ask. After dinner, Fan Yu returned to the 2nd floor. His home had a small living room and 2 rooms, one being a bedroom and the other a storage room. Passing by the storage room, Fan Yu caught a whiff of medicinal herbs and suddenly recalled what Tang Xiaoro had asked him today. Inside the storage room lay a pile of medicinal herbs brought back from the northwest, which Xia Xiuji had planted outside the grass house. These herbs are all extremely rare varieties, many of which have disappeared from the market. It can be said that these herbs are truly priceless. However, Fan Yu had carelessly tossed them in the storage room like garbage. If Xia Xiuji knew how Fan Yu treated his hard work, he would probably be furious. There should be some herbs in here that aren't on that prescription, Fan Yu thought as he looked at the herbs in the storage room. Forget it. Help those in need. Besides, the Tang family even offered a reward. I'll let that girl come by tomorrow to pick them up. Late at night, Fan Yu lay in bed, eyes wide open, contemplating several issues. At his level of cultivation, it was quite difficult to make further progress. Although he was still in the Qi refining stage, he was at the 832nd level. As early as 2,000 years ago, Fang Yu could no longer rely solely on cultivating mind techniques and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enhance his cultivation. To break through levels, he had to rely on other methods. In the last 2,000 years, the most efficient method Fang Yu had adopted was to swallow the inner cores of demon beasts whole. With this method, he had broken through from the 5,000th level of the Qi refining stage to over 9,000 levels. However, now, with the depletion of spiritual energy on Earth, the number of surviving demon beasts had drastically decreased. In the last 100 years, Fang Yu had only found a handful. Now his cultivation had completely stagnated, stuck at the 832nd level for quite some time. Fang Yu believed that as long as he could break through to the 999th level of the Qi refining stage and reach the 10,000th level, he could seamlessly enter the foundation establishment stage. At that point, his ultimate dream of cultivating for thousands of years would be realized. But unexpectedly, just as he was nearing the 10,000th level, the demon beasts on Earth were almost extinct. Now, he had to either find other efficient methods of cultivation or search the world for the few remaining demon beasts. Forget it. I won't think about it. I have plenty of time, so I'll take it slow, Fang Yu thought to himself. Fang Yu closed his eyes, preparing to sleep. But just then, he heard a suppressed sobbing sound coming from downstairs. Chapter 13, One-on-One, Yang Su's Provocation. It was already 1 a.m., and it was very quiet outside. Hearing a woman's crying at this time would generally send shivers down anyone's spine, thinking they had encountered a supernatural event. But Fang Yu knew it was Wang Yan crying downstairs. During dinner, Fang Yu had noticed the sorrow hidden in Wang Yan's eyes. Perhaps to avoid worrying Yu Yaya, she only dared to cry out in the middle of the night. It was clear that Wang Yan was facing tremendous difficulties. Wang Yan is a good person. After Fang Yu moved here, Wang Yan, seeing him all alone, often invited him to eat together, and sometimes when she bought fruits and snacks, she would have Yu Yaya deliver them to him. Although Fang Yu is indifferent by nature, he is certainly not cold-blooded. Moreover, Wang Yan is a very nice neighbor. Therefore, Fang Yu decided to ask Wang Yan what difficulties she was facing during the day. In the morning, there was a physical education class. The physical education class for the third-year students was essentially a way for the students, who had been buried in study, to relax a bit and engage in free activities on the playground. Most students would choose various ball games or running, while a few lazy ones, like Fang Yu and Lu Pengzi, would go to the convenience store to buy an ice cream and sit on a bench next to the school's basketball court, chatting while eating their ice cream. At the basketball court where Fang Yu and Lu Pengzi were, there were only a few people shooting hoops at first, but a few minutes later, someone suddenly arrived. It was none other than Yang Su, who had met Fang Yu the day before. Wow! Isn't that the young master of the Yang family? Why is he at our school? Lu Pengzi exclaimed upon seeing him. He then glanced at Fang Yu. Recalling the rumors that had spread throughout the entire grade the day before, Yang Su was unhappy that Fang Yu was sitting next to Tang Xiaorou, and he had directly confronted Fang Yu to warn him. Since Lu Pengzi had been sleeping at the time, he was unaware of the truth of the matter. Hey, Fang Yu, is what happened yesterday true? Is he really the young master of the Yang family? Lu Pengzi was just about to ask Fang Yu, but at that moment, a scream erupted from the side of the basketball court. Yang Su had taken off his shirt, revealing his muscular chest and abs. The girls present immediately screamed. Yang Su was already tall, strong, and handsome, with a prominent family background. Such a perfect person, after just a brief appearance yesterday, quickly spread throughout the campus. Without a doubt, he had become the idol of every girl, a true Prince Charming. Many girls had long wanted to see this legendary handsome guy in person. Now, not only had they seen him, but they were also witnessing such an explosive scene. How could they possibly control themselves? Yang Su picked up a basketball from the sideline, dribbled it, and with a small run near the free throw line, jumped high and dunked effortlessly. Wow! This dunk once again caused a gasp from the crowd, including boys who shouted out loud. Jumping from near the free throw line to dunk, even in professional circles, not many players could do that. But Yang Su managed it and looked so effortless. My God, he can jump so high and so far. Yeah, he's even better than those players. Hee. You guys probably don't know, but Yang Su has been practicing martial arts since childhood and was sent out for special training. Now it seems he is some innate martial artist. A few boys beside Fang Yu were discussing. Innate martial artist? Hearing this term, Lu Pengzi was so excited that the flesh on his face trembled. He turned to Fang Yu and said, Fang Yu, if you really have any conflicts with him, you should hurry up and apologize. An innate martial artist is not someone to mess with. Fang Yu smiled slightly when he met Yang Su yesterday. He already knew that Yang Su was an innate martial artist at the 5th stage, equivalent to the 5th level of Qi refining. In front of Fang Yu, who was at the 832nd level of Qi refining, this level of cultivation was practically negligible. However, for an ordinary person, especially someone Yang Su's age, it was indeed impressive. At this moment, more and more people were gathering around Yang Su, most of whom were girls. Every time Yang Su scored a basket, it would trigger a round of screams from this group of girls. Tang Xiaoro was walking on the track with her good friend Zhao Shuang'er from the Qi class. Xiaoro, hurry up and transfer back to our class. I'm really bored without you, Zhao Shuang'er said while pulling Tang Xiaoro's hand. I want to transfer back too. But the last time I applied for a class change, the head teacher rejected me and scolded me. Tang Xiaoro replied helplessly. What? He dares to scold you? Go home and tell your dad. Let him call. I don't believe the head teacher can be that arrogant, Zhao Shuang'er said angrily. Then, as if she thought of something, Zhao Shuang'er looked at Tang Xiaoro suspiciously and said, It can't be that a mere head teacher dares to reject your request. I think you just don't want to change classes and are looking for an excuse to brush me off. Honestly, Xiaoro, do you really think that Fang Yu is not bad? You, what nonsense are you talking about? Tang Xiaoro's face turned red as she retorted. Humph. Look at your nervous reaction. It seems I hit the nail on the head, Zhao Shuang'er said, narrowing her eyes slightly. At this moment, they heard a series of screams coming from the nearby basketball court. What is happening? Why are there so many people over there? Tang Xiaoro changed the subject and asked. Zhao Shuang'er looked at the basketball court and immediately saw Yang Su, her eyes lighting up as she said, It seems to be the young master of the Yang family. Didn't he come looking for you yesterday? Why is he here playing basketball again today? Let us go take a look. Upon hearing the name Yang Su, Tang Xiaoro felt a wave of disgust and didn't want to go forward at all. But Zhao Shuang'er pulled her towards the basketball court, and she couldn't break free. As more and more people gathered around, Fang Yu sensed trouble approaching. Let us go, it's too noisy here. Fang Yu patted Lu Pengzi's shoulder and stood up. Just then, Yang Su suddenly walked over. Damn, slow down a bit. What a coincidence, Fang Yu, Yang Su said with his signature sunny smile. He said this on purpose. He came all the way here just to confront Fang Yu. Of course, Fang Yu knew it wasn't a coincidence. Yang Su was indeed here for him. Is there something? Fang Yu asked. Not much, just saw you sitting here so bored and wanted to play a game of basketball with you, Yang Su said. Upon hearing Yang Su's words, the surrounding students became excited. Given yesterday's rumors, there was sure to be a good show today. Yang Su was clearly set on giving Fang Yu a hard time. Fang Yu was in big trouble now. I don't know how to play basketball, Fang Yu replied. No way. A man can't even play basketball? Yang Su's lips curled into a mocking smile. Laughter erupted around them. Young Master Yang is inviting you to play basketball. It's a favor to you. I suggest you play, otherwise, with so many people watching, do you want to be a laughingstock? A boy beside Yang Su said. Yeah. Don't be scared, just go for it. A group of onlookers began to cheer. The girls looked at Fang Yu with disdain. They looked down on such a timid boy. Tang Xiaoro and Zhao Shuang'er arrived at the outskirts of the crowd and happened to witness this scene. Oh, Xiaoro. It seems like your desk mate is in trouble, Zhao Shuang'er said with a smile. Tang Xiaoro didn't expect Yang Su to come to school again and cause trouble for Fang Yu in front of so many people. She didn't know what to do for a moment. No, I have to stop Yang Su. With that thought, Tang Xiaoro tried to squeeze into the crowd. But Zhao Shuang'er pulled her back and said, Xiaoro, don't get involved, or the rumors about you and Fang Yu will be confirmed. It's better to stand here and watch the show. It will also let me see what your desk mate is capable of. Seeing Tang Xiaoro's anxious expression, a glint of excitement flashed in Zhao Shuang'er's eyes. Don't worry, with so many people watching, young Master Yang won't do anything too extreme, Zhao Shuang'er added. That is not necessarily true. Tang Mingde once told Tang Xiaoro that the Yang family people are all crazy and it's best not to provoke them. Just as Tang Xiaoro was anxiously thinking, on the basketball court, Yang Su smiled, holding the basketball, and suddenly pushed it forward. With such a sudden move, if someone reacted slowly, they would definitely get hit in the face by the basketball. But Fang Yu easily caught the basketball with one hand. Want to shoot a few? Fang Yu asked. Seeing Fang Yu easily block this shot, a hint of surprise flashed in Yang Su's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Let's play 3 shots, Yang Su said with a bright smile. Fang Yu actually accepted Yang Su's challenge. The atmosphere on the basketball court became exceptionally lively, and some people even started clapping. What a brave warrior. Tang Xiaoro stomped her feet in frustration. Why did he agree? Yang Su definitely won't let him off easily. Chapter 14. Handsome. Yang Su was about 1.9 meters tall, towering over Fang Yu by about half a head. Moreover, his build looked much sturdier than Fang Yu's. With such a disparity in physical ability, there was no need to compare basketball skills. Just based on their bodies, Yang Su could easily overpower Fang Yu. It's a bit boring to just one-on-one. There has to be a punishment. Yang Su smiled slightly and tossed the ball into Fang Yu's hands. What punishment? Fang Yu asked. The loser has to do 100 push-ups in front of everyone, and everyone present will supervise. You can't leave until you finish. What do you think? Yang Su asked with a smile that hit a knife. No problem, Fang Yu nodded. Laughter erupted around them. Wasn't Fang Yu just looking for trouble? Losing would mean doing 100 push-ups. With his physique, could he even manage that? Subsequently, the surrounding girls became cheerleaders, shouting in unison, Yang Su, go for it. Yang Su, go for it. Almost everyone supported Yang Su, making Fang Yu seem quite lonely. Yang Su had already noticed Tang Xiaoro at the edge of the crowd, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. Today, I'll let you see the difference between your deskmate and me. Tang Xiaoro bit her red lip, watching the emotionless Fang Yu, feeling very nervous. She knew Fang Yu couldn't possibly win. She just hoped he wouldn't confront Yang Su head-on. Otherwise, with Yang Su's temperament, he would definitely make a move on Fang Yu. Fang Yu held the ball with both hands, looking at the hoop not far away. He wasn't lying. He really didn't know how to play basketball that well. However, he knew that as long as he threw the basketball into the hoop, it would count as a score. Isn't that simple? Fang Yu grabbed the ball with one hand and was about to throw it towards the hoop. Yang Su stood with his hands on his hips, showing no intention of defending. Ha ha, look at Fang Yu's shooting posture. He really doesn't know how to play basketball. Someone laughed. Yeah, it's too ridiculous. Look, young Master Yang doesn't even bother to defend, another added. So boring. The onlookers booed, expressing their disdain for Fang Yu. Fang Yu didn't care at all, and threw the ball. Swish. The basketball went through the net. The people who were booing were stunned. What the heck? He can score by throwing randomly? His luck is too good. Yang Su raised an eyebrow and said, not bad luck. And then what? Is it my turn to defend you now? Fang Yu asked. That's right. But from now on, you won't have another chance to shoot. Yang Su said with a cold smile, moving to the three-point line and switching positions with Fang Yu. Yang Su, go for it. Seeing Yang Su with the ball, the cheers erupted again. Yang Su looked at Fang Yu in front of him, his eyes filled with coldness. He was going to humiliate Fang Yu thoroughly. And the ways to humiliate an opponent on the basketball court were generally two. One was to dunk over them, and the other was to ignore their defense and score. Yang Su knew he had the advantage in physique, so he intended to use his body to teach Fang Yu a lesson. Slap, slap, slap. Yang Su started dribbling, and then suddenly accelerated, breaking to the left. His shoulder was braced in front, and as long as Fang Yu dared to come up and defend, he would definitely be knocked away. Fang Yu indeed approached, and stood in front of Yang Su. Seeking death, Yang Su sneered, while gathering strength in his shoulder. With his innate strength at the 5th stage, this shoulder charge would send Fang Yu to bed for at least a week. But this was Fang Yu's own choice. However, when Yang Su charged with all his might, he hit nothing but air. At the same time, he felt his right hand, which was dribbling the basketball, become lighter. The basketball had been snatched away. How is that possible? Yang Su turned his head and found that Fang Yu had indeed grabbed the basketball. A gasp arose from the surroundings. No one expected that while Yang Su was breaking through like a fierce tiger, Fang Yu could actually steal the ball from him. Damn it! Yang Su felt extremely humiliated, especially as Fang Yu looked at him with a smirk. Fang Yu picked up the basketball with one hand again, ready to shoot. Yang Su had said that he would never give Fang Yu a chance to shoot, so he immediately used all his strength and lunged at Fang Yu, jumping very high. If Fang Yu shot, there was no doubt it would be blocked. But Fang Yu was not in a hurry at all. Seeing Yang Su jump, he calmly took a step to the right and threw the ball. Swish! Another basket. The surroundings fell silent. Everyone was stunned. If the first shot was luck, what about the second? Both were nothing but net. Moreover, Fang Yu had stolen the ball from Yang Su and faked him into jumping. Does Fang Yu really not know how to play basketball? Although his shooting posture was quite strange, it was obvious that he could play basketball, and he was quite skilled. At this moment, Yang Su was furious, his eyes turning sharp. Not only had he been stolen from, but he had also been toyed with by Fang Yu. With so many people watching, It was incredibly humiliating. Yang Su cared most about his face and dignity. This was the final shot. Fang Yu threw the ball into Yang Su's hands. Yang Su gripped the ball and began to dribble. This time, he was determined to knock Fang Yu away and also make the shot. Taking advantage of Fang Yu not having set up a defense yet, Yang Su ran directly and jumped near the free throw line. This shot, he was going to dunk. The shorter Fang Yu could not block him at all. Wow. Yang Su is angry. He is going to dunk. Some boys shouted excitedly. The girls looked at Yang Su soaring through the air with starry eyes. But Fang Yu jumped vertically in the path of Yang Su's flight. He seemed to exert little effort but jumped to the same height as Yang Su. This time you can't dodge. Yang Su gritted his teeth, his whole body tense, his power reaching its peak. His brain was filled with anger. He didn't care about the consequences of his actions. Even if he injured Fang Yu severely or even killed him, so what? With the Yang family backing him, Yang Su wouldn't have to bear any consequences. Fang Yu reached out and directly pressed down on the basketball in Yang Su's right hand. Yang Su gritted his teeth, using all his strength to try to push the basketball into the hoop. But despite using all his strength, he couldn't push the ball any further. Instead, after this clash, his own strength was completely drained, like throwing a punch with all his might into cotton, which felt quite uncomfortable. Bang! Yang Su lost his balance in midair and fell hard to the ground. Meanwhile, Fang Yu easily grabbed the basketball and leisurely walked beyond the three-point line, taking another shot. Swish! The third shot went in. 3-0. Yang Su, complete defeat. The basketball court was incredibly quiet, everyone wide-eyed, looking at the calm Fang Yu and the grim-faced Yang Su. They never dreamed that Yang Su would lose, and in such a lopsided manner. Yang Su didn't T-score a single point. Even Tang Xiaoro at this moment was covering her mouth, staring blankly at Fang Yu. Zhao Shuanger, seeing Yang Su sitting on the ground, flashed a hint of pity in her eyes. Looking at Fang Yu, there was a flicker of blame. Student Yang, do 100 push-ups. Take your time. Fang Yu left this remark and turned to leave the court. The surrounding students consciously made way for Fang Yu. His performance had completely stunned everyone present. Some girls even secretly admired him, with hearts in their eyes. Why do I suddenly feel like Fang Yu has become handsome? Lu Fati hurriedly caught up with Fang Yu, his excited chubby face turning red as he asked, Fang Yu, you've been hiding pretty deep. Usually we don't see you play basketball, but when you do, you actually bullied the young master of the Yang family. I really don't know how to play basketball that well. I just can throw the ball into the basket, Fang Yu replied. Haha, don't be modest. After today, you'll be famous throughout the school. You'll be the star of the school. You didn't see how many girls were secretly sending you flirtatious looks just now. TSK TSK. Lu Fati said with a lewd smile. Fang Yu sighed. As Lu Fati said, after today, he really couldn't keep a low profile anymore. Well, my master once said, let nature take its course. I don't need to deliberately keep a low profile, nor do I need to show off. Just let things happen naturally, Fang Yu thought. After gym class, when Fang Yu returned to the classroom, he inevitably attracted unusual looks from his classmates. Fang Yu didn't mind these gazes. However, Tang Xiaoro, sitting next to him, leaned over to stare at him, which made him have to pay attention. They were desk mates, already close together. And now with Tang Xiaoro leaning in, her face was less than 10 centimeters from Fang Yu's. Clearly, you have developed a curiosity about me. From what I understand, most initial stages of love are sparked by curiosity. So, I suggest you extinguish your curiosity about me as soon as possible. Fang Yu turned to look directly at Tang Xiaoro and said, Chapter 15, The Terrifying Gaze. Why you? What are you talking about? Who is curious about you? Tang Xiaoro's face flushed visibly, and she shrank back her head. Fang Yu glanced at her and said, Yesterday you mentioned that there are 2 types of medicinal herbs that can't be bought. What are those 2? Oh, it's these 2 types. I saved them in my phone's memo. Tang Xiaoro was flustered by Fang Yu's earlier words, and for a moment her reaction became sluggish. She took out her phone, opened the memo, and placed it in front of Fang Yu. Crescent moon flower and 9-star grass. We asked dozens of herbal shops, and they all said they hadn't heard of these 2 herbs, Tang Xiaoro said softly, looking at Fang Yu. Fang Yu thought for a moment and said, I might have these 2 herbs at home. Come with me to get them after school today. Really? That's great. Tang Xiaoro exclaimed, her dark eyes shining brightly. But I have a request. From now until the end of school this afternoon, you must not look at me again, Fang Yu said. What kind of request is that? Not looking is not looking. Who wants to look at you? Tang Xiaoro huffed and turned her head away. Fang Yu rested his head on the desk, closing his eyes to relax. After school in the afternoon, Tang Xiao followed Fang Yu out of the school gate. Where is your home? Let fourth uncle take us there? Tang Xiao asked. Fang Yu shook his head, saying, I prefer to walk home. All right then, I'll go tell fourth uncle. Tang Xiao said as she jogged towards the parked Mercedes. Hearing Tang Xiao say she was going to Fang Yu's house and that she didn't need his company, Tang Si immediately felt a bit uneasy. Although Fang Yu's medical skills had won the trust of Tang Mingda, when it came to Tang Xiao's safety, Tang Si had to be vigilant. Moreover, Fang Yu's behavior was quite strange. He could obviously take the car, yet he insisted on walking. Was he plotting something? Miss, I need to consult the master, Tang Si said. Fourth uncle, why tell dad about such a small matter? Later, when I bring the medicinal herbs home, I can give him a surprise. Tang Xiao intervened. After saying that, fearing Fang Yu would get impatient waiting, she added, Fourth uncle, let's leave it at that. I'm going now. Miss Tang Si still wanted to call out to Tang Xiao, but Tang Xiao had already run far away. After thinking for a moment, Tang Si decided to drive and follow Fang Yu and Tang Xiao. This way, if Fang Yu had ulterior motives, Tang Si would have time to step in and save her. At this moment, Yang Su, who was originally waiting at the school gate to take Tang Xiao out for dinner after school, was also looking for a reason to salvage his image in Tang Xiao's heart due to what happened earlier. However, he saw Tang Xiao running towards Fang Yu and then leaving with him. Seeing this scene, Yang Su's expression turned very ugly. He had clearly warned Fang Yu to stay away from Tang Xiao, but Fang Yu not only ignored his warning, but also made him lose face that morning. Damn it, Fang Yu, I will make you pay for this. Yang Su glared at Fang Yu's back with a fierce gaze. Yang Su. A pretty girl saw Yang Su and approached him with excitement in her eyes. This girl was Zhao Shuanger, a good friend of Tang Xiao. He often saw her when he went to find Tang Xiao, and they were somewhat familiar with each other. Yang Su turned his head to see Zhao Shuang. His expression slightly softened as he asked, What's up? It's nothing. We are old friends, right? It's been so long since we last met. Can't we just say hello? Zhao Shuanger smiled, her eyes shining as she looked at Yang Su. Yang Su had been around for a long time and was already a master in the dating scene. He knew that Zhao Shuanger had a crush on him. However, Yang Su had played with too many women. Although Zhao Shuanger was good-looking, compared to the women he had been with before, she could only be considered average. But at this moment, looking at Zhao Shuanger, Yang Su suddenly thought about how good Tang Xiao and Zhao Shuanger's relationship seemed to be. Thus, a thought was born in Yang Su's mind. The weather is nice today. Are you interested in going out for a meal together? Yang Su asked. Zhao Shuanger widened her eyes, pointing at herself, and asked, Are you talking to me? Yes. Yang Su nodded with a smile. Of course I'm interested. Zhao Shuanger was so happy that she almost jumped up. Yang Deshao actively inviting her to dinner. This was something that many socialites dreamed of. Okay, wait a moment. I will have someone bring my supercar over. Yang Su said as he took out his phone. Zhao Shuanger nodded vigorously, standing in place, looking at Yang Su with admiration. Fang Yu and Tang Xiao were walking on the road, maintaining a distance of about 1 meter, with Tang Xiao behind. Throughout the journey, the two did not communicate, and the atmosphere was a bit strange. After passing 4 traffic lights, Fang Yu led Tang Xiao into an urban village. Tang Xiao had rarely been to such places in her life. How far is your home? Tang Xiao asked. Not far, just a few minutes walk, Fang Yu replied. Just as Fang Yu and Tang Xiao turned into a small road, a van drove up beside them and stopped. The door opened, and several shirtless thugs jumped out, clearly targeting Fang Yu as they charged at him. Fang Yu easily dodged their attacks. Meanwhile, 3 more vans entered the small road, and dozens of people got out of them as well. Without saying a word, they rushed towards Fang Yu. A middle-aged man got out of one of the vans and coldly stared at Fang Yu in the crowd. This person was He Wenxing. Donglin Dabi. Today I will personally take revenge for you. I will break this kid's arms and legs and make him kowtow to you for forgiveness. Bang, bang, bang. In the crowd, sounds of collisions and screams erupted. Under the attacks, Fang Yu remained calm, casually dodging each strike while countering with punches and kicks against those who charged at him. Tang Xiao, standing behind Fang Yu, was already scared out of her wits. She had grown up under the protection of the Tang family and had never seen such a scene. One of the thugs, regardless of the target, swung his weapon towards Tang Xiao's forehead. Tang Xiao's beautiful eyes widened in terror, unable to dodge in time. Clang! Fang Yu blocked the blow with his right arm, producing a loud metallic sound. The thug's weapon broke in an instant. The thug was left stunned. At this moment, he only wanted to escape, to go home. But Fang Yu did not give him that chance and kicked him. Uft! The thug spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward over 10 meters, collapsing on the ground. He Wensheng, who was originally confident, began to panic as he saw his subordinates falling one after another. He knew Fang Yu was skilled, but did not expect him to be this strong. He had brought quite a few thugs today, and now half of them were already down. He Wensheng felt his legs weaken and hurried back to the van, wanting to drive away. Fang Yu glanced around, grabbed a thug in front of him, and threw him towards the van. Crash! The thug crashed into the front of the van, shattering the windshield. He Wensheng was so scared that he trembled all over, stepping on the gas, trying to start the vehicle. Fang Yu threw another thug over, directly tossing him into the driver's seat. A distorted face appeared in front of He Wensheng, causing him to scream in horror. Fang Yu walked to the side of the van, yanked the door open, and dragged He Wensheng out of the van. He Wensheng was like a weak chicken in Fang Yu's grip. "You are He Wensheng?" Fang Yu asked. Upon meeting Fang Yu's cold gaze, He Wensheng trembled all over. "I won't dare again. I won't dare again. Please spare me," He Wensheng cried, completely broken down, snot and tears streaming down his face. Fang Yu threw He Wensheng to the ground. He Wensheng immediately got up, kneeling and kowtowing to Fang Yu while continuing to cry, "Please spare me. You have a lot of grace." "What happened?" A voice came from behind. "Miss, are you okay?" Tang Si, who had been following in his car, arrived late. "Fourth uncle. I'm fine. You should go check on Fang Yu," Tang Xiaoro said, her eyes slightly red. Although she wasn't injured, she was quite frightened. Seeing the more than 20 thugs lying on the ground, bloodied and in disarray, Tang Si was shocked. "Where's Fang Yu?" Tang Si turned his head and saw Fang Yu not far ahead, stepping on He Wensheng's face. Feeling Tang Si's gaze, Fang Yu turned his head and locked eyes with him. Tang Si felt his heart suddenly contract, a sense of suffocation washing over him. He had never seen such a terrifying gaze in his life. Chapter 16. I am actually the richest man in the 9 provinces. Fang Yu's eyes were hollow, yet contained endless coldness. It was unimaginable that this was the gaze of a young man under 20. Fang Yu quickly turned away. He Wensheng trembled all over, begging for mercy, his pants soaked with a large area of wetness. Fang Yu's expression was emotionless as he kicked He Wensheng's right knee. He didn't seem to use much force, but He Wensheng's face turned red from the pain as he hugged his knee and screamed miserably. "Remember this lesson. If there's a next time, I won't be kicking your legs, but your neck," Fang Yu said coldly. After saying that, he turned around, looked at Tang Xiaoro, and said, "Let's go, my house is just ahead." As for the astonished Tang Si, Fang Yu ignored him. He had already known that Tang Si was following him in the car. Tang Xiaoro responded and suddenly remembered something, turning to Tang Si and asking, "Fourth uncle, how did you end up here?" "I was worried about the young lady's safety, so I followed," Tang Si replied. "Oh, then you can drive over. I'll go get the medicine, and then we'll leave together," Tang Xiaoro said before jogging to catch up with Fang Yu. Tang Si looked at the more than 20 thugs lying on the ground, unable to get up. His eyes filled with shock. As a practitioner of innate 8th-stage martial arts, he was already considered a master. He believed he could handle an attack from 20 thugs armed with weapons, but it was impossible to do so without a scratch. Yet Fang Yu had achieved it, and appeared quite relaxed. In the brief 2 minutes from when Tang Si discovered the incident, parked the car, got out, and ran to the small road, Fang Yu had already knocked down over 20 of his followers. What immense strength! Coupled with the look Fang Yu had unintentionally revealed just now, this person is definitely not ordinary. Tang Xiaoro caught up with Fang Yu, glanced at his right arm, and whispered, "Fang Yu, is your arm okay? Should we go to the hospital?" "I'm fine," Fang Yu replied. "How could you be fine?" Tang Xiaoro said anxiously. Just now, Fang Yu had blocked a blow for her, breaking the weapon. How could his arm possibly be fine? "I said I'm fine, so I'm fine," Fang Yu said lightly, looking at Tang Xiaoro. Tang Xiaoro wanted to say more, but she was afraid of upsetting Fang Yu and not being taken to get medicine, so she ultimately kept silent. Walking behind Fang Yu, Tang Xiaoro closely watched his back, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Recalling Fang Yu's heroic stance against the crowd just now, her heart raced a little. He's about my age. How can he be so powerful? Tang Xiaoro bit her lip, thinking to herself. 3 minutes later, Fang Yu brought Tang Xiaoro to the front of a small, dilapidated building with a yard. "You live here?" Tang Xiaoro looked up at the rundown building with the yard. "I live on the 2nd floor, Fang Yu said, leading her upstairs. Opening the door to his home, Fang Yu walked straight to the storage room, while Tang Xiaoro curiously looked around. To be honest, Fang Yu's home was very simple. The living room was spacious but lacked furniture, and there wasn't even a television. How does Fang Yu usually entertain himself here? Come here. Just as Tang Xiaoro was puzzled, Fang Yu's voice came. She hurried over and, upon reaching the door of the storage room, was greeted by a refreshing herbal fragrance. Then, Tang Xiaoro saw that the storage room was filled with herbs. Fang Yu was rummaging through the pile of herbs as if digging through trash for the 9-star grass. In reality, every herb in that pile was a priceless treasure. A minute later, Fang Yu handed a 9-star grass and a moonflower to Tang Xiaoro. Dry them and grind them into powder. Then brew the medicine according to the dosage in my prescription, Fang Yu instructed. Okay, I got it. Tang Xiaoro held the 2 herbs. Her excited little face flushed. With these 2 herbs, Grandpa's life can be extended by 10 years. Thank you, Fang Yu, Tang Xiaoro said sincerely. Fang Yu not only saved Grandpa's life, but had also blocked a blow for her with his arm. In fact, you're not as cold as you appear. You're really a good person. Tang Xiaoro looked at Fang Yu, her jewel-like eyes sparkling. This look suddenly reminded Fang Yu of a woman from many years ago, who also liked to look at him with such eyes. Fang Yu hated this inexplicable memory that surfaced, and he quickly shook his head, saying to Tang Xiaoro, "You should go. I'm not going to keep you for dinner." This sentence completely ruined the atmosphere. Who wants to eat at your house? Humph. Tang Xiaoro stomped her foot and turned to leave. But after taking 2 steps, she turned back and asked, Fang Yu, didn't my dad give you a check that day? Why are you still living in a place like this? Do you know where the most luxurious and largest mansion in Jiuzhou is? Fang Yu asked. Tang Xiaoro shook her head. No, it's number 101, Yinqing. That mansion is dozens of times larger than your house, with mountain springs and gardens. It has everything you can imagine. But that mansion has been uninhabited for over 100 years, Fang Yu said. Are you saying you want to buy that mansion? That could be very expensive, Tang Xiaoro said with wide eyes. No, I mean, I am the owner of that mansion, and I haven't lived there for a long time. Fang Yu smiled. After Tang Xiaoro left, Fang Yu thought about going to water the vegetable garden. Just as he was about to go out, he heard footsteps downstairs and suddenly remembered Wang Yan's suppressed sobs from last night. Based on Fang Yu's experience over the years, in today's society, when people encounter difficulties, it's usually 95 due to money. In other words, money can solve most problems. And for Fang Yu, money is the easiest thing to obtain in this world. So, Fang Yu went back to his room, took out a stack of cash from the drawer of his desk, which was about 100,000. As for where this money came from, Fang Yu had already forgotten. He stuffed the stack of cash into his pocket, went downstairs, and knocked on Wang Yan's door. Coming. Wang Yan walked out of the bathroom, rubbing her hair dry with a towel. She must have just washed her hair. Xiaoyu, it's you. Wang Yan smiled and opened the door, letting Fang Yu in. Recently, Zhanghai Middle School is having its anniversary, right? Yaya has a program that needs rehearsal. So she only gets home at 6:30, and I haven't cooked dinner early, Wang Yan said, thinking Fang Yu was here to mooch a meal. Aunt Wang, I'm not hungry. I'm here today to ask if you've encountered any difficulties recently, Fang Yu said straightforwardly. Difficulties? Wang Yan's expression changed slightly. Then she shook her head and forced a smile, saying, Xiaoyu, I don't have any difficulties. I heard you crying last night, Fang Yu said. You heard wrong. Xiaoyu, Wang Yan bit her lip and said, I don't think I heard wrong. Aunt Wang, since Yaya isn't home, you don't need to hide it, Fang Yu said. Wang Yan looked at Fang Yu, fell silent for a few seconds. Then her eyes turned red as she said, some time ago, my ex-husband often came to the restaurant where I worked to cause trouble and demand money from me. After that, I got fired. Last week, I received a call saying my father fell and injured his spine while farming back home, and he needs 50,000 for surgery. The money I earned working at the restaurant over the years was just enough to pay for Yaya's tuition and basic living expenses, and I have no savings. But my father's injury requires urgent surgery. If it drags on, he will become a vegetable. But I currently have no money for his surgery. And I've even lost my job. I don't know how to raise Yaya's tuition for next semester. As for my ex-husband, I don't know how much he owes outside. And I don't know how many people will come looking for me, Wang Yan said, her voice breaking as she began to cry. Heaven has been too cruel to her. She really didn't know what to do. These past few days, she had been feeling very depressed, almost losing hope to live. But in front of her daughter, she pretended that nothing had happened. She didn't want to make Yu unhappy. Now, facing Fang Yu and expressing the worries that had been pent up in her heart, Wang Yan felt much better inside. Wiping her tears, she looked at Fang Yu and forced a smile, saying, I'm sorry, Xiaoyu, for making you see me like this. Fang Yu shook his head, stood up from the sofa, and took out a stack of cash from his pocket, placing it on the table. Aunt Wang, This is about 100,000. Take it for emergencies, Fang Yu said. When Wang Yin saw the stack of money, her expression changed. Xiao Yu, what are you doing? This money, where did you? In Wang Yan's eyes, Fang Yu was an even more pitiful person. He was only a teenager, without family or friends, often alone at home, and only buying some vegetables to eat. It was precisely because of this that Wang Yin often invited Fang Yu over for meals. But now, Fang Yu suddenly took out 100,000, which was too unreasonable. How could a high school student, without a job, have so much money? Wang Yin's first thought was that Fang Yu had done something illegal. Don't worry, Aunt Wang. This money is from a friend of mine. Fang Yu found an excuse. A friend? You don't have any friends. Xiao Yu, tell me the truth. Where did this money come from? Are you going to do something? Wang Yin said, a bit angrily. Absolutely not, Aunt Wang. This money definitely didn't come from any shady dealings, I swear to God. If this money was obtained through dishonest means, then may lightning strike me. Fang Yu felt a bit helpless. In this day and age, giving someone money requires a solemn oath. It's really hard to be a good person. Don't make such an oath. I believe you. Wang Yin quickly interrupted Fang Yu's vow. Fang Yu closed his mouth. But I can't accept this money. No matter who gave it to you, it's still your money. Your life is already so difficult. How can I borrow your money? Take it back, Xiao Yu. Aunt Wang will find another way, Wang Yin said. Fang Yu paused and said, Aunt Wang, I'll tell you the truth. But you might not believe it. Wang Yin looked at Fang Yu in confusion. Actually, I am the richest person in the Jiuzhou country, Fang Yu said. Chapter 17. Swallowing the Inner Dan. Wang Yin ultimately accepted the money and promised to return it in the future. Of course, just like Tang Xiaorou. Wang Yin thought Fang Yu was just boasting and didn't take it to heart. The richest person in Jiuzhou country? How much money would one need to become the richest person in Jiuzhou? Ordinary citizens couldn't even imagine it. After giving the money to Wang Yin, Fang Yu left home and went to the vegetable garden on the back mountain. At the entrance of the garden, there was a parked luxury extended car. Who is here again? Fang Yu frowned slightly and walked over. A couple dressed in luxurious clothes got out of the car, followed by 2 bodyguards. Who are you? What are you doing here? You're not here to steal vegetables, are you? Fang Yu asked with a frown. Hello, we are Ji Rubai's parents. Sir, you are the one who saved our daughter the other day, right? Ji Dongshan said with a smile. Ji Rubai had told him that her savior was a young man with a lazy demeanor, and Fang Yu clearly fit that description. Ji Rubai? Fang Yu recalled what happened a few days ago. We are here to repay the favor. Sir, you saved our daughter's life. This great kindness is something our Ji family will never forget, Ji Dongshan's wife, Wei Ling, said. All right, your way of repaying is probably just to give me some money. But I'm not interested in money, so please go back, Fang Yu said. Ji Dongshan and Wei Ling exchanged glances, feeling that Fang Yu's personality was a bit strange. What normal person wouldn't be interested in money? Then may I ask what you like? As long as it's within our Ji family's capabilities. We will do our best to accommodate, Ji Dongshan said. Their family had a century-long tradition of being grateful, and since they had found the savior of Ji Rubai today, they had to repay the kindness. What I like. Beast Inner Dan. You probably haven't even heard of it. Fang Yu sighed and turned to walk into the vegetable garden. Beast Inner Dan? Ji Dongshan furrowed his brow. He seemed to have heard this term somewhere. Wei Ling whispered. I remember, a few years ago, during the old man's birthday, there was a master from the north who gave him a box of gifts. And inside that box was something called an Inner Dan. Are you sure you didn't remember it wrong? Before Ji Dongshan could respond, Fang Yu had already rushed to Wei Ling in 2 steps, his speed startling the 2 bodyguards behind the couple, who nearly drew their weapons. Is it really the Beast Inner Dan? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Fang Yu asked eagerly. I just remember the words Inner Dan. I don't know if it's the Beast Inner Dan you mentioned, Wei Ling said. Let us go. Take me to your home, Fang Yu said. Ji Dongshan and Wei Ling exchanged glances. Just a moment ago, Fang Yu had seemed impatient and uninterested in money. But now he was so eager about the so-called Beast Inner Dan, which was quite surprising. However, if Fang Yu was willing to accept their repayment, that would be even better. Okay, sir, we will take you to our home right now, Ji Dongshan said. After the luxury car drove away, a figure emerged from behind a large tree next to the vegetable garden. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Miss Yang, the target has been taken away by the Ji family. 40 minutes later, Fang Yu arrived at the Ji family home. The Ji family mansion was near the seaside. And in terms of scenery, it was much better than the Tang family mansion, though it was significantly smaller. But Fang Yu had no time to care about the scenery. As soon as he got out of the car, he hurriedly asked Ji Dongshan to take out the Beast Inner Dan. 5 minutes later, Fang Yu was sitting in the Ji family hall, sipping tea brewed by the servants. Ji Dongshan came down from upstairs, holding a wooden box. Before he even walked over, Fang Yu could sense the aura. It was indeed the beast inner Dan. Fang Yu felt a bit excited. He hadn't swallowed a beast inner Dan in nearly 10 years. Ji Dongshan placed the wooden box in front of Fang Yu, and Fang Yu opened it directly, indeed seeing a deep brown spherical object about the size of a fist inside. From the aura emitted by this inner Dan, it was the inner Dan of a second-tier beast, and from its appearance, it seemed to have been stored for quite some time. That master told us to grind this inner Dan into powder for medicine to enhance physical fitness, but we found this inner Dan a bit strange. So we didn't dare to take it, Ji Dongshan said. Fortunately, you didn't grind it into powder, otherwise, it would have been a waste. Fang Yu said, taking the inner Dan in his hand. Although its grade wasn't high, it was like rain after a long drought for Fang Yu. He couldn't pass it up. This inner Dan is for me. Consider it repaying my favor, Fang Yu said to Ji Dongshan. No problem, Mr. Fang, Ji Dongshan said. But before he could finish his sentence, he saw Fang Yu pick up the fist-sized inner Dan and swallow it in one bite. Ji Dongshan and Wei Ling exchanged glances, their eyes full of shock. Comfortable, Fang Yu sighed, as the inner Dan dissolved in his body, releasing a large amount of spiritual energy absorbed by his dantian. Looking at the shocked faces of Ji Dongshan and his wife, Fang Yu suddenly thought of something he hadn't considered before. There aren't many beasts left in the world, but that doesn't mean there aren't many beast inner dawn. Could it be that many beast inner dawn have fallen into the hands of families like the Ji family? Most people nowadays are unaware of the value of beast inner dawn, so collecting them shouldn't be difficult. If he could gather over 100, it would greatly help Fang Yu's cultivation. Thinking of this possibility, Fang Yu became excited. Head of the Ji family, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Fang Yu left the Ji family and returned to the village in the city, just 2 alleys away from home. He saw a girl with a backpack standing still in front of a wall. From the girl's silhouette and backpack, it was clear that it was Yu Yaya. Fang Yu glanced at the time. It was already 7:10 p.m. Didn't Aunt Wang say that Yu Yaya would be home by 6:30? It's already 7:10. Why is she still wandering around here? Fang Yu walked over and patted Yu Yaya's shoulder. Yu Yaya jumped in fright, quickly turning her head. When she saw it was Fang Yu, she breathed a sigh of relief, though there seemed to be injuries on her slender arms. But under the streetlight, Fang Yu noticed that Yu Yaya's expression was not quite right. At the same time, Yu Yaya's eyes were slightly red and swollen, clearly having just cried. Brother Fang Yu, how come you are here? Seemingly afraid of Fang Yu noticing something, Yu Yaya quickly lowered her head and asked in a soft voice. I just got back after finishing some business. What about you? Why are you home so late? Didn't the school rehearsal end a long time ago? Fang Yu asked. I went out with my classmates for a bit after the rehearsal, so I came back late, Yu Yaya said. Then why are you standing here? Aunt Wang must be very worried about you since she thought you would be home by 6:30, Fang Yu said. Aye. Yu Yaya twisted her hands anxiously. Not knowing what to do, Fang Yu patted her shoulder and said, Tell me, who bullied you? Yu Yaya's body trembled, and she raised her head. Tears glistening in her big eyes, but shaking her head said, No one is bullying me. You tell me, and I won't tell Aunt Wang. And I can help you heal your wounds, Fang Yu said. Yu Yaya looked at Fang Yu, tears swirling in her eyes, and then finally couldn't help it anymore. Hugging Fang Yu and crying loudly, releasing the grievances in her heart. Through her intermittent words, Fang Yu understood what had happened. The performance that Yu Yaya was involved in was participated by 3 grades. Each grade would select 5 girls, and Yu Yaya was one of the 5 girls from the higher grade. This afternoon was the first rehearsal, and standing in front of Yu Yaya was a senior from the 3rd grade. During the rehearsal, this senior repeatedly made mistakes in her movements, causing the rehearsal progress to stagnate. But this senior acted as if she didn't care, laughing and joking with a few other seniors, showing a very lazy attitude. It was already late, and Yu Yaya wanted to finish the rehearsal quickly and go home, so she mentioned it to the senior. Are you saying I'm wasting everyone's time? The senior glared at Yu Yaya, her face dark. No, I just want to finish today's rehearsal quickly. It's already late, Yu Yaya hurriedly said. If you want to end the rehearsals so much, then get lost. You can just not come to rehearsals in the future. The senior angrily glared at Yu Yaya and said. Yu Yaya felt a bit scared but still gritted her teeth and said, I didn't mean that. I just hope you can take the rehearsal more seriously. Before Yu Yaya could finish her sentence, she was pushed to the ground by this senior. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. The senior pointed at Yu Ye's nose and scolded. Educate me? I've been in a bad mood these days, and you, a kid who knows nothing, dare to educate me? You really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. The senior scolded. Later, another senior pulled that senior away and let Yu Ye leave. Did you offend that senior before? Fang Yu asked. Yu Ye shook her head and said, She's a senior from class 2 of the 3rd grade. I haven't seen her before. Class 2 of the 3rd grade. Isn't that the class Fang Yu is in? Do you know her name? Fang Yu asked with a frown. I think I heard a few seniors call her Ye. Yu Ye recalled. Ye? What's her last name? Fang Yu continued to ask. Yu Ye carefully recalled and remembered the name she heard during roll call from the counselor. She should be surnamed Jiang, Yu Ye said. Jiang Yu. So it's her. Fang Yu's expression instantly turned cold. Chapter 18 apologized to her. Fang Yu went home and took out a bottle of homemade medicinal oil, applying it to the swollen areas on Yu Ye's face. 2 minutes later, the swollen bruise completely disappeared. Go home. Your mom is very worried about you, Fang Yu said. Thank you, brother Fang Yu, Yu Ye said, touching her arm that no longer hurt, finally showing a smile. Fang Yu patted Yu Ye's head and said, Tomorrow I will make that senior apologize to you. Huh? Yu Ye looked up at Fang Yu. She pushed you. She definitely needs to apologize, Fang Yu said. But Yu Ye hesitated a bit. She didn't want Fang Yu to get into trouble because of her. No buts, Fang Yu said indifferently. Back in the courtyard, Yu Ye used the excuse of being taken out shopping by classmates to slip past, but still got scolded by Wang Yan. Fang Yu returned to the 2nd floor and began to think about the matter of the beast inner pills. He asked Ji Dongshan to help search for beast inner pills throughout the entire Jiuzhou kingdom. Regardless of quantity or price, he would buy them all. But Fang Yu knew that relying solely on the Ji family had limited power. Even if they could find beast inner pills, the quantity would not be large enough to meet his needs. Therefore, he needed to find more people to help him. Currently, the Tang family was also an option. In the past, Fang Yu had considered asking secular families to help collect beast inner pills. But at that time he could easily find high-level beasts and didn't care about low-level beast inner pills, so he abandoned that idea. However, in the last 100 years, due to the decline of spiritual energy, beasts had been wiped out on a large scale. Not to mention high-level beasts, even low-level beasts had become hard to find. One must accept reality. Low-level is low-level, but swallowing a few more would have a similar effect to high-level inner pills. That kid's family is now quite big. I can ask him for help. In his thoughts, Fang Yu suddenly thought of someone. Fang Yu took out his phone and dialed a landline number. The phone rang for nearly 15 seconds before someone answered. Hello. A voice full of age came from the other side. Little Qin, Fang Yu said. The old man on the other side was silent for a moment and said, You finally called me. Fang Yu smiled and said, You know, I'm not very good at socializing. Then you must have something to find me for, the old man said. I want you to help me collect beast inner pills. However many, I'll take them, Fang Yu said. Beast inner pills? I have a lot at home, the old man said. Fang Yu was delighted and said, Then send them all to me. Also, continue to help me collect. I'll have my granddaughter deliver them to you. I'm about to send her to Jiangnan for research and study. If possible, take care of her, the old man paused and said. No problem. Which granddaughter is it? I remember I attended the wedding banquet when one of your granddaughters turned a year old, Fang Yu said. It's that granddaughter. She's 25 now. We haven't seen each other for 24 years, the old man reminisced. If you want to see her, you can come find me anytime, Fang Yu said. I'm already over 80. I can't move anymore. If you want to see me, you'll have to come to me, the old man coughed a couple of times and said. That's fine. I will definitely see you again before you pass away, Fang Yu smiled. I look forward to seeing you again, the old man said before hanging up the phone. After the call, Fang Yu walked to the window, looking at the night sky outside with a deep gaze. Meanwhile, far away in Yinxing, in the study of a large courtyard, an old man with white hair also put down the phone. 24 years, the old man murmured to himself. He then picked up the phone again and dialed a number. Have Yimo come to the study to find me. In the morning, Fang Yu arrived at the classroom. Tang Xiaoro came particularly early today. As soon as Fang Yu sat down, she excitedly said, Fang Yu, yesterday I took the herbs you gave me back home. And my dad was very happy. He said he must thank you and invited you to our house for dinner tonight. Are you free? Tang Xiaoro looked at Fang Yu with anticipation. Sure, I love to mooch off food, Fang Yu said. He was already planning to go to the Tang family to ask Tang Mingda for help in collecting beast inner pills, so this was perfect. Seeing Fang Yu agree, Tang Xiaoro was very happy, her smile like a flower. At this moment, Fang Yu was staring at the front row seat. Jiang Yu hadn't arrived yet. Fang Yu couldn't wait any longer and directly went outside to wait for her at the school gate. Tang Xiaoro, confused, followed him. In the morning, many students were entering the school. 3 minutes later, Jiang Yu and her deskmate Su Xiaona walked over, chatting and laughing. Fang Yu immediately walked up to them. Tang Xiaoro, who followed along, looked at Fang Yu with confusion. Jiang Yu, I need to talk to you alone, Fang Yu said. Upon seeing Fang Yu, Jiang Yu's expression instantly soured. And she said to Su Xiaona beside her, what bad luck, seeing this toad so early in the morning. Fang Yu remained expressionless and said, alone. Seeing Fang Yu's commanding demeanor, Jiang Yu's anger flared, and she shouted, you think just because you say alone, it's alone? What do I have to say to you? Her voice was sharp, immediately attracting the attention of surrounding students. Tang Xiaoro was puzzled, not understanding why Fang Yu suddenly went to find trouble with Jiang Yu. It can be said here, Fang Yu smiled slightly, stepping forward and said, during yesterday's rehearsal, did you push a first-year girl? Jiang Yu's expression changed, and she shouted, what does it have to do with you? How can a freeloader like you help others? Is this what you did? Fang Yu asked. So what if it is? Jiang Yu puffed out her chest, looking provocative. She knew Fang Yu had some brute strength, especially since he Donglin and Hu Tao were still lying in the hospital. But she was confident that with so many people watching and being a girl, Fang Yu wouldn't dare to lay a hand on her. However, if Fang Yu really dared to act, she would make sure to make a big deal out of it and get him expelled. With several incidents of violence in 1 week, even Tang Xiaoro wouldn't be able to protect him. Jiang Yu was very aggressive, glaring at Fang Yu and stepping closer. Do you dare to stand up for someone? Huh. With so many people watching, go ahead and do it. Smack. A crisp slap echoed in the classroom. Jiang Yu staggered back from the slap Fang Yu gave her, almost falling to the floor. Fang Yu didn't use much force. He didn't want to knock Jiang Yu out since he still needed her to apologize to Yu Yaya later. You dare to hit me? Jiang Yu covered her cheek, glaring at Fang Yu with resentment. Everyone should have heard. You made me do it, Fang Yu said, looking at the quiet crowd around. No one dared to speak. Beside them, Su Xiaona glared at Fang Yu and said, Fang Yu, everyone saw you hit Yaya. I'm going to call the counselor right now and see who can protect you this time. With that, Su Xiaona quickly left the classroom. Jiang Yu seemed to have a good social circle, and soon several girls gathered around her. Fang Yu, you are really too much, hitting a girl. Do you really think no one can do anything to you? If the school doesn't deal with you this time, we'll go straight to the board of directors. Yeah. Don't be afraid. We will stand by your side. Fang Yu stepped forward and said, get out of the way. The expressions of several girls changed as they asked, what do you want? I said to get out of the way, Fang Yu said coldly. When they met his gaze, several girls felt a chill and quickly dispersed. This guy was a madman. They didn't want to get slapped like Jiang Yu. Come with me to class 1 of Senior 1 and apologize to that girl from yesterday. Fang Yu said. Jiang Yu covered her face and shouted, apologize? You should be the one apologizing to me. Fang Yu, just wait. When the counselor comes, I'll make you regret this. If you don't apologize, I'll make you regret it right now. Fang Yu said, grabbing Jiang Yu's arm. What are you doing? Jiang Yu's face changed dramatically, and as soon as she finished speaking, she let out a shriek. Fang Yu lifted her off the ground. The sharp pain in her arm made Jiang Yu scream, and the more she struggled, the more it hurt. I ask one last time, apologize? Fang Yu said. Upon seeing Fang Yu's nonchalant expression, the people around felt a chill. Even Tang Xiaoro thought Fang Yu looked a bit scary right now. I apologize. I apologize. Let me go? Jiang Yu shouted. Fang Yu set her down. Now come with me downstairs, Fang Yu said. Jiang Yu touched her head and looked at Fang Yu with resentment. But she didn't want to suffer any more pain and knew she had to comply with Fang Yu's request until the counselor arrived. So, Jiang Yu followed Fang Yu to class 1 of Senior 1. Students passing by from her class quickly told their classmates what happened. The news spread quickly, and everyone followed downstairs to see what Fang Yu wanted Jiang Yu to do. Fang Yu brought Jiang Yu to class 1 of Senior 1 and called out Yu Yaya. Yaya, it was her who pushed you last night, right? Fang Yu asked. Yu Yaya looked at the vicious-eyed Jiang Yu and timidly nodded. She will apologize to you now, Fang Yu said, looking at Jiang Yu. Even though she was reluctant, Jiang Yu had no other choice at this moment. Where is Xiaona? Why hasn't she brought the counselor yet? Hurry up, Fang Yu urged. I'm sorry, Jiang Yu gritted her teeth and managed to say. It's fine now, brother Fang Yu. You can go back, Yu Yaya said softly. No, that is not sincere enough, Fang Yu said. Jiang Yu was filled with extreme resentment and almost couldn't hold back her anger. But thinking of the pain she just felt, she held it in. Once the counselor arrives, Fang Yu would pay the price. For now, she just needed to endure. I'm sorry, Jiang Yu spoke again, her tone slightly softer this time. Still not sincere enough. You need to bow to her, Fang Yu said. You. Jiang Yu glared angrily at Fang Yu, trembling with rage. Fang Yu remained expressionless, staring at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu forced herself to suppress her resentment, took a deep breath, and bowed to Yu Ye, saying again, I'm sorry. Chapter 19. I am Fang Yu, that should be enough? Ye, you can go back to your morning study, Fang Yu said to Yu Ye. Yu Ye nodded and returned to the classroom. Fang Yu turned and went upstairs, while the group of boys and girls who had come to watch quickly dispersed. Jiang Yu glared at Fang Yu's back, gritting her teeth in hatred. She had never been coerced like this in her life, and in front of so many people. She felt utterly humiliated. I won't let this go. Jiang Yu's teeth clicked together. When Fang Yu returned to the classroom, the counselor, Huang Hai, had already arrived. Several of Jiang Yu's close friends were surrounding Huang Hai, chattering and pointing at Fang Yu. Lu Ponzi saw Fang Yu and quickly walked up, saying, Fang Yu, you've really gotten yourself into big trouble this time. What's the big trouble? Fang Yu countered. Jiang Yu is very popular among the girls and among the boys. There are still quite a few of He Dongling's followers who have been looking for a chance to trouble you. Now they are definitely going to team up against you. Lu Ponzi said anxiously. They can't deal with me. Just wait and see, Fang Yu said, patting Lu Ponzi on the shoulder. Fang Yu, come here. Huang Hai called out as soon as he saw Fang Yu. Fang Yu walked over. Where's Jiang Yu? Huang Hai frowned and asked. I don't know, Fang Yu replied. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu walked in through the front door of the classroom. Yeah, are you okay? Several close friends immediately surrounded her. Jiang Yu covered her still stinging cheek and looked at Fang Yu with resentment as she walked up to Huang Hai. Jiang Yu, did Fang Yu really hit you? Huang Hai asked in a deep voice. Jiang Yu's eyes turned red as she nodded heavily, saying, He hit me. My face still hurts. And then he grabbed my arm tightly and forced me to go downstairs to apologize to someone. Apologize? Huang Hai's brows furrowed. He falsely accused me of bullying a girl from Senior 1, but I never did that. Many people can testify. Fang Yu is just deliberately looking for trouble, trying to make me look bad, Jiang Yu said, crying. Although Jiang Yu's looks were not as good as Tang Xiaorou's, she had once been considered a class beauty. As she cried, many boys who secretly had crushes on her felt sympathy. Huang Hai looked at Fang Yu and sternly asked, Fang Yu, why did you hit someone? In Huang Hai's view, Fang Yu had been extremely arrogant, relying on the protection of the Tang family, continuously hitting classmates in class this week. A morally corrupt student like this should be expelled, committing major offenses twice in a week. Even the Tang family couldn't protect him. I don't know what she's talking about. I never laid a hand on her, Fang Yu said. Huang Hai's expression changed. He didn't expect Fang Yu to deny it outright. You. Jiang Yu glared at Fang Yu, just about to speak. If you don't believe me, have her take her hand away, Fang Yu interjected. Fang Yu, do you still want to quibble? We all saw you hit her. A boy shouted. Yeah, do you think we're blind? Or do you think you can cover the sky with one hand? Counselor, take him to the academic affairs office. Expel him. Just like Lu Ponzi said, many in the class began to attack Fang Yu. Huang Hai said nothing, just stared at Fang Yu. Take your hand away, and you'll understand, Fang Yu said calmly. All right, I'll take my hand away. Let's see what you have to say. Jiang Yu replied, her cheeks still stinging and likely swollen. She initially didn't want so many classmates to see her puffy face, but she was willing to risk it to confront Fang Yu. Jiang Yu removed her hand. A murmur of confusion arose around them. Because there were no marks on Jiang Yu's face at all, her makeup was still flawless. What was going on? Everyone around was stunned. They had clearly seen Fang Yu strike her moments ago. Logically, even if Jiang Yu's face wasn't swollen, there should at least be a handprint, right? But there was not a single mark on her face. This rendered their accusation meaningless. Seeing the reaction of those around her, Jiang Yu's heart sank. She quickly took out her phone to check her cheeks using the front camera. How could this be? Jiang Yu was stunned. Her cheeks were clearly in pain. Counselor, I shouldn't have to explain this situation, right? Fang Yu smiled at Huang Hai. Huang Hai frowned, his expression darkening. Now, he couldn't make sense of the situation either. Was Jiang Yu colluding with the class to slander Fang Yu? Or was Fang Yu stubbornly arguing? But if what Jiang Yu said was true, why were there no marks on her face? This defied logic. Counselor, I don't know why there are no marks, but everyone saw him hit me. You have to punish him, or he will definitely escalate later. Jiang Yu exclaimed, exasperated and speaking incoherently. Huang Hai glanced at Fang Yu, then at Jiang Yu, and snorted coldly. You two, mind yourselves. With that, he angrily left the classroom. Seeing Huang Hai leave, Jiang Yu was furious, her face turning pale. Her cheeks still burned with pain, and her heart was filled with resentment. Yet, she found herself powerless against Fang Yu. Fang Yu surveyed the students around him and smiled slightly. Dealing with these kids who had only lived for a few years didn't even require him to think. Fang Yu stepped in front of Jiang Yu and said, "This matter ends here. I hope you don't think about retaliating against Ye. Otherwise, what happened to He Donglin will happen to you." Meeting Fang Yu's icy gaze, Jiang Yu's heart trembled, and the venomous words she was about to unleash were all swallowed back down. Back at her seat, Tang Xiaoro looked at Fang Yu with curiosity and whispered, "Fang Yu, how did you do that? If you really want to know, I can demonstrate it. Just extend your face," Fang Yu replied. "No way." Tang Xiaoro stuck out her tongue and recoiled. That slap wasn't any profound technique. It was just a hidden force. After school in the afternoon, Fang Yu left the classroom with Tang Xiaoro. As they reached the school gate, Tang Xiaoro suddenly spotted a familiar figure across the street. Wasn't that Shuang'er? At that moment, Zhao Shuang'er was smiling as she got into a convertible sports car, with Yang Su sitting in the driver's seat. The moment Tang Xiaoro saw Yang Su, her expression changed. How did Shuang'er become so familiar with Yang Su? She had clearly told Zhao Shuang'er more than once that Yang Su was not a good person. Still stunned in place, Tang Xiaoro watched as Yang Su drove away with Zhao Shuang'er. I must ask Shuang'er about this tomorrow, Tang Xiaoro thought. Half an hour later, Fang Yu arrived at the Tang family home. Tang Mingda was sitting in the hall, facing a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and they seemed to be discussing something. Behind the middle-aged man stood a young man dressed in a white martial arts outfit. This young man caught Fang Yu's attention. He looked only about 25 or 26, but was already a 9th-level practitioner in the Qi refining stage. Among mortals, this young man would definitely be considered a martial arts genius. "Dr. Fang, you're here," Tang Mingda said as he stood up upon seeing Fang Yu. The middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses curiously examined Fang Yu, while the young man behind him changed expression when he saw Fang Yu. Wasn't he this the person that Miss Yang instructed him to deal with? Immediately, the young man whispered something to the middle-aged man. After hearing this, the middle-aged man's gaze towards Fang Yu became profound. "Oh, I forgot to introduce. This is the head of the Yang family, Yang Xiaoro. He came to discuss some matters with me today." Tang Mingda introduced Fang Yu. "This is the Dr. Fang I just mentioned," Tang Mingda added to Yang Xiaoro. "Oh, it's him. He looks quite young." Yang Xiaorong squinted slightly as he looked at Fang Yu. "Heroes emerge from youth. I used to not believe that there were geniuses like Dr. Fang in the world, but now I do," Tang Mingda said. "Is he really that impressive?" Yang Xiaorong questioned, his tone somewhat peculiar as he observed Fang Yu. At that moment, Tang Xiaoro tugged at Fang Yu's sleeve and whispered, "Let's go upstairs and sit for a while. We can come back down after you finish your discussion." "Xiaoro, it's been a long time since I've seen you," Yang Xiaorong suddenly spoke. "Xiaoro, you don't even greet your Uncle Yang?" Tang Mingda reprimanded. "Uncle Yang," Tang Xiaoro reluctantly greeted. "Old Tang, your daughter is becoming more and more beautiful. We had a verbal engagement before. It should still count, right?" "Haha," Yang Xiaorong laughed heartily. "Sigh, nowadays, young people don't adhere to the arrangements made by us elders regarding marriage. I've come to terms with it. I want T4 Xiaoro. She can do as she likes," Tang Ming decided. "Haha, true. We want T-force it, but we can facilitate it. I'll have my Yang Su interact more with your daughter. Who knows, they might just hit it off," Yang Xiaorong chuckled. "Dad, let us go upstairs and sit for a bit. We can come down when you finish your discussion," Tang Xiaoro interrupted, unable to listen any longer. "All right. You take Dr. Fang upstairs to sit for a while," Tang Mingda said. "No need. I have to leave soon. I have a meeting to attend at the group," Yang Xiaorong said, glancing at his watch as he stood up. Tang Mingda also stood up and said, "Mr. Yang, I want to keep you for dinner then." "Haha. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future," Yang Xiaorong replied with a smile, then seemed to remember something and turned to the young man in white, saying, "This is one of my juniors. I brought him out to see the world. You two are both young talents. You should exchange ideas and shake hands," Yang Xiaorong said to the young man in white. The young man nodded and walked up to Fang Yu, extending his hand. "Hello, I'm Bai Zhan." Fang Yu reached out and shook Bai Zhan's hand. A surge of immense strength hit him. "Oh, you want to play this game?" Fang Yu's lips curled slightly as he said, "I am Fang Yu." Chapter 20. I am the man you can never have. Seeing the smile on Fang Yu's face, Bai Zhan's heart jolted. Soon after, he felt a sharp pain in his right hand. How is this possible? Bai Zhan's face changed slightly as he focused all his strength into his right hand. But Fang Yu's grip was as hard as steel. No matter how hard Bai Zhan tried, he couldn't budge it an inch. Have we met somewhere before? Fang Yu squinted slightly and asked. At the same time, he exerted a little more force. Bai Zhan's face turned from pale to green, and a layer of cold sweat formed on his forehead. He gritted his teeth to hold on. Otherwise, he would have cried out in pain on the spot. Oh, you are the person who was sneaking around by my vegetable garden yesterday, Fang Yu said. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhan's face changed drastically. How did Fang Yu know? He had hidden quite well yesterday, and Fang Yu hadn't seemed to notice. No, could it be that he had already sensed it at that time? Sweat on Bai Zhan's forehead grew denser, and his expression became increasingly grim. Fang Yu's grip tightened, and if this continued, Bai Zhan's entire right hand would surely be crushed. At this moment, Tang Mingde and Yang Xiaorong, who were nearby, also noticed something was wrong. Bai Zhan's expression was clearly in pain. Yang Xiaorong's face looked a bit unpleasant, and he was about to speak. At this time, Fang Yu, however, released his hand, patted Bai Zhan's shoulder, and said, "Nice to meet you." Bai Zhan let out a breath of relief. His right hand was nearly numb at this point. Not bad, not bad. You will have many opportunities to communicate in the future. See you next time." Yang Xiaorong forced a smile and walked out the door. Bai Zhan took a deep look at Fang Yu before leaving. After the two left, Tang Mingde looked at Fang Yu and asked, "Dr. Fang, did you know them before?" Fang Yu shook his head and said, "I don't know them." In fact, Fang Yu had already roughly guessed their identities, Miss Yang Xiaorong and Bai Zhan. It was obvious that Miss Yang was likely a relative of Yang Xiaorong, possibly his daughter. Bai Zhan was the one sent by Miss Yang to investigate Fang Yu in the vegetable garden yesterday. Does Yang Xiaorong have children? Fang Yu asked Tang Mingde. Tang Mingde was taken aback for a moment and replied, "He has 2 sons and 1 daughter." "What are their names?" Fang Yu asked again. "The eldest son is named Yang Yun, who is said to have great talent in martial arts and is a disciple of a famous ancient master in Jiangnan. The second daughter is named Yang Yinju. She is a business prodigy and has already taken control of most of the Yang family's industries at a young age, leading the Yang family to rapid development, becoming one of the top families in Jiangnan. The most ordinary among the 3 children is the youngest son, who is the Yang Su I mentioned earlier. The Miss Yang referred to by those assassins should be Yang Yinju." Fang Yu silently repeated this name in his heart. Tang Mingde sighed. Yang Xiaorong is truly fortunate. He himself has no abilities, yet his children are all exceptional. Even the most ordinary Yang Su is reportedly a 5th-tier innate martial artist, with outstanding martial arts talent as well. Sigh, and then look at my children. Tang Mingde sighed and shook his head. "Dad, is there anyone who looks down on their own children like that?" Tang Xiaorong's face turned red with anger as she stamped her foot. "See, all you do is act spoiled and throw tantrums," Tang Mingde said helplessly. "Dad." Tang Xiaorong angrily stepped forward and punched Tang Mingde's chest with her small fist. "Head of the Tang family, I came today to ask you for a favor," Fang Yu said. Tang Mingde immediately became serious and said, "Dr. Fang, feel free to speak. Our Tang family will definitely do our best to help." Fang Yu then explained the matter of collecting demon beast inner elixirs. "No problem. I will send someone to help you search for inner elixirs throughout the entire Jiuzhou nation and buy them back." Tang Mingde agreed immediately. On the way back, Yang Xiaorong sat in the car, looking at Bai Zhan's purple-red right hand. "Is this Fang Yu very strong?" Yang Xiaorong asked in a deep voice. Bai Zhan shook his head and said, "This person is very strange. His aura shows that he has at most 5th-tier innate strength, but his strength is surprisingly great. Then are you confident you can deal with him?" Yang Xiaorong asked. Bai Zhan hesitated for a moment, nodded, and said, "In martial arts, relying solely on strength is useless. He should not have practiced orthodox martial arts. Moreover, my realm is far higher than his. In actual combat, I should be able to easily take him down." Then Bai Zhan thought of something and said, "However, the head of the Tang family seems to value him highly. If we take action against him, will it provoke the Tang family?" "No need to worry about that." Yang Xiaorong waved his hand and said, "Fang Yu disrupted our plans first. It is justified for us to deal with him. He saved Ji Rumei, who is our Yang family's mortal enemy. Moreover, Yinju has also issued a death order to eliminate him. As for the Tang family, Tang Mingde is a smart man. I don't believe he would fall out with our Yang family over such a minor character. Besides, even if the Tang family really turns against us for Fang Yu, we are not afraid. The Yang family's strength is no longer afraid of any family in Jiangnan. The Tang family will eventually be under our feet." With this, Bai Zhan had no more worries. "Head, I will complete the task you and the miss assigned to me as soon as possible," Bai Zhan said. Fang Yu stayed at the Tang family for dinner, and Tang Mingde prepared a large table of dishes, making Fang Yu very happy. By the way, don't you have an older brother? Fang Yu remembered meeting Tang Feng in the northwest and asked Tang Xiao beside him. My brother is studying at university in the southern capital. He only comes home during holidays and usually stays at school, Tang Xiao replied. Fang Yu nodded, continuing to eat without speaking. Tang Xiao didn't eat much, just quietly observing Fang Yu. Usually, Fang Yu appeared lazy and indifferent, but surprisingly, when it came to eating, he was very serious and even commented on every dish. What kind of person are you, really? Tang Xiao stared at Fang Yu, her beautiful eyes glimmering. After dinner, Fang Yu went upstairs to take a look at the resting old Master Tang. After the acupuncture last time, the old Master Tang's health had clearly improved. He coughed less, and there was no inexplicable pain while sleeping. Yesterday, Xiao brought back the medicinal materials you gave. My father took a dose of medicine and slept particularly well last night. We really don't know how to thank you, Tang Mingde said gratefully. Help me collect more demon beast inner elixirs, and I will reciprocate, Fang Yu said. When Fang Yu left the Tang family, Tang Xiao followed behind. Do you want me to have the driver take you home? Tang Xiao asked. No need. I'm full and just want to take a walk, Fang Yu replied. Oh, Tang Xiao answered, quietly following behind Fang Yu. After walking a few steps, Fang Yu turned around and asked, What are you following me for? I just want to take a walk too, Tang Xiao said a bit flustered. Fang Yu ignored her and continued walking forward. After another 2 minutes, Tang Xiao mustered her courage to ask, Fang Yu, I want to know why you are different from others? Fang Yu stopped, turned around, and walked up to Tang Xiao. You seem to be very curious about me. Did I say something before? Curiosity is the initial stage of love. Fang Yu's words were clear in Tang Xiao's mind. I just. Tang Xiao's face flushed red, wanting to argue. It's true. At your age, it's easy to develop feelings for others. Fang Yu looked straight at Tang Xiao and said, What do you mean by little kid? I'm about the same age as you. Tang Xiao retorted, looking up defiantly. Fang Yu shook his head, then sighed and turned to leave. Don't be curious anymore. I am a man you can never have. What did you say? Who wants you? Tang Xiao was both shy and angry, jumping up and down. Fang Yu had already walked far away. Be angry all you want. I will eventually uncover your secrets. Tang Xiao looked in the direction where Fang Yu had left, her beautiful eyes shining. At home, Wang Yan had prepared the meal and was bringing it to the dining table in the living room. It was exactly 6:30 in the afternoon when Yu Yaya walked in from outside. After Jiang Yu apologized to Yu Yaya, she didn't show up for the afternoon rehearsal, which relieved Yu Yaya. She was worried that Jiang Yu would take revenge on her for the morning's incident. Yaya, go upstairs and call your brother Fang Yu down for dinner, Wang Yan said. To thank Fang Yu, Wang Yan specially bought chicken and fish from the market today and made several more dishes. Fang Yu had lent her 100,000 yuan, which was a huge favor. Tomorrow, she would transfer 60,000 yuan back home to pay for her elderly father's surgery, and the excess would be used to buy him nutritional supplements. The remaining 40,000 yuan would be saved for Yu Yaya's tuition. Yu Yaya ran upstairs, but found that Fang Yu was not home. He might have something to do today. It's okay. We can wait for him to come back to eat together, Wang Yan said. So, Wang Yan and Yu Yaya started watching TV. About 10 minutes later, a sound of footsteps came from outside the yard. Right here, I'll take you in, a man said. Upon hearing this voice, Wang Yan's face instantly changed as she was still watching TV. She immediately stood up, locked the front door, and then pulled Yu Yaya to hide in the room, locking it again. At that moment, a group of people had already arrived at the door. The door was locked. Yu Qingya, are you messing with us? A young man with a cigarette twisted the doorknob and then slapped the bald head of the man next to him. Bro, how could I dare to mess with you? Wang Yan is definitely at home at this time, Yu Qingya said, trembling. Brother Ben, the lights inside are still on, and there are many dishes on the table that haven't been eaten. A follower tiptoed and said after seeing the situation inside. Oh, so someone is hiding at home? Guangbin took a deep drag from his cigarette, then threw the butt away and said, break the door down. The 4 followers behind him immediately moved forward and forcefully slammed into the door. Chapter 21. It's you? This door had already been damaged once, so it wasn't very sturdy. With that hit, they easily broke it open. Wow, the food looks really good. Is it prepared for us? Guangbin walked into the room, and his eyes lit up at the sight of several large plates of dishes on the table. Brother Ben, the door to this room is locked. The person should be hiding inside, a follower said as he walked to the door of the room. Yu Qingya, go over and make her open the door, otherwise we will break in. Guangbin pushed Yu Qingya forcefully. Yu Qingye walked to the door and shouted loudly, Wang Yin, I know you are inside, stop hiding. Brother Bin has brought people over. They just want money and won't do anything to you. Just take the money out. After saying that, Yu Qingye knocked hard on the door. There was no response from inside. If you don't open the door, Brother Bin and the others will break in soon, Yu Qingye said. Yu Qingye, why are you here? I have nothing to do with you and Ye Ye anymore. Why do you still come back? The gambling debt you owe has nothing to do with us. I have no money. I have no money. Wang Yan's voice came from inside, crying in despair. I have no choice. I'm at my wit's end. Help me one last time. Help me pay back the money. And I promise I won't come to you again, Yu Qingye pleaded. Get lost. I have no money, and I won't believe your nonsense. Get out of here with them. Wang Yan screamed hysterically. Guang Bin frowned and gave a look to his followers. The 4 followers immediately stepped forward, pulling Yu Qingye aside and kicking the door. Inside the room, Wang Yan held Yu Ye tightly, crying and screaming. But in the nearby old buildings, there was no one living there, and no one could hear her cries. Smash. Finally, the door was kicked open. Guang Bin and his followers entered the room and saw Wang Yin and her daughter huddled in the corner. Wow, I didn't expect you, you old dog. To have such a beautiful wife and daughter, Guang Bin licked his lips and said. Yu Qingye stepped forward and said, Wang Yin, just help me this once. Take out the money and save my life. You wouldn't want Ye Ye to lose her father at such a young age, would you? Get lost. Ye Ye doesn't even consider you as her father, you scumbag. What right do you have to be Ye Ye's father? Wang Yin shouted sharply. Search for me. Take everything of value. Guang Bin ordered. Then, the 4 followers began searching in the small room. Guang Bin looked at the trembling mother and daughter and stepped forward, saying, Sister-in-law, don't blame us for being rough. Who told your husband to owe money? Wang Yin tightly hugged Yu Ye, who looked pale and was too scared to speak. Brother Bin, this drawer is locked. The money might be inside, one of the followers said. Prise the lock open, Guang Bin said. The drawer was not sturdy to begin with, and it didn't need prizing. The follower pulled a few times, and the lock broke. Clack! The drawer opened, revealing the 100,000 yuan that Fang Yu had lent Wang Yin yesterday. Upon seeing this, Wang Yin completely broke down. No, that money is for saving lives. Wang Yin trembled and shouted. Wang Yin, I didn't expect you to actually save so much money. You're too heartless. I tried to find you so many times. And you wouldn't give me a single cent. Yu Qingye's eyes changed upon seeing the stack of cash. That money isn't mine. I borrowed it from someone else. You can't take it. Wang Yin weakly shouted. Borrowed? Who would lend you money? And why would you borrow so much? Yu Qingye sneered, then seemed to think of something. His eyes widened as he stared at Wang Yin, shouting loudly. Oh, you must have hooked up with a sugar daddy, right? Did you find a man? Wang Yin shook her head while crying. Meanwhile, Guang Bin had already counted the money. There's a total of 100,000 here. But it's still not enough. Yu Qingye, you owe us a total of 160,000. Yu Qingye panicked immediately, saying, Brother Bin, Wang Yin might have other money hidden. Can you search again? Smack. Guang Bin slapped Yu Qingye across the face, angrily saying, the room is this small. We've searched everywhere. Where else could she hide money? Then, Yu Qingye's face turned pale, his legs trembling. Guang Bin looked at Wang Yin in the corner, his gaze straight forward, practically drooling. How about this? You send your wife to my house, if you can make me comfortable. Then I'll consider the 60,000 as paid off. How about it? Guang Bin looked at Wang Yin's looks and figure, swallowing hard, said. Yu Qingye showed a delighted expression and nodded quickly. No problem, Brother Bin. That's the best. Hearing their conversation, Wang Yan's face turned as pale as paper, nearly fainting. I'm afraid your wife won't be willing. Guang Bin stroked his chin and said. When did it matter if she was unwilling? This bitch deceived me. Has a man outside. And wouldn't he even save my life with 100,000? I naturally have no need to be sentimental. Yu Qingye's eyes were venomous as he said. All right, you're responsible for taking her away, Guang Bin said. Yu Qingye immediately walked over, grabbing Wang Yan's arm and pulling her outside. Due to her mental breakdown, Wang Yin had no strength left, and with one pull, she was dragged along. Mom! Yu Ye grabbed Wang Yin, not letting her be pulled away, crying out. Little bitch! Let go! Yu Qingye scolded. Yu Ye didn't care and clung tightly to Wang Yin. Smack! Yu Qingye raised his hand and slapped Yu Ye across the face with considerable force. Then, he dragged Wang Yin outside. Wang Yin looked back at the crying Yu Ye, her heart shattered. Damn it, crying and whining, it's so annoying. You two go help. Hurry up and take her away, Guang Bin frowned and said. Two followers immediately walked over, each grabbing a leg and lifting Wang Yin out. Guang Bin walked towards the yard, thinking about the pleasures of the bed tonight. But just as he reached the doorway of the yard, he ran into a young man. What are you doing? Fang Yu looked at the group of people in front of him, and at Wang Yin, who had tear-stained cheeks and was struggling desperately. His eyes cold. Where did this little punk come from? Get out of the way quickly, or I'll kick you to death. Guang Bin glared fiercely. Without saying a word, Fang Yu reached out and grabbed Guang Bin by the neck, lifting him off the ground. Guang Bin's face turned red, his throat being choked. Unable to speak, and he struggled hard to pry Fang Yu's hand off. But Fang Yu's grip was like a vice, utterly impossible to break free. Guang Bin's face changed from red to purple, nearly suffocating to death. Brother Bin. The four followers reacted and rushed forward. Fang Yu, expressionless, threw Guang Bin forward. Bang! The two followers in front were knocked down by Guang Bin's body. You're looking for death. The other two followers drew knives from their waists and charged towards Fang Yu, raising their knives to stab him. Fang Yu didn't even blink, and with a speed that the naked eye couldn't follow, he lifted his legs twice. The two followers with knives couldn't advance even half an inch. Screaming in pain as they fell to the ground, clutching their kneecaps, their bodies convulsing from the pain. In just a few seconds, Fang Yu knocked down all of Guang Bin's group to the ground. Yu Qingye had already let go of Wang Yan's hand. At this moment, he was just looking at Fang Yu, trembling all over. Who exactly are you? Guang Bin asked hoarsely, covering his neck and gasping for breath. Fang Yu said nothing, walked towards Guang Bin, squatted down, and reached out his hand. Guang Bin thought Fang Yu was going to strike again, and he shivered in fear, screaming. But Fang Yu did not strike. He simply took a wad of cash from Guang Bin's pocket. This money was lent to Wang Yin by me, Fang Yu said, holding the money. Fang Yu walked in front of Wang Yin and placed it back into her stunned hands. Then, he turned to Yu Qingye. You are Yu Qingye, right? Ye's biological father? Fang Yu asked. Yu Qingye forced a smile and said, Yes, I am Ye's father. Slap. Fang Yu slapped Yu Qingye's face, knocking out several of his teeth. Yu Qingye fell to the ground, bloodied and trembling. Be brother, please, for Wang Yin and Ye's sake, let me go. Before he could finish, Fang Yu kicked him away. After today, I don't want to see you again. Otherwise, I will make you disappear forever, Fang Yu said coldly. Then, Fang Yu turned to Guang Bin. Upon meeting Fang Yu's gaze, Guang Bin trembled all over. You too. You can have Yu Qingye pay back the money he owes. If you harass Wang Yin and her daughter again, I won't hesitate to eliminate all of you, Fang Yu said. We understand. We will never dare again. Guang Bin immediately kowtowed to Fang Yu. After witnessing Fang Yu's skills, he had no doubt about what Fang Yu said. Just a second or two earlier, he would have been killed by strangulation. Get lost. Take these people with you, including Yu Qingye, Fang Yu said. Guang Bin and the other two lackeys immediately dragged their two companions with crushed knees and the fainted Yu Qingye away in panic. Fang Yu had wanted to kill them all, but he feared it would scare Wang Yin and Yu Ye, who were present. After Guang Bin's group left, Fang Yu looked at Wang Yin, who was kneeling on the ground with a dazed expression, and said, Aunt Wang, it's okay now. Aunt Wang had experienced a roller coaster of emotions that night, feeling completely drained. At this moment, she could only whisper, Thank you, Xiao Yu. Fang Yu walked into the house, and Yu Ye quickly jumped into his arms, crying. It's okay, no one will bother you anymore. Fang Yu patted her back and said. After comforting the mother and daughter and returning upstairs, it was already late at night, around 11 o'clock. A night had passed. The next morning, Fang Yu arrived at school. Just as he walked up the stairs to the third floor, a fragrant breeze hit him, and he bumped into a soft body. Bang! Fang Yu naturally would not be knocked down. The person in front of him cried out in pain and sat down on the ground in an ungraceful manner. To his surprise, it was Ding Ran, who had seen him get hit by a truck that day. It's you? Ding Ran, wearing a teacher's uniform, pointed at Fang Yu with wide eyes. Fang Yu was stunned. How could Ding Ran recognize him? He had clearly used hypnosis on her last time. Chapter 22. You've grown up. Ding Ran pointed at Fang Yu, opened her mouth, but couldn't call out his name. Fang Yu felt very familiar to her, but she couldn't recall his name. Classmate, have we met somewhere? Ding Ran asked. It shouldn't be, Fang Yu replied. Oh, Ding Ran tapped her head, furrowing her beautiful brows, still pondering the strange sense of familiarity in her mind. Seeing Ding Ran like this, Fang Yu knew that the hypnosis he used that day had taken effect. Counselor, you should stand up first, Fang Yu reminded. At this moment, Ding Ran was still sitting on the ground with her legs spread, which was quite ungraceful. Ding Ran came to her senses, noticed her sitting posture, blushed, and quickly stood up. Classmate, I really feel like I've seen you somewhere, and something happened back then. After standing up, Ding Ran was still deep in thought. Clearly aware that something had happened, yet unable to remember it, was a very uncomfortable feeling. Counselor, I have class soon, so I'll be leaving, Fang Yu said. Okay, I might have mistaken you for someone else. Ding Ran ultimately gave up, as she really couldn't recall. Fang Yu glanced at Ding Ran and walked towards the classroom. What had happened that day? Unless Ding Ran spent an entire day trying to remember, it would be impossible for her to recall. Of course, even if Ding Ran did remember, it wouldn't be a big deal. Once back in the classroom, Fang Yu heard that He Donglin and Hu Tao had been discharged from the hospital and had come to school to handle transfer procedures. The students in the class looked at Fang Yu with awe in their eyes. You see, before this, He Donglin had been a domineering presence in Class 2 of the senior year, and no one dared to provoke him. But Fang Yu not only severely injured He Donglin, but also forced him to leave Jianhai High School. Fang Yu was the one truly domineering. But for Fang Yu, hearing this news was not surprising. After all, he had dealt with He Wencheng. So how could He Donglin have the guts to stay in school? At noon after school, Tang Xiaoro went to the cafeteria with Zhao Shuanger. Shuanger, I saw you get into Yang Su's car yesterday afternoon. Tang Xiaoro hesitated for a long time, but finally spoke. Zhao Shuanger stopped in her tracks, looking at Tang Xiaoro with a smile, and said, Xiaoro, are you very concerned? Concerned? Why would I be concerned? I just don't want you to get too close to Yang Su. He's really not a good person. Tang Xiaoro frowned and said, as long as you're not concerned. That's fine. You think Yang Su is not good, but I really want to be friends with him, Zhao Shuanger said. Tang Xiaoro was taken aback. Zhao Shuanger had never mentioned this to her before. He kept pestering you before, so I didn't tell you about it. But now, Yang Su finally noticed me and wants to be friends with me. Xiaoro, Yang Su is really a good person. You two might just have incompatible personalities. But he is really great. I've been with him these past few days, and I'm really happy, Zhao Shuanger said, her eyes full of excitement. Seeing Zhao Shuanger's expression, Tang Xiaoro wanted to say something, but ultimately kept quiet. Zhao Shuanger was her best friend. Since Zhao Shuanger felt happy, she had no reason to interfere. Xiaoro, if you're not angry, will you be happy for me? Zhao Shuanger grabbed Tang Xiaoro's hands and asked. Of course. Tang Xiaoro smiled. During the afternoon break, Fang Yu was reading a novel when Tang Xiaoro suddenly leaned over and said, Hey, did you know? Yang Su actually started hanging out with Shuanger. Fang Yu didn't even raise his eyelids and asked, Who is Shuanger? Zhao Shuanger, my best friend, Tang Xiaoro replied. Fang Yu responded with an O. I used to think Yang Su was not a good person, but Shuanger seems to really enjoy spending time with him. It seems that Yang Su is treating her well, Tang Xiaoro said. So are you happy or not? Fang Yu looked up at Tang Xiaoro and asked. Of course I am. I never liked Yang Su pestering me, and now I don't have that worry anymore. It just feels like his change is so big. Tang Xiaoro murmured. If you're saying all this to ask for my opinion, then I'll tell you. There's a problem, Fang Yu said. What problem? Tang Xiaoro was taken aback and asked. Yang Su, Fang Yu said. After speaking, Fang Yu turned his head back and continued reading the novel, signaling Tang Xiaoro not to bother him anymore. Yang Su has a problem? Although Tang Xiaoro also felt that Yang Su was not a good person, she believed that Zhao Shuanger was not a fool. If Yang Su really had a problem, Zhao Shuanger would not be unaware. Forget it. No need to think too much about it. As long as Shuanger is happy, that's enough for Tang Xiaoro. The next day was Saturday, and there was no school. During the holidays, Fang Yu's daily routine was not much different from that of an elderly person. He wakes up at 7 in the morning, practices a set of martial arts in the yard, then runs a lap around the back mountain. After running, he buys breakfast and goes home. Fang Yu eats a large meat bun and slowly walks back to the yard. Before he gets close, he sees a Hummer parked at the gate. As he approaches, he sees a woman wearing sunglasses standing at the gate, peering inside. The woman has long hair, dressed in a black athletic outfit, tall and slender, perfectly outlining her curves. Especially her upper body, where the buttons of her top are tightly fastened. Who are you looking for? Fang Yu asks, taking a bite of the meat bun. Excuse me, is Fang Yu living here? The woman speaks politely, taking off her sunglasses to reveal her stunningly beautiful face. That's me. Compared to her, Fang Yu seems quite rude. Speaking while still chewing the meat bun, making his words unclear. You are Fang Yu? The woman is a bit surprised, her beautiful eyes widening. But she quickly regains her composure and says, Hello, Mr. Fang. I am Qin Yimo, the granddaughter of Qin Wudao. My grandfather asked me to bring you 18 boxes of complete restoration pills. Complete restoration pills? Fang Yu is slightly taken aback, then realizes this is Qin Wudao's twisted sense of humor. Qin Yimo instructs the driver to bring out the 18 boxes of beast inner elixirs from the trunk. Please take them to the second floor, Fang Yu says. While the driver carries the beast inner elixirs upstairs, Qin Yimo silently observes Fang Yu. Is this really the great benefactor of the Qin family my grandfather mentioned? He seems too young, like a middle school student. My grandfather said I should consult him if I encounter difficulties, but he doesn't seem like someone who can help me. Unexpectedly, Fang Yu looks at Qin Yimo and sighs. I can't believe you're already grown up. The last time they met, Qin Yimo was just a 1-year-old baby. However, Fang Yu's words sound different to Qin Yimo. Especially now, as Fang Yu is staring at her, making Qin Yimo instinctively think he is ogling her. Her face turns slightly red, and she angrily says, Please, Mr. Fang, be more respectful. She doubts whether she has found the right person. Is this really who her grandfather wanted her to meet? He clearly acts like a little rogue. Fang Yu chuckles and says, I've been an old friend with your grandfather. Old friend? Qin Wudao is 83 this year. In front of him, Fang Yu is at most a little friend. This person, who talks nonsense, lacks manners, and has ulterior motives, how could he be so valued by my grandfather? Qin Yimo thinks to herself. But coming from a noble family, she still maintains her composure and upbringing. Mr. Fang, when did you meet my grandfather? Qin Yimo asks. About 80 years ago. No, to be precise, it should be 78 years ago. Fang Yu squints his eyes and replies. Hee hee. Qin Yimo's face stiffens, and she can only force a couple of dry laughs. In her mind, her evaluation of Fang Yu has plummeted. He talks absurdly, uses exaggerated language, and pretends to be mature. How is he different from other middle schoolers who like to daydream and boast? The only difference might be that Fang Yu is a bit thicker-skinned. Does he even know who Qin Wudao is? How dare he make such jokes? If it weren't for Qin Wudao's repeated emphasis before she left that Fang Yu is a great benefactor of the Qin family and must not be offended, Qin Yimo would have scolded him long ago. At this time, the driver has already delivered all 18 boxes of beast inner elixirs upstairs and returned downstairs. Qin Yimo glances at Fang Yu and says, Mr. Fang, I have delivered the complete restoration pills as instructed by my grandfather. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Why are you in such a hurry? Your grandfather asked me to look after you. I should get to know you better, Fang Yu replies. Qin Yimo bites her red lips, suppressing her displeasure, and says, Mr. Fang, I have urgent matters to attend to. Perhaps we can meet again next time. But since this is our first meeting since you grew up, I should give you something. Please wait here for a moment, Fang Yu says as he turns to go upstairs. After waiting for 2 or 3 minutes, Fang Yu still hasn't come down. Qin Yimo is already quite impatient. But she must obey her grandfather's orders and cannot show anger. After another minute, Fang Yu finally comes downstairs, holding a bag of vegetables he picked yesterday. These are vegetables I grew myself, all natural and pesticide-free. Take them home and eat. Fang Yu hands the vegetables to Qin Yimo. Qin Yimo receives the vegetables, forcing a smile, and says, Thank you. And this sachet, you can wear it. It helps calm the mind. Fang Yu pulls out a sachet made of burlap from his pocket and hands it to Qin Yimo. Qin Yimo thanks him again and then leaves. Sitting in the car, Qin Yimo takes several deep breaths, taking a while to calm down. What kind of sachet is this? Qin Yimo picks up the sachet Fang Yu gave her, brings it close to her nose, and finds it has no floral scent, but rather a medicinal aroma. Strangely, as soon as she smells it, she feels very comfortable. Her previously agitated mood disappears, and she calms down. Qin Yimo glances at the bag of vegetables on the seat beside her and can't help but feel amused. What kind of person is Fang Yu? She had asked Qin Wudao before setting out, but he didn't answer directly, only saying, You should find out for yourself. How can she understand? She feels completely unable to communicate with Fang Yu. Forget it, the important matters come first. Qin Yimo shakes her head, no longer thinking about these things, and picks up a stack of documents to read. Chapter 23, One Step Closer to Foundation Establishment. Fang Yu returns to the second floor and opens the 18 boxes of beast inner elixirs one by one. Second tier, second tier, second tier, third tier. Out of the 18 beast inner elixirs, only 4 are third tier. The rest are all second tier. Of course, Fang Yu didn't expect any high-tier inner elixirs from a secular family, even from the Qin family. Then, Fang Yu begins to swallow these beast inner elixirs one by one. A surge of spiritual energy is absorbed by Fang Yu. He finally breaks through again, achieving 2 consecutive breakthroughs. He is now at the 9th level of the Qi refining stage, one step closer to reaching 10,000 levels. In the afternoon, Fang Yu goes out to the vegetable garden and encounters a luxury car stopping on a remote path outside the urban village. The person who gets out of the car is Ji Dongshan, dressed in a suit. Mr. Fang, I received news that the Yang family has sent Baijian, aiming to eliminate you. You need to come with me quickly. With our Ji family's protection, Baijian won't have a chance to attack you, Ji Dongshan says anxiously. Baijian. Fang Yu's lips curl into a slight arc. Last time at the Tang family, he had already warned Baijian and the Yang family. But it seems Baijian did not receive the message. Let him come. I'm not afraid, Fang Yu says. Mr. Fang, please believe us. Baijian is a 9th-tier innate martial artist, extremely powerful, not someone to be dealt with easily. Moreover, the Yang family is known for their ruthlessness. If they want to eliminate you, they will not just send one Baijian. There must be many backup plans. This statement is made not by Ji Dongshan, but by Ji Ruby, who pops her head out from the car. Ji Ruby's face still lacks color, indicating her injuries have not fully healed. She just got discharged from the hospital today and should be resting at home. But upon hearing that the Yang family is targeting Fang Yu, she couldn't sit still. Fang Yu is her savior, and it is because of her that the Yang family sees him as a thorn in their side. She must come to save Fang Yu personally. Fang Yu looks at Ji Ruby, about to say something, but suddenly turns his head to the side and says, "No need to leave. They are already here." What? Ji Dongshan and Ji Ruby's expressions change, following Fang Yu's gaze to the side. Sure enough, a black jeep has stopped behind them, and a young man in white clothes gets out. It is Baijian. Is it just you? Fang Yu asks Baijian. Just me is enough. Baijian squints his eyes and replies. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Baijian smiled and said, "Oh, actually there is a driver in the car, but he won't participate. He is only responsible for filming Miss Yang. She said she wants to watch you die with her own eyes." After saying this, Baijian's eyes were filled with killing intent. He then noticed the luxury car next to Fang Yu, as well as the grim-faced Ji Dongshan and Ji Rumai. Baijian was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes lit up. The Ji family father and daughter were actually here? That means he could catch them all today. In the jeep, the driver pointed the camera at Ji Dongshan and his daughter. Seeing this scene, Yang Yingzhu revealed a cruel smile. What a perfect opportunity for Baijian to take down Ji Dongshan and that bitch Ji Rumai. The driver leaned out of the window and shouted at Baijian. Miss Yang wants you to take them down too. He made a throat-cutting gesture. Understood, Baijian replied. Hearing the driver's words, Ji Dongshan's face turned even uglier. He never expected to run into Baijian here, nor did he think Yang Yingzhu would be so insane. In broad daylight, she actually wanted Baijian to kill them both. Yang Yingzhu, do you really think the Jiangnan is under your Yang family's control? How can you act so lawlessly? Ji Dongshan shouted angrily. Stop shouting. No matter how much you shout, you can't change the outcome, Baijian said with a slight smile. 2 bodyguards got out of Ji Dongshan's car, holding guns aimed at Baijian. Baijian, even if you are a 9th-level innate martial artist, you can't possibly withstand bullets. Right? Ji Dongshan said in a deep voice. Then let them shoot and try, Baijian replied. Take him down, Ji Dongshan commanded. The 2 armed bodyguards slowly approached Baijian, but at that moment, Baijian moved and instantly disappeared from his spot. A white shadow flashed towards the 2 bodyguards. Their faces changed drastically, and they immediately prepared to shoot. Crash! But in the next second, their wrists were struck hard, and their guns fell to the ground. Immediately, Baijian quickly raised his foot and kicked the 2 bodyguards in the abdomen. Ah! The 2 bodyguards screamed and fell to the ground, completely losing their fighting ability. Seeing this scene, Ji Dongshan and Ji Rumai turned pale. They never expected Baijian to be this powerful. The 2 armed bodyguards were taken down so easily. Baijian picked up a handgun from the ground and toyed with it in his hand, then suddenly aimed the gun at Ji Dongshan. You ordinary people really underestimate us martial artists, Baijian squinted and said, do you really think I would be afraid of guns? As he spoke, Baijian suddenly pulled the trigger. Dad! Ji Rumai screamed. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the mountains and forests, but Ji Dongshan was unharmed. Fang Yu stood in front of Baijian, grabbing his hand and lifting the gun barrel upwards. The shot just now had fired into the sky. You sure talk big. You think you're already an immortal? Fang Yu smiled. Baijian's expression changed slightly as he tried to break free from Fang Yu's grip. He knew exactly how strong Fang Yu was. He had never intended to compete with him in strength. He planned to use martial arts techniques to deal with Fang Yu. Kill Baijan quickly, Yang Yinju said impatiently as she watched the scene on the camera. The driver leaned out again and shouted at Baijan. Miss Yang wants you to finish this quickly. All right, I'll do as you say, finish it quickly. Fang Yu said with a slight smile, gripping Baijan's wrist and twisting it hard. Crack. Baijan's right hand was twisted 180 degrees. Baijan staggered back several steps, clutching his right hand and crying out in pain, sweat dripping from his forehead. He looked at Fang Yu, disbelief in his eyes. He had thought that the strength Fang Yu displayed at the Tang family 2 days ago was the peak. But he didn't expect Fang Yu's strength to be even greater than he anticipated. How could someone with only 5 levels of qi refining possess such immense power? Baijan felt a bit panicked. He realized he had misjudged Fang Yu's strength. In this world, only I can deem others as ordinary people. Fang Yu's voice drifted closer. In the next second, Fang Yu appeared in front of Baijan and punched him in the abdomen. Baijan gritted his teeth, crossing his arms to block the punch. Fang Yu's fist struck Baijan's arm. Baijan's arm completely broke, and then it struck his abdomen. Puff! Baijan was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. Lying on the ground, Baijan's eyes were hollow, his body twitching slightly. This punch marked the end of his martial arts career, and even his life force was rapidly fading. Fang Yu didn't look at Baijan again. Instead, he walked toward the jeep, took the camera from the nowadays driver, and pointed the lens at himself. This is my last warning. If you provoke me again, I won't hesitate to remove your Yang family from existence, Fang Yu said in a flat tone. After saying this, Fang Yu returned the camera to the driver, then turned and dragged the barely conscious Baijan, opening the car door and throwing him inside. Let's go back. This is my gift for Miss Yang, Fang Yu said to the driver. The driver was sweating profusely and trembling all over. After hearing this, he immediately turned the car around and sped away from the place. Fang Yu turned his head and saw Ji Dongshan and Ji Rumai, who were in a daze. At the Yang family, Yang Yinju forcefully threw her tablet against a nearby wine rack, knocking over several bottles of fine red wine, which shattered with a series of loud crashes. Damn it! Damn it! Yang Yinju trembled all over, her eyes bloodshot. She was proud and arrogant, but had been provoked by Fang Yu repeatedly. Since taking over the Yang family's business, she had always been winning and hadn't tasted failure in a long time. Fang Yu must be dealt with. He must die? After today? Yang Yinju's hatred for Fang Yu had surpassed her hatred for Ji Rumai. After venting for a while, Yang Yinju finally calmed down. The strength Fang Yu displayed far exceeded her expectations. Sending people to fight him head-on would not succeed. Therefore, to eliminate him now, she needed another plan. Striking when he least expected it, for a fatal blow. Yang Yinju thought for a moment, and a cruel smile reappeared on her face. Fang Yu, this time, I will make sure you die without a whole corpse. On Monday and Tuesday, there would be a mock exam, and when she arrived in the classroom early, she found that the vast majority of students were studying hard. A very small number of students, such as Fang Yu, were still sleeping with their heads on the desk. Tang Xiaoro finished 2 math problems and couldn't help but reach out to pat Fang Yu's shoulder. Why aren't you studying? The mock exam is today, Tang Xiaoro said, frowning. I don't need to study, Fang Yu replied. Don't need to? Don't you want to get into a good university? You're so talented in other areas. Why not focus on your studies? Tang Xiaoro said. Even if I don't focus on my studies, my exam results will still be better than yours, Fang Yu said. Tang Xiaoro laughed. This time, she really couldn't help but laugh. She was at the top of her class and was a true academic elite. Fang Yu, who came to class just to sleep every day, thought he could score better than her. Dream on. In other areas, Tang Xiaoro admitted Fang Yu was very impressive and acknowledged that she was far inferior to him. But in academics, as an academic elite, she had her own pride. You say you can score better than me. Let's make a bet. Do you dare to accept? Tang Xiaoro challenged. Sure, if you lose. You have to bring me breakfast every day, and it can't be the same every day, Fang Yu said. What about if you lose? Tang Xiaoro asked forcefully. If I lose, do whatever you want, Fang Yu replied. It's a deal. Chapter 24, Seeking Death. Tang Xiaoro's face was filled with excitement. She finally had the chance to teach Fang Yu a lesson. During the usual mock exams, what was your highest score? Fang Yu asked. Tang Xiaoro proudly replied. I scored 709 points at my best, and I was the top of the key class. Fang Yu responded with an O, and said, so, I just need to score above 710 points to beat you. Just to be safe, let's say 715 points. Do you really think scoring over 700 is that easy? If you can really score that high, I won't mind how you do, Tang Xiaoro said defiantly, puffing out her chest. Fang Yu glanced at Tang Xiaoro, but said nothing. Tang Xiaoro felt that her previous statement was a bit ambiguous. Her face turned red, and she turned away to continue studying. She had to win this bet. She needed to diminish Fang Yu's arrogance. Otherwise, he always acted like he was very impressive, which was really annoying. After the morning reading session, the students were required to push their desks apart to prepare for the mock exam. Taking advantage of the time, Tang Xiaoro found Lu Pengzi and asked, "Lu Dong, how are Fang Yu's exam scores usually?" Seeing Tang Xiaoro's face up close, Lu Pengzi felt a bit nervous and said he usually ranks around 30th in the class for every exam. 30th? This class has a total of 60 students, which means Fang Yu's score is only average in Class 2. Class 2, being an ordinary class, wouldn't have a student scoring over 650 points. If Fang Yu can only rank around 30th in this class, aiming for 715 points is just a pipe dream. Realizing this, Tang Xiaoro felt completely at ease. The exams soon began, and the first subject was Chinese. Tang Xiaoro was more careful and focused than in any previous exam. She had to score high to show off her score to Fang Yu. Before starting the essay, Tang Xiaoro secretly glanced at Fang Yu, who was already slumped over his desk and seemed to be asleep. Humph, he thinks he can win against me like this? Dream on. Tang Xiaoro ignored Fang Yu and focused on writing her essay. After finishing the Chinese exam, the second subject was math. Math was Tang Xiaoro's strong suit, and she could always score above 140 points. While working on the math paper, she observed Fang Yu again and found that he had only worked for about half an hour before dozing off again. Half an hour was just enough to finish the multiple-choice questions. It seemed Fang Yu had directly given up on the calculation and application questions. What a slacker. In the afternoon, they had comprehensive studies and English exams, and just like the previous two subjects, Fang Yu only worked for half an hour before falling asleep again. After the exams, as school ended, Tang Xiaoro moved her desk back to its original position. "Fang Yu, with your lazy attitude, how could you possibly get good grades?" Tang Xiaoro said, looking at the sleepily yawning Fang Yu, feeling a bit exasperated. She had thought Fang Yu would at least take the bet seriously, but he had been sleeping the whole time. This made her a little disheartened. Even if she won, there would be nothing to celebrate. Fang Yu didn't pay attention to Tang Xiaoro's feelings and got up to prepare to go home, but his phone in his pocket vibrated. He took out his phone, and the call was from Tang Mingde. "Fang Shini, Tang Si has found some information about the monster beast's inner core," Tang Mingde said. "Where?" Fang Yu asked. "At an underground auction house for warriors. He heard that there is a monster beast's inner core being auctioned today. If you are interested, I can have Tang Si take you there. He is already waiting for Xiaoro at the school gate," Tang Mingde said. "Okay," Fang Yu agreed. Fang Yu and Tang Xiaoro got into Tang Si's car together. "Mr. Fang, I will first take the young lady home and then accompany you to the auction house. Is that all right?" Tang Si asked respectfully. Ever since witnessing Fang Yu's powerful skills in the urban village, Tang Si's attitude towards him had changed. "That's fine. I don't want her to come along anyway," Fang Yu said. "Where are you going?" "Why can't I go?" Tang Xiaoro reacted quickly and asked anxiously. "Miss, I am taking Mr. Fang to an underground auction house for warriors. It's a mixed crowd there, and you, as a girl, should avoid it," Tang Si said. Tang Xiaoro bit her lip, feeling a bit reluctant. But she also knew that Tang Si wouldn't lie to her, so she didn't insist further. After dropping Tang Xiaoro back at the Tang family home, Tang Si and Fang Yu headed to the underground auction house. This auction house specifically catered to warriors and held at least 2 auctions each month. The location of the auction house was relatively remote, situated on a piece of abandoned land in the suburbs of Jianghai City. There was a slightly dilapidated building on this land, which was where the auction would take place. In the open space in front of the building, several cars were parked, including luxury cars worth millions in the market. "What currency is used for transactions at this auction?" Fang Yu asked. "It's the same as the money we usually use. There is no special currency," Tang Si answered. Fang Yu recalled that over 4,000 years ago, the auctions were conducted using spirit stones. Upon entering the auction house, Fang Yu saw nearly 100 cultivators. All these cultivators were in the qi refining stage, with the highest not exceeding the 10th level and the lowest only at the 3rd level. This auction usually sells spirit pills, rare herbs, and weapons, Tang Si introduced. While speaking, Tang Si led Fang Yu to sit in the back row and said, "This auction has no formal rules, just find a seat when you arrive. When the auction starts, you can bid on items you're interested in, and the highest bidder wins. You can leave at any time if you wish." "Not bad." Fang Yu nodded. but he suddenly remembered that he hadn't brought any money with him. The Tang family head has instructed me that if a monster beast's inner core appears, regardless of the price, I must help you acquire it. Tang Si seemed to anticipate what Fang Yu was going to say and spoke in advance. Thank you to the Tang family head then, Fang Yu said. The auction quickly began. The first item up for bidding was the Yang Dragon Pill, refined by Master Wu from Huaibei, whose effects were enthusiastically described by the auctioneer. Fang Yu realized at the end that this so-called Yang Dragon Pill was actually a male enhancement drug. Yet, this trivial item was auctioned off for a high price of 300,000, bought by an elderly man with white hair and a frail appearance. Fang Yu felt a bit speechless. It was clear that all kinds of people were present at this auction house. The following 10 or so auction items were all spirit pills, weapons, and the like, which Fang Yu considered worthless. The next auction item was a monster beast's inner core, which had been brought back by a master after various dangers. The auctioneer shouted. Then, this monster beast's inner core was presented on stage. It was a dark red, fist-sized inner core, a fifth-tier monster beast's inner core. Feeling the aura emanating from the inner core, Fang Yu immediately became excited. He hadn't seen such a high-tier monster beast's inner core in many years. If he swallowed this inner core, he might be able to break through 2 or 3 more levels. It must be acquired. Monster beast inner cores may seem useless to everyone, only good for collection. But in fact, grinding the inner core into powder for medicinal use has excellent effects on strengthening the body, the auctioneer explained. 1 million. Before the auctioneer could finish his introduction, Fang Yu immediately shouted. A wave of gasps erupted around him. People were surprised that someone would bid 1 million for an inner core without knowing its practical value. 1,000,005, came a deep voice. Everyone turned to see a rugged-looking middle-aged man. The bidder was actually Wu Xiong. Damn, what's the point of competing? Just let him have it. That kid definitely won't dare to raise the bid again. Otherwise, he would be going against the old Tiger Wu. People whispered around, many looking at Fang Yu with a mocking expression. Wu Xiong's bid of just an additional 50,000 was essentially a warning to Fang Yu not to raise the price again. If Fang Yu dares to continue raising the price, he will probably provoke Wu Xiong's revenge. Who is this person? Fang Yu asked. Tang Si's expression turned grim as he said, this person is called Wu Xiong, a congenital Tindan martial artist. Extremely powerful and notoriously arrogant in the martial arts community of Jianhai City. Mr. Fang, we may have to let him have this demon beast's inner core first, and then buy it from him at a high price. There's no need for that. Just bid and get it, Fang Yu said indifferently. 2 million. Fang Yu shouted. There was an uproar around. The auctioneer was extremely excited. For the auction house, the existence of someone like Wu Xiong was a tumor that significantly reduced their profits. However, due to Wu Xiong's overwhelming strength, the auction house did not dare to offend him. But if Fang Yu actively raised the price, it would no longer be their concern. Wu Xiong frowned, looking towards Fang Yu's position. Fang Yu smiled slightly at him. Looking for death, Wu Xiong sneered and stopped bidding. The martial artists present were discussing among themselves. It's over, old Tiger Wu is angry. That kid is only at the 5th level of Qi refining. Whose child is he? How dare he offend old Tiger Wu? He is essentially spending 2 million to help Wu Xiong buy that demon beast's inner core, and he might even lose his life. A huge loss. Fang Yu looked at Tang Si, who was pale beside him, and said, you should have brought enough money, right? I have enough money, but... Tang Si hesitated, feeling that Fang Yu was being impulsive and that offending Wu Xiong could lead to dire consequences. The best solution would have been to let Wu Xiong bid for the demon beast's inner core and then buy it at a high price from him. As the inner core had no value to other martial artists and Fang Yu was the one in urgent need of it. Mr. Fang, although you are exceptionally talented, you are still a bit too youthful and impulsive, Tang Si sighed inwardly. He knew Fang Yu was skilled, but he was definitely not Wu Xiong's match. Wu Xiong was so arrogant and domineering because his strength far surpassed that of ordinary martial artists. Even among those who were also congenital Tindan martial artists, very few could match him. Chapter 25. Fang Yu cheated. Ignoring the gazes around him, Fang Yu walked to the front desk with Tang Si, paid 2 million, took the 5th level demon beast's inner core, and left the auction house. Wu Xiong snorted coldly and followed him out. Let's go watch the show. Many onlookers, eager for excitement, followed behind Wu Xiong. As they walked outside, Tang Si felt a cold sweat on his forehead. After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone, wanting to call Tang Mingda. There's no need to make a call. Fang Yu stopped Tang Si. Tang Si's expression changed repeatedly, but in the end, he put his phone down. At this time, the two had already walked to the open parking area. "You two, stop right there." Wu Xiong's deep voice came from behind. Fang Yu stopped, turned around, and smiled at Wu Xiong, asking, "Is there something you need?" Wu Xiong wore a cruel smile and said, "Kid, you're quite bold. Considering your youth, I'll give you two choices. The first choice, give me 2 million and I'll let you go. The second choice, I'll cripple you and take the demon beast's inner core." Fang Yu shook his head and said, "This is outright robbery. I won't choose either." "Then you're asking for death." Wu Xiong's eyes widened in anger. "Brother Wu, I'm Tang Si from the Tang family in Jiangnan. And this is a friend of mine. Please, Tang Si, plead for him." Jiangnan Tang family. Wu Xiong was taken aback, then his eyes lit up. "The Tang family? You should be quite wealthy. Your friend has angered me, and unless you offer me a satisfactory price, I won't easily let him go," Wu Xiong said. "I'm willing to offer too." Tang Si was about to speak, but Fang Yu took a step forward and said, "You won't get a single penny." Wu Xiong laughed 3 times, then glared at Fang Yu with bloodshot eyes, coldly saying, "If I let you go today, then I'll read my name backwards." This kid is really looking for death. Does he think Wu Xiong is just anyone? How dare he provoke him like this? Said a martial artist who followed to watch the excitement. Tang Si's face went pale, drenched in cold sweat. He regretted bringing Fang Yu to this auction house. He never expected that Fang Yu, who seemed mature, would act so recklessly. He had already warned Fang Yu not to provoke Wu Xiong. But Fang Yu insisted on doing so and even angered him. "Hold on to the demon beast's inner core for me." Fang Yu handed the box containing the inner core to Tang Si. At this moment, Wu Xiong had already moved. He charged at Fang Yu with incredible speed. His muscles tensed. Fang Yu took a step forward, standing still and waiting for Wu Xiong's arrival. "Die for me." Wu Xiong raised a fist and smashed it towards Fang Yu. This was Wu Xiong's full-force strike as a congenital Tindan martial artist. The power was naturally beyond words. Many people closed their eyes, not wanting to see the scene of Fang Yu being smashed into a pulp. Bang! With a loud explosion, dust rose where Fang Yu stood. Tang Si, who was closest to Fang Yu, was also blown back several steps by the fierce wind from the punch. This was just the power of one punch. Wu Xiong was too strong, right? Tang Si's face turned pale, unable to imagine what would happen to Fang Yu if he took this punch head-on. The dust quickly settled, and gasps of astonishment erupted around. Tang Si focused his eyes and found that Fang Yu had actually blocked Wu Xiong's punch with just one hand. Wu Xiong's forehead veins bulged, and he swung his left fist. Fang Yu extended his other palm and easily blocked this punch again. Fang Yu remained standing in place, not moving an inch. "Is that all the strength you have?" "Sorry about that." Fang Yu smiled slightly, gripping Wu Xiong's fist and twisting it hard. Crack! A sound of bones shattering came from both of Wu Xiong's wrists. Wu Xiong let out a scream, flipping in the air and crashing heavily to the ground. Fang Yu stepped forward and placed his foot on Wu Xiong's chest. Uffed! Wu Xiong spat out a large mouthful of blood, his face pale. Those around were wide-eyed, filled with disbelief. Was this really the usually arrogant Wu Xiong? How could he be defeated like this? Wu Xiong looked at Fang Yu in horror, shouting, "How is this possible? You clearly only have the strength of a congenital 5 Dan. You think I only have the strength of a congenital 5 Dan? That's just what I wanted you to think," Fang Yu said lightly. After saying this, he lifted his foot again and stomped down towards Wu Xiong's dantian. "No!" Wu Xiong shouted. Bang! Fang Yu's foot landed heavily on Wu Xiong's dantian area. Wu Xiong again spat out a large mouthful of blood, his complexion ashen. His dantian was shattered. Decades of cultivation had gone to waste. From today on, he would be a waste person. So ruthless. A chill rose in the hearts of those around as they witnessed this scene. Wu Xiong had truly kicked a metal plate this time. Who on earth is this young man? Wu Xiong, in front of him, doesn't even have the strength to retaliate. My God. I feel he is even more terrifying than that recent prodigy surnamed Yang, who made waves in Jiangnan. Are you talking about that Yang Jian from the Yang family? I still think Yang Jian is more powerful. After all, he is already half a step into being a master. The onlookers discussed animatedly. Meanwhile, Fang Yu and Tang Si had already returned to the car. "Mr. Fang, I'm curious to ask." Tang Si looked at Fang Yu, who appeared indifferent, his expression hesitant. Fang Yu looked at Tang Si. "What level is your current strength at in the congenital stages?" Tang Si wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked. Fang Yu thought for a moment and replied honestly, "It should be at congenital 9,834 stages." and I'll soon break through to 9,836 stages. Tang Si was stunned. After returning home, Fang Yu couldn't wait to take out the demon beast's inner core. The fifth-order monster's inner Dan was simply too large. Fang Yu had to divide it into 4 parts before he could swallow it. A surge of pure spiritual energy flowed into his dantian, making Fang Yu feel incredibly comfortable. This energy directly helped him break through 2 levels, reaching the 9,836th level of the Qi refining period. If he could find another 100 of these high-level monster inner dawn, breaking through 10,000 levels would really be just around the corner. Hope sparkled in Fang Yu's eyes. The next morning, as soon as Fang Yu arrived in the classroom, he noticed Tang Xiaoro was grinning at him with a sinister smile. "If you're not feeling well, you can take a day off. Why come to disturb me?" Fang Yu said, "You're the one who's not feeling well. Just thinking about how you'll be my servant in the future, bowing and scraping, makes me unable to stop laughing." Tang Xiaoro replied, "The results of the mock exam should be out quickly, probably this afternoon." Fang Yu wasn't in a hurry to argue with Tang Xiaoro. Everything could wait until the results came out in the afternoon. Soon it was afternoon, and the first class was Counselor Huang Hai's class. As expected, he was going to announce the results. Tang Xiaoro was beaming with confidence, as if she had already won. The class bell rang, and Huang Hai walked in with a results sheet in hand. As soon as he entered, he gave Fang Yu a meaningful look. "Students, the results of yesterday's mock exam are out, and I will now read the results," Huang Hai said. Then, Huang Hai began to share some statistics about how many students passed the undergraduate line, how many passed the key line, and finally, it was time for the class's top 10 results, which was what Tang Xiaoro was most concerned about. 10th place, He Dongrong, total score 623 points. "There's been improvement since last time. Keep it up," Huang Hai said. 9th place, 8th place. 3rd place, Su Xiaona, total score 649 points. "It's a good performance. But it could be better," Huang Hai said. Su Xiaona's expression was not good because she had previously ranked first in the class and rarely missed. But this time, her total score was similar to before, yet her ranking dropped to 3rd. The class erupted in surprise, but then they remembered that Tang Xiaoro had transferred to class 2. It was normal for Tang Xiaoro, a top student from the key class, to score better than Su Xiaona. 2nd place, Tang Xiaoro, total score 707 points. Ranked 4th in the whole grade, an excellent result, Huang Hai praised. But the students in the class were stunned. 707 points. 4th in the whole grade. How could such a score not rank first in the class? Was Huang Hai mistaken about the results? Tang Xiaoro bit her lip, her brows furrowing tightly. She never expected that such a score wouldn't get her first in the class. Suddenly, Tang Xiaoro thought of something and turned to look at Fang Yu, only to find him engrossed in a novel. It couldn't be him, right? Tang Xiaoro reassured herself. "I know everyone is curious. Who was the first in the class? How could even Tang Xiaoro's 707 points not be enough for first place? In fact, I was surprised too, after seeing this student's score. I even thought it was a mistake and asked each subject's counselor to verify the scores. In the end, I concluded that the score is correct," Huang Hai said. Looking at Fang Yu, the students in the class also turned to follow Huang Hai's gaze toward Fang Yu's seat. 1st place, Fang Yu, total score 723 points. This score not only ranks first in the class, but also first in the entire grade, Huang Hai announced. Wow. The class erupted in an uproar. No one expected that the first place would be Fang Yu, and that his total score would be so high, ranking first in the grade. Tang Xiaoro looked at the calm Fang Yu and felt like crying. She had worked so hard to review, yet in the end, she scored 16 points less than Fang Yu, who had been sleeping all the time. Who exactly was Fang Yu? How could he be so impressive? Tang Xiaoro felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, she felt very unwilling, and on the other hand, she was completely convinced by Fang Yu. "From tomorrow on, remember to bring me breakfast. The styles can't repeat." Fang Yu patted Tang Xiaoro's shoulder and reminded her. "Got it," Tang Xiaoro said, completely deflated. Her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "Counselor, Fang Yu definitely cheated." At that moment, Su Xiaona suddenly stood up and shouted. Chapter 26, transferred to the key class. Everyone's gaze shifted to Su Xiaona. She pointed at Fang Yu and said, "Everyone knows that for more than 2 years in high school, Fang Yu's grades have only been average in the class. How could he suddenly score 723 points?" As soon as she said this, everyone snapped back to reality and found it indeed strange. Fang Yu had always ranked around 30 in the class, with scores around 400 points. And now he scored 723 points. The increase was too exaggerated. So I believe Fang Yu copied Tang Xiaorou's exam paper to achieve this score. Counselor, I strongly request that Fang Yu's score be invalidated. Su Xiaona looked at Huang Hai and said, Counselor, Fang Yu usually either sleeps on the desk during class or reads novels. Yet he managed to score 723 points through cheating. His existence is an insult to other students who study seriously. Jiang Yu also stood up, glaring at Fang Yu and saying loudly, Counselor, we also think Fang Yu's score should be invalidated. He used to rank behind me, and now he's suddenly first in the grade? How is that possible? Counselor, Fang Yu really cheated. Several students who already disliked Fang Yu began to stir up trouble. This situation was exactly what Jiang Yu and Su Xiaona wanted to see. Jiang Yu looked at Fang Yu's expressionless face. A glint of mockery flashed in her eyes, filled with the pleasure of revenge. Still pretending to be calm. I want to see how long you can keep this up. Just as everyone was attacking Fang Yu, Lu Fati suddenly stood up. Are you all crazy? Fang Yu scored 723 points this time. That's 16 points higher than Tang Xiaorou. If he really copied Tang Xiaorou's exam paper, how could his score be higher than hers? Go ahead and copy his 723 score for me to see. As soon as he said this, the voices attacking Fang Yu in the class diminished significantly. Lu Fati made a valid point. If Fang Yu had really copied Tang Xiaorou, why would his score be so much higher? Even ranking first in the entire grade? What if Fang Yu copied, and then noticed some obvious mistakes that Tang Xiaorou made and corrected them on his own? Just 16 points. If he noticed a few errors and corrected them, he could easily reach 723 points. Su Xiaona glared at Lu Fati and said, You're just making excuses. Lu Fati's face turned red as he retorted, How could Tang Xiaorou score 707 points and make so many obvious mistakes? Quiet. At that moment, Huang Hai finally spoke. With the counselor speaking, everyone in the class naturally fell silent. Huang Hai looked at Tang Xiaorou and asked, Tang Xiaorou, during the exam, did you notice Fang Yu copying your paper? Tang Xiaorou stood up firmly and said no. Haha, who doesn't know how close you are to Fang Yu? Even if you were copied, you'd probably be willing. No, maybe you intentionally let Fang Yu copy. Jiang Yu sneered. You. Tang Xiaorou's face flushed with anger as she glared at Jiang Yu. What? Am I wrong? Jiang Yu fearlessly met Tang Xiaorou's gaze. Tang Xiaorou took a deep breath, ignored Jiang Yu, and looked at Huang Hai, saying, Counselor, I can prove one thing. During the exam, Fang Yu often only worked on the paper for half an hour before sleeping on the desk. He simply didn't have time to copy my exam. Once this was said, it not only failed to prove Fang Yu's innocence, but also made people feel even more puzzled. How could Fang Yu score first in the entire grade by only working on the paper for half an hour? Was Tang Xiaorou treating her classmates and counselor Huang Hai as fools? Jiang Yu laughed sarcastically and didn't say anything more. She didn't need to say anything else. Sure enough, after hearing Tang Xiaorou's words, Huang Hai's expression darkened. Fang Yu, come with me to the office. The rest of you study. After saying that, Huang Hai left the classroom. Fang Yu sighed, closed the novel, looked at Tang Xiaorou, and said, I'm really curious about how your brain works. But what I said is the truth, Tang Xiaorou replied. Feeling wronged, Fang Yu stood up and followed Huang Hai out of the classroom. The class erupted into a round of teasing cheers, and a few even clapped. Fang Yu was finally going to be in trouble. Fang Yu, tell me the truth, did you cheat? Huang Hai asked grimly in the office. No, Fang Yu answered. If you're honest, I'll at most cancel your score. But if you're not honest and I find out later that you cheated, the consequences will be severe. Huang Hai said in a low voice. Then go ahead and investigate, Fang Yu replied. When Fang Yu was young, around 2,000 or 3,000 years old, he was a very studious person. At that time, he hoped to divert his desire and attention for foundation building through studying. During that period, Fang Yu read a wide variety of books from ancient and modern times, almost learning all the knowledge he could. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he knew everything from astronomy to geography. Some high school knowledge was simply child's play for him. The reason he only scored 723 this time was that 723 was enough to beat Tang Xiaorou. If he wanted, he could achieve even more impressive results. I will compare your and Tang Xiaorou's exam papers. If the similarity is high, there is no doubt you cheated, Huang Hai said, leaving the desk. 5 minutes later, Huang Hai returned with a stack of exam papers. Many teachers who had been quietly following the matter also gathered around. How could the other counselors not be concerned about a student from class 2 suddenly scoring the highest in the grade? Especially the counselor of the key class, Cheng Hongmei, who believed Fang Yu had definitely cheated. Otherwise, how could an ordinary class student's score overshadow all the top students in the key class, leaving her with nowhere to put her face? Counselor Huang, we must take this matter seriously. In the final sprint stage of senior year, we cannot tolerate any cheating students. Cheng Hongmei glanced at Fang Yu and said, yes, cheating right before the college entrance exam is just self-deception, I assent it. The key point is that if this matter doesn't give other students an explanation, it will affect their motivation to study, said Hubo, the math counselor for the key class. Exactly, several other teachers echoed. Ding Ran was among this group of teachers, but she didn't speak, only silently observing the silent Fang Yu. This student looked really familiar. Huang Hai carefully compared the exam papers of Tang Xiaoro and Fang Yu, and his expression gradually became strange. After finishing the comparison of the comprehensive exam, he looked up at Fang Yu, his eyes filled with shock. Counselor Huang, how is it? Did he cheat? Cheng Hongmei asked eagerly. Huang Hai took a deep breath and shook his head, saying, no, he absolutely did not cheat. How is that possible? Let me see. Cheng Hongmei picked up the exam papers on Huang Hai's desk and carefully compared them, except for the types of questions with unique answers, such as multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions. The methods Fang Yu and Tang Xiaoro used to solve the calculation and application problems were completely different. Fang Yu used a clearer and more concise method, with no mistakes at all. Cheng Hongmei picked up the comprehensive exam paper and the Chinese exam paper, and the results were the same. Fang Yu's answers were completely different from Tang Xiaoro's, and Fang Yu's solutions were even better. The more Cheng Hongmei looked, the more shocked she became, because Fang Yu's answers were outstanding. When I was grading, I thought he did particularly well, but since the papers were sealed without names, I didn't know whose papers they were. At this moment, Zhu Jianliang, the math counselor for class 2, said, yes, when I was grading, I also came across a student whose reading and essay were particularly good. It turned out to be done by Fang Yu, added Chao Dan, the Chinese counselor for class 2. Huang Hai looked at Fang Yu, unsure of what to say. Fang Yu, you can go back. My previous suspicion of you was wrong, and I apologize. I will clear your name in front of the whole class later, Huang Hai said after a moment of silence. Okay, Fang Yu turned and left. Ding Ran stared at Fang Yu's departing back, and suddenly a flash of inspiration hit her. She suddenly remembered what had happened that afternoon. This student, my God. In her memory, he seemed to have been hit by a truck, and then. The more Ding Ran recalled, the more frightened she became, feeling increasingly horrified. Fang Yu returned to the classroom, where he felt nothing but mocking gazes. Cheating dog, you still have the nerve to come back, Jiang Yu said sarcastically. Fang Yu ignored her and directly walked back to his seat. Are you okay? Tang Xiaoro asked with concern. What could possibly be wrong? Fang Yu retorted. Less than 5 minutes after Fang Yu sat down, Huang Hai arrived at the classroom door. Fang Yu and Tang Xiaoro, step out for a moment, Huang Hai called. Tang Xiaoro glanced at Fang Yu, thinking something had happened. Could it be that Fang Yu really copied her? No way. The two walked out of the classroom, and the class instantly erupted into a frenzy. Ha ha ha, Fang Yu really got caught cheating. Even Tang Xiaoro got called out. I bet Tang Xiaoro deliberately let Fang Yu copy. Serves him right. I can't wait to see how they end up. Now the whole grade knows about this. Tang Xiaoro can't just rely on the Tang family to cover it up, right? Su Xiaona pinched Jiang Yu's cheek and said, yeah. I told you I would help you get revenge, right? Jiang Yu's heart was filled with the joy of revenge, and she smiled. Xiaona, you are the best to me. Outside the classroom, Huang Hai looked at Tang Xiaoro and Fang Yu, saying, the education office just notified me that due to your outstanding scores, you are not suitable to remain in class 2. The education office has decided to transfer both of you to the key class. Huh. Tang Xiaoro originally thought something had happened, but it turned out she was being transferred back to the key class. After class, you can move your books and change classes, Huang Hai said. Seeing that Fang Yu and Tang Xiaoro had no objections, Huang Hai entered the unusually lively classroom and said loudly, quiet. I have something to clarify. The classroom immediately fell silent. Were they about to announce Fang Yu's punishment for cheating? Everyone was eagerly waiting. Fang Yu did not cheat. His exam papers were all done by him, and they were particularly outstanding. Regarding the doubts directed at him, I have personally apologized. Furthermore, after this class, Fang Yu and Tang Xiaoro will be transferred to the key class for study. So, I hope everyone gives a round of applause for Fang Yu and Tang Xiaoro, especially for Fang Yu, whose scores have improved dramatically in a short time. This is something everyone should learn from. The classroom was silent, with no one applauding. Only Huang Hai's voice echoing. No one expected the result to be like this. Fang Yu not only was not found to have cheated, But he was also transferred to the Key class. The Key class, a place that Su Xiaona had tried to enter for more than 2 years, but couldn't. How could this happen? Su Xiaona gritted her teeth, filled with dissatisfaction. Jiang Yu beside her was even more unwilling, her fists clenched. Why could Fang Yu always escape disaster? Why? I advise some students not to be overly jealous of others' progress and achievements. Remember, even after parting for 3 days, one should look at others with new eyes. Fang Yu must have gone through unrecognized efforts to achieve the top score in the grade. Huang Hai's words shut down any further questioning Su Xiaona had in mind. After Huang Hai finished speaking, there was no more sound in the classroom. After class, Lu Ponzi ran in front of Fang Yu and said, "Fang Yu, you're amazing. You scored first in the entire grade and got transferred to the Key class. How did you do it?" Fang Yu smiled slightly and replied, "It's simple, just have motivation. For example, my motivation is breakfast every day." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao, who was packing her books, froze for a moment. Breakfast? What does that mean? Lu Ponzi looked confused. As Fang Yu and Tang Xiao moved their books, they officially entered the Key class. As soon as they arrived in the Key class, Fang Yu received an unusually warm welcome. All the top students were curious about this sudden newcomer who scored first in the grade. In their minds, they absolutely could not believe that Fang Yu could achieve such high scores. However, they did not voice their thoughts, as they had no deep enmity with Fang Yu. Whether Fang Yu had the ability would become clear in the following exams. He couldn't possibly cheat every time. After class, Zhao Shuanger left the classroom and saw Yang Su looking for her, happily chatting with him. But Yang Su immediately noticed Fang Yu inside the classroom. Fang Yu was lying on his desk, sleeping, when he suddenly sensed something unusual. A particularly unfriendly gaze was directed at him from Yang Su. He didn't care at all and turned to Yang Su with a slight smile. To Yang Su, this smile was clearly a provocation. He had already warned Fang Yu not to get too close to Tang Xiao. But now Fang Yu not only got closer to Tang Xiao, but he also came right in front of him. This was simply a blatant slap in Yang Su's face. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and his eyes slowly turned bloodshot. But then he calmed down. Now that Fang Yu was in the Key class, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At least, he could deal with Fang Yu more easily. Thinking this, he suddenly came up with a plan. He leaned close to Zhao Shuanger's ear and whispered a few words. Seeing this scene, Tang Xiao felt that the two had become closer, and it seemed they really got along well. After listening to Yang Su's words, Zhao Shuanger quickly nodded and immediately walked towards where Tang Xiao and Fang Yu were. "Xiao, you're finally back. I've missed you so much this past week." Zhao Shuanger pounced into Tang Xiao's arms, acting cute. Being in the same class with her best friend again made Tang Xiao very happy, and she started chatting with Zhao Shuanger. After chatting for a while, Zhao Shuanger said, "Xiao, you're back just in time. Today is my birthday." Tang Xiao was taken aback and said, "Shuanger, don't you usually only celebrate your lunar birthday?" Zhao Shuanger covered her mouth and chuckled, glancing at Yang Su outside the classroom, and said, "Isn't he my good friend? He said we should celebrate both the lunar and solar birthdays, so he wants to throw me a grand birthday party tonight. You'll come, right?" Yang Su is throwing it for her. Have their relationship become so close? Tang Xiao felt a bit uneasy in her heart, and with Yang Su present, she hesitated, but Zhao Shuanger was her best friend, and not going would be too disrespectful. Moreover, Yang Su probably wouldn't pester her like before. "Of course I will come," Tang Xiao replied. "That's great." Zhao Shuanger hugged Tang Xiao and said. Then, Zhao Shuanger looked at Fang Yu, who was reading a novel nearby, and said, "I haven't met your deskmate yet." Tang Xiao tapped Fang Yu on the shoulder. "What's up?" Fang Yu looked at Tang Xiao. "This is my good friend, Zhao Shuang," Tang Xiao introduced. "Oh." Fang Yu turned back, showing no intention of greeting Zhao Shuanger. Tang Xiao felt a bit awkward and was about to speak. "Yang Su wants me to invite all the classmates, including Fang Yu," Zhao Shuanger said, glancing at Fang Yu. At that moment, the class bell rang. "I have to go back now," Zhao Shuanger said. After class, Tang Xiao poked Fang Yu again with her finger. "Can you come with me tonight? Just sit for a bit and leave." "Not interested," Fang Yu replied. Yang Su invited him to Zhao Shuanger's birthday party, and it was strange if he had no ulterior motives. Fang Yu wasn't afraid of what Yang Su might do. He just found it boring. "But if I go alone, it will be very boring. Shuanger definitely won't have time to chat with me, and I'm not very familiar with the other classmates," Tang Xiao said. "So what? Does that mean I have a lot to talk about with you?" Fang Yu retorted. "At least I'm a bit familiar with you," Tang Xiao said. "Still not interested." Fang Yu flatly refused. In the next few classes, Fang Yu was constantly bothered by Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao persisted, wanting Fang Yu to accompany her. Finally, Fang Yu was so annoyed that he said, "Shut up. You promise me one thing, and I'll go with you." "What request?" Tang Xiao asked. "Come to my house this weekend and do some chores for me." Fang Yu thought for a moment and said, "Deal." Tang Xiao immediately agreed. After school in the afternoon, Fang Yu followed Tang Xiao back to the Tang family. Tang Xiao changed into a beautiful sky blue dress and put on some light makeup, looking enchanting like a fairy. This was in stark contrast to Fang Yu, who was in his school uniform. The venue for Zhao Shuang'er's birthday party was on the top floor of the Yunding Hotel in Zhanghai City. By the time Fang Yu and Tang Xiao arrived, there were already many people there, mostly classmates. The entire top floor was booked by the Yang family, with several tables filled with food and drinks, and waiters and chefs on standby, ready to serve at any time. In the center of the venue, there was a large dance floor for entertainment. "Xiao, you're here tonight." Zhao Shuang'er was dressed extravagantly in a white evening gown, wearing a diamond necklace around her neck. But compared to Tang Xiao, Zhao Shuang'er was still somewhat lacking. While Tang Xiao was chatting with Zhao Shuang'er, Yang Su, dressed in a suit, walked over. Upon seeing Tang Xiao in her dress, a flash of heat crossed Yang Su's eyes but quickly disappeared. "Welcome to Shuang'er's birthday party," Yang Su said with a gentlemanly smile. Tang Xiao looked at Yang Su and Zhao Shuang'er and felt that the two standing together didn't seem so incompatible. However, in just a few days, their relationship had become so close, which still made Tang Xiao feel a bit strange. But maybe that's just how it is when two people hit it off. Tang Xiao sincerely felt happy for Zhao Shuang'er. "You just relax here. I'll go entertain the other classmates," Zhao Shuang'er said to Tang Xiao and then left with Yang Su. Throughout this time, they treated Fang Yu like air. Fang Yu had long anticipated this situation. He didn't care about these children's tricks at all, and his attention was entirely focused on the food. Fang Yu walked towards the tables filled with various foods and started eating, while Yang Su was entertaining others. He glanced at Fang Yu and scoffed. "What a rustic style. No wonder he's the young master of the Yang family. This banquet is indeed impressive." Most of the students in the class had never seen such an occasion, looking around in awe. In response to the compliments from various classmates, Zhao Shuang'er was filled with pride and satisfaction. If she could really be with Yang Su after graduation, she would be on equal footing with rich young ladies like Tang Xiao. After greeting a few classmates, Tang Xiao turned around and found that Fang Yu was missing. Looking around, she saw Fang Yu was busy eating a piece of steak. Just as Tang Xiao was about to walk over, the lights in the venue suddenly turned off, leaving only a spotlight on Yang Su and Zhao Shuang'er. "I'm so glad everyone could come to Shuang'er's birthday party tonight. I want to thank you all for your support," Yang Su said, downing the drink in his hand. Applause erupted around them. "Let's toast to the birthday girl, Zhao Shuang," a boy shouted. "Cheers." A group of people echoed. The boy walked up to Zhao Shuang'er and said, wishing Shuang'er more and more beautiful. After finishing his drink, the boy tilted his head back and downed the beverage, which prompted a round of applause. Then, everyone took turns to come forward and offer Zhao Shuang'er some congratulatory words. Tang Xiao also stepped up to propose a toast. "Shuang, I wish you endless happiness in the future." "I definitely will," Zhao Shuang'er said happily. Yang Su smiled from the side without saying a word. After Tang Xiao toasted, she moved aside. Yang Su looked around. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he muttered to himself. "It seems like there's still one person who hasn't come to congratulate." With that, he instructed the waiter to turn on the lights. Once the lights were on, everyone saw Fang Yu, who was sitting at a distant table eating a roasted chicken leg. Seeing this scene, everyone burst into laughter. Isn't Fang Yu a bit uncultured? He comes to someone else's birthday party and doesn't even bother to express his gratitude, just gorging himself. "Fang Yu, are you really that hungry? Did you come purposely with an empty stomach knowing there would be a party tonight?" Yang Su shouted loudly. This remark elicited another round of laughter. Fang Yu ignored Yang Su. "Forget it. Since you won't come over, I'll go to you," Yang Su said with a mocking smile as he walked over with a drink in hand. Chapter 28. We were never friends. Yang Su slowly approached Fang Yu. "The food here is delicious, right? It's all prepared by international chefs," he said with a smirk. He had already sent someone to investigate and knew that Fang Yu was an orphan from a poor family. That was precisely why he had Zhao Shuang'er invite Fang Yu to the birthday party. Tonight, he wanted Fang Yu to understand what the difference meant. Fang Yu continued to quietly eat the food on his plate, ignoring Yang Su. "I've already walked up to you, and you still won't stand up to toast me? Isn't that a bit rude?" Yang Su said, narrowing his eyes slightly. Suddenly, Yang Su laughed and said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot you're an orphan. It's normal not to have any upbringing when there's no one to raise you. Hearing this, Fang Yu lifted his eyes to look at Yang Su. Fang Yu's eyes were as dark as night, as if he could see through everything about Yang Su. Yang Su felt a chill rising from his feet, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Since you treated me to a meal today, I can give you a chance to apologize. Fang Yu stood up and walked in front of Yang Su. Yang Su's expression changed slightly, and his heart raced. How could this happen? How could I be afraid of a mere Fang Yu? Yang Su felt embarrassed by the inexplicable fear. With so many people watching, how could he show weakness? Apologize? Wasn't what I said just now correct? You have no upbringing at all. So what? Do you intend to hit me? Yang Su said proudly, putting his left hand in his pants pocket. As a first-class martial artist, Yang Su was not invincible among his peers, but he was still quite strong. If Fang Yu dared to hit him, he would definitely make Fang Yu suffer. Very well. A smile crept onto Fang Yu's lips as he raised his hand and slapped Yang Su's left cheek. Yang Su reacted quickly, preparing to defend himself the moment Fang Yu raised his hand. But Yang Su still didn't expect that Fang Yu's slap would be so fast. Slap. The slap landed solidly on Yang Su's left cheek, making a loud sound. Yang Su stumbled and fell to the ground, feeling dizzy. The group of classmates who had been joking nearby were stunned for a moment before quickly rushing to Yang Su. Zhao Shuanger screamed, lifted her skirt, and ran to Yang Su's side, crouching down. Yang Su covered his face, glaring at Fang Yu with resentment. He had never been slapped in public before, not even by his parents. Yet now, in front of everyone, this bastard Fang Yu actually dared to slap him. Su, are you okay? Let me see how badly you're hurt, Zhao Shuanger said, her eyes reddening with worry as she looked at Yang Su. Yang Su removed his hand from his face, revealing a red and swollen handprint. Seeing this, many people gasped and looked at Fang Yu with eyes full of shock. This person actually dared to slap Yang Su. He has some guts. Zhao Shuanger turned to glare at Fang Yu, her eyes filled with anger as she shouted, Fang Yu, I kindly invited you to my birthday party. And Yang Su even came over to talk to you. Yet you hit him? What do you mean by that? Tang Xiaoro also ran over, her heart trembling at the sight. Fang Yu, how could you hit Yang Su? Tang Xiaoro didn't know the details of the conversation between Fang Yu and Yang Su, but she saw that Fang Yu had struck first. He asked for it, Fang Yu replied. Seeing Tang Xiaoro appear, Yang Su's expression, which had been full of resentment, suddenly brightened with a flash of inspiration. I just wanted to have a chat with Fang Yu and give him some advice. But he took offense and said I looked down on him and forced him, and then he hit me. Yang Su feigned innocence and said, Fang Yu, how could you do this? Fang Yu is a habitual offender. I heard he sent He Donglin from class 2 to the hospital just last week. How can someone like this be transferred to our key class? What is the school thinking? The students in the class were outraged, with many blaming Fang Yu. Yang Su was the young master of the Yang family, with a noble status and wealth, and now he was inviting them to parties and gatherings. So they naturally stood unconditionally on Yang Su's side. Fang Yu, I don't know what misunderstanding you have about me. How could I look down on you? In my eyes, you and Shuanger, as well as everyone else, are equal. It's a fate that we can know each other. If you're unhappy about attending the birthday party, you can tell me, and I can let you leave without needing to resort to violence, Yang Su said gently. Don't reason with someone like him. Let's report it directly. Call the patrolling personnel to handle this. Zhao Shuanger glared at Fang Yu and said, No need. I believe Fang Yu didn't do it on purpose. He just lost control of his emotions. Yang Su waved his hand and said. At the same time, Yang Su caught a glimpse of Tang Xiaoro out of the corner of his eye and saw that her expression was getting worse. It's working. But your face. Zhao Shuanger was very worried. It's fine. Just apply some ointment, and it'll be fine in 2 days. Yang Su said as he stood up from the ground and walked back to Fang Yu. Fang Yu, if you have any grievances, feel free to express them. Just don't resort to violence so easily again. Luckily, you encountered me this time. If you hit someone else, the consequences would be very serious, Yang Su said sincerely. Yang Deshao is so magnanimous. If it were me, I would definitely fight back. Yeah, Yang Deshao is so strong. If he really fought back, Fang Yu would end up in the hospital tonight. You know, how could Fang Yu hit someone as good as Yang Deshao? What is he thinking? The classmates around loudly discussed, not afraid of Fang Yu hearing. Fang Yu remained silent, quietly watching Yang Su's performance. At that moment, Tang Xiaoro suddenly walked in front of Fang Yu and said, Fang Yu, apologize to Yang Su. Fang Yu squinted at Tang Xiaoro, remaining silent. You need to apologize to Yang Su. What you did was wrong. Tang Xiaoro raised her head, staring directly at Fang Yu, her voice rising significantly. Seeing this scene, a glint of triumph flashed in Yang Su's eyes. This was the reason for his performance. He wanted to create a rift between Fang Yu and Tang Xiaoro. Fang Yu still did not speak. To hurt Yang Dexiao this badly and not even say a word of apology? How can you be like this? Yeah, Yang Dexiao isn't even pursuing it, yet you still refuse to apologize? If you don't apologize, then get lost. Stop mooching off Yang Dexiao's food. Get out. A male student took the lead, and others began to shout along. Get out. Tang Xiaoro looked at Fang Yu with a determined gaze and said, Fang Yu, apologize to Yang Su, and everyone will forgive you. Yang Su won't pursue it any further. Fang Yu was brought to the party by Tang Xiaoro, and since he had acted out, Tang Xiaoro had to give Zhao Shuanger an explanation. On one side was her best friend, and on the other was Fang Yu. If Yang Su had made a mistake, Tang Xiaoro would have unhesitatingly stood by Fang Yu's side. But everyone saw that Yang Su had only approached Fang Yu to talk, and had done nothing wrong, while Fang Yu had physically attacked Yang Su. In this case, Fang Yu was in the wrong. Seeing Zhao Shuanger's angry yet pained expression, Tang Xiaoro felt helpless. She had to make Fang Yu apologize. Xiaoro, you don't need to say anything more to him. This person is just low quality and hopeless. Let him go, and don't let him ruin our birthday party, a girl said. Yeah, let him get lost. The crowd chanted again. Fang Yu stood alone, surrounded by people targeting him. Fang Yu, if you don't apologize, we won't be friends anymore, Tang Xiaoro said, her face pale and gritting her teeth. Fang Yu glanced at Tang Xiaoro and said, we were never friends to begin with. After saying that, Fang Yu turned and left. Watching Fang Yu's lonely figure walk away, Tang Xiaoro felt a string in her heart snap. Let's go, seeing him makes me feel terrible. The crowd continued to discuss until Fang Yu exited the party venue, at which point cheers erupted. This jinx has finally left. Tang Xiaoro stood there, her face ashen. She hadn't expected things to develop to this point. Yang Su looked at Tang Xiaoro with a mocking gleam in his eyes. The birthday party that night had an effect even better than he had imagined, as it had directly eliminated Fang Yu from the scene. Next, he just needed to find a way to win over Tang Xiaoro. Xiaoro, don't worry about that person anymore. Just treat him as if he doesn't exist. Zhao Shuanger stepped forward and patted Tang Xiaoro's shoulder. Tang Xiaoro turned around, looked at Zhao Shuanger, and softly said, Shuanger, I apologize on behalf of Fang Yu. Tonight is your birthday party, but it's okay, we're good friends. Since Yang Su said he won't pursue it, it's just a small matter, Zhao Shuanger smiled. Then, Zhao Shuanger turned to the other classmates and said, everyone continue to enjoy yourselves. I will accompany Yang Su to deal with his facial injury and will be back soon. After Fang Yu left, the atmosphere of the party became lively again. Fang Yu walked on the road, feeling neither happy nor sad. He didn't take such trivial matters to heart. He had eaten well and was supposed to head back anyway. As for Tang Xiaoro, Fang Yu had already given her face by not confronting Yang Su at the scene. In the future, Fang Yu wouldn't give Yang Su another chance. As soon as Fang Yu returned to the urban village, he received a call from Ji Dongshan. Mr. Fang, at 10 o'clock tonight, my family will hold a networking party with attendees from various sectors, including the famous Master Fu from the Jiangnan martial arts community. I wanted to ask if you are interested. Who is Master Fu? Fang Yu asked. He is an information broker who possesses a lot of rare information. Mr. Fang, the demon beast inner elixirs you want to collect might yield a lot of information from him, Ji Dongshan replied. Okay, I'll go, Fang Yu said. I'll send a car to pick you up, Ji Dongshan said. No need, it's only 8:50. I'll walk over slowly, just to take a stroll, Fang Yu replied. After hanging up, Fang Yu walked towards Ji's house. An information broker? In fact, Fang Yu was the person in the world with the most information. Having lived for nearly 5,000 years, he had almost traversed the entire world and witnessed its changes firsthand. However, in the last 1,000 years, Fang Yu had rarely traveled around the world, mostly staying within the borders of the 9 provinces. Even while staying in the 9 provinces, he hadn't wandered much. He would stay in one place for a long time, then move to another place for an extended period. In this world, as time passed, many things were changing. The information Fang Yu once knew was already outdated. Now he really had to rely on external forces to quickly obtain some information. If this so-called Master Fu could provide 1 or 2 locations where high-level demon beasts exist, Fang Yu would indeed be grateful to him. Fang Yu walked slowly towards the Ji family and arrived at the door around 9:50 p.m. At that time, many luxury cars were already parked at the entrance of the Ji family. When Fang Yu wanted to enter, he was stopped by 2 security guards at the door. The guards looked at Fang Yu, who was dressed in a school uniform, and frowned, saying, "Please show your invitation." "I was directly invited by your family, master," Fang Yu said. "Directly invited by the family master?" The guard scanned Fang Yu from head to toe, looking incredulous. Anyone who would be directly invited by Ji Dongshan must be a person of significant status. Yet how could a mere high school student like Fang Yu receive such treatment? "Wait here. I'll ask," one of the guards said. "What else is there to ask? He clearly looks like a kid trying to sneak into high society to have a look." "Just kick him out," the other guard replied. "Still, let's ask." "You watch him here. I'll be back soon," the guard said before turning to leave. The guard left behind looked impatiently at Fang Yu. At that moment, another BMW pulled up, and 3 people got out, a middle-aged man and 2 young women in evening gowns. The 2 young women were Jiang Yu and Su Xiaona. The 3 walked up, and the middle-aged man glanced at Fang Yu standing nearby and took out an invitation from his inner pocket. "Respected Mr. Jiang, please come in." The guard immediately adopted a respectful demeanor and bowed to the middle-aged man. At this moment, Jiang Yu and Su Xiaona also noticed Fang Yu standing nearby. Jiang Yu nudged Su Xiaona's shoulder, her eyes filled with mockery. Clearly, Fang Yu was standing there because he couldn't get in. "Oh, isn't this Fang Yu? I didn't expect to see you here. Are you also here to attend the Ji family's party?" Su Xiaona said, feigning surprise. Fang Yu glanced at the 2 girls, but said nothing. "He didn't say he came to attend the party. Otherwise, he would have gone in already," Jiang Yu said. "Oh, Fang Yu, you don't have an invitation, do you? That's definitely not okay. This is a party held by the Ji family, and invitations are issued very strictly. Otherwise, all sorts of unsavory characters might sneak in," Su Xiaona mocked. "If you don't have an invitation, you'd better leave quickly. Otherwise, the guards will throw you out." Jiang Yu jeered. "Go on in. The party is about to start." Jiang Yu's father, Jiang Zhenlong, said, "You can just stand here and drink the northwest wind. I want to see how you get in." Jiang Yu and Su Xiaonao exchanged mocking glances with Fang Yu before following Jiang Zhenlong into the Ji family. Fang Yu stood there like a fool. Su Xiaonao laughed derisively. "Haha, wanting to attend a party without an invitation? Do you really think there's no threshold in high society?" Jiang Yu said. "Was that person just now your classmate?" Jiang Zhenlong turned around and asked. "Not really a classmate, just a loser," Jiang Yu replied. Jiang Zhenlong nodded and said, "You really shouldn't get too close to such classmates. Society is divided into classes. The lower class and the upper class are 2 different worlds. There's no need to interact with lower class people because they won't help you. They'll only seek your help." Jiang Yu and Su Xiaona nodded in agreement. "When we go into the party, make sure to chat with those from wealthy families and try to enter their social circle. This will greatly benefit you. Your father did the same back in the day and slowly entered high society," Jiang Zhenlong added. Fang Yu waited for about 5 minutes before he saw Ji Dongshan rush out. "You idiots. Mr. Fang is a distinguished guest of our Ji family, and you let him wait here for so long. What a disgrace." Ji Dongshan angrily scolded the 2 security guards. The previously impatient security guard quickly bowed to Fang Yu, his forehead covered in cold sweat. "Mr. Fang, I sincerely apologize. I was negligent and forgot to inform the security." Ji Dongshan also looked apologetic and offered his apologies to Fang Yu. "It's fine. Just go in," Fang Yu said. Ji Dongshan accompanied Fang Yu inside. And as they passed 2 security guards who dared not stand straight, he said in a low voice, "You 2 will be suspended for a month and have 3 months bonuses deducted after tonight." The 2 security guards trembled all over, their faces pale. They never expected that Fang Yu, dressed in a school uniform, held such a noble identity. Head of the Ji family, there's no need to punish them. It's not their fault. Fang Yu waved his hand and said, "People are often self-serving." The reactions of these 2 security guards towards Fang Yu were normal, and their attitudes were not too bad. They hadn't done anything wrong. If there was a mistake, it was Ji Dongshan's negligence. And there was no need to punish the 2 security guards. Ji Dongshan snorted coldly and said, "Aren't you going to thank Mr. Fang?" "Thank you, Mr. Fang, thank you." Mr. Fang, the 2 security guards expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Fang Yu, bowing repeatedly. "Mr. Fang, Master Fu has arrived, but he is currently drinking and playing cards with others. I will take you to see him later," Ji Dongshan said. "Okay, you go ahead and do your thing. I'll take a look around," Fang Yu replied. Fang Yu then walked over to the wine tasting area. There were several bartenders on standby, specifically providing cocktails for guests. Fang Yu casually picked up a glass of fruit wine and walked around the venue while drinking. Many guests looked at Fang Yu, dressed in a middle school uniform, with confusion. Whose child is this? Why doesn't he change into formal attire when going out? Fang Yu ignored the gazes of others and strolled around the Ji family's hall. It seemed that Ji Dongshan had a fondness for collecting antiques. Every corner of the living room was filled with valuable items. In fact, Fang Yu's family also had many antiques, but they were all stored in their home in Yin City. Jiang Yu and Su Xiaonao followed Jiang Zhenlong, greeting guests one by one in attendance. These guests seemed not to know Jiang Zhenlong very well, but out of politeness, they responded to him. After walking a few laps, Jiang Yu became a bit impatient and said, "Dad, others don't even recognize us. Why do we have to greet everyone? This is how your dad can mix into high society. You have to get familiar faces so that other bosses will know you." Jiang Zhenlong said. "But this is so boring," Jiang Yu replied. She and Su Xiaonao came to the party just to meet some wealthy young masters to pave the way for marrying into a wealthy family in the future. Just as Jiang Zhenlong was about to educate Jiang Yu, he suddenly spotted a young man not far away, and his eyes lit up. "That is young Master Zheng Peng from the Zheng family. You two come with me to greet him." Zheng Peng was relatively handsome and looked quite young. The Zheng family is a clothing giant in the Jiangnan region, with family assets exceeding 1 billion. If you can connect with Zheng Peng, you won't have to worry for the rest of your life, Jiang Zhenlong whispered. The three approached Zheng Peng and greeted him. Another useless person here to get familiar, Zheng Peng thought as he looked at Jiang Zhenlong, his eyes filled with disdain. But when he noticed Jiang Yu standing beside Jiang Zhenlong, his eyes lit up. "This girl looks good. It would be nice to have some fun with her. What is your name?" Zheng Peng asked. "Are you asking me?" Jiang Yu was taken aback. "Yes," Zheng Peng smiled. I'm Jiang Yu." Jiang Yu suppressed her excitement and said, "You're very beautiful." Zheng Peng complimented again. Really? Jiang Yu touched her face, feeling her cheeks burn. "Well, if you're willing, after the party tonight, I can drive you around," Zheng Peng said. "Sure." Jiang Yu immediately agreed, her face flushed with excitement. The two chatted enthusiastically, and Jiang Zhenlong smiled, very satisfied with Jiang Yu's performance. Meanwhile, Su Xiaonao felt neglected and a bit down. She casually looked aside and saw Fang Yu, who was admiring the antiques. How did he get in without an invitation? Did he sneak past the security? Is he trying to steal the antiques? Just as Su Xiaonao pondered, a sudden gasp echoed around. "Miss Ji is coming down." Zheng Peng, who had been chatting eagerly with Jiang Yu, immediately turned his head upon hearing the sound and saw Ji Rumei coming down the stairs. Ji Rumei was dressed in a purple gown, her long black hair styled up, her face lightly made up, perfect and exquisite. Her skin was fairer than snow, glowing under the purple gown. She walked down slowly in high heels, attracting the attention of all the guests in the hall. From the moment she appeared, the other women present were overshadowed. Zheng Peng looked at Ji Rumei with fiery eyes. Mr. Zheng, he had just mentioned seeing Zheng Peng. But Jiang Yu felt a bit uncomfortable and wanted to continue chatting with him. "Don't speak yet." Zheng Peng turned his face, and his expression towards Jiang Yu had become cold. Compared to Ji Rumei, Jiang Yu was just too ordinary. Realizing the change in Zheng Peng's attitude, Jiang Yu felt her heart shatter. At this moment, Su Xiaonao came to her senses and whispered a few words in Jiang Yu's ear. Jiang Yu was taken aback, then looked in the direction Su Xiaonao was pointing and indeed saw Fang Yu. Daring to sneak into the Ji family party? Let us see how you die. At this moment, Jiang Yu was filled with anger, and Fang Yu's appearance was just the right opportunity for her to vent. Jiang Yu said a few words to Jiang Zhenlong, who also saw Fang Yu not far away and narrowed his eyes, saying, "Just in time for Miss Ji to arrive. Let's hurry and tell her. This is a great opportunity to show off in front of the Ji family." So, Jiang Zhenlong led Jiang Yu and Su Xiaonao towards Ji Rumei. "Miss Ji, we have something urgent to tell you." Ji Rumei frowned slightly and asked, "What is it?" "There's a thief sneaking in to steal something over there." Jiang Yu pointed at Fang Yu, who was admiring an antique vase, and shouted loudly. Chapter 30. With nothing. Jiang Yu's voice was loud, immediately attracting the attention of all the guests in the hall. Everyone turned to the direction she pointed and saw Fang Yu, dressed in a school uniform. Many guests had already noticed Fang Yu's incongruity with the rest of the attendees. This person is a thief? It really could be possible. Otherwise, how could a middle school student in a school uniform appear at such a high-level party? Fang Yu turned around upon hearing Jiang Yu's voice. "It's Mr. Fang?" Ji Rumei's expression changed slightly as she quickly walked up to him. Jiang Yu looked at Fang Yu, her eyes full of mockery. Caught by the young lady of the Ji family herself. "Let us see how you die now." The Ji family is one of the top wealthy families in Jiangnan. If Fang Yu was caught stealing here, even the Tang family wouldn't be able to protect him. "Mr. Fang, you've come." Ji Rumei slightly bowed and greeted Fang Yu. Since the day she met Bai Zhan, Fang Yu had saved her life twice, and with Ji Dongshan's life, it was 3 times. The Ji family owed Fang Yu a debt of gratitude that was hard to repay. Therefore, Fang Yu was a distinguished guest for the Ji family, with a status higher than anyone else. But now, Fang Yu was being treated as a thief? Ji Rumei's expression instantly turned cold. The onlookers who were ready to watch the drama were stunned when they saw Ji Rumei bowing to Fang Yu. What is going on? Ji Rumei is the young lady of the Ji family. How noble is her status? Anyone who sees Ji Rumei has to be respectful. Yet she actually bows to that student in a school uniform? Who on earth is he? Jiang Zhenlong, who was behind, changed his expression upon seeing this scene. Seeing Ji Rumei's respectful demeanor towards Fang Yu, he realized he might have done something very foolish. At this moment, Jiang Yu was a bit confused and loudly reminded, "Miss Ji, this person is a thief." Jiang Zhenlong wanted to cover Jiang Yu's mouth, but was too late, his face turning pale. This is bad. Sure enough. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's voice, Ji Rubai turned around, her pretty face cold. "Who are you?" Jiang Zhenlong took a step forward, forcing a smile, and tremblingly said, "Miss Ji. I am Jiang Zhenlong, the supervisor of the publicity department of Huanbin Group. Huanbin Group is indeed a company under the Ji family. How could a mere supervisor obtain an invitation to the cocktail party?" Ji Rubai frowned tightly, coldly asking. "Why yes," Jiang Zhenlong almost cried out. "Miss Ji, I gave him an invitation to come to the cocktail party." At that moment, a middle-aged man with a pale face stepped forward. He was Zhao Gang, the head of the publicity department of Huanbin Group. Generally speaking, every time the Ji family holds a gathering, they distribute 2 invitation letters to executives at the level of department heads and above. Jiang Zhenlong was Zhao Gang's capable subordinate. Therefore, every time there were extra invitation letters, Zhao Gang would give them to Jiang Zhenlong so he could experience the world. But never did they expect that tonight, Jiang Zhenlong would cause such a huge mess. "Director Zhao, you casually gave an invitation to a subordinate, but since you brought him here, you must take responsibility. Mr. Fang is a distinguished guest of our Ji family. How dare they slander Mr. Fang as a thief? What is your intention?" Ji Rubai coldly questioned. Jiang Zhenlong trembled all over. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu and Su Xiaona finally understood what was happening. Jiang Yu widened her eyes, looking at the calm Fang Yu beside her in disbelief. How could he know Ji Rubai? And he was even referred to as a distinguished guest by Ji Rubai? "Miss Ji, I didn't know before that Mr. Fang is your distinguished guest. Please forgive me," Jiang Zhenlong stammered. Ji Rubai's expression was emotionless as she said, "Apologize to Mr. Fang immediately." Jiang Zhenlong's face lit up with hope, thinking there was still a chance, and immediately bowed to Fang Yu, repeatedly saying, "I'm sorry, Mr. Fang. I was blind and didn't recognize a great mountain. Please forgive us." Seeing that Fang Yu showed no reaction, Jiang Zhenlong pulled over the stunned Jiang Yu and Su Xiaona, pressing their backs to bow and apologize to Fang Yu together. Jiang Yu's face turned pale, gritting her teeth, refusing to bend. For her to apologize to Fang Yu was worse than death. "What are you doing? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Fang," Jiang Zhenlong shouted angrily. I don't want to." Jiang Yu was about to speak. Slap. Jiang Zhenlong directly slapped Jiang Yu's face. "Apologize to me immediately." Jiang Zhenlong's eyes were bloodshot. Staring at Jiang Yu covered her face, tears streaming down. Looking at Zheng Peng, she shouted, "Young Master Zheng, please help me." Zheng Peng didn't expect Jiang Yu to suddenly say this. His face changed drastically. Wasn't this trying to draw fire to himself? "Help you? Help your mother. Do you really think you're a fairy? What do I have to do with you? You offended the distinguished guest of Miss Ji, so hurry up and apologize." Zheng Peng cursed without regard for his image. He couldn't let Ji Rubai think he was in cahoots with Jiang Zhenlong and the others. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Yu's face was pale, trembling all over. She never expected that she would have such a day. Embarrassed to the extreme, her dignity trampled to the ground. "Hurry up and apologize to me." Jiang Zhenlong pressed down on Jiang Yu's back again, bowing to Fang Yu to apologize. "Mr. Fang, we offended you. I'm sorry. Please forgive us." The entire hall echoed with the apologies of Jiang Zhenlong and the 3. Among the onlookers, many showed sympathetic expressions, but more held mockery and ridicule in their eyes. Those who were not of this class, trying to force their way in, end up like this. These 3 people, in front of them, were just clowns. "All right, let them go, it's too noisy." Fang Yu, who had been silent, finally spoke. Ji Rubai made a gesture. and Jiang Zhenlong immediately stopped his actions. From this moment on, you are officially dismissed from Huanbin Group. You don't need to come to work tomorrow, Ji Rubai said lightly. This statement was made lightly, but every word struck Jiang Zhenlong's heart. He was fired. He had worked diligently at Huanbin Group for nearly 10 years, and it was through connections that he had climbed to this well-paying supervisory position. But now he was fired. His nearly 10 years of effort had gone to waste. He still owed over $1 million in mortgage and car loans. How was he going to cope? Jiang Zhenlong felt darkness closing in on him, nearly fainting. Director Zhao, you are also responsible. You were suspended for a month to reflect, Ji Rubai said again. Yes, Zhao Gang replied with a pale face. At this moment, he wished he could choke Jiang Zhenlong to death. Take them away. Ji Rubai instructed the security personnel around the hall to take the dazed Jiang Zhenlong and the others away. The three of them left the Ji family's gate in disgrace. All the way, the three of them remained silent, a heavy silence. When they reached the car and looked at the BMW bought with a loan of 500,000, Jiang Zhenlong's heart broke again. After tonight, he would have nothing. And the root cause of all this was none other than Jiang Yu and Su Xiaona. Slap. Jiang Zhenlong slapped Jiang Yu again. Jiang Yu covered her stinging face, her gaze vacant. Uncle Jiang, please don't hit Ye anymore. It's not her fault. Su Xiaona tried to stop him from the side. Jiang Zhenlong looked at Su Xiaona, his eyes red. If it weren't for you two saying that Fang Yu is just a poor loser and that he snuck into the Ji family to steal something, none of this would have happened tonight. You caused me to lose everything. Even if I kill Jiang Yu, I can't recover from today's loss, Jiang Zhenlong said hoarsely. Seeing Jiang Zhenlong's hysterical state, Su Xiaona's face turned pale, and she didn't dare to speak further. Bang! Jiang Zhenlong opened the car door, sat inside, and rubbed his temples vigorously. He had to think of a way. He must find a way to recover. Thinking of Ji Rubai's respectful attitude towards Fang Yu, a glimmer of light flashed in Jiang Zhenlong's eyes. The crux of everything lay with Fang Yu. If Fang Yu was willing to speak, everything could be salvaged. At this moment, Su Xiaona was helping Jiang Yu into the car. You two, listen to me. Jiang Zhenlong turned his head and said. After Jiang Zhenlong and the others were driven away, the cocktail party continued. However, most of the guests began discussing Fang Yu. Who exactly is this student in a school uniform? Why is Ji Rubai treating him with such respect? Could he be a member of some big family? But he looks unfamiliar, and his demeanor doesn't quite match someone from a prominent family. Regardless of his identity, since he could earn Ji Rubai's respect, he must be someone who cannot be offended. Mr. Fang, Master Fu should have finished playing cards and is resting now. I will take you up to meet him, Ji Rubai said. Okay. Fang Yu followed Ji Rubai upstairs, admiring her graceful figure from behind. Every time he saw Ji Rubai's beauty, he would think of a woman from many years ago. The same stunning beauty and extraordinary grace. The difference was that the woman had an exceptionally talented cultivation ability. She broke through to the divided spirit stage in less than 200 years and became a standout among the younger generation. If that woman were given another 500 years, she might very well ascend to immortality. Unfortunately, in a later sect war in the cultivation world, that woman died protecting her sect. To commemorate her, Fang Yu erected a tombstone for her at the top of Tianji Mountain. However, Fang Yu hadn't visited to pay his respects for many years. The tombstone must have worn away or disappeared by now. Lost in thought, Ji Rubai brought Fang Yu to a room on the second floor. Sitting on the sofa in the room was an elderly man in a gray robe. While Ji Dongshan was conversing with him, Mr. Fang, this is Master Fu, Ji Rubai introduced Fang Yu. Fang Yu nodded and sat on the other side of the sofa. The Master Fu in front of him had a cultivation level of the 11th layer of Qi refining and looked spirited. However, his expression was full of disdain. Master Fu, this is Mr. Fang Yu, who wants to buy information from you, Ji Ruby said to Master Fu. A mere kid at the 5th stage of innate. What use is he for buying information? Master Fu said arrogantly. Chapter 31, The Midnight Killing Game. Hearing this, Ji Dongshan and Ji Ruby exchanged glances, their expressions tense. They had heard that Master Fu had a proud personality and looked down on everyone, but they didn't expect him to show no mercy, openly expressing his contempt right from the start. Just as Ji Dongshan was about to mediate, Fang Yu spoke up. What information do you have? I didn't say I must buy it. Master Fu sneered and said, whatever you want, I have it here. Oh, then I want to ask, do you have information on the divine scripture of the Tao that was lost 3,000 years ago? Or do you have related information about the Black Tomb sect that suddenly disappeared 2,000 years ago? Fang Yu said calmly. Master Fu's expression changed slightly. The divine scripture and the Black Tomb sect mentioned by Fang Yu were things he had never even heard of, let alone have information on. Do you think that by randomly making up a few words, you can show that I lack information? You're really an ignorant little brat. Who in Jiangnan doesn't know that Fu Yue has the most information? Even those renowned martial arts masters have to politely call me Brother Fu when they see me. After Fu Yue finished speaking, he stood up. Kid, let me tell you, I find you very unpleasant and don't want to do business with you. Hurry up and scram. I want to continue playing cards. With that, Fu Yue was about to leave. The Ji father and daughter looked grim. They didn't expect Fu Yue to be so difficult to deal with. One disagreement, and there was no transaction. Master Fu, Mr. Fang is a valued guest of our Ji family. Please. Ji Dongshan stepped forward, wanting to persuade Fu Yue. Fu Yue flicked his sleeve and coldly snorted. Even if he is your son, I find him unpleasant. So I find him unpleasant. Not doing business with him means not doing business. Even if he is a martial arts master, he can't force me to do business. Ji Ruby, with a pale face, also stepped forward, wanting to mediate. The transaction tonight was facilitated by their Ji family, but now not only had the transaction failed, but Fang Yu was also belittled to nothing. How could they face Fang Yu after this? Looking at Ji Ruby in front of him, Fu Yue's eyes flashed with a hint of lewdness. How about this? If the little girl is willing to pay a price, I might be willing to talk to that kid. Seeing Fu Yue's gaze, Ji Ruby immediately understood his meaning, and her pretty face turned cold with anger. Hee, if you don't want to, that's fine. I won't force you, Fu Yue said with a sly smile. Just as Ji Ruby was about to speak, a voice came from behind. Let me teach you how to deal with this lecherous dog. The speaker was Fang Yu, who had now walked in front of Fu Yue. Fu Yue's expression darkened as he said, Are you calling me a lecherous dog? Yes. Not only are you a lecherous dog, but you're also a yang-deficient old pervert, Fang Yu said. This sentence struck a nerve with Fu Yue. His yang deficiency was a secret that no one else knew. Before each of his actions, he had to take delay medication just to barely maintain for a few minutes. You little bastard, I'm going to seal your mouth. Fu Yue's eyes blazed with hatred as he suddenly attacked Fang Yu. As a martial artist at the 11th stage of innate, he didn't take Fang Yu seriously at all, but the next second, Fu Yue's expression changed. His sudden attack not only failed to harm Fang Yu, but he was instead caught by Fang Yu by his right hand. With this little strength, you still look down on others? You didn't get killed by someone else before. It was just your luck, Fang Yu said as he gently pulled Fu Yue's right hand. Crack! Fu Yue's right hand dislocated, and he cried out in pain. But at the same time, Fu Yue still tried to fight back, slapping his left palm towards Fang Yu's chest. Slap! Fang Yu easily caught Fu Yue's left hand and did the same. For crisp sounds echoed, accompanied by Fu Yue's screams. Fu Yue's limbs went completely limp, collapsing to the ground, and the more he moved, the more pain he felt. Seeing this scene, Ji Dongshan and his daughter felt a chill in their hearts. How painful must this be? Fang Yu looked down at the pale-faced Fu Yue and said, How is it? Is it comfortable? You hurry up and fix my limbs. I am willing to trade with you. I am willing to trade with you. Fu Yue shouted. Let's trade now. Fang Yu said. Fu Yue was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded, shouting, What information do you want to know? Hurry up and say it. Now every second he endured pain, and he just wanted to fix his limbs quickly. I want to know, right, how much do you charge for this trade? The price must be negotiated first, otherwise it will be easy to have conflicts later, Fang Yu said slowly. No charge. No charge. Hurry up and say it. Fu Yue was almost crying. It's not good not to charge, right? I don't like owing others favors. It has to be a little something, Fang Yu frowned. Then you just give a little. Hurry up. Fu Yue couldn't help but cry out. It was just too painful. Fang Yu patted his pocket and said helplessly, But I forgot to bring money with me today. Seeing Fang Yu toying with Fu Yue, Ji Ruby couldn't help but chuckle. I don't want money. I really don't want money. Fu Yue cried out, snot and tears streaming down his face. All right then, since you insist, I can only reluctantly not take your money. Fang Yu said seriously, Do you have any information about demon beasts? Demon beasts? Fu Yue's mind raced, and he immediately recalled a piece of information he received 2 years ago. Yes, and it's right in the Jiangnan area. You first fix my limbs. I'm in so much pain I can't breathe. Fang Yu bent down and fixed Fu Yue's left leg. Speak. Although only one leg was fixed, the pain reduced significantly. In Sanhua City, there is a primitive forest where wild beast roars have been frequently heard for a while. The authorities sent people to investigate, but none of them came out. Later, they sent in a group of professionals, but still no one came out. That forest has been sealed off for over 2 years now, Fu Yue said. After hearing Fu Yue's words, Fang Yu fell into thought. Sanhua City, primitive forest. Wild beast roars. These conditions indeed match the emergence of demon beasts. Are you sure everything you said is true? Fang Yu asked. I swear. If I tell even one lie, may I be struck by lightning. Fu Yue made a toxic oath. After thinking for a moment, Fang Yu fixed Fu Yue's remaining 3 limbs. Fu Yue breathed a sigh of relief and trembled as he stood up. Get lost. Don't be too arrogant in the future. Fang Yu said. Having suffered so much, Fu Yue no longer dared to threaten Fang Yu. Master Fu, I'll have someone escort you out, Ji Dongshan said. Then a driver came upstairs to help the sore-limbed Fu Yue downstairs. Before leaving, Fu Yue turned to ask, Little Master Fang, do you want to enter that forest? None of your business, Fang Yu replied. Fu Yue turned around, a ruthless look flashing in his eyes. He still had important information that he hadn't revealed. That is, last year, a group of martial artists also tried to enter that forest. They thought that where demon beasts appeared, there must be other valuable treasures. That group of martial artists was quite strong, most of them at the 8th or 9th stage of innate. However, after they entered, only one martial artist managed to escape. And he was severely injured, ultimately dying from his wounds. The escaped warrior left behind a single sentence. What in the forest are not demon beasts, but monsters. You must not go in. Fang Yu, you definitely have to go in, then we'll see how you die. Fu Yue thought maliciously. After Fu Yue left, Fang Yu sat on the sofa, sipping the tea brewed by Ji Rubai. Mr. Fang, do you want to enter that forest? Ji Rubai asked. Of course. As long as there is a possibility of demon beasts existing, I have to go, Fang Yu replied. But I always feel that what Master Fu said is not entirely credible. He might have left something unsaid, Ji Rubai said, her brows slightly furrowed. It's fine, Fang Yu said. By the way, Mr. Fang, those few people in the hall just now. Ji Rubai recalled Jiang Jinlong and the others and asked. Those 2 women are my classmates, Fang Yu said. Classmates? Ji Rubai looked at Fang Yu's school uniform and suddenly realized something, her expression changing slightly. That's right. I'm still a senior in high school, Fang Yu said. Fang Yu was long past caring about appearing youthful. After all, he would never age, having forgotten his exact age. So he would always be 18. Ji Rubai looked at Fang Yu, her beautiful eyes shimmering with different colors. Fang Yu's personality was so mature, his strength so formidable. Yet he was still in high school. This meant that Fang Yu's future was limitless. Considering how outstanding Fang Yu was now, it was unimaginable how high he would reach in the future. Looking at Ji Rubai before him, Fang Yu always felt reminded of that woman from years ago. Feeling very uncomfortable. I'm leaving. Fang Yu downed the tea in one gulp and stood up, taking the Ji family's car back home. It was already 11:30 at night. The lights on the first floor were off. Wang Yin and her daughter must have gone to sleep. Fang Yu walked up to the second floor, unlocked the door, and entered the house. A strange feeling surged in his heart. Someone was watching him. It was impossible for anyone to be inside. Otherwise, Fang Yu would have noticed. It meant that the person was outside. Fang Yu immediately walked to the window and looked up at a tall abandoned building 100 meters away. He saw a small red dot. Then he saw the muzzle of a gun, equipped with a silencer. Puff! A flash of fire shot out, and a sniper bullet, traveling at 900 meters per second, headed straight for Fang Yu's forehead. It would take just 1/9 of a second for the bullet to hit Fang Yu's forehead. Chapter 32. I'll give you 3 seconds. Shut up. Fang Yu's pupils slightly contracted. In that split second, he raised his hand, and a faint red glow appeared on his palm. The rapidly approaching sniper bullet struck his palm, but made no sound. Fang Yu clenched his hand after catching it, and a crunching noise followed. The steel core weapon turned into metallic dust, scattering in the air. The long-range assassin, observing through the scope from the abandoned building 100 meters away, was stunned. How could a human possibly react in time to a bullet fired at such a close distance? In about 0.1 seconds, they probably couldn't even blink. But Fang Yu not only raised his hand, but caught it directly. That was a long-range assassination weapon, fired from about 100 meters away. Its power was enough to penetrate a steel plate. What on earth is this person, human or ghost? Cold sweat broke out on the assassin's forehead, and his heart shook. But relying on his instincts as a killer and the unique calmness of long-range assassins, he reacted relatively quickly, swiftly moving the gun's muzzle to Fang Yu's heart and firing twice. These 2 shots did not miss, but they were still caught by Fang Yu's palm. The long-range assassin's mind completely collapsed. He was anxious. He just wanted to leave this place quickly. But just as he was about to put away his gun, he saw Fang Yu in the scope, giving him a slight smile. Then, Fang Yu suddenly flicked his hand forward, and a silver light swept through the air. What happened next was beyond the long-range assassin's comprehension, because the next second, a bloody hole appeared in his forehead. Clang! A silver bullet pierced through the long-range assassin's forehead, hitting the wall behind him and producing a crisp metallic sound that echoed in the quiet floor. Fang Yu approached the fallen long-range assassin. The assassin's eyes bulged, filled with terror. Unfortunately, he would never know how he died. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Fang Yu frowned slightly, crouched down, and felt around the assassin's clothing but found no useful information. On his way here, he had noticed the surroundings and concluded that this long-range assassin was likely acting alone tonight, without accomplices. So, who sent this long-range assassin? In Zhanghai City, Fang Yu didn't have many enemies. The only possibility was the Yang family. It's time to teach them a lesson, Fang Yu thought coldly to himself. The Yang family. Yang Yingzhu, dressed in a silk nightgown, lazily leaned on the living room sofa, holding a glass of champagne. Usually, at this time, she would have already gone to rest. But tonight, she knew something good was going to happen, so she decided to stay up late for once to celebrate this moment. The front door echoed with footsteps as Yang Su walked into the living room. Seeing Yang Yingzhu sitting on the sofa drinking champagne, he was surprised. Sister, why are you still awake so late? I'm waiting for some news, Yang Yingzhu smiled and replied. She then noticed the swollen handprint on Yang Su's left cheek, and her expression immediately turned cold. What happened to your face? Yang Su touched his cheek, still feeling some pain. Fang Yu's slap was quite strong. Usually, if someone slapped him in public, Yang Su would have rushed up to fight back. But tonight, to sever Fang Yu's relationship with Tang Xiaorou, he didn't do so. However, that didn't mean Yang Su would forget this slap. He had to take revenge. Without Tang Xiaorou as his support, Fang Yu was just an orphan without parents. There were 1,000 ways to deal with him. Who did it? Yang Yingzhu asked again, seeing Yang Su's gloomy expression. Sister, I'll handle this myself, Yang Su said. No, you tell me who did it, Yang Yingzhu said coldly, her face like frost. Yang Su was the young master of the Yang family, and her most beloved brother. When her brother was slapped, it was equivalent to Yang Yingzhu being slapped. The Yang family being slapped. This was not a trivial matter. The Yang family was currently on the rise and could not allow any provocations. Seeing Yang Yingzhu's unyielding expression, Yang Su had no choice but to answer. It was a guy named Fang Yu. As soon as Yang Yingzhu heard the name Fang Yu, her expression changed, and she immediately interrupted Yang Su, asking, Fang Yu? Did Fang Yu slap you? Seeing Yang Yingzhu's reaction, Yang Su was taken aback and replied, Yes, sister. Have you heard of Fang Yu? Yang Yingzhu and Yang Xiaorong had never mentioned Fang Yu to Yang Su before. After investigating, Yang Yingzhu learned that Fang Yu was still in school and had a good relationship with the Tang family, with Tang Mingde valuing him highly. But Yang Yingzhu didn't expect that Fang Yu would dare to lay a hand on Yang Su. This was a provocation right on the Yang family's face. That damn bastard. Sister, you don't need to be too angry. I have a way to deal with him. He is just an orphan. Dealing with someone like him is as easy as pie, Yang Su said. Yang Yingzhu's expression only darkened for a moment, because she knew that after tonight, Fang Yu, this thorn in her side, would completely disappear. She had hired the most professional assassins to kill Fang Yu. This assassin organization had undertaken multiple assassination missions against high-level warriors, with a failure rate of 0. It was said that several half-step masters had died under their meticulously arranged traps. Fang Yu was indeed very strong. Strong enough to easily defeat Bai Zhan, who was at the innate 9th stage. But no matter how strong he is, can he surpass a half-step master? You are no longer needed. Fang Yu will soon pay the price. Yang Yingzhu took a sip of champagne, her lips curling into a cold smile as she spoke. Sister, what do you mean by that? Yang Su was taken aback and asked. Sit down, you should drink a little too. Yang Yingzhu gestured for Yang Su to take a seat. Yang Su was puzzled, not understanding Yang Yingzhu's meaning. Do you think I'm staying up late for no reason? I am waiting for the news of Fang Yu's death. Yang Yingzhu poured Yang Su a glass of champagne and then told him what Fang Yu had done earlier. After listening, Yang Su's face turned ugly as he said, That damn Fang Yu. He has been provoking our Yang family all along. Why didn't you and Dad tell me about these things earlier? Dad and I can handle these matters, and naturally, we don't want them to affect you. Yang Yingzhu replied. Yang Su's eyes were filled with malice as he said, Sister, I want to go see his downfall in person. Just as Yang Su finished speaking, the phone on the table beside them rang. Yang Inju glanced at Yang Su, stood up, and walked over to answer the phone. Yang Su wore a cruel smile because he knew the call meant Fang Yu was already dead. However, Yang Inju, who was on the phone, had an extremely dark expression. Why did it fail? Didn't they say their failure rate was 0? Miss Yang, I'm not clear on the specifics. Their team seems quite surprised too. It said that the long-range assassin died, quite tragically. I don't care about their lives. I just want to know why the mission failed. I paid them such a high reward. Failure is unacceptable. Yang Inju's voice rose with anger. Their team just sent me a message saying there is a second plan. But it might accidentally harm others. Make them execute it immediately. As long as it results in Fang Yu's death, nothing else matters. Yang Inju said coldly. After speaking, Yang Inju slammed the phone down on the table. Sister, what happened? Yang Su hurriedly asked. Tonight's mission failed. They not only didn't kill Fang Yu, but they also lost a long-range assassin. Yang Inju took a deep breath and said, bang. Yang Su punched the coffee table hard, saying, how could this happen? That bastard Fang Yu really has some extraordinary ability? Don't worry, they have a second plan. We just need to wait patiently, Yang Inju said calmly. The next day, Fang Yu arrived at the classroom. After last night's birthday party for Zhao Shuanger, no one in the class gave Fang Yu a good look. They even considered going to the counselor to request transferring Fang Yu out of their class, but for now, they didn't have a suitable reason. Fang Yu ignored their gazes and sat back down. A few minutes later, Tang Xiaoro also arrived in the classroom, glanced at Fang Yu with indifference. After last night's events, her relationship with Fang Yu had reached a freezing point. His words were not friends had completely broken her heart. Tang Xiaoro sat down and began reviewing her books, not exchanging a word with Fang Yu. Fang Yu enjoyed the peace, though he felt a bit regretful. He had won the bet and could have had breakfast every day, but now that was gone. During the break, Zhao Shuanger came to Tang Xiaoro's desk, first casting a look of disgust at Fang Yu before speaking to Tang Xiaoro. Shuanger, is Yang Su seriously injured? Tang Xiaoro asked cautiously. It's not a big deal. Just a swollen face, Zhao Shuanger replied. That's good. Tang Xiaoro breathed a sigh of relief. She regarded Zhao Shuanger as her best friend and didn't want last night's incident to affect their friendship. If Yang Su was indeed seriously injured by Fang Yu, Tang Xiaoro would feel very guilty. After all, Fang Yu was brought by her, and she felt responsible for what he had done. Shuanger, I apologize again. I'm really sorry for what happened last night, Tang Xiaoro said. It's fine, it's not your fault. The one who really made the mistake is thick-skinned and still acts like they did nothing wrong. Zhao Shuanger shot a glance at Fang Yu and said. Upon hearing this, the classmates who had been quietly listening began to criticize. Yes, some people are really thick-skinned, making their deskmate apologize. I don't know what they have to be so arrogant about. Maybe young Master Yang was too kind yesterday, giving him the illusion that he is something special. He probably thinks he is invincible after hitting young Master Yang without any consequences. Their loud voices were clearly meant for Fang Yu to hear. It was too noisy. Fang Yu, who was reading a novel, found the noisy environment very distracting. Unable to bear it any longer, he decided to teach them a lesson. Even if they were just kids. You have 3 seconds. All of you shut up. Fang Yu impatiently spoke. Chapter 33. A dragon has its reverse scale. Fang Yu began to count down. Oh, you're really putting on an act? You think you're so tough? A strong-looking boy stood up from his seat, striding toward Fang Yu with a sneer. His name was Zhou Jinrong, an athlete who trained daily and was muscular. Fang Yu ignored him. Everyone, speak louder. I want to see what he can do to us. Another boy stood up and shouted. Several boys followed Zhou Jinrong and approached Fang Yu. Fang Yu put down the novel he was reading. We want to shut up. What can you do about it? If you dare mess with us, I want to be as lenient as young Master Yang. Zhou Jinrong stood in front of Fang Yu with a provocative smile. I gave you all a chance. Fang Yu said as he stood up, looking at Zhou Jinrong. Let us see what you can do. Zhou Jinrong's face twisted with anger as he grabbed a book and swung it at Fang Yu's face. Fang Yu remained unfazed, casually swatting the book away. Then, he punched the desk next to him, sending the entire desk flying backward. Zhou Jinrong was knocked down by the desk and sat on the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. Fang Yu's movements were so quick that Zhou Jinrong didn't even have time to react, and now he could only groan in pain. Moreover, Zhou Jinrong felt all his strength drained, unable to muster any energy. Fang Yu then grabbed Zhou Jinrong by the collar, lifting him off the ground completely. Zhou Jinrong, who stood at 185 meters and weighed nearly 90 kilograms, was just hanging in the air unable to move. The boys who had been following Zhou Jinrong had already retreated several meters in fright. The other students were also stunned. No one expected that the imposing Zhou Jinrong could be subdued by Fang Yu so easily. Anyone who dares to chatter around me will end up like this, Fang Yu said flatly. In the distance, a boy came back to his senses and shouted, Fang Yu, you've started a fight again. I'm going to tell the class leader. Slap. Before he could finish, Fang Yu smashed the desk beside him. The boy immediately quieted down. Is there anyone else who disagrees? Fang Yu scanned the room and asked. After witnessing Zhou Jinrong and the other boy's fate, the surroundings fell silent, and no one dared to speak. Just then, Zhao Shuanger spoke up. Fang Yu, do you really think you can act recklessly? In this class, it's South not your place to be so arrogant. Seeing so many classmates intimidated by Fang Yu, she felt very unwilling and defiant. Oh, you're not satisfied? Fang Yu casually tossed Zhou Jinrong to the ground and turned to look at Zhao Shuanger. Tang Xiaoro's face changed dramatically as she stepped in front of Zhao Shuanger, angrily saying, Fang Yu, you're going too far. Do you really want to lay a hand on Shuang? Fang Yu had already hit Yang Su yesterday, and now he was targeting Zhao Shuanger. This was absolutely intolerable. I don't necessarily have to lay a hand on her. I just hope she can keep her mouth shut and stop talking, Fang Yu said. Why should I shut up? Fang Yu, let me tell you. I'm not afraid of you. If you dare to lay a hand on me, Yang Su will never let you go, Zhao Shuanger said fearlessly. Yang Su? He nothing, Fang Yu replied, then reached out his hand towards Zhao Shuanger. Fang Yu, stop it, Tang Xiaoro screamed, blocking Zhao Shuanger with red-rimmed eyes. Zhao Shuanger was her best friend, and she couldn't let Fang Yu touch her no matter what. Fang Yu remained expressionless. He had already given Tang Xiaoro the last bit of face by not laying a hand on Yang Su yesterday. Today, with Zhao Shuanger provoking him again, there was no way around it. He wasn't a saint. He also had his temper. Just as the situation was reaching a critical point, a knock on the classroom door broke the silence. Everyone turned to look at the door and saw their English tutor, Ding Ran, walking in. Is something happening, students? Ding Ran asked, looking at Fang Yu, who was surrounded, with a hint of confusion in her beautiful eyes. No one spoke. If nothing's wrong, please return to your seats. Class is about to start, Ding Ran smiled. As soon as she finished speaking, the class bell rang. The students in the classroom looked at each other and then silently returned to their seats. Zhou Jinrong, who was sitting on the floor, also stood up, covering his aching abdomen, casting a fearful glance at Fang Yu before slowly walking back to his seat. Zhao Shuanger glared at Fang Yu angrily and turned to leave. Tang Xiaoro wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, looked at Fang Yu with disappointment, and sat back down. Fang Yu had no intention of continuing to entangle himself. For him, as long as it quieted down, that was enough. This way, he could continue reading his novel. Yang's family. Yang Su was lying bored on his bed, playing with his phone. Suddenly, a call came in. It was his good friend Qiuzhua. Young Master Yang. I see you've been living it up lately. What are you doing? Qiuzhua asked. What can I do? Just lying at home, Yang Su replied irritably. Oh, so boring? Let us go out tonight, Qiuzhua said. Yang Su had indeed been spending too much time with Zhao Shuanger lately, and it was getting tedious. So he said, Where to? Where else? Let us go to the Shunlan your family runs, Qiuzhua replied. All right, what time? Yang Su asked. Around 6 or 7. We'll have dinner first, then go sing. By the way, I need to tell you something. I happened to see a bottle of medicine on my family's table. They told me it was newly developed abroad. It said that if someone takes it, they can be completely paralyzed in 5 minutes, losing all ability to move. But their brain won't be affected, and after the effect wears off, they won't remember anything that happened. It's specially used for interrogating people and is very effective. Qiuzhua said. The speaker had no intention, but the listener had an interest. You can forget everything that happened before. Yang Su's mind sparked with an idea. Are you sure that after taking this medicine, you won't remember what happened before? Yang Su asked. Of course, this medicine has been tested. If it didn't have that effect, it wouldn't be so expensive. Qiuzhua replied. All right, bring a little over quietly, and let us take a look, Yang Su said. His eyes filled with curiosity. During the afternoon break, Zhao Shuanger approached Tang Xiaoro again. Xiaoro, Yang Su asked me to take you to Shunlan after school to have some fun. Come with me, Zhao Shuanger said. Tang Xiaoro didn't want to go at all and shook her head, saying, I don't want to go. I feel a bit unwell and want to go home and rest early. Come on, I haven't been to Shunlan yet. Please accompany me. It's boring to go alone. Zhao Shuanger pouted, pulling Tang Xiaoro's hand. Tang Xiaoro wasn't interested, but she felt guilty towards Zhao Shuang'er and Yang Su, so it didn't seem appropriate to refuse again. All right, I'll go with you for a bit, Tang Xiao replied. Great. Zhao Shuang'er was very happy, shot a glare at Fang Yu, and bounced away. Fang Yu overheard their conversation. After considering for a moment, he finally spoke. If I were you, I wouldn't go. Tang Xiao turned her head immediately upon hearing Fang Yu's words, gritting her teeth as she said, Fang Yu, what do you mean? Do you think you're always right? Do you think the world revolves around you? In Tang Xiao's view, Fang Yu was trying to sow discord between her and Zhao Shuang'er. What was wrong with Zhao Shuang'er inviting her to Shenlan? Did one have to oppose the entire world like Fang Yu to be correct? Faced with Tang Xiao's questioning, Fang Yu remained silent. He had already given her a warning. If she wouldn't listen, there was nothing he could do. After school in the afternoon, Tang Xiao left with Zhao Shuang'er. Perhaps because of Fang Yu's earlier remark, she felt a strange sense of rebellion. You tell me not to go, so I'm going. Just to annoy you. Back at the yard on the first floor, Fang Yu saw Yu Yaya. Today, Yu Yaya didn't have rehearsal after school, so she returned home early. Where's Aunt Wang? Fang Yu asked. My mom found a job and went out for an interview, Yu Yaya replied. It seemed there would be no chance to mooch a meal tonight. Fang Yu felt a bit disappointed and went upstairs. Brother Fang Yu, wait a minute. Yu Yaya ran into the house and then came out again, holding a string of candied hawthorns. I just saw an old man selling candied hawthorns on the street. This whole string was only 5 yuan, so I bought 2 strings. This one is for you. Fang Yu took the candied hawthorns from Yu Yaya's hand and said, Thank you. Holding the candied hawthorns, Fang Yu walked upstairs. In fact, he wasn't particularly interested in sweets, especially not in these small snacks. Fang Yu took out his keys and unlocked the door. The moment he pushed the door open, the hairs on his body stood on end. This was a warning of impending danger. Boom. In the next second, a burst of flames erupted in the living room, accompanied by a tremendous explosion. The 2-story small house collapsed instantly. In just a few seconds, the small building was reduced to rubble. Mission accomplished. Several kilometers away, in a hotel room, a man closed his laptop and prepared to leave. He didn't even need to check on Fang Yu's fate. With the power of that level of bomb, unless the other party was a martial arts master, there was no way they could survive. In the ruins, a figure stood up. It was Fang Yu. In his arms, he held a blood-soaked girl. During the explosion, Fang Yu's reaction had been quick. He had almost instantly fallen to the first floor, using his body to shield Yu Yaya. However, he was still a moment too late. Yu Yaya was struck on the head by a piece of debris and fell unconscious. Her right leg also crushed by a slab of stone. The explosion had scared the few remaining residents in the vicinity to come out and see what had happened. What happened? What happened? Just as Wang Yin returned near her home and saw that her house had turned into ruins, her mind went blank. Fang Yu noticed Wang Yin and walked over, holding Yu Yaya. Yaya. Wang Yin saw Yu Yaya covered in blood and was so frightened that her vision darkened, nearly fainting. Aunt Wang, calm down. Call an ambulance first. Yaya is fine. She just has a mild concussion, Fang Yu said. Wang Yin looked at Yu Yaya, covered in blood. How could she calm down? Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, but she knew Fang Yu was right. They had to call an ambulance first. Fang Yu placed Yu Yaya on the ground, his right hand on her forehead, channeling a stream of true energy to seal her wounds and stop the bleeding. Yu Yaya's head indeed wasn't severely injured, but her right foot had been crushed. Fang Yu could help her realign the bone, but it might not fully recover. This kind of permanent damage wasn't easily healed. Yu Yaya might have difficulty walking for the rest of her life. Aunt Wang, don't panic when the ambulance arrives. Just take Yaya to the hospital, Fang Yu said to Wang Yin. What about you? Are you okay, Xiaoyu? Wang Yin saw Fang Yu's tattered clothes, and her voice trembled as she spoke. I'm fine. I will be back soon, Fang Yu said calmly. As he spoke, a flash of red light flickered in his eyes. But Wang Yin didn't notice. I haven't been this angry in a long time, young family. Fang Yu's originally black pupils completely turned dark red. Having lived for nearly 5,000 years, his temperament had been smoothed out, and he was indifferent to many things. But even a dragon has its reverse scales. Touch them, and it will surely be enraged. The Yang family could deal with him, but they could not harm those around him. Yang Su from the Yang family is in deep orchid today, so he will be the first to pay the price. The red light flickered in Fang Yu's eyes, his expression indifferent as he walked forward. Tonight, none of the Yang family members will escape. Chapter 34. Fang Yu, I was wrong. In deep orchid, Tang Xiao sat in a private room, watching Chiozhua flirt with a beautiful waitress, feeling uncomfortable amidst the deafening music. Not far away, Yang Su whispered to Zhao Shuang, who then approached Tang Xiao and said, Xiao, do you not like it too noisy? Yang Su asked me to take you to another private room. It will be quieter there. Tang Xiao nodded and followed Zhao Shuang out of the room into the opposite one. This private room had no one else, and it felt much more comfortable. Xiao, you sit here for a while, Zhao Shuang said before leaving the room. Tang Mingda had strict family teachings for Tang Xiao, and she had never been to a singing place before. Before coming, she was curious, but after arriving, she regretted it. If it weren't for emotional considerations, she would have wanted to leave immediately. This kind of place was not suitable for her. Shortly after Zhao Shuang left, Yang Su walked into the room. Xiao, I know you're not quite used to this, he said, seeing her expression soften a bit as he sat beside her. You probably aren't used to playing in places like this, right? You seem uncomfortable, Yang Su continued. Tang Xiao replied. In fact, she didn't want to talk to Yang Su alone as it made her feel strange. Even though Yang Su was now with Zhao Shuang, he was considered her friend. However, deep down, she still felt some aversion towards Yang Su. She usually didn't show it, only to consider Zhao Shuang's feelings. This deep orchid is run by my sister. Everyone who comes here has a certain status, so you can rest assured there are no random people, Yang Su said. Oh, Tang Xiao nodded. After that, she stood up, wanting to go find Zhao Shuang. But as soon as she stood, she suddenly felt her legs weak and powerless, and sat back down on the sofa. Tang Xiao looked at Yang Su across from her, her eyes filled with fear. Yang Su watched as Tang Xiao slumped on the sofa, a glint of pleasure flashing in his eyes. You. Tang Xiao opened her mouth, but couldn't make a sound. At that moment, Yang Su stood up, walked in front of Tang Xiao, his eyes filled with malice. Since the first time he saw Tang Xiao, he had been thinking that one day he would have her. That day had finally come. Looking at Tang Xiao's exquisite and perfect face, and her fair, jade-like neck, Yang Su felt a surge of heat all over his body. Although Tang Xiao couldn't speak, she could clearly see Yang Su's eyes and movements. It really was Yang Su. Why was he doing this? At this moment, Yang Su was already unbuckling his belt. Tang Xiao watched his actions, knowing what she was about to face, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down silently. How could this happen? At this moment, she remembered what Fang Yu had told her this afternoon. If I were you, I wouldn't go. Fang Yu had already warned her. But she had been too self-righteous to listen. She recalled how after Fang Yu slapped Yang Su last night, she not only didn't stand by Fang Yu, but also joined her classmates in criticizing him and demanding an apology. She remembered Fang Yu's lonely back as he turned to leave. It turned out that the one who was wrong was not Fang Yu, but her. She naively believed that Yang Su would no longer have any thoughts about her. Fang Yu, I'm sorry, Tang Xiao choked in her heart. Seeing Tang Xiao's face full of tears, Yang Su's lust only grew stronger. He loved the feeling of conquest. The more unwilling Tang Xiao was, the more excited he became. Yang Su took off his shirt, then his pants, leaving only his underwear. He stepped forward, reaching out to take off Tang Xiao's clothes. But just then, the door to the private room was pushed open. Xiao. Zhao Shuang walked in and immediately saw this scene, her expression changing drastically. Yang Su, what are you doing? Yang Su was startled to see Zhao Shuang. He had clearly asked her to entertain the others. Why had she come back so quickly? But now that it had come to this, Yang Su no longer needed to hide. Zhao Shuang was merely a tool he used, now that his goal had been achieved. She could naturally be discarded. What am I doing? Isn't it obvious? Yang Su sneered, seeing Tang Xiao slumped on the sofa, tears streaming down her face. Zhao Shuang immediately understood. Yang Su, how could you do this? You clearly told me you no longer liked Tang Xiao. Zhao Shuang rushed up and asked loudly. Slap. Yang Su raised his hand without hesitation and slapped Zhao Shuang across the face, knocking her to the ground. Don't you see what your own identity is? With someone like you, I could grab a bunch on the street. You think you deserve to walk with me? If it weren't for your good relationship with Tang Xiao, I wouldn't even look at you. You cheap woman, Yang Su said disdainfully. Hearing these words, Zhao Shuang's eyes turned red as she muttered, You actually. She had thought Yang Su genuinely liked to be friends with her. But everything turned out to be a lie. Yang Su was just trying to get closer to Tang Xiao. All along, she was merely a tool being used. Zhao Shuang felt as if the sky had fallen. You're really a nuisance. Yang Su pushed Zhao Shuang hard. She didn't regain her senses and stumbled, hitting her head on the edge of the coffee table, instantly losing consciousness. But Yang Su didn't look at her again. Instead, he loudly ordered, Someone, take this woman out. Two waitstaff walked in from outside and dragged the unconscious Zhao Shuang'er away. Tang Xiaoro was completely desperate. Now, no one can stop us, Yang Su said with a sinister smile, pulling down the zipper of Tang Xiaoro's coat, reaching out towards her. At this moment, Tang Xiaoro regretted even more. Fang Yu, I was really wrong. If given another choice, Tang Xiaoro would unhesitatingly choose to stand with Fang Yu. But there are no pills for regret in this world, nor are there time machines. Now, Tang Xiaoro not only had to face Yang Su's humiliation, but her relationship with Fang Yu could never return to what it was. Bang! Just then, there was a loud noise outside the private room. Chapter 35. Teach the Yang family a lesson. Fang Yu kicked the security guard blocking his way and walked straight in. Someone has broken in. Call the security team. A male waiter shouted into the intercom. Fang Yu stepped forward, instantly appearing in front of the waiter. Where is Yang Su? Fang Yu asked, his tone very calm. Why, young Master Yang, he. The waiter was so scared that his face turned pale and he trembled all over. What is going on? The door to the private room opened, and Yang Su poked his head out. Fang Yu looked at Yang Su, their gazes locking. It's you? Yang Su's face changed slightly. He hadn't expected Fang Yu to dare come here. But just right, since that group of assassins couldn't kill you, let me take care of you myself. Yang Su sneered coldly to himself. This was Deep Orchid, the Yang family's territory. Here, even if Fang Yu were taken care of, there would be no consequences. Fang Yu saw this and slowly walked towards Yang Su, a hint of a smile on his lips, though the smile was a bit cold. Yang Su glanced at the mess behind Fang Yu, shook his head, and said, Fang Yu, you really don't know how to live. Daring to cause trouble on our Yang family's territory. Fang Yu remained silent and walked to the door of the private room, kicking it open. Bang! The door, along with Yang Su, was kicked away. Yang Su crashed against the wall, dazed. Fang Yu entered the private room and continued towards Yang Su. At this moment, Yang Su was only wearing a pair of underwear, looking quite ridiculous. Tang Xiaoro, slumped on the sofa, looked at Fang Yu with disbelief and joy in her eyes. It's Fang Yu. He is here. He came to save me. Yang Su raised his head, watching Fang Yu approach slowly, and said resentfully, Fang Yu, you won't be able to leave here today. As soon as he finished speaking, a sound of footsteps came from outside the private room. He.s. inside the private room. Hurry over. Protect young Master Yang. A security team of nearly 40 people rushed upstairs, immediately charging towards the private room to block Fang Yu inside. Yang Su stood up and sneered. Fang Yu, just wait to die. Do you think these people can protect you? Fang Yu frowned slightly and asked. I think they can not only protect me, but also take care of you. Yang Su grinned cruelly. At the same time, he made a gesture, signaling the security guards to attack Fang Yu. Several security guards immediately drew their batons and swung them at Fang Yu. Fang Yu stood still, not moving, and kicked the guard in front of him in the chest. Bang! With a dull sound, this guard, along with several behind him, flew backward. A distant strike. This kick left the other guards at the entrance of the private room stunned. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up! Yang Su shouted with a grim expression. The guard snapped back to reality and charged at Fang Yu again. Fang Yu stepped forward into the crowd. Bang! 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 Each sound was accompanied by piercing screams. The security guards fell to the ground like puppets in front of Fang Yu. Within seconds, no one from this security team could stand up. They all lay on the ground. At this moment, Yang Su, who had been behind Fang Yu, took advantage of Fang Yu's inattention, grabbed a glass fruit plate from the coffee table, and threw it at Fang Yu with all his strength. Fang Yu die? Yang Su's eyes were filled with malice. Seeing this scene, Tang Xiaoro's beautiful eyes widened. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out, as Yang Su was about to harm Fang Yu. Tears filled Tang Xiaoro's beautiful eyes. But in the next second, Fang Yu quickly turned around and caught the glass fruit plate with his hand. Crack! The thick glass was crushed to pieces by Fang Yu's palm, and Fang Yu's hand didn't even bleed. Seeing this scene, Yang Su was shocked. Last night, he heard from Yang Yinju that Fang Yu easily defeated the innate 9th stage by Zhan, and he was still skeptical, thinking that Fang Yu couldn't be that strong and must have relied on external power. But now seeing Fang Yu's strength with his own eyes, he was stunned. How could Fang Yu be this strong? Yang Su, I really gave you many chances, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish them, Fang Yu said indifferently. Looking at Yang Su's pale face, Yang Su was genuinely afraid now. His legs began to weaken as he stepped back. Fang Yu, don't do anything reckless. If you hurt me, our Yang family will definitely not let you go. My sister, my elder brother will never spare you, Yang Su said while retreating. Fang Yu showed no reaction, just walking step by step towards Yang Su. Yang Su continued to back away until he was pressed against the wall, with no way to retreat. Fang Yu, calm down. I haven't done anything to Tang Xiaoro. I was just about to start when you came. I really didn't do anything to her, Yang Su shouted. At this time, Fang Yu noticed Tang Xiaoro slumped on the sofa. Previously, he only knew there was someone there and didn't pay attention to who it was. It seemed she had been drugged. Fang Yu glanced at Tang Xiaoro and then looked away. Ignoring the advice of the elders leads to suffering, especially when the elder is nearly 5,000 years old. This saying is even more accurate. However, Fang Yu did not come here tonight for Tang Xiaoro. Thinking of the bloodied Yu, Fang Yu's gaze became even colder. You, don't come over. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. Yang Su trembled, shouting. At this moment, he no longer resembled the arrogant young master of the Yang family. Fang Yu reached Yang Su and kicked him hard. This kick was without any reservations, using all his strength, and its lethality was unimaginable. Yang Su screamed in pain, clutching his injury and jumping around. At this moment, Qiu Zhua, in the opposite private room, peeked out and saw Fang Yu ruthlessly attacking Yang Su. What kind of enemy did Yang Su provoke? Qiu Zhua was so scared that he trembled all over and quickly took out his phone to call Yang Yinju. In the current situation, only finding Yang Yinju could save Yang Su. In the Yang family, Yang Yinju was in her study looking at documents when her phone suddenly rang. Hello? What is it? What did you say? Yang Yinju slammed the table and stood up. Miss Yang, if you don't send someone to save young Master Yang soon, he might be in danger, Qiu Zhua said. As he spoke, Yang Su's screams came through clearly to Yang Yinju's ears. I'll send someone right away. You find a way to stall that person. Yang Yinju's eyes turned red as she hung up the phone. Fang Yu, it must be Fang Yu. Damn it. Yang Yinju's heart raced, and upon hearing Yang Su's screams, she could no longer remain calm. If anything happened to Yang Su, she would make sure to crush Fang Yu to ashes. Yang Yinju hurriedly wanted to leave, but after taking a few steps, she stopped. If even Bai Zhan of the innate ninth stage was easily defeated by Fang Yu, if she rushed over, not only would she be unable to save Yang Su, but she might also be left behind. I can't go, Yang Yinju thought anxiously, contemplating a countermeasure. The Yang family still had several ninth-stage martial artists. But ninth-stage martial artists could not contend with Fang Yu at all. Find my elder brother? My elder brother is currently in seclusion and can't come back for a while. Yang Yinju's mind raced. Then, she remembered a half-step grandmaster she had cooperated with before. Yang Yinju immediately picked up her phone and dialed a number. Master Han, I have an urgent matter that needs your help, and you can name your price. Chapter 36, Half-Step Grandmaster. Deep Blue Club. Fang Yu kicked Yang Su 3 times in a row. At this point, Yang Su could no longer scream. His limbs could not move. If possible, Yang Su would rather pass out. But he couldn't pass out. Instead, he was unusually awake, enduring increasingly intense pain. Until finally, Yang Su could no longer make a sound. Fang Yu's pent-up anger finally dissipated a bit. Yang Su was now convulsing all over, losing control of his bowels. Anyone who saw this terrible sight would be scared out of their wits. Fang Yu took a couple of breaths to calm down before walking over to Tang Xiaoro. Tang Xiaoro looked at Fang Yu with wide eyes, filled with both fear and joy. The fear was from Fang Yu's earlier ruthlessness, while the joy was because Fang Yu not only wasn't angry with her, but had come to save her. At this moment, Tang Xiaoro's consciousness was becoming increasingly blurry, and she felt her brain was slowing down. Fang Yu grabbed Tang Xiaoro's delicate little hand and transmitted a surge of true energy. The true energy entered Tang Xiaoro's blood vessels, forcing the drug out of her bloodstream. Tang Xiaoro's pores opened, and she began to sweat. 2 minutes later, Fang Yu released his hand. Tang Xiaoro was pleasantly surprised to find that she could use her strength again. So, she sat up straight and turned to look at Fang Yu. At this moment, Fang Yu had already sat down on the nearby sofa. Fang Yu, I'm sorry. I was wrong before. Tang Xiaoro looked at Fang Yu with teary eyes and said. Fang Yu was taken aback, then quickly understood what Tang Xiaoro meant. No need to apologize. I just happened to save you, Fang Yu replied. You came all the way to Shenlong Club. How could it be just by chance? Tang Xiaoro knew that Fang Yu was definitely making excuses and unwilling to admit that he came specifically to save her. However, she wouldn't call him out on it. The fact that Fang Yu came to save her was enough. This showed that Fang Yu still considered her a friend in his heart. Fang Yu, I really thank you. Thinking about the danger she faced earlier, Tang Xiaoro felt a wave of fear and couldn't help but redden her eyes. She reached out her hands, wanting to hug Fang Yu. But Fang Yu sidestepped, avoiding the hug. You should zip up your jacket first, Fang Yu said. Hearing this, Tang Xiaorou lowered her head and immediately let out a sharp scream. Her jacket zipper had been pulled down, revealing a thin, light-colored shirt underneath. Earlier, Fang Yu used his true energy to force the drug's effects out of her, making her sweat profusely and soaking the thin shirt. As a result, the light-colored shirt had become nearly transparent. At a glance, one could see her underwear. Tang Xiaorou's face flushed red, and she quickly zipped up her jacket. After zipping it up, Tang Xiaorou secretly glanced at Fang Yu and found that he wasn't looking at her at all, but instead was looking at Yang Su. Fang Yu, let's go. I will explain today's incident to my dad. The Yang family won't let this go, Tang Xiaorou said, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Fang Yu had done this to Yang Su, and the Yang family would definitely not let it slide. But Fang Yu caused this outcome to save her. She had to protect Fang Yu. If the Yang family pursues this, our Tang family will definitely support you. Tang Xiaorou said firmly. That's right, you should leave now. I'll call your dad and have him send someone to pick you up, Fang Yu said, taking out his phone. What about you? Tang Xiaorou was taken aback and asked. I will stay here and wait for the Yang family's people to come, Fang Yu replied calmly. This place was owned by the Yang family, and they must have already received the news and would definitely come with people. As long as Fang Yu sat here, he could wait for the Yang family to fall into his trap. Tonight, he had to give the Yang family a painful lesson. Yang Su was just the beginning. Fang Yu called Tang Mingde and briefly explained the situation. A few minutes later, footsteps could be heard in the hallway. Your dad is here, go out, Fang Yu said as he stood up and walked out. Tang Xiaorou followed behind Fang Yu and exited the private room. Tang Mingde arrived with Tang Si and several bodyguards. Seeing the mess inside the club, both Tang Mingde and Tang Si were horrified. This was the Yang family's territory. How could it be in such a state? Dad! Tang Xiaorou immediately ran to Tang Mingde and hugged him. Tang Mingde gently stroked Tang Xiaorou's head, comforting her. It's okay, Xiaorou. You all take her away, Fang Yu said. Dr. Fang, aren't you leaving? The Yang family will be bringing people over soon, and it won't be easy to leave, Tang Mingde said in a deep voice. I'm waiting for them to come, Fang Yu replied. Tang Mingde's brows furrowed as he suddenly remembered something and asked, what about Yang Su? How is he? Inside, Fang Yu pointed to the door of the private room. Tang Mingde and Tang Si walked in and saw Yang Su's miserable state. Their faces turned pale. Tang Mingde almost couldn't hold back his urge to vomit. This was too brutal. Earlier, Fang Yu only mentioned that he had dealt with Yang Su, but didn't specify the details. Tang Mingde didn't expect it to be this serious. This meant that the Yang family would definitely not rest until they got revenge on Fang Yu. Dad, Fang Yu only did this to Yang Su to save me. You must find a way to protect him, Tang Xiaorou quickly said when she saw Tang Mingde's serious expression. Of course, I'm thinking of a way, Tang Mingde replied. With the strength of the Tang family, they were not afraid of the Yang family. However, the Yang family was full of lunatics, especially Yang Yinzhu, who was extremely ruthless and cold-blooded, making it hard to predict how she would react. In any case, it was not safe to stay here for long. After all, Shenlong Club was the Yang family's territory, and once the Yang family arrived, it would be difficult for them to leave. Dr. Fang, come with us, Tang Mingde said, looking at Fang Yu. Fang Yu shook his head and was about to speak when a middle-aged martial artist in a black martial robe walked upstairs, followed by two young men in the same black martial robe. The middle-aged man's cultivation was at the 12th level of Qi refining. The left chest of the martial robes had the character Han printed on it. He was Han Yuming, a half-step master of the Han family martial arts school. Seeing this middle-aged martial artist, Tang Si's face changed dramatically. Hearing Tang Si's words, Tang Mingde's expression also changed. He wasn't very familiar with martial arts, but had heard of the title of half-step master. This was a realm just below that of a martial arts master, representing extremely powerful strength. The Yang family actually invited Master Han over. This was trouble. Tang Si's face looked grim. Is it just you three? At this moment, Fang Yu spoke up. Fang Yu's words were seen as a blatant provocation by the middle-aged martial artist. I am Han Yuming, the head of the Han family martial arts school. I received the commission from Miss Yang of the Yang family to come here and deal with someone, Han Yuming said coldly. After speaking, he looked at the few people in front of him and asked, who is Fang Yu? Fang Yu was very disappointed. Yang Yinzhu didn't come, and neither did Yang Xiaorong. Yang Su was almost beaten to death, but as a father and sister, they didn't even come to take a look. These Yang family members were really cold-blooded. Facing Han Yuming's question, Tang Si stepped forward and cupped his fists, saying, Master Han, we are from the Tang family in Jiangnan, and this is the head of our family, Tang Mingde. We asked the master to give our Tang family some face and let him go. Before Tang Si could finish speaking, Han Yuming interrupted him sternly. I have promised Miss Yang to help her eliminate Fang Yu. If I let him go now, wouldn't that tarnish the reputation of the Han family martial arts school? Besides, with the Yang family's influence in Jiangnan, Fang Yu has offended them, and there is no need for him to struggle, Han Yuming said coldly. I will ask one last time, who is Fang Yu? If no one speaks, I will assume you are all Fang Yu and kill you together. Han Yuming said arrogantly. Among the group in front of him, the strongest was just Tang Si, who was at the 8th level of the innate realm. As a half-step master, Han Yuming didn't take these people seriously at all. I am Fang Yu. Fang Yu stepped forward and said, Dr. Fang. Tang Mingda's face changed dramatically. He didn't expect Fang Yu to step forward at this moment. The opponent was a half-step master. Fang Yu's actions were akin to seeking death. Chapter 37. Just one punch. Oh, you are Fang Yu? Han Yuming squinted his eyes and looked at Fang Yu. He could sense Fang Yu's aura. He was just a 5th-level innate martial artist. To be honest, he didn't even have the need to make a move. However, he had received a huge reward from the Yang family, so he still had to put in some effort. Moreover, the calm demeanor of this kid in front of him, as if he didn't regard him at all, made him feel very displeased. Kid, you have some guts, but unfortunately. Han Yuming slowly walked towards Fang Yu. You have encountered me. You might as well hurry up and make your move, Fang Yu said a bit impatiently. Seeing Fang Yu's contemptuous expression, Han Yuming's anger ignited. As a half-step master, he had never been looked down upon like this. Kid, since you refuse a toast, don't blame me for being too ruthless. As he spoke, Han Yuming had already rushed towards Fang Yu. When he reached Fang Yu, Han Yuming did not hesitate and threw a punch at Fang Yu's chest. As a half-step master, Han Yuming was already able to control his true energy. His punch contained the power of true energy, strong enough to shatter a stone the size of a basketball. Fang Yu remained expressionless and threw a punch in return. A mere innate 5-stage martial artist dares to clash with me? Seeking death. Han Yuming's eyes were icy. Bang! A loud crash echoed as the colliding true energy exploded in the air, sending a shockwave that forced the onlookers, including Tang Mingda, to stumble back a few steps. Upon closer inspection, they found Fang Yu still standing in place, while Han Yuming had vanished. Tang Si looked forward, his heart jolting. He saw a human-shaped indentation on the wall beside the corridor. Han Yuming was embedded in it. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, his expression filled with agony and terror. How could a mere innate 5-stage martial artist possess such strength? Uffed. Han Yuming spat out a mouthful of blood, leaning forward and dropping down from the wall, collapsing on the ground, unable to stand again. A half-step grandmaster was subdued by Fang Yu with a single punch. The 2 disciples of Han Yuming were devastated by this sight, no longer daring to attack Fang Yu. Take your master and leave, Fang Yu said. The 2 disciples picked up the severely injured Han Yuming and hurriedly fled downstairs. Yang family. Yang Yinju sat on the sofa, talking on the phone with her parents who were abroad on a business trip. What is happening right now? Yang Xiaorong asked anxiously over the phone. Dad, I've already hired Master Han from the Han family martial arts school, Yang Yinju said, her face darkening. Before she could finish, her phone rang. Yang Yinju immediately answered it. And upon hearing the other party's words, her expression twisted into one of rage. Slap. She slammed her phone to the ground. They couldn't even restrain a half-step grandmaster? How strong is this Fang Yu? Yinju, what's the situation? Yang Xiaorong asked anxiously on the other end. Yang Yinju covered her face with her hand, remaining silent as her breathing became heavier. She never imagined that the Yang family would face such a dire situation one day. Fang Yu's strength far exceeded her imagination. From the looks of it, if they confronted him head-on, the Yang family would definitely suffer losses. Dad, I need to leave the Yang family for a while. You and Mom should stay abroad a little longer. Consider it a vacation to relax, Yang Yinju said in a hoarse voice after a moment of silence. If you leave and we don't go back, what about Su'er? We still don't know his situation. Yang Xiaorong's tone was urgent. We can only send someone to take him to the hospital and take care of him. Until my brother comes out of seclusion, that's all we can do. Staying in Shanghai City will only lead Fang Yu to come looking for us. Yang Yinju didn't continue. Yang Xiaorong on the other end fell silent as well. What a humiliation. What a humiliation. Yang Su was almost beaten to death, and as his closest relatives, they didn't even dare to take a look, even having to hide far away. What a disgrace. On the other end of the phone, Yang Xiaorong's forehead was bulging with veins. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Dad, We just need to endure this for a moment. Once my brother comes out of seclusion, we'll return. And I swear I will make that bastard Fang Yu turn to dust. Before that, I will make him a human puppet and force him to kneel and kowtow to our Yang family. Yang Yinju gritted her teeth, speaking with deep resentment. Her eyes filled with murderous intent. Deep blue. Fang Yu knew that after defeating Han Yueming, the Yang family would no longer send anyone. Let's go, Fang Yu said to Tang Mingde and the others. They were still in shock, looking at Fang Yu with awe in their eyes. After walking a few steps, Tang Mingde turned to look at the private room and said, "What about them? The Yang family will definitely send someone to take him away. No need to worry," Fang Yu said. Fang Yu felt a bit sorry for the Yang family members. They were too cold-blooded and ruthless, to the point of being almost heartless. However, several individuals known for their cold-bloodedness in the past had ultimately achieved great success. Either they gained power and wealth or dominated a region, becoming overlords. It seemed there was such a person in the Yang family as well. After leaving the Deep Blue Clubhouse, Fang Yu went directly to Jianghai City People's Hospital. On the way, he received a call from Ji Romai. Yang Yinju had indeed left the Yang family, boarding a flight and flying away. As for where she went, Ji Romai couldn't find out. Fang Yu had anticipated this, so he had no intention of going to the Yang family. He would have been left empty-handed and unable to find anyone. Now, Fang Yu's hostility had mostly dissipated. As for the other members of the Yang family, they would eventually return. It wouldn't be too late to find them then. In the hospital room, Yu lay on the bed with her eyes closed. Her complexion looking relatively good. Just as Fang Yu had said, Yu only had a mild concussion, not a serious issue. However, her right leg had a comminuted fracture. The doctor said a steel plate would need to be inserted for her to continue using her right leg. But this would affect her right leg, preventing her from engaging in vigorous activities like dancing in the future. Upon hearing this news, Wang Yin was in tears. Yu was only 16. Her future was still long, but such a young girl now faced permanent damage to her right leg, and she could no longer dance. Yu loved dancing the most, and she was supposed to perform at this year's school celebration. Aunt Wang, you don't have to worry too much. I can treat Ye's leg. It might not fully recover, but the results will definitely be better than inserting a steel plate, Fang Yu said to Wang Yin. Wang Yin looked at Fang Yu with a puzzled expression. A middle school student, could he really understand medicine? Aunt Wang, if you trust me, I can help Ye right now, Fang Yu said. Wang Yin knew that Fang Yu would never harm Ye. Although she didn't understand how he would treat her, she chose to trust him. Fang Yu asked Wang Yin to leave the ward first, as he needed to focus intensely. Yu's right leg had already been cast and bandaged. Fang Yu directly unwrapped the bandage. At this moment, they could see the purplish-red injury on Yu's leg. This was where the bone had fractured. Fang Yu extended his right hand and pressed it against the area. A faint red true energy emanated from his hand, transmitting to Yu's wound, repairing her bones. After half an hour, Fang Yu finished the treatment. By then, a layer of fine sweat had formed on his forehead. Using true energy to repair the physical body required extremely precise control over the true energy. Just now, Fang Yu had manipulated thousands of strands of true energy, finer than hair, to weave through the bones, a process that was quite complex. If he made a single mistake, it would cause damage to Yu's right leg, making her feel discomfort. Fortunately, Fang Yu did not make any mistakes. After Yu woke up, she would not feel that her right leg had been injured. Fang Yu pushed open the ward door and said to Wang Yin, who was anxiously waiting outside, Aunt Wang, Ye should be fine now. Wang Yin hurried into the ward and saw that Yu's right leg had already returned to normal, with no signs of swelling. This. Wang Yin originally had no hope for Fang Yu, but she didn't expect him to really succeed. At least on the surface, Yu's right leg seemed to be fine. Xiao Yu, I really don't know how to thank you, Wang Yin said, wiping her tears. Chapter 38. You're not pretty. After Yu woke up, she was immediately able to walk freely on the ground. This left the attending physician speechless, calling it a miracle. After chatting with Yu for a while by her bedside, Fang Yu left. Upon returning to the urban village, he suddenly remembered that the small building had been reduced to rubble. Thinking of the medicinal materials in the storage room, Fang Yu's expression changed. With such an explosion, those medicinal materials must have been completely obliterated. Xia, I'm sorry, Fang Yu sighed inwardly. A building was blown up, and a pile of rare medicinal herbs was destroyed. This debt must be calculated against the Yang family. Yang Xiaorong and Yang Yinju cannot hide forever. As soon as they return, Fang Yu will immediately go to settle the score. With no home left, Where will he sleep? For Fang Yu, sleeping and eating are of utmost importance. It is now deep into the night, 11 o'clock, and Fang Yu cannot find anywhere else to go. So he dialed Ji Ruby's phone number. Mr. Fang, if you don't mind, you can stay at our home for the time being. No problem, Fang Yu immediately agreed. 20 minutes later, the car sent by the Ji family arrived. Fang Yu opened the car door and got in, only to find Ji Ruby sitting inside. I just finished work and came to pick you up, Ji Ruby smiled at Fang Yu. Ji Ruby was wearing a women's suit, with light makeup on her face, exuding a faint fragrance of orchids. Mr. Fang, your performance tonight has impressed me again, Ji Ruby said, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked at Fang Yu. Did the Yang family finally send someone to pick you up? Fang Yu asked. Yes, Ji Ruby replied. Fang Yu nodded and fell silent. Mr. Fang, may I ask how strong you really are? Ji Ruby leaned slightly forward and asked softly. According to your calculations, my strength is at the innate level of 9,836 segments, Fang Yu answered truthfully. However, Ji Ruby chuckled and said, Mr. Fang, if you don't want to say it, that's fine, but why make people laugh? Fang Yu looked out the window, knowing that even if he spoke the truth, no one would believe him. After a moment of silence, Ji Ruby said softly, Mr. Fang, do you think I'm not good looking? So you didn't even glance at me after getting in the car? You noticed that? Fang Yu indeed did not want to see Ji Ruby's face. Not because she was unattractive, but because he was unwilling to recall that woman. That woman should not have left any descendants. But why do the two unrelated people look so alike? You are very beautiful. Fang Yu still didn't look at Ji Ruby and said, Then why don't you even want to look at me? You must think I'm unattractive, Ji Ruby said with a hint of coquetry. Fang Yu, not wanting to engage in this topic with her, replied, Well, I actually think you're not good looking. Ji Ruby was stunned. The topic ended. After arriving at the Ji family, Fang Yu casually chose a guest room, washed up simply, and lay down to rest. The next day, Fang Yu arrived at the classroom, where Tang Xiaoro had been waiting for him. On his desk were two breakfasts, one was a sandwich, and the other was also a sandwich. Fang Yu, I even brought you yesterday's breakfast, Tang Xiaoro said, her delicate face slightly flushed. Didn't we agree that the style cannot be repeated every day? Why are both sandwiches? Fang Yu asked. They're different. One has bacon, and the other has ham. You should try it, is it good? Tang Xiaoro urged. Fang Yu took a bite of the sandwich. To be honest, it was quite average. But seeing Tang Xiaoro's nervous expression, he knew this was made by her own hands. So he said, It's okay. Tang Xiaoro was overjoyed and said, I made this. My skills are pretty good, right? There's still a lot of room for improvement. Fang Yu commented. The surrounding classmates, seeing Tang Xiaoro and Fang Yu chatting and laughing, were puzzled. Didn't Tang Xiaoro completely fall out with Fang Yu? They were still confronting each other yesterday. Why are they so friendly today? These people felt betrayed. They were all in the same boat, standing against Fang Yu. But Tang Xiaoro actually betrayed them so quickly. Did she owe Zhao Shuanger an explanation? Coincidentally, Zhao Shuanger was not present today. Seeing Zhao Shuanger's empty seat, Tang Xiaoro felt a bit complicated. After last night's events, she no longer knew how to face her former good friend. During the break, while Fang Yu was reading a novel, Tang Xiaoro tapped him on the shoulder. That Jiang Yu is looking for you, Tang Xiaoro said. Fang Yu turned his head and saw Jiang Yu standing at the back door of the classroom. Let her in, Fang Yu said, with a little thought. Fang Yu could guess why Jiang Yu was looking for him. It must be about her father's position. But Fang Yu had no sympathy for Jiang Yu's family. It was all their own doing. Tang Xiaoro walked to the back door of the classroom and spoke a few words with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's expression changed, and she directly walked into the classroom, coming to Fang Yu's side. Fang Yu, what do you want me to do for Miss Ji to let my dad off the hook? I can accept any request you have. Jiang Yu looked at Fang Yu and said. Fang Yu remained silent, continuing to read his novel. Fang Yu, I'm begging you, my dad really can't lose that job. Jiang Yu pleaded. You're very noisy. Fang Yu frowned slightly, looking at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu wanted to say more, but was stopped by Fang Yu's cold gaze. Get out immediately, Fang Yu said. Jiang Yu's face turned pale as she left the classroom. Fang Yu was unyielding. She had no way to change his mind. But if she couldn't get Fang Yu to speak, her father would not be able to regain his position. She had to think of other ways. At noon after school, Fang Yu received a call from Ji Ruby. Mr. Fang, regarding the original forest in Sanhua City. I just received news that a group of martial artists wants to enter there. If you're interested, I can arrange for them to meet you. They might have other information. Fang Yu thought for a moment and replied, Okay, please help me arrange a meeting with them. He must go to that original forest. What if there really is a high-level demon beast inside? It would be a huge gain for him. fresh demon beast inner cores can provide him with the purest spiritual energy. Swallowing a fresh high-level demon beast inner core is far more useful than swallowing 20 low-level demon beast inner cores. In the afternoon, Feng Yu left the school. Wang Yin and Yu Ye were about to be discharged from the hospital, so he needed to find them a new place to stay. In the urban village, a black van arrived at the ruins. A man in a black trench coat got out of the car. Is there a problem with our demolition? What else needs investigation? This house is blown to bits. The man looked at the ruins in front of him, indignantly stating, "Accept your fate, no one was killed. So there's no point in saying anything. Moreover, since this mission failed, we only need to submit a site investigation report. Stop complaining and hurry up and take some photos and leave," said the driver in the driver's seat. The man in the black trench coat took out a camera from his pocket and began taking pictures of the ruins. "I really don't understand. We used ton-level explosives. How could there be a mistake? Did we get it wrong? That person might have been blown to ashes," the man mumbled while taking photos. "It's quite strange. As a demolition expert, he has perfectly calculated how much explosives are needed to destroy this building and successfully detonated the explosives the moment the target opened the door. Under such circumstances, he really can't understand how the target survived. I heard that person went to trouble the employer last night." The driver pulled out a cigar and lit it. "How is that possible? Even if that person wasn't blown to death, he should have been seriously injured. How could he still have the energy to trouble the employer? Unless that person is an alien or a transformer." After finishing taking photos, the man turned around to look at the driver and shouted, "Hee hee." The driver took a puff of his cigar and was about to speak when he suddenly noticed a figure flashing behind the man, instantly becoming alarmed. "What's wrong?" The man noticed the change in the driver's expression and paused, asking. The driver didn't say anything but directly pulled out a gun and aimed it at the figure behind the man. Bang. Chapter 39. This debt must be repaid. Damn. That shot nearly grazed the man's ear, startling him greatly. "Old fox, do you want to kill me?" The man snapped back to reality and cursed loudly. "Flying cat, watch your back." Old Fox shouted nervously. Old Fox's expression was completely serious. He was not joking, and no one would joke about this. The alarm bells went off in Flying Cat's mind. He immediately turned around, drawing the weapon he had at his waist. A young-looking man stood in front of him. Flying Cat's eyes turned cold, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Feng Yu slapped Flying Cat's gun away. How could he be so fast? Flying Cat's expression changed slightly. He flicked his left sleeve, and a flash of silver appeared in his hand as a dagger rushed toward Feng Yu's heart. This was the instinct of a killer, every move aimed at a lethal point. Feng Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and, just as the dagger was about to hit him, struck out with his palm. Flying Cat's left wrist took a heavy blow, and the dagger fell to the ground. He staggered back a few steps, staring incredulously at Feng Yu, his face pale. At that moment, Old Fox, sitting in the driver's seat, aimed at Feng Yu's head again and pulled the trigger. Bang! Feng Yu seemed to have anticipated this, slightly tilting his head to the side to dodge the attack of the firearm. How is this possible? Old Fox was shaken. He had assassinated high-level martial artists before, but he had never encountered a martial artist like Feng Yu. A gunshot at such close range, even a half-step grandmaster couldn't dodge it. As Old Fox's mind became chaotic, Feng Yu picked up the dagger from the ground and flicked it forward. Whoosh! The dagger struck the firearm in Old Fox's hand, splitting it in half. Calm down a bit. I just want to ask you a few questions. There's no need for all this violence, Feng Yu said with a smile. Old Fox looked at Feng Yu's face and felt it was somewhat familiar. Then he remembered that this was the target from last night's assassination mission. Yes, it's you. Old Fox's eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, Flying Cat also recognized Feng Yu. This was the man who caused him to fail his first demolition mission since he started his career. What organization are you from? Feng Yu asked Old Fox. Old Fox's face was pale, and he remained silent. As a killer, the most basic principle is not to disclose information about the employer and the organization. While Feng Yu was talking to Old Fox, Flying Cat reached into his pocket and pulled out a micro-poison dart launcher. This was a concealed weapon that every assassin in their organization carried. The poison dart was extremely potent, capable of killing a person within seconds once injected. Flying Cat aimed the launcher at Feng Yu and pressed the launch button. Hiss! A needle as fine as a hair shot out, aimed at Feng Yu's neck. This time you can't dodge it. Flying Cat's eyes glinted coldly. But then he was stunned. He saw Feng Yu raise his right hand, pinching the poison dart between his index and middle fingers beside his neck. No way. When Flying Cat saw that Fang Yu really had the glimmering poison dart pinched between his fingers, he completely collapsed inside. The Fang Yu before him was not human at all. Fang Yu squinted, examining the poison dart in his hand. This retro-concealed weapon is quite popular now. Fang Yu said lightly, then flicked his fingers. A silver flash cut through the air. Hiss! The poison dart pierced straight into Flying Cat's forehead. Flying Cat's face was filled with terror as he shouted, "Ah?" But his voice was cut off abruptly. Then, he rolled his eyes, foamed at the mouth, collapsed to the ground, and fell silent. Watching his companion die in agony, Old Fox felt his heart breaking. "Let's have a good talk," Fang Yu said, looking at Old Fox with a smile. At that moment, Fang Yu's smile appeared incredibly terrifying to Old Fox. Gritting his teeth, Old Fox stepped on the gas and charged forward. He wanted to escape from here. Fang Yu's eyes sharpened, and with a movement of his foot, his figure vanished from the spot. Bang! The speeding van seemed to hit something and could no longer move forward. Old Fox focused and realized that Fang Yu was standing in front of the van, his palm pressing against the front of the vehicle. Old Fox's face turned pale as he pressed the gas pedal hard, shifted gears, and turned the steering wheel, but it had no effect. "That's enough." Fang Yu reached out and shattered the car window, grabbing Old Fox out of the vehicle entirely. "I'm asking one last time, what organization are you from?" Fang Yu coldly asked, gripping Old Fox by the collar. His house had been blown apart, his medicinal herbs destroyed, along with many clothes, beds, and vegetables he hadn't had the chance to eat. Fortunately, he had already memorized the prescriptions left by Xia Xiuji. Otherwise, the losses would have been even greater. These losses, besides what the Yang family had to compensate, this assassin organization could not escape either. Old Fox still kept his mouth shut, unwilling to speak. He knew that if he opened his mouth, even if Fang Yu didn't kill him, he wouldn't survive. The organization would definitely silence him for being a traitor who broke the rules. Dead either way, he might as well die heroically. "Not going to say?" "Very well." Fang Yu smiled coldly, extending his right hand to grab Old Fox's head. Then, a pure essence force forcibly penetrated Old Fox's brain. Essence force to the brain. Old Fox felt a sharp pain in his head, as if hundreds of needles were stabbing into his brain. This was extreme suffering. "Ah!" Old Fox instantly burst into tears, his whole body convulsing. I'll tell you. Fang Yu withdrew the essence force and looked at Old Fox. We are from the Violet Organization," Old Fox said, holding his head. "Violet Organization?" Fang Yu had never heard of it. "Where's the headquarters? How many are still in Zhanghai City?" Fang Yu continued to ask. "The headquarters is in Shanqing. I don't know the exact location. Our tasks are usually assigned to us through the internet. As for how many are in Zhanghai City, I don't know either," Old Fox replied. "How do you usually contact your superiors?" Fang Yu asked. By this," Old Fox hastily answered, not wanting to endure that kind of pain again, pulling out a black communicator from his pants pocket. "Now call your superiors," Fang Yu ordered. Now, Old Fox was a bit scared. If the organization knew he had revealed so much information, even 10 of him wouldn't be enough to die. But upon meeting Fang Yu's cold gaze, he shivered and pressed the call code. Beep, beep, beep. The communicator responded for a while before being connected, but the other side said nothing. Fang Yu picked up the communicator and said, "I am Fang Yu. You should know who I am, right? I'm the one whose building you blew up yesterday. I have some accounts to settle with you." The other side remained silent. Just as Fang Yu was about to continue speaking, the communicator emitted a beep. Call ended. Fang Yu returned the communicator to Old Fox. "Go back and tell your superiors that I will find them sooner or later. They must pay for this debt," Fang Yu said, turning to leave. Fang Yu originally wanted to find a new place to live in the urban village, but after a round, he felt that none of the places were good. This urban village was about to be demolished and rebuilt, and many buildings had already been sealed off by developers and couldn't be inhabited. The remaining buildings were either occupied or too dilapidated to live in. After thinking for a moment, Fang Yu decided to visit the Tang family to give Old Master Tang acupuncture and asked Tang Mingda to help him find a place to stay. Half an hour later, Fang Yu arrived at the Tang family. First, he gave Old Master Tang an acupuncture session. Compared to the previous week, Old Master Tang's complexion had improved significantly, and he could even get up and move around. Old Master Tang was immensely grateful to Fang Yu. It would be great if such a talented young man could have a closer relationship with the Tang family. "Dr. Feng, I heard you sit at the same table as Xiao Rou at school. How do you get along?" Old Master Tang asked. "Not bad," Fang Yu answered. "Xiao Rou may be a bit spoiled and willful, but she is a very simple and kind-hearted good girl. Usually, Old Master Tang speaks about Tang Xiaoro's personality with a smile, sharing some childhood stories. With Fang Yu's experience, how could he not understand Old Master Tang's thoughts? He just wants him to spend more time with Tang Xiaoro. But it is impossible for Fang Yu and Tang Xiaoro to be together. A person like Fang Yu, who is nearly 5,000 years old, is not someone who would have feelings for a little girl like her. Chapter 40 Yang Jian. After finishing acupuncture for Old Master Tang, Fang Yu sat down with Tang Mingde in the hall. Dr. Fang, I received news that the Yang family has suppressed the events of last night, Tang Mingde said, looking at Fang Yu with astonishment. He was well aware of the Yang family's style and methods. They are like a fierce wolf. If anyone bites off a piece of their flesh, they will relentlessly pursue until they tear their opponent apart. However, what Fang Yu did yesterday was more than just biting a piece of flesh from the Yang family. It was a direct hit to their sore spot. Yet, the Yang family's reaction was surprisingly meek. Even Yang Yingzhu left Jianghai City overnight. This indicates that the once fierce wolf has felt fear when facing Fang Yu. How strong is this young man? However, Tang Mingde was still very worried. Yang Xiaorong had 2 sons and a daughter, among whom his daughter Yang Yingzhu is a business genius, very famous in Jiangnan. The eldest son, Yang Jian, is a martial arts genius who was taken as a disciple by the martial arts master Gu Rulong, known for his prowess in Jiangnan, more than 10 years ago. During his 10 years under Gu Rulong's guidance, Yang Jian rarely stayed at the Yang family and seldom appeared in public. Few people knew about his situation. But Tang Mingde had heard that under Gu Rulong's instruction, the already gifted Yang Jian made rapid progress in martial arts and entered the half-step master realm 3 years ago, very likely to break through to the martial arts master level before the age of 30. Such martial arts talent is truly astonishing. If Yang Jian returns and sees his younger brother Yang Su beaten to that extent, he will undoubtedly not let Fang Yu off. Tang Mingde shared all his concerns with Fang Yu. Martial arts master? Fang Yu's eyes flickered slightly. The current term is martial arts master, but in the past, it was equivalent to the foundation establishment stage. This is a realm he has been unable to reach even after nearly 5,000 years of cultivation. Yet Yang Jian might break through before 30? Truly enviable. Seeing the envy in Fang Yu's expression, Tang Mingde was a bit puzzled, then understood that Fang Yu also yearned for the martial arts master realm. Dr. Fang, with your talent, I believe you will soon step into the martial arts master realm. And I think you will take less time than Yang Jian, Tang Mingde said firmly. Hearing this, Fang Yu could only smile silently. Under normal circumstances, after the 12th layer of Qi refining stage, one enters the foundation establishment stage. Fang Yu broke through to the 12th layer of Qi refining in just 3 months, faster than anyone else. At that time, his master laughed skyward, feeling that he had finally met a prodigy. His master also speculated that if this continued, Fang Yu would surely surpass him in the future and ascend to immortality within 300 years. As it turned out, that was indeed prophetic. Nearly 5,000 years have passed, and Fang Yu is still waiting at the Qi refining stage. Reflecting on these past events, Fang Yu sighed again. Seeing Fang Yu sigh, Tang Mingde thought he was worried about Yang Jian. So, he spoke up. Dr. Fang, you don't need to worry too much about Yang Jian. My father knows a martial arts master and can ask him to mediate. Yang Jian's martial arts realm is far above yours. If he were to attack you, it would be akin to bullying the weak, which is absolutely against martial arts rules. Fang Yu nodded noncommittally. In Shicheng, Nandu, at a luxurious mansion, Yang Yingzhu was sitting on a sofa in the hall, looking at an examination report on her laptop. All 4 limbs are fractured, no possibility of repair. Spine damaged, potentially leading to paralysis of the limbs and loss of fertility. As she looked at the diagnosis on the report, Yang Yingzhu's face grew increasingly grim, her eyes reddening. Fang Yu, I want you dead. I want you dead. Yang Yingzhu's teeth were clenched, her gaze filled with deep resentment. At that moment, a subordinate walked into the hall and said, Miss, we received a reply from young Master Yang Jian. Yang Yingzhu immediately looked up at the subordinate, eager to hear more. Quickly tell me. Master Gu said young Master Yang Jian has been in seclusion for nearly half a year and will soon come out. This time, young Master Yang Jian's goal is to break through to the martial arts master realm. The subordinate excitedly reported. Yang Yingzhu stood up in excitement. Great, fantastic. If my brother really breaks through to the martial arts master realm, dealing with that Fang Yu will be much easier. Fang Yu, you must kneel before the Yang family and bow to our ancestors to apologize. I will make you pay tenfold for the injuries on my brother. Yang Yingzhu said to herself with a fierce expression, her hands trembling slightly. At the Tang family, Fang Yu asked Tang Mingda to help find a place to stay. I have a villa nearby. I will give it to you, Dr. Fang, Tang Mingda said. Fang Yu frowned slightly. It was too far from Jiannan village. He needed to water the vegetable garden on the back mountain every 2 days, so living here would be very inconvenient. Is there a place closer to Jiannan village? Fang Yu asked. Tang Mingda thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, not at the moment, but if you need it, I can have someone buy a house there immediately. All right, then please help me buy a house there. Thank you, Fang Yu replied. Tang Mingda immediately waved his hand and said seriously, Dr. Fang, you have helped our Tang family so many times. It's only right that we help you with this small favor. No need for thanks. Fang Yu nodded and said nothing more. Tang Mingda was very quick. Within less than an hour, he bought a duplex apartment for Fang Yu in the Lijiang community near Jiannan village. Fang Yu had Tang Mingda put the property under the name of Wang Yin and her daughter, since Yu Yiya was injured because of Fang Yu's involvement. This was a small compensation from him. Afterward, Fang Yu went to the hospital to pick up Wang Yin and her daughter, taking them to the Lijiang community and up to the 28th floor. Opening the door, they saw the condition of the apartment. The furniture and facilities were complete, the decoration exquisite, and due to the high floor, the view outside was excellent. Such a well-decorated duplex apartment would sell for at least over 3 million. Yu Yiya looked around excitedly and turned back to Fang Yu, asking, Brother Fang, are we going to live here from now on? Fang Yu nodded. Great. This place is so beautiful, Yu Yiya exclaimed, jumping up and down in joy. However, Wang Yan's expression was somewhat serious. She quietly pulled Fang Yu aside and asked in a low voice, Xiao Yu, the rent here must be very expensive, right? She had previously borrowed 100,000 yuan from Fang Yu, 6 of which she sent back home to treat her father, and the remaining 40,000 was meant to be saved for Yu Yiya's tuition for the next semester. But unexpectedly, such an incident occurred yesterday, destroying everything in their home. Wang Yin did not have insurance, so she had to rely on herself to buy back the lost items. Clothes, shoes, Yu Yiya's backpack, books. All of these would cost money. She had not found a job yet, and if the rent was too high, it would really be unbearable. Fang Yu understood Wang Yan's thoughts and said, This apartment is idle property of a friend of mine, and there is no rent. Wang Yin was taken aback and then anxiously said, How can that be? Such a beautiful house. How can we live here for free? It's okay. My friend is very wealthy and doesn't care about this little rent. Aunt Wang, just live here with peace of mind, Fang Yu replied. Wang Yin looked at Fang Yu's face, seemingly guessing whether he was lying. After a moment, she sincerely said, Then we really need to thank your friend properly. In fact, this apartment was already under Wang Yan's name. But Fang Yu knew that if he spoke out now, with Wang Yan's personality, she would definitely not accept it. It would be better to wait for a suitable opportunity in the future to bring it up. This duplex had 1 room on the first floor and 2 rooms on the second floor. Fang Yu chose the room on the first floor and let Wang Yin and Yu Yiya have the 2 rooms on the second floor. After tidying up the room, Fang Yu received a call from Ji Rubai. Mr. Fang, the martial artists who want to enter the primitive forest will probably arrive at our home in about half an hour. Should I come pick you up? Okay. I'm in Lijiang community, Fang Yu said. About an hour later, Fang Yu arrived at the Ji family. Mr. Fang, the young lady and the guests are in the reception room on the second floor. I'll take you up, the butler, who already knew Fang Yu, respectfully led him upstairs to the door of the reception room. The butler knocked on the door, and after hearing a response, opened the door and said, Mr. Fang has arrived. Chapter 41. I'm robbing a life. In the reception room, there were a total of 5 people sitting, besides Ji Rubai. There were 3 men and 1 woman. One of the men with a beard had a cultivation level of the 12th layer of qi refining, while the other 3 were at the 10th layer of qi refining. As soon as Fang Yu walked in, the 4 people's gazes focused on him. The man at the 12th layer of qi refining was the first to look away, his eyes filled with disdain. The other 3, after carefully sizing up Fang Yu, also revealed looks of contempt. Miss Ji, is this brat the Mr. Fang who made us wait for over half an hour? I thought he was some powerful figure based on your tone, but it turns out he's just a little kid at the 5th stage of the innate realm. The woman glanced at Fang Yu with a disdainful look, speaking impatiently. As the eldest daughter of the Zhong family, she was used to others waiting for her and rarely waited for anyone. Therefore, she felt quite displeased. Just as Ji Rubai was about to speak, the highest-ranked man said, His cultivation is too low. Bringing him along will only hold us back. The expressions and words of the 4 martial artists showed that they looked down on Fang Yu. Ji Rubai glanced at Fang Yu with concern, but Fang Yu remained calm, seemingly unbothered. Let me introduce you, Ji Rubai said, wanting to break the awkward atmosphere. This man with the beard and fierce eyes is Tu Feng, a notorious bounty hunter in Zhanghai City. A bounty hunter is someone who gets paid to do tasks for others. Generally, these tasks involve solving problems with force. With his half-step master strength, Tu Feng is quite powerful in the dark forces of Zhanghai City, resolving troubles for one gold master after another, gaining a fearsome reputation. The woman is named Zhong Liyu, the eldest daughter of the famous martial arts family, the Zhong family, in Jiangnan. The other two men are subordinates brought by Zhong Liyu, one named Zhou Bei and the other Zhu Lingjia. Tu Feng was hired with a hefty sum by Zhong Liyu to escort them. Their goal is to enter the primitive forest to search for rare medicinal herbs or treasures. Zhong Liyu also views this expedition as a training exercise, a tradition of the Zhong family. Every adult family member must undergo a training experience. After Ji Rubai finished the introduction, Fang Yu remained silent, sitting on the sofa. Zhong Liyu looked at Fang Yu with disgust. This kid actually wanted to join her team? Was he just trying to get a free ride? Miss Ji, I have great respect for you, but I really can't let this Mr. Fang join our team. It's for his own good. Who knows how dangerous that forest is? If something happens. Zhong Liyu shook her head, not continuing. Miss, why say so much? Just refuse him directly. This kid is so weak. What use is he? What if he gets scared and wets his pants when danger comes? Zhu Lingjiao mocked with a laugh. Ji Rubai's face grew increasingly unsightly. She never said she wanted Fang Yu to join their team, only that she wanted him to communicate with them. But these people had preconceived notions. As if Fang Yu was begging to join their team, which was truly arrogant. Just as Ji Rubai was about to speak, Fang Yu interjected. I don't think I ever said I wanted to join you. Then what are you here for? Zhong Liyu frowned. I want to know if you have any information about that forest, Fang Yu asked. Zhong Liyu sneered and said, even if I had it, I wouldn't tell you. I spent quite a bit of money for this information. Why should you get it for free? Besides, you can't even go there. So what's the point of asking? Who says I can't go? Fang Yu retorted. Are you saying you want to go in alone? With your innate fifth-stage strength? Zhong Liyu covered her mouth and giggled. After laughing for a while, she turned to Ji Rubai and said, Miss Ji, this kid must be a distant relative of yours, right? You should keep an eye on him. Otherwise, he might end up getting himself killed. After saying that, Zhong Liyu stood up. Miss Ji, we are setting off to Sanhua City tonight. I thought you had us wait so long to introduce us to a powerful martial artist, but it seems. Never mind, let us leave it at that. Come visit my home when you have time. Zhong Liyu glanced at Ji Rubai indifferently, and the group left. Ji Rubai's expression was very grim. Her beautiful eyes filled with anger. She thought Zhong Liyu would at least maintain a calm attitude out of respect for the Ji family. But unexpectedly, Zhong Liyu seemed to not regard the Ji family or her at all. People from martial arts families are truly too arrogant. Ji Rubai apologized to Fang Yu, saying, Mr. Fang, I'm sorry. It's nothing. Fang Yu waved his hand. He never expected to obtain any useful information anyway. What was in that primitive forest would be known after going in. Sanhua City is not far from Zhanghai City. It only takes 2 hours by train. Fang Yu set off at 6 in the morning and arrived in Sanhua City by 8. He hailed a taxi and told the driver, I want to go to the primitive forest north of Sanhua City. What forest? Are you talking about that ghost forest? The driver widened his eyes in surprise. Ghost forest? Fang Yu's eyes flickered. Yes, the ghost forest. They say countless strange sounds come from there every day, and many people have gone in and never come out. It's been sealed off now. If you want to go there, find someone else. I'm not taking you. It's too eerie. After the driver finished speaking, he pressed the gas and drove away. Afterward, Fang Yu hailed several more taxis, but no one was willing to take the job. It seemed that the locals in Sanhua City had all heard about the incidents that occurred in that forest. After being turned down repeatedly, Fang Yu gave up on the idea of taking a taxi and decided to walk there directly. But as he turned around, an old man with sparse hair approached him. The old man was very frail, with white hair and beard, skinny as a stick, but his face was somewhat dark. However, Fang Yu knew that this old man was a cultivator, with a cultivation level at the 10th layer of Qi refining, not weak at all. Child, if you want to go to that ghost forest, those drivers are too scared to take your business, the old man said kindly with a smile. Can you take me there? Fang Yu asked. Yes, I'm nearly 70 and no longer believe in the supernatural. However, if you want me to take you, you'll need to pay a bit more, the old man nodded and said. How much? Fang Yu asked. The old man held up 2 fingers. 200 yuan? That's not too expensive. Fang Yu accepted the old man's offer. The old man's vehicle was a diesel three-wheeled cart, which was quite fast. After Fang Yu got in, the old man took the driver's seat and pressed the gas. No one noticed the hint of malice that flashed in the old man's murky eyes. From the train station in Sanhua City to the primitive forest, it was about 20 kilometers. At the speed of this diesel three-wheeled cart, it would take about half an hour. After getting into the car, Fang Yu began to rest his eyes. About 20 minutes later, he felt a jolt and opened his eyes. At this point, he had arrived in a desolate area with not a single person in sight. "How much longer until we arrive?" Fang Yu asked. The old man did not respond. Fang Yu frowned slightly and took out his phone to check the map, only to find that they had deviated far from the route. This old man has a problem. But since they had already taken a detour, Fang Yu wasn't in a hurry and decided to see what the old man was up to. After walking for about 5 more minutes, the old man stopped the car. In front of them was a cave that seemed very deep and pitch black inside. The old man turned back to look at Fang Yu and smiled sinisterly, revealing a set of black teeth. It was then that Fang Yu realized this old man had an evil aura and was clearly not a good person. The previous kindness was obviously a disguise. If Fang Yu had paid a little more attention, he would have noticed it earlier. But in any case, he had been deceived. Robbing for money or for something else? "I guess you are after money, but you've got the wrong person. I only have 500 yuan on me. And you won't gain much by taking it all," Fang Yu said calmly. The old man looked at Fang Yu and grinned, chuckling ominously. Seeing that ambiguous smile, Fang Yu furrowed his brow. "This old man doesn't really want to rob me of something else, does he?" "Wrong. I'm here to take your life," the old man said in a hoarse and sinister tone. Chapter 42. Mutual Destruction. "Taking my life?" Fang Yu's eyes flickered. "You can blame your bad luck for encountering me." The old man's gaze turned fierce, and as soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand. Several small daggers surrounded by black energy flew out from his sleeve, aimed directly at Fang Yu. Fang Yu's expression remained calm as he waved his right hand. Slap! All the small daggers were swatted away by Fang Yu. Seeing this, the old man's face changed slightly. Fang Yu's strength was beyond what he had anticipated. The young martial artist he had encountered before could hardly escape his attacks. Evil cultivator? Fang Yu squinted at the black energy wrapped around those daggers. The old man regained his composure and drew a sharp silver needle from his waist, charging towards Fang Yu. His speed was astonishing, completely unlike that of a 70 or 80-year-old man. In 2 seconds, he reached Fang Yu, raising the silver needle wrapped in black energy and stabbing towards Fang Yu's left chest. Fang Yu stood still, extending his hand to directly grasp the silver needle. The old man smiled wickedly. The poison wrapped around his silver needle was highly corrosive. Grasping the silver needle like this would immediately turn Fang Yu's hand to bone. But the next second, the old man's expression changed. Crack! Fang Yu's hand not only remained unharmed, but actually snapped the silver needle. The old man's face changed drastically, and he wanted to retreat. Fang Yu delivered a palm strike to his chest. Boom! The old man felt a sharp pain in his chest, spat out a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying over 10 meters, rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a stop. How is this possible? The old man lay on the ground, struggling to lift his head as he looked at Fang Yu, who was slowly approaching, his eyes filled with horror. This kid clearly only has the innate 5th stage. How could he be so strong? The old man tried to get up, but his body could no longer support him. Is this how I'm going to die today? He was unwilling. He had absorbed so much energy from young martial artists just to live until today. Although he looked very old, his body was no different from that of a young person. As long as he continued to absorb others' energy, he could live forever. Kid, if you come any closer, we'll die together. The old man shouted angrily, pulling out a palm-sized gourd from his clothes. Fang Yu raised an eyebrow and continued to walk forward. Then let us die together. The old man gritted his teeth and removed the cap from the gourd. Buzz! A swarm of dark insects flew out of the gourd. Seeing these insects fly out, the old man's face turned pale with fear. These were the corpse bees he had cultivated, about the size of flies, with a venomous stinger that was extremely toxic. Anyone who came into contact with them would die instantly. These corpse bees were bred from corpses, carrying a heavy aura of death and having a strong aggressiveness that was uncontrollable. As long as they encountered non-kindred beings, they would attack decisively. Therefore, even the old man himself didn't dare to release the corpse bees, as the aura of death on him wasn't heavy enough, and they would attack him as a non-kindred. But now, facing a dangerous situation, he had no choice but to take a gamble. Although the aura of death on him hadn't reached the level of the corpse bees, he had killed many people, and it was definitely heavier than the aura on this kid. Between the two of them, the corpse bees would prioritize attacking the one with the lighter aura. Sure enough, as soon as the swarm of corpse bees flew out of the gourd, they immediately headed for Feng Yu. A cruel smile appeared on the old man's face. He could already envision Feng Yu's gruesome death. Corpse bees? Feng Yu did not expect that there were still people cultivating such things. Many years ago, an evil sect developed corpse bees to deal with righteous sects, causing extremely serious consequences, with countless deaths and injuries. Not only did disciples of the righteous sect perish, but also many innocent civilians and even members of the evil sect died. Later, the righteous sects joined forces to annihilate that evil sect and ordered the extermination of corpse bees. After nearly 3 years of comprehensive extermination, they finally eradicated the corpse bees completely. Feng Yu thought the method of cultivating corpse bees had long been lost, but he didn't expect to encounter it today. Ha, kid, you don't have a shred of aura of death on you. Let us see how you die? The old man laughed wildly. Feng Yu revealed a faint smile. How do you know? I don't have any aura of death on me. As he spoke, Feng Yu's body erupted with a wave of imposing energy. Circles of faint black aura of death swirled around Feng Yu's body. The swarm of corpse bees that were originally flying towards Feng Yu immediately halted in the air and then turned to fly towards the old man. What? How is this possible? Who are you? The old man shouted in a pale voice. Feng Yu was so young. Yet the aura of death on him was even stronger than that of the swarm of corpse bees. How many people must he have killed to condense so much aura of death? The swarm of corpse bees rushed towards the old man's face without hesitation, attacking. The old man's body disintegrated at a visible speed, turning into a pool of red liquid on the ground. Indeed, quite toxic. Feng Yu's expression hardened as he withdrew the aura of death surrounding him. Since the corpse bees had been released, they must be completely exterminated. If they were allowed to leave, the consequences would be unimaginable. Feng Yu did not want to implicate the innocent again. The moment the aura of death around Feng Yu vanished, the swarm of corpse bees turned around and quickly charged towards him. Feng Yu stood in place, allowing the corpse bees to approach him. The swarm of corpse bees raised their stingers, aiming at Feng Yu's face and neck. Boom. Just then, a faint red true energy erupted from Feng Yu's body. Buzz. The swarm of corpse bees that came into contact with this true energy emitted a series of cries. A fire ignited on one of the corpse bees, instantly igniting the entire swarm. A burnt smell wafted through the air as the corpse bees turned to ashes, falling to the ground. In just a few dozen seconds, the swarm of corpse bees was completely exterminated. After dealing with the swarm of corpse bees, Feng Yu glanced at the pool of red liquid not far away. You brought this upon yourself. This kind of evil cultivator, in any era, would be a rat crossing the street that everyone shouts at. After thinking for a moment, Feng Yu walked towards the dark cave ahead. The cave was very deep and the light was dim, but with Feng Yu's vision, he could still see quite clearly. As he walked in a little further, Feng Yu caught a whiff of a foul odor, the smell of decaying corpses and the stench of blood. Feng Yu frowned slightly and continued walking for a while. Then, he saw a pile of white bones. Not far from these bones, there were several dried corpses. This old man has killed quite a few people. Feng Yu approached and looked down at the dried corpses on the ground. Their limbs were twisted in a bizarre manner. Feng Yu squinted to observe and realized that these people had been drained of their life force while still alive, turning into dried corpses. As for how that evil cultivator old man accomplished this, Feng Yu was still unclear. The cave wasn't at its end yet, so Feng Yu continued deeper. Sure enough, after turning a corner, he saw several normal corpses. These corpses had not turned into dried ones, but some were already beginning to decay. They were all female and had no clothes. It was evident that these women were killed after being taken over by the evil cultivator old man. Most of the dried corpses outside were male. The evil cultivator used some kind of dark magic to drain their life force, turning them into dried corpses. Feng Yu knew quite a bit about the magic that could turn people into dried corpses, but it was hard to guess which one the evil cultivator old man used. Feng Yu looked around and noticed a tattered book on a stone beside the corpses. He walked over, picked up the book, and flipped through a few pages. A glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. The dark magic used by the evil cultivator old man was taught in this book. The art of life absorption, which absorbs the life essence of others and transforms it into one's own. thus maintaining peak bodily functions and prolonging life. The reason that old, evil cultivator was able to maintain such speed at his age was due to the art of life absorption. The book contained detailed instructions on this technique, even explaining the obscure principles clearly. Fang Yu studied it seriously, his eyes shining. If this dark magic were studied thoroughly and some key steps modified, it might turn into a very powerful qi refining technique. Therefore, Fang Yu put the book into his pocket and turned to leave the cave. After exiting the cave, Fang Yu drove the diesel tricycle according to the map on his phone, heading towards the primeval forest. Chapter 43, Don't Mess With Me. Half an hour later, Fang Yu arrived at the entrance of the forest. The outermost part of the forest was fenced off, and a large warning sign stood at the entrance, which read, "No entry." A black jeep was parked at the entrance, indicating that someone had entered before Fang Yu. These people hadn't gone far. Fang Yu could still clearly sense their auras. They were the 4 people he had met yesterday, including Zhong Liyu. Fang Yu didn't rush into the forest, but stood at the entrance, looking deep into the forest, where a thick white mist covered the area. In front of him was a small path flanked by towering trees about 30 meters high. However, Fang Yu wasn't concerned about the plants and scenery. He realized that this forest was a massive formation. Starting from the entrance and going about 100 meters inside, he was already within the range of the formation. Although there was still some distance to cover, Fang Yu could still feel the faint power of the formation. From this power, it was clear that the formation had existed for a long time and was about to become ineffective. To set up such a large-scale formation, at least 3 foundation establishment stage cultivators would need to work together. What could such a formation be used to suppress? Could it be a 7th-tier demon beast? Thinking of this possibility, Fang Yu's eyes lit up as he moved forward. After walking about 100 meters, he reached the range of the formation. Fang Yu stepped in without hesitation. Once inside the formation, Fang Yu was greeted by a refreshing herbal fragrance. Upon smelling it, he recognized it as the scent of a 1,000-year-old ice soul snow lotus. The direction of this fragrance was quite obvious, deep within the forest. Fang Yu frowned slightly, but continued deeper into the forest. After about 15 minutes, he saw a steaming hot spring ahead. In the center of the hot spring, about 30 meters from the shore, there was a protruding white rock with a sky-blue ice soul snow lotus growing on it. Next to the hot spring stood a stone tablet. Fang Yu knew that was the eye of the formation. At this moment, Zhong Liyu and her group were already standing on the shore, looking at the ice soul snow lotus with delight in their eyes. Although they didn't know the specific variety of this snow lotus, they could tell from its fragrance that it was definitely a top-tier item. Zhong Liyu hadn't expected to find such a valuable medicinal material so soon after entering the forest. "Miss, let's go get it." Zhou Bei looked at the ice soul snow lotus with greed in his eyes. He knew that this snow lotus couldn't possibly fall into his hands. But as a member of the team, he would at least get a large sum of money. "Yes, miss, we're going to make a fortune this time. This snow lotus will fetch no less than 100 million at auction," Zhu Lingshan said with a fiery gaze. "Only a fool would sell it. Does my Zhong family lack this little money?" Zhong Liyu sneered and said she intended to present this snow lotus to her family's elders in exchange for her status and influence within the Zhong family. Compared to these, 1 or 200 million was nothing at all. However, obtaining this snow lotus was clearly not a simple matter. Otherwise, why hadn't so many people who entered before taken it away? Instead, they had lost their lives? Zhong Liyu was not an impulsive person. She looked at Tu Feng for his opinion. Tu Feng was a half-step master, the strongest person among them, and his words carried the most weight. "Let me try first," Tu Feng said in a deep voice. He picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it into the hot spring. The stone sank directly to the bottom of the hot spring without any special reaction. Tu Feng frowned, then picked up a nearby branch with complete green leaves. He threw the branch into the hot spring. The branch floated on the water's surface, still without any reaction. It seemed that the water in the hot spring was fine. However, Tu Feng believed it was still necessary to be cautious, given that so many people had lost their lives in this forest. He wanted to find a living creature to throw into the hot spring to ensure everything was safe. While thinking this, Tu Feng looked around and suddenly noticed Fang Yu standing not far behind them, his gaze sharp. "It's you?" Following Tu Feng's line of sight, the other 3 turned their heads and saw Fang Yu. "What are you doing here?" Zhong Liyu looked at Fang Yu, a bit confused. But soon, she realized that Fang Yu must have intended to follow them, trying to get a share of the spoils. By doing this, Fang Yu wouldn't have to take on any risks, because if danger arose, it would inevitably be the 4 of them in front who would encounter it first. Fang Yu could follow behind and escape at any moment or take the opportunity to gain something. That bastard. Realizing this, Zhong Liyu's expression turned very ugly. Miss, this kid must be trying to. Zhu Lingshan also looked furious. I know. Zhong Liyu raised her hand, her face revealing a cold smile. Kid, I made it clear yesterday that this is not a place for you. But since you've come and are following us, don't blame us for being ruthless. Tu Feng stepped forward and said coldly, just in time, we need a living creature to verify whether the hot spring has any issues. Master Tu, please. Zhong Liyu clasped her fists. A small matter. Tu Feng replied coldly, then charged towards Fang Yu with incredible speed. Fang Yu's expression remained indifferent as he stood still with his hands behind his back. Is this kid giving up resistance? Zhou Bei said in surprise at Fang Yu's non-resistant demeanor. Resistance? That's Master Tu. That kid can still stand there without being scared to the point of his legs going soft. That's already impressive, Zhu Lingshan scoffed. Zhong Liyu saw Tu Feng's astonishing momentum and immediately shouted, Master Tu, don't kill him. We still need him later. I know what I'm doing, Tu Feng replied coldly, while throwing a punch at Fang Yu. This punch was aimed directly at Fang Yu's right chest, with a fierce wind. However, Fang Yu didn't even blink. He quickly raised his foot. Before the punch could hit him, his foot kicked Tu Feng in the abdomen. Bang! With a loud crash, Tu Feng was sent flying several dozen meters away, eventually landing not far in front of Zhong Liyu and the others. The faces of Zhong Liyu and the others froze at that moment. What is happening? If you want to take the Snow Lotus, go ahead, just don't provoke me. Fang Yu said indifferently, turning to walk aside. He hadn't sensed any beast aura nearby, so he decided to check other parts of the forest. As for the Ice Soul Snow Lotus, he wasn't very interested. First of all, the location of the Ice Soul Snow Lotus was quite strange. It seemed like bait. From the moment they stepped into the formation, the fragrance of the Ice Soul Snow Lotus was clearly detectable. Most people wouldn't be able to resist the temptation and would follow the scent to this place. What would happen next? After so many people entered here, they would never be able to leave. What would happen was already quite obvious. Fang Yu's purpose for coming here was to hunt high-level beasts. He didn't care about anything else. By the hot spring, Tu Feng struggled to stand up, holding his abdomen, his face pale. He looked in the direction Fang Yu had left, his eyes filled with horror. This kid is clearly only at the 5th stage of innate. Why does he have such strong power and such fast attack speed? Zhong Liyu came back to her senses and looked at Tu Feng, showing a shocked expression, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. This Tu Feng was renowned in the underground of Jianghai City. Yet he was at a disadvantage against a mere 5th stage innate Fang Yu, which seemed unworthy of his reputation. Master Tu, is that kid really that strong? Zhong Liyu asked. Being kicked away by Fang Yu in front of his employer made Tu Feng feel extremely embarrassed. Naturally, he wouldn't admit how strong Fang Yu was. He shook his head and said, that kid is just stronger than usual. I was too careless just now, which is why I got hurt. If he dares to show up again, I will take his life. Zhong Liyu nodded and said nothing more. Her purpose for entering here was not to deal with Fang Yu. Since he had left, she decided to put him aside for now. The primary goal now was that Snow Lotus. Master Tu, what should we do now? Zhong Liyu asked. I think we still need to use a living creature for verification, Tu Feng replied, holding his painful abdomen. Miss, I don't think we need to be so cautious. This is definitely just ordinary hot spring water. Didn't we just test it with leaves and stones? Zhu Lingshan said impatiently, walking directly to the shore and reaching into the hot spring. Chapter 44, Silver Claw Octopus. Zhu Lingshan kept his hand in the hot spring for a while the others watched him nervously. Then, he raised his hand, and nothing happened. Now we can confirm that the hot spring water is fine, right? Zhu Lingshan said irritably. Zhong Liyu looked at Tu Feng. Tu Feng nodded and said, all right, I'll go pick it. You all wait for me here. He then took a few steps back, and with a burst of speed, rushed towards the rock in the center of the hot spring. He condensed his true energy beneath his feet and stepped across the hot spring, leaving only slight ripples. Seeing his water-walking technique, Zhong Liyu's doubts disappeared. This was indeed a technique that only someone at the half-step master level could master. Tu Feng quickly reached the rock at the center of the hot spring. The nearby Snow Lotus emitted an even stronger fragrance. Tu Feng looked at this Snow Lotus with greedy eyes. The value of this Snow Lotus was definitely over 100 million, far exceeding the commission Zhong Liyu had hired him for. With this thought, Tu Feng's heart filled with malicious intent. First, pick the Snow Lotus. Then kill Zhong Liyu and her 3 companions, and he could monopolize the Snow Lotus. Doing this in this forest, no one would know. A sinister glint flashed in Tu Feng's eyes as he bent down to pick the snow lotus. At this moment, no one noticed a tentacle thicker than a human quietly emerging from the hot spring. The surface of the tentacle was snow white, and the underside had a black suction cup. Once it emerged from the water, the tentacle suddenly accelerated and instantly wrapped around Tu Feng, who was standing on the rock. Seeing this scene, Zhong Liu and the other three on the shore screamed in fright. "Master Tu Yu behind you!" Zhong Liu shouted. Tu Feng's face changed dramatically, and he wanted to move but found he couldn't exert any strength. His upper body was tightly bound by the tentacle. "Help!" Tu Feng yelled at the three on the shore. Zhong Liu was the quickest to react. She drew a dagger from her waist, gritted her teeth, and threw it with all her might at the thick tentacle. Clap! The sharp blade struck the tentacle, making a loud noise but causing no damage. At that moment, the tentacle coiling around Tu Feng suddenly tightened. "Ah!" Tu Feng let out a piercing scream, blood flowing from his nostrils and ears. "Think of a way to help." Tu Feng shouted in immense pain. Meanwhile, the white rock beneath his feet slowly began to rise, revealing a gigantic, blood-red eyeball. "What kind of monster is this?" Zhong Liu's face turned pale as she stumbled back. "It looks like an octopus, a giant octopus monster." Zhu Lingshan's voice trembled. At this point, several tentacles had already appeared above the hot spring. The monster's head was fully revealed, the size of a boulder. It had a terrifying blood-red eyeball and a huge mouth. "Ah!" The tentacle coiling around Tu Feng tightened again, and his forehead was covered in veins, blood filling his mouth. "Miss, what do we do?" Zhou Bei's legs went weak as he asked. "Run. Forget about the snow lotus." Seeing the enormous monster in front of her, Zhong Liu knew that surviving was the most important thing. "Master Tu." Zhou Bei hesitated a bit. "P.S. done for. Hurry and run. Otherwise, we'll be in danger too," shouted Zhu Lingshan. Zhong Liu and the others ran back with all their might. A sudden, earth-shattering roar echoed through the silent forest, the sound of something exploding. Tu Feng's screams abruptly stopped. When Zhong Liu turned back, she saw that Tu Feng had vanished. The monster was chewing with its gaping maw, and everyone could clearly see the blood and sharp teeth inside. At the same time, the tentacles began to rush toward Zhong Liu and the others, moving at incredible speed. "Run. We must run fast." Zhong Liu exerted all her strength to escape. The speed of the extending tentacles was astonishing, and their lengths were excessive, stretching nearly 70 to 80 meters without an end in sight. Running at the back, Zhou Bei suddenly felt his foot entangled, losing his balance and falling to the ground. "Save me, miss." Zhou Bei's face turned pale as he screamed. Before he could finish speaking, he was swiftly dragged back. When Zhong Liu turned back again, she saw Zhou Bei being grabbed and killed by the monster. Witnessing this scene, Zhong Liu felt her legs go weak. As the eldest young lady of the Zhong family, she had grown up in a sheltered environment and had never seen such a bloody scene. Zhu Lingshan, who was running in front, glanced back and found the tentacles were getting closer and closer. If this continued, he would surely end up like Zhou Bei, dragged back by the tentacles and meet a gruesome death at the monster's hands. He didn't want to die. He couldn't die. Zhu Lingshan looked at Zhong Liu, who was running behind him, and a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. If Zhong Liu got entangled first, he would have more time to escape. "Miss, I'm sorry, I just want to live." Zhu Lingshan's eyes were fierce as he decisively pulled out a dagger from his waist and threw it towards Zhong Liu's leg. "Ah!" Zhong Liu cried out in agony as the sharp blade cut into her calf, causing her to fall to the ground. The tentacles quickly wrapped around Zhong Liu's body. Looking at Zhu Lingshan, who was running ahead, Zhong Liu shouted resentfully, "Zhu Lingshan, I won't let you go even as a ghost." As soon as she finished speaking, the tentacles dragged Zhong Liu back. Fang Yu wandered around other parts of the forest, not seeing a single ghostly shadow. It seemed that there were no demon beasts in this forest at all. It was a wasted trip. Fang Yu felt a bit dejected and was about to leave when he suddenly heard a scream in the distance. At the same time, he sensed the aura of a demon beast, right at the location of the hot spring. Fang Yu's face lit up with joy as he rushed towards the hot spring. When he arrived, he saw Zhong Liu being dragged back by the tentacles. It turned out to be a silver claw octopus. It really was a 7th-tier demon beast. Fang Yu was overjoyed to see the creature. The silver claw octopus was an extremely cunning demon beast, capable of hiding its aura. This particular silver claw octopus was even more exaggerated, able to disguise its head as a rock, on which a frosty snow lotus was growing. Even Fang Yu was deceived and almost returned home, missing out on a 7th-tier demon beast's inner core. Fortunately, this group of people was here. Fan Yu smiled broadly, and with a push of his foot, he leapt towards the silver claw octopus. At this moment, the tentacles had already caught up with Zhu Lingshan. Zhu Lingshan was also being dragged back at an even faster speed than Zhong Liu. Seeing this scene, Zhong Liu was filled with delight and said, "Zhu Lingshan, did you think you could escape? You're still going to die, and you'll die before me." Zhu Lingshan's face turned pale, unable to utter a word. He was pulled in front of the gaping maw, where he could see the terrifying scene inside. Zhong Liu was also pulled to the front of the mouth. Side by side with Zhu Lingshan, the silver claw octopus wanted to stuff both of them into its mouth at the same time. Zhong Liu closed her eyes in despair, filled only with regret. If she had another chance, she would never come to this hellish place. Just then, Fan Yu landed on the top of the octopus's head. "I'll take this frosty snow lotus too." Fan Yu bent down and pulled up the frosty snow lotus, folding it and putting it in his pants pocket. Fan Yu had eaten frosty snow lotus several times before, not to mention its effects. The taste for making soup was absolutely top-notch. Roar! The moment Fan Yu pulled out the frosty snow lotus, the silver claw octopus trembled violently, letting out an angry roar that echoed throughout the forest. It casually tossed Zhong Liu and Zhu Lingshan away, raising its 8 massive tentacles, simultaneously stabbing towards Fan Yu above. The tips of the silver claw octopus's tentacles were extremely sharp and exceptionally hard, far more powerful than weapons used by humans. Fan Yu showed no signs of panic. He pushed off the ground with force and leapt into the sky, easily dodging the full-force strike of the 8 tentacles. Instead, the silver claw octopus, due to its excessive force, impaled its own head with the sharp tips of its tentacles. Roar! The silver claw octopus convulsed violently, appearing to be in great pain. A demon beast is still a demon beast. No matter how cunning it is, it's foolish in front of humans. Fan Yu soared in the air, revealing a slight smile. Zhong Liu was thrown to the ground nearby, watching the nearly frenzied octopus with a pale face. She noticed the figure in the sky, but couldn't see who it was. Meanwhile, Zhu Lingshan had already lost consciousness. Fan Yu gathered a faint red true energy in his right fist and dove towards the head of the silver claw octopus. In Zhong Liu's line of sight, she only saw a red light falling from the sky. Boom! The red light struck the head of the silver claw octopus, erupting with an incredibly strong radiance. A massive sound echoed in the empty forest, lasting for a long time. After the light dissipated, Zhong Liu saw the tentacles falling in different positions. The head of the silver claw octopus had split open, and its massive eyeball had fallen to the ground, appearing quite horrifying. A faint smell of blood filled the air. "That monster is dead." Zhong Liu stared at the scene before her, stunned. Then she noticed a figure standing in front of the blood-red eyeball. It was him. Zhong Liu looked at Fan Yu, her eyes filled with shock. Did Fan Yu kill that monster? Fan Yu extended his right hand and directly reached into that eyeball. Then, he took out a round object glowing red from within the eyeball. Chapter 45. Breaking Through Again. This is too disgusting. Fan Yu looked at the slime covering his right hand and frowned slightly, walking towards the hot spring. He placed his hand and the demon beast's inner core into the hot spring water to rinse them off, then took them out. The long-awaited 7th-tier demon beast's inner core made Fan Yu's eyes light up. It had been several hundred years, even thousands of years, since he had swallowed such a high-tier demon beast's inner core. Fan Yu opened his mouth and directly swallowed the fist-sized inner core. A surge of majestic and pure spiritual energy erupted from within him, being fully absorbed by his dantian. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. For layers, Fan Yu continuously broke through 4 layers. He reached the 840th layer of the Qi refining stage. Fan Yu stood up, exhaling deeply, his eyes shining with brilliance. With this, he was 1 step closer to reaching 10,000 layers. After digesting the inner core, Fan Yu intended to leave. Not far away, Zhong Liu watched Fan Yu and couldn't help but speak up. "Yu." Fan Yu looked at Zhong Liu, frowning slightly. He had no good feelings towards this woman. "Who exactly are you?" Zhong Liu asked, her face pale. "I am Fan Yu, a Qi refining stage cultivator," Fan Yu said lightly, turning to leave. "A Qi refining stage cultivator?" Zhong Liu felt like she had heard a similar term from the elders in her family, but didn't understand what it represented. As she pondered, Fan Yu had already walked far away. Zhong Liu, with an injury on her calf, struggled to stand up and saw Zhu Lingshan lying nearby, still in a coma. Remembering Zhu Lingshan's ugly face when they fled earlier, Zhong Liyu's gaze turned cold. She picked up the dagger that had fallen to the ground and walked towards Zhu Lingshan. Fang Yu returned to Jianghai City with a book on the art of blood devouring and a frosty snow lotus. He initially intended to go directly back to Lijiang Community. But after thinking about it, he realized he hadn't watered his garden for a few days. So, he headed straight for the back mountain of Jianan Village. Passing by the entrance of Jianan Village, he saw a Hummer parked by the roadside. Fang Yu remembered that this car belonged to Qin Yimo. Sure enough, as Fang Yu approached, the car door opened. Qin Yimo was wearing a wine-red jacket and casual jeans. Her long, smooth black hair fell over her shoulders, making her appear very energetic. She held a gift box in her hand and walked up to Fang Yu. "Mr. Fang, I specifically waited here for you. What do you want from me?" Fang Yu asked. "My grandfather asked me to deliver this gift box to you. He said today is a special day." Qin Yimo said expressionlessly. "What special day?" Fang Yu asked, confused. "He didn't say," Qin Yimo replied. "Oh, never mind. Just give me the gift box," Fang Yu said, extending his hand. Seeing Fang Yu's lack of politeness, Qin Yimo felt a bit dissatisfied but still handed the gift box to Fang Yu. "Is there anything else?" Fang Yu asked. Qin Yimo shook her head, but suddenly remembered something and asked, "Mr. Fang, why has your home turned into ruins?" "It was forcibly demolished. I'm a nail household. The developers kept asking me to leave, but I refused. As a result, they took advantage of me being away from home and blew my house up," Fang Yu replied. Qin Yimo saw Fang Yu's calm expression and realized he wasn't joking, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. "I currently live on the 27th floor of Building 27 in Lijiang Community. If you want to find me in the future, just go there," Fang Yu said again. "All right, then I'll leave first," Qin Yimo replied with a smile on the surface, but she didn't care at all inside. "Who would want to look for you if it weren't for my grandfather's request?" As Qin Yimo turned to head back to her car, she was called back by Fang Yu. "You have ham in that gift box, so come with me. I'll treat you to some exquisite delicacies," Fang Yu said. Thus, Qin Yimo followed Fang Yu to the vegetable garden. Watching him skillfully fetch water from the stream outside to water the vegetables, Qin Yimo was somewhat surprised. The last time Fang Yu had given her some vegetables, she thought he was just teasing her. It turned out those vegetables were genuinely grown by him. "Have you ever grown vegetables?" Fang Yu asked after finishing watering. Qin Yimo shook her head. As the daughter of the Qin family, she had never had the opportunity to engage in such activities. Fang Yu sometimes cooked in the vegetable garden, so there were some tools in a small wooden house nearby, including a pot and some simple seasonings. Fang Yu took out the pot, filled it with half a pot of water from the stream, and then pulled out a Millennium-level Ice Soul Snow Lotus from his pants pocket, washed it, and tossed it into the pot. Then, he took out some ham from the gift box Qin Yimo had brought and added it to the pot, starting a fire to cook. Using a valuable Ice Soul Snow Lotus to make soup, Fang Yu was probably the only one in this world who could do such a thing. Watching Fang Yu make the soup, Qin Yimo couldn't help but scoff in her heart. Just a piece of grass whose name she didn't know, combined with a bit of ham, was being called an exquisite delicacy? But after a few minutes, a wonderful aroma wafted from the pot. Qin Yimo's expression changed slightly, feeling somewhat slapped in the face. It smelled good, but whether it tasted good was another matter, she reassured herself. After another 10 minutes, the fragrance became even more intense. Qin Yimo wasn't particularly hungry, but upon smelling the aroma, her stomach surprisingly growled. How could soup made from ham and a piece of grass smell so good? "Is it done yet, Mr. Fang?" Qin Yimo asked, almost blushing. "Not yet. It needs to simmer for at least an hour," Fang Yu replied. Thus, Qin Yimo continued to stare wide-eyed for a long time, swallowing her saliva countless times. All right. Finally, Fang Yu lifted the lid of the pot. The aroma released completely, and Qin Yimo couldn't maintain her composure any longer, leaning forward eagerly to watch Fang Yu. Fang Yu scooped a ladle of soup from the pot and poured it into a bowl. Qin Yimo instinctively reached out to take it. "Wait, that's too much," Fang Yu said, pouring half of the soup back into the pot, using the Ice Soul Snow Lotus directly to make soup. The effects contained in the soup were something an ordinary person could not handle. One must not drink too much. Seeing Fang Yu pour nearly half of the already small amount of soup back into the pot, Qin Yimo was nearly furious. Did this guy really have to be so stingy? There was still half a pot of soup, and he only gave her this little? "Do you have bottled water in your car?" Fang Yu asked. Qin Yimo, gritting her teeth in anger, nodded with a pale face. "Then go get a bottle of water and pour it into this bowl to dilute it. The taste will be better," Fang Yu said. Qin Yimo could barely maintain basic politeness. I'm serious. Just try it and you'll know, Fang Yu insisted. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yimo forced herself to calm down, then went back to the car and got a bottle of mineral water, almost in a self-destructive manner pouring it into the bowl, diluting what was originally less than a third of the soup into a full bowl. What flavor is left in this? What a joke. Qin Yimo's eyes were slightly red with anger. After waiting an hour, she could only drink this diluted soup. But in the end, she still endured her displeasure and took a small sip. It's delicious. She took another sip. Even diluted like this, how could it still taste so good? Qin Yimo finished the soup in 2 or 3 sips, savoring the aftertaste. If it was this good, even diluted, how much better would it be undiluted? She looked at Fang Yu, wanting a bit more. But at that moment, Fang Yu was drinking directly from the pot. Qin Yimo was so furious she was nearly trembling, her whole body shaking violently. I'm leaving. She turned and walked away without looking back. If she stayed any longer, she would not only be starving, but also die of anger. I'm not refusing to let you drink. It's just that if you drink too much, your body won't be able to handle it, Fang Yu called out from behind. Not able to handle it. Why can you drink directly from the pot, while I can't have a little more? Qin Yimo was livid, quickly returning to her car and stepping on the gas to leave. This Fang Yu was simply a shameless, thick-skinned, lecherous, stingy high school student. When she returned home, she would definitely tell her grandfather never to let her see Fang Yu again. In the afternoon, Fang Yu arrived at school and spotted Lu Pengzi's back on the first floor. Over the past 2 years, Lu Pengzi had been the only person Fang Yu could chat with at school, considering him a friend. However, they hadn't seen each other much or communicated in recent days. So, Fang Yu walked over and patted Lu Pengzi on the shoulder to greet him. Lu Pengzi seemed startled, shivering all over and shrinking his head back. Seeing his reaction, Fang Yu frowned slightly. Then, Fang Yu noticed that Lu Pengzi's face was covered in bruises. His left eye was swollen and bruised, and his forehead was wrapped in bandages. Fang Yu, Lu Pengzi looked at Fang Yu, his gaze evasive. Who did this? Fang Yu's expression suddenly turned cold as he asked. Lu Pengzi forced a smile and said, It's nothing. I just fell yesterday afternoon. A fall could cause bruising around the eye. Fang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. I just happened to hit my eye, Lu Pengzi said, his face turning red and stammering. Fang Yu didn't say anything further, just stared intently at Lu Pengzi. Under Fang Yu's gaze, Lu Pengzi showed signs of struggle, but eventually relented and quietly said, It was Han Zixian from the Sando Association. Han Zixian? Fang Yu had never heard of this person. Why did he do that? Fang Yu frowned and asked. I accidentally offended him, Lu Pengzi said, avoiding eye contact. Fang Yu could see at a glance that Lu Pengzi was lying. Pengzi, if you consider me a friend, don't lie, Fang Yu said calmly. Lu Pengzi looked at Fang Yu, hesitated for a long time, and finally sighed, recounting the events. Han Zixian was He Donglin's cousin, and recently learned about Fang Yu's confrontation with He Donglin and his transfer. So, Han Zixian came to the school gate to confront Fang Yu. But Fang Yu happened to be absent yesterday afternoon. Han Zixian was not willing to leave empty-handed. So he found out that Lu Pengzi had the best relationship with Fang Yu and went to Lu Pengzi's home to beat him up. That was how Lu Pengzi ended up like this. Your brother hurt my brother and forced him to drop out of school, so I couldn't find your brother. So I had to beat you up to vent my anger. Han Zixian left this message for Lu Pengzi, saying he would find Fang Yu sooner or later and that as a man, he shouldn't keep hiding. Come to the Sando Association to find me. We can solve the problem in the fairest way. After hearing Lu Pengzi's account, Fang Yu's lips curled slightly, revealing a knowing smile. The thing he hated most in life was when people around him were harmed because of him. Fang Yu, you must not act impulsively. The reason I don't want to tell you about this matter is that I don't want you to look for Han Zixian. This Han Zixian is different from He Donglin. His family runs a martial arts school, and it is said that his father is a half-step grandmaster, and he is also a 7th-level innate martial artist, which is even more powerful than Yang Su. Lu Pengzi saw Fang Yu's expression and hurriedly said, Yang Su? That person is already useless. It's just that the news has been sealed by the Yang family, and apart from a few people who witnessed it that night in Shenlan, no one else knows. If you do something wrong, you have to be punished, Fang Yu said. Fang Yu, really don't go. Han Zixian is the president of the Sando Association, and all the people in the association are his. Lu Pengzi still wanted to dissuade him. After school, I'll go with you to the Sando Association. Without waiting for Lu Pengzi to finish, Fang Yu patted Lu Pengzi's shoulder and turned to go upstairs. Back in the classroom, as soon as Fang Yu sat down, Tang Xiaoro leaned over and asked, Fang Yu, You skipped class for a whole day. What did you do? Not attending class doesn't mean I have to do something. Feng Yu replied. Tang Xiaoro was stunned, continuing to ask, so what did you actually go do? I already said. Not attending class doesn't mean I have to do something. Feng Yu replied again. If you won't say, then forget it. Are you a recording machine? Tang Xiaoro said dissatisfiedly. Feng Yu ignored her and focused on the novel he hadn't finished reading last time. The class bell rang. This class was math. The math instructor, Hu Bo, walked into the classroom, looked at the seat where Feng Yu sat, and snorted coldly. He had classes yesterday afternoon and this morning. But Feng Yu was absent both times without submitting a leave request, which counted as skipping class. Hu Bo hated students who skipped class the most. He felt it was disrespectful to him. Moreover, the person skipping class was Feng Yu, which made him even more displeased. Feng Yu had been moved to the key class due to an extraordinary performance on an exam. Hu Bo was firmly opposed to this practice. Although no problems were found when the test papers were checked at the time, Hu Bo still believed that Feng Yu must have used some means. He insisted that a student whose grades had been average for more than 2 years could never achieve the top score in the entire grade. Learning is a continuous process. It cannot be accomplished overnight. The emergence of a student like Feng Yu would have an extremely negative psychological impact on other hardworking students. Hu Bo stared at Feng Yu and found him engrossed in reading an extracurricular novel, making his face turn even darker. I advise some students not to think that just because they got a good grade once, they can look down on others and slack off in their studies. Moreover, this grade may not even reflect your true level. Hu Bo snorted coldly and spoke. He fixed his gaze on Feng Yu, prompting the entire class to turn and look at him. This is going to be interesting. The math instructor is personally taking action. Feng Yu won't dare to move against him, right? Feng Yu continued reading the novel as if he hadn't heard Hu Bo's words. Hu Bo couldn't hold back any longer. Slammed the podium and shouted, Feng Yu, I'm talking about you. What kind of attitude is this? The instructor is speaking to you, and you're still reading an extracurricular novel? Do you think this is your home? This is a classroom, a place for learning. Tang Xiaoro poked Feng Yu's shoulder and whispered, Feng Yu, the instructor is talking to you. Feng Yu put down the novel, looked at Hu Bo, and said, I don't need to study. Upon hearing this, not only Hu Bo, but also the students in the class showed strange expressions. Don't need to study? That sounds too arrogant, right? Even an academician from the National Academy of Sciences wouldn't dare to say that. Feng Yu, just a high school student, said such things, making people feel not only that he was arrogant, but also that it was laughable. Hu Bo was so angry that he laughed, saying, So you mean you understand everything? Feng Yu remained noncommittal. Good. Then today I will give you a chance to show off in front of the whole class, and see if you really understand everything. Hu Bo sneered, picked up a piece of chalk, turned around, and wrote a problem on the blackboard. As soon as this problem came out, many students in the class gasped. This problem was the final question of this year's high school math competition, known to be the most difficult. None of the participating students could perfectly solve it. Ha ha ha, the harder, the better. I want to see Feng Yu standing on the podium, holding the chalk, but not knowing what to do. No need to study. He's just bragging. I think he won't even go on stage. Isn't that self-humiliation? This question has stumped even many math geniuses online, who even think the problem itself has flaws. After seeing the problem posed by Hu Bo, the class was abuzz, with almost everyone gloating, eager to see Feng Yu make a fool of himself. Tang Xiaoro's expression changed when she saw the problem. This problem is completely beyond the capability of high school students. Hu Bo is clearly trying to make things difficult for Feng Yu. Instructor Hu, this problem is a professional Olympiad question. How can we solve it? Tang Xiaoro stood up, her face flushed, and said, If you can't solve it, then stop bragging so much. Do you really think you're invincible? Hu Bo glared at Feng Yu and said. Feng Yu looked at the problem on the blackboard, seemingly in thought. The surrounding students saw his expression and derisively said, Everyone quiet down. Our Feng Yu is already thinking. Maybe he will really go up and solve the problem. As soon as this was said, the class fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. I declare right here, if Feng Yu can solve this problem, I'll live stream myself doing a handstand while pooping. A boy shouted loudly. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the class reached a climax. Feng Yu, please go on stage and solve the problem. We really want to see how he live streams. Many boys mocked. Doing a handstand while pooping? That's too exaggerated. If he can solve this problem, I'll live stream eating poop. Another boy yelled. The class erupted in laughter again. Amidst this noisy environment, Feng Yu just stared at the problem on the blackboard, frowning slightly. After about 20 seconds, he relaxed his brow, stood up, and walked toward the podium. Chapter 47. It absolutely cannot be let go. The classroom, which had been extremely noisy, immediately quieted down a lot. Under the gaze of everyone, Fang Yu walked up to the podium, picked up the chalk, and began to solve the problem. Hu Bo furrowed his brow, watching every word Fang Yu wrote on the blackboard. Wow, it seems Fang Yu really can do it. The formulas he initially listed seemed to be correct. Anyone can list a few formulas, I can do it too. The hardest part of this problem is the proof of the theorem at the back. The front part is okay, many people can do it. Just watch, Fang Yu will definitely get stuck soon. The students below the podium also stared at Fang Yu, whispering. Fang Yu wrote on the blackboard without pausing at all. Many complex calculations, he was able to derive results immediately without any tools. Some students verified with calculators, and his calculations were completely error-free. As time passed, half of the blackboard was filled with the solution process. The students in the class widened their eyes, their expressions growing more and more astonished. Gradually, they could no longer understand what Fang Yu was writing. The formulas and proof methods used in the problem-solving process were things they had never learned. Even Hu Bo, standing on the podium, had a hard time keeping up with Fang Yu's pace. He knew the method to solve the problem, but the method Fang Yu was using was very different from what he knew. Some steps required him to think for a while to understand. After another 2 minutes, Fang Yu finally stopped, turned around, and threw the remaining half of the chalk back into the chalk box. Just now, one person said he wanted to do a handstand to defecate, and another said he wanted to eat feces. You two can just cooperate, and I look forward to your performance. Fang Yu supported himself on the podium with both hands and said to the students below. The classroom fell silent. They looked at the densely written solution process on the blackboard, their mouths involuntarily agape. Is this too exaggerated? Did Fang Yu really solve that problem? So many experts couldn't solve the problem correctly, but Fang Yu only thought about it for a few seconds before coming up with an answer. Impossible. Just because you wrote a lot, it doesn't mean it's correct. I think you're just writing nonsense. A boy shouted. Fang Yu looked at him, smiled slightly, and said, I remember you. You're the one who wanted to do a handstand to defecate. Fang Yu, why are you in such a hurry? Counselor, who hasn't even spoken yet. What are you being so arrogant about? Another boy said angrily. Fang Yu still had a smile on his face and said, I also remember you. You're the one who wanted to live stream eating feces. That boy's face turned bright red. Furious. Quiet. At that moment, Hu Bo shouted sternly. The class immediately quieted down, everyone nervously looking at Hu Bo. Hu Bo glanced deeply at Fang Yu and said, although Fang Yu's method of solving the problem is different from the reference answer, his method is also correct. The class erupted in an uproar. Fang Yu actually solved this difficult mathematical problem that had stumped countless experts. The scariest part was that Fang Yu thought about the problem for less than a minute before solving it. Fang Yu, I apologize for what I said earlier. You are indeed a capable student, Hu Bo said sincerely while looking at Fang Yu. However, I think your attitude towards studying still needs to be corrected. If you have something to do in the future, you need to at least give me a leave note. You cannot skip class without reason, Hu Bo said. This sentence seemed to be a criticism of Fang Yu, but in fact, Hu Bo was making a concession. He did not mention Fang Yu reading novels during class, which indicated that he acknowledged Fang Yu's level and that he indeed didn't need to attend class. Fang Yu smiled and scanned the entire class, especially lingering a bit longer on the two boys who had talked about doing a handstand to defecate and eating feces. At this moment, both boys lowered their heads, their ears flushed, not daring to speak. Fang Yu walked down from the podium amidst the shocked gazes of everyone and returned to his seat. He certainly wouldn't really ask those two to defecate and eat feces. That would be too disgusting. As for the problem on the blackboard, Fang Yu felt it wasn't very difficult. The reason he thought for a while was that his memory of some formulas was a bit fuzzy. Sigh, I'm getting old. My memory is getting worse day by day, Fang Yu sighed inwardly. After class, Tang Xiaoro's beautiful eyes sparkled as she eagerly asked, Fang Yu, what exactly are you? Fang Yu immediately interrupted her with a gesture and said, I just overused my brain a bit. I'm a bit tired. Please wait until I wake up to ask any questions. After saying that, Fang Yu lay down on the desk and closed his eyes to rest. Humph. What are you so proud of? Tang Xiaoro huffed and turned her head away. In the afternoon after school, Fang Yu went directly to the back door of class 2 to wait for Lu Pengzi. But he saw Lu Pengzi surrounded by a group of boys. Fatty, I heard you got beaten up yesterday. Where's your buddy Fang Yu? Why didn't he come to take revenge for you? Is he hiding? Fatty, I really feel sorry for you. Look at you being so close to Fang Yu. What benefits have you gotten? Fang Yu relied on Tang Xiaorou's background to directly transfer to the key class. What about you? You can only stay here and be bullied. This group of boys had previously played well with He Donglin, but after He Donglin was forced to transfer schools, they couldn't stand Fang Yu. However, after witnessing Fang Yu's skills, they were very wary, so they had been holding back. Have you guys had enough to say? The silent Lu Pengzi finally couldn't hold back anymore. Oh, got a bit of temper? Can't take a few words of truth? The tall boy at the forefront directly pushed Lu Pengzi. You. Lu Pengzi stood up abruptly, glaring at the tall boy. Seeing that he dared to resist, the tall boy reached out to grab him, but the next second, he felt his body lighten, and he was lifted into the air. Who? The tall boy was about to curse, but saw Fang Yu's expressionless face, and his heart trembled. Fang Yu. Several boys around were scared and stepped back a few paces. After all, the scene of He Donglin being taken down was still fresh in their memories. I have to say, you have quite a loud voice, Fang Yu said, looking at the tall boy. You put me down. The tall boy's face turned pale, filled with fear. Fatty, how do you think I should treat him? Fang Yu looked at Lu Pengzi and asked. Lu Pengzi looked at the tall boy being lifted by Fang Yu, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, Fang Yu, forget it. There are so many people watching in the classroom. If you do this, it will definitely cause a commotion. Lu Pengzi didn't want Fang Yu to get punished because of him. All right, if you say to forget it, then we'll forget it, Fang Yu said, casually throwing the tall boy down. Bang! The tall boy fell heavily to the ground, letting out a cry of pain, feeling a sharp pain in his butt. This matter can be forgotten, but the issue with Han Zixian cannot be overlooked, Fang Yu said lightly. Lu Pengzi didn't expect Fang Yu really wanted to cause trouble for Han Zixian, and he became anxious for a moment. Let's go. I don't know where the Sando Association is. You lead the way. Fang Yu pulled Lu Pengzi and left the classroom. There were still quite a few students in the classroom who heard what Fang Yu said. He wants to go to the Sando Association to stand up for Lu Pengzi? This is going to be a good show. Many students quickly packed their bags and rushed out to follow. The tall boy also got up from the floor, his face pale. Don't be angry. Hurry up and follow to take a look. Han Zixian will definitely deal with him later. A boy patted the tall boy's shoulder and said. The tall boy nodded, his eyes flashing with defiance. Fang Yu, daring to cause trouble for Han Zixian. I want to see how you die. More than half of the people in the classroom ran out, all to watch the fun. In the front row of the classroom, Jiang Yu was organizing her books, her eyes shining. Han Zixian, this is my chance. Chapter 48. If you have the guts, don't hide. The Sanda Association is not far from the school. So many students enroll here for training. They even established a student Sanda club specifically for student training. And Han Zixian is the president of the student association. On the way, Lu Pengzi was still trying to dissuade Fang Yu. Fang Yu ignored him, and the two finally exited the school gate and walked to the Sanda Association activity room. Inside the activity room, more than a dozen students dressed in martial arts uniforms were sitting on the ground, listening carefully to a tall boy with a buzz cut explaining movements in front of them. That was Han Zixian, Lu Pengzi said to Fang Yu. Fang Yu looked at Han Zixian, narrowing his eyes slightly. Han Zixian also noticed Lu Pengzi and Fang Yu at the door. You really dare to come? A mocking smile appeared on Han Zixian's face. We want to continue the lesson today. I will personally demonstrate some sparring later, so everyone can learn up close. Han Zixian said to the more than 10 members sitting. After saying that, Han Zixian walked towards the door and came in front of Fang Yu. You are Fang Yu. Huh. Han Zixian looked Fang Yu up and down with a disdainful look in his eyes. A fifth-tier innate martial artist is nothing in front of him. I heard you're looking for me, Fang Yu said. Han Zixian looked at Fang Yu, narrowed his eyes slightly, and sneered. I recently learned that He Donglin transferred schools because he was injured by you, as his good brother. It should be normal for me to take revenge for him, right? Very normal. Fang Yu nodded and said. But you should have come to find me directly instead of attacking Lu Pengzi. Han Zixian's eyes instantly filled with hostility, and he said in a deep voice, Didn't you also make a move against my brother? I was just returning the favor in kind. Recently, Han Zixian has been in a very bad mood. His father was severely injured because he accepted a commission and is now lying in the ICU of the hospital. Seeing his father's weak appearance on the hospital bed, Han Zixian only wants to take revenge for him. But he also knows that the person who could injure his father, who is a half-step master, is definitely not someone he can provoke. Therefore, Han Zixian's anger and resentment cannot be vented. Yesterday, he called He Donglin, only to find out that He Donglin was injured by Fang Yu and was forced to transfer schools. Who did it? Han Zixian asked. It was Fang Yu. Brother Zixian. If you consider me a brother, help me take revenge, He Donglin said in a deep voice. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? You didn't need to transfer. I would naturally help you deal with that Fang Yu. Han Zixian said. It was my dad who asked me to transfer. And he warned me not to trouble Fang Yu again, but the more I think about it, the worse I feel. I can't swallow this anger. I dream of taking revenge on that bastard Fang Yu. He Donglin said resentfully. Don't worry, Donglin. I've been looking for someone to vent my anger on lately. I will naturally help you deal with Fang Yu, and I will make him kneel down and apologize to you. Just wait for my news. Han Zixian said coldly. At this moment, looking at Fang Yu in front of him, Han Zixian's gaze became even colder. Today he must help He Donglin vent his anger. Fang Yu, since you dare to come here, it means you accept my declaration of war. Let us have a fair fight on the arena. You're not afraid, are you? Han Zixian said with a glint of cold light in his eyes. An arena was built in the activity room, where the Sparring Association usually conducted its practical training. At this moment, the students who came to watch the excitement had already arrived and heard Han Zixian's words. Everyone looked at Fang Yu, wondering if he dared to accept Han Zixian's proposal. Good. Fang Yu nodded. He actually agreed. The group of students behind him first showed surprise, then sneered. Fang Yu really doesn't know the danger he is in. His opponent is Han Zixian. The entrance of the sparring hall had Han Zixian's personal introduction posted. He is the young master of the Han Family Martial Arts School, a 7-dan martial artist, and extremely powerful. Moreover, Han Zixian specializes in sparring. And the arena is the place he is most familiar with. It is his stage. Fang Yu's daring to step up is tantamount to seeking death. Lu Fatty's face turned pale, pulling at Fang Yu's arm. Haha, Lu Fatty, you seem very scared. Don't worry, today Fang Yu is here. If I want to beat someone, it will be him, not you. Han Zixian mocked with a smile. Fang Yu walked straight ahead and said, Let us get on the arena quickly. I'm in a hurry. Han Zixian didn't expect Fang Yu to be so calm and even urge him to get on the arena, causing his smile to freeze. But soon, his expression turned even more vicious. How dare you act like this in front of me? You will know what the gap in strength means. The two walked onto the arena in front of everyone. President, go for it. President, you're the best. A dozen members of the association, half of whom were boys and half girls, were cheering loudly for Han Zixian. Especially the girls, looking at Han Zixian, their eyes were filled with admiration. They chose to join the Sparring Association to get closer to the tall, handsome, and capable Han Zixian. Go for it, Han Zixian. A boy among the students from Class 2, who came to watch the excitement, led the cheer. Soon, the entire group of Class 2 students joined in. Han Zixian, go for it. Knock Fang Yu down. The cheers filled the entire activity room, and everyone stood on Han Zixian's side. It seems many people dislike you. Han Zixian said mockingly. Fang Yu remained silent, standing on the arena with his hands behind his back. Being someone that everyone dislikes is a total failure. Han Zixian shook his head and pretended to sigh. Fang Yu frowned slightly and said, You talk too much. Han Zixian smiled and said, I'm saying this in advance because I'm afraid you might faint later and want to hear it. Fang Yu was a bit impatient. If you don't take your hands out, you want to have the chance later. Han Zixian said coldly as he saw Fang Yu still with his hands behind his back. I don't need to use my hands to fight you. Fang Yu replied. As soon as these words were spoken, the activity room erupted in an uproar. Fang Yu is too arrogant, right? His opponent is Han Zixian. And he actually said he doesn't need to use his hands? This isn't just arrogance, it's stupidity. The consequence of forcibly showing off is to anger Han Zixian and get beaten even worse. As expected, upon hearing this, the smile on Han Zixian's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a cold, murderous intent. As the young master of the Han Family Martial Arts School and a rising genius in the martial arts world of Zhanghai City, he had never been provoked like this. Today, he would never let Fang Yu go without making him kneel and beg for mercy. Fang Yu, you are seeking your own death. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Zixian moved. The activity room erupted in cheers. Jiang Yu stood among the crowd, looking at Fang Yu on the arena, eagerly anticipating him being taught a harsh lesson. As long as Han Zixian can defeat Fang Yu, she will have a way to regain her father's position. Because Han Zixian had once wanted to be friends with her, but she had rejected him. At that time, she didn't want to get too close to a martial artist like Han Zixian. But now she understood that strength is the hard truth. On the arena, Han Zixian had already approached Fang Yu and quickly threw punches at him. The Han family boxing technique is well known in the martial arts world for its speed, precision, and ferocity. In the time it takes others to throw one punch, The Han family boxing technique can throw 3 punches, and its power is not diminished at all. At Han Zixian's age, he is basically unmatched in Jianghai City, relying on this signature skill. Swish, swish, swish. The air was filled with the sound of fierce punches. Facing Han Zixian's punches, Fang Yu, with his hands behind his back, easily dodged. His movements were minimal, but each time he perfectly avoided Han Zixian's punches. Han Zixian could throw 3 punches in a second, but he couldn't even touch Fang Yu's clothes. After throwing more than a dozen punches without hitting Fang Yu, Han Zixian's expression changed slightly, feeling something strange. Therefore, Han Zixian gritted his teeth and threw punches with all his might again. This time, the speed of his punches was much faster than before. But Fang Yu seemed to predict the position of each punch from Han Zixian, effortlessly sidestepping each one. Just dodging isn't skill. If you have guts, then throw a punch. A member of the association yelled from below. Exactly. Fighting openly on the arena, but only dodging. That's really not manly. A female member also shouted. Fang Yu, if you have guts, don't dodge. Confront Han Zixian head-on. The group of students watching the excitement from the back also began to shout. Chapter 49. Yang Jian comes out. As you wish. After dodging another punch from Han Zixian, Fang Yu smiled slightly, suddenly raised his foot, and kicked towards Han Zixian's abdomen. Han Zixian, who had been focused on attacking, changed color and had no time to defend. Ah! Han Zixian screamed and flew backwards, directly breaking the ropes at the edge of the arena and crashing heavily into the wall behind, making a dull sound. Bang! Han Zixian lay on the ground, blood streaming from his face. Seeing this scene, the activity room fell silent. Is it over? Everyone widened their eyes, looking at Fang Yu standing on the arena, still with his hands behind his back. Then they looked at Han Zixian, who was lying on the ground and still bleeding. They rubbed their eyes, thinking they must have seen it wrong. But the wails coming from Han Zixian confirmed that what was happening now was real. The young master of the Han family martial arts school, the martial arts genius Han Zixian, who was at the innate 7th stage, was defeated by Fang Yu with a single kick. Everyone's face changed, filled with shock and fear. They had originally wanted to see Fang Yu's miserable end, but instead, they saw Han Zixian's tragic state. This outcome was beyond everyone's expectations, especially Jiang Yu, whose face turned pale with rage. She had been thinking that Han Zixian would defeat Fang Yu, and then she would find a way to be with Han Zixian, forcing Fang Yu to restore Jiang Zhenlong's position. But now, her plan was ruined. Han Zixian was simply no match for Fang Yu. President. The members of the sparring association finally regained their senses and hurried to Han Zixian's side to help him up. Han Zixian was howling in pain, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. He looked at Fang Yu on the ring, his eyes filled with not only shock, but also endless resentment. He was actually beaten into such a state in front of so many people. For someone with a strong sense of pride like him, this was an immense humiliation, especially seeing Fang Yu's calm demeanor, as if he didn't take him seriously at all. Han Zixian was even more furious, gritting his teeth. But he knew he had indeed underestimated Fang Yu's strength. The power of Fang Yu's kick just now was truly terrifying. I'm not your opponent. But that doesn't mean I can't deal with you. Han Zixian's eyes were filled with hatred as he signaled to a member of the association beside him to bring him his phone. Han Zixian took the phone, suppressing the pain in his abdomen, and dialed a number. Hello, Brother Chao Liang, it's Zixian. I've encountered a bit of trouble. Can you come to the sparring hall? You're nearby? That's great. After hanging up, Han Zixian looked at Fang Yu on the ring with a gaze full of hatred and said, Fang Yu, weren't you very arrogant? If you have the guts, don't leave. When my senior from the Han family martial arts school arrives, I will make you pay the price. A smile appeared on Fang Yu's face as he replied, Didn't you say we should have a fair fight? Why are you calling for help so soon? Han Zixian was already filled with resentment, and hearing Fang Yu's mockery made him even more furious, nearly spitting blood. But he held back his anger. His dignity was already shattered. He just needed to make Fang Yu pay the price and beg for mercy, and he could regain his face. Hearing Han Zixian's words, the group of students watching the show erupted in excitement. The Han family martial arts school was sending someone? Did Han Zixian call his father over? Fang Yu was doomed this time. Offending Han Zixian meant offending Han Yueming, who was said to be a half-step master. Yes, if Han Yueming came, Fang Yu would really be finished. Upon hearing the name Han Yueming, Fang Yu understood. Han Zixian was Han Yueming's son. A trace of amusement appeared on Fang Yu's face as he found it interesting and simply sat down on the ring. I'll wait for your people to arrive. Seeing Fang Yu sit down, Han Zixian's eyes filled with joy. Great. He was afraid Fang Yu would leave early. As long as Fang Yu didn't leave, he could regain his face later. Lu Ponzi saw Fang Yu sitting down, his face turning pale, and hurriedly stepped forward, shouting, Fang Yu, let's hurry and leave. We've come all this way. Why are we leaving in such a hurry? Fang Yu replied, Fang Yu, if we don't leave now, it will be too late. The Han family martial arts school is not to be trifled with. Lu Ponzi was so anxious that the flesh on his face was trembling. The Han family martial arts school is indeed not to be trifled with. Fang Yu recalled the day he kicked Han Yueming into the wall and smiled. Hearing Fang Yu openly mock the Han family martial arts school, Han Zixian trembled with anger. But he did nothing. He couldn't do anything. He just needed to wait for brother Chao Liang to come, and he could naturally deal with this dog of a person, Fang Yu. After about 3 minutes, a young man walked in from outside and immediately saw the disheveled Han Zixian. Zixian, who did this to you? Chao Liang quickly walked to Han Zixian's side, his face dark with anger. Brother, it was that person who did this to me. Han Zixian glared at Fang Yu on the ring with resentment. I will help you take revenge. Chao Liang's gaze turned cold as he turned to look at Fang Yu on the ring. Upon seeing Fang Yu sitting there, Chao Liang felt a sense of familiarity. Wait, is it him? Chao Liang's whole body went stiff, instantly waking up, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. How could it be him? Oh, it's you. Fang Yu also recognized Chao Liang. Chao Liang was one of the 2 young men who had followed Han Yueming at the Deep Orchid Club that night. Mr. Fang. Chao Liang immediately bent down and bowed to Fang Yu. After witnessing Fang Yu's strength that night, he knew that this person must not be offended. If even Han Yueming was kicked into serious injury, how could he, Chao Liang, be a match for him? Seeing Chao Liang suddenly bow to Fang Yu and respectfully address him as Mr. Fang, everyone around was stunned. Mr. Fang, if Zixian has offended you in any way, I apologize on his behalf. Chao Liang remained bent over as he spoke. Hearing this sentence clearly, the expressions on the faces of those around completely changed. Fang Yu had beaten Han Zixian to such a state, and now the people from the Han family martial arts school had to apologize to Fang Yu? What on earth was going on? Jiang Yu was completely shocked, staring blankly at Fang Yu on the ring. Who exactly is this person? Brother, how come? Han Zixian was also dumbfounded, looking at Chao Liang in disbelief. Shut up. Hurry up and come here to apologize to Mr. Fang with me. Chao Liang shouted angrily. Apologize to Fang Yu? Han Zixian's eyes were filled with resentment. He had been beaten to this state, and he still had to apologize to Fang Yu? Absolutely not. Brother, I don't know what relationship you have with him, but I will tell my father about this matter directly. Han Zixian was still speaking. Chao Liang walked up and pulled him over forcefully. Brother Chao Liang, what do you mean by this? I will never apologize to this bastard. Han Zixian shouted loudly. Chao Liang's face was extremely ugly as he replied, Your father is the one who was seriously injured by him. At this moment, the entire place was shocked. Fang Yu had actually injured Han Yueming. That was a half-step master, an existence just below a martial arts master. Han Zixian was also stunned. He only knew that his father had been injured, but he didn't know that the person who injured his father was Fang Yu. Aye. Han Zixian felt darkness before his eyes and fainted directly. For him, passing out in this situation was already the best outcome. Chao Liang's face was pale as he continued to bow to Fang Yu, not daring to straighten up. Tomorrow, let him go to class 2 and apologize to Lu Dong in front of everyone. If he doesn't do it, Fang Yu said lightly, I will definitely do it. I will definitely do it. Chao Liang answered repeatedly. That's good. Fatty, let's go. Fang Yu jumped off the ring and, amid the astonished gazes of those around, put his arm around Lu Pengzi's shoulder and walked out. The crowd that had originally crowded in the back automatically made way for Fang Yu. In their eyes, Fang Yu was no longer an ordinary person. He was a devil. In the mountains of southwestern Jiangnan, beneath a waterfall, a figure stood under the powerful cascade, allowing the strong current to strike his body. After about 3 hours, he finally walked out from under the waterfall. In front of him, on a rock, stood an old man dressed in a purple robe. The old man looked aged, but his eyes were sharp like thunder, making it difficult for ordinary people to look him in the eye. You've just stepped into the master realm. Your foundation is unstable. You should consolidate for a while longer, the old man said. I must go out, the young man replied. Are you sure? The old man raised an eyebrow. Sure. My brother was seriously injured, and my parents and sister don't dare to go home. If I don't go back, the Yang family will collapse. The young man said coldly. The old man pondered for a moment, nodded, and said, If you don't take revenge for family grievances, What use is there in cultivating? I agree with your decision. Go. The young man nodded, turned around, and threw a punch at the waterfall behind him. Boom. A loud noise erupted, and the water column shot into the sky. Chapter 50. Encountering Ding Ran. Fang Yu and Lu Fadi walked out of the school gate together. Fang Yu, thank you, Lu Fadi said sincerely as he looked at Fang Yu. He didn't have many friends at school, and the only one willing to stand up for him was Fang Yu. No need. You got beaten because of me. How are your injuries? If you need. Fang Yu began. It's fine. I'm tough. I can't really feel the pain. I'll be fine in a few days, Lu Fadi chuckled. All right. I'm heading home first, Fang Yu said, about to turn and leave. Hey, Fang Yu, don't go yet. Today is such a happy day. Let me treat you to a meal, and then we can go have some fun. Lu Fadi called out to him. Food is fine, but fun is out of the question, Fang Yu replied, as he wasn't very interested in playing. Come on. My cousin is the manager at an arcade, and he has been asking me to bring classmates to play, Lu Fadi urged. There was a snack street near Jianghai Middle School, filled with various delicious foods. Lu Fadi and Fang Yu went to a large food stall, ordered 4 dishes, and started eating. After finishing their meal, it was already 6:30 p.m. Fang Yu, let's go? I'll take you to play some games, Lu Fadi said excitedly. Seeing Lu Fadi so enthusiastic, Fang Yu didn't want to disappoint him, so he agreed. The two took a taxi to the commercial district in downtown Jianghai. The arcade was located in a bustling area, large in scale, and had a great location. Additionally, a bar had opened next door, so the business was pretty good. As they entered the arcade, Lu Fadi introduced various electric games to Fang Yu and led him to play. However, Fang Yu wasn't very interested. He thought those were just childish games. For someone like him who had lived for over 5,000 years, they seemed incredibly immature. So he just had a brief experience before heading straight to the resting area at the front. Lu Fadi didn't press him and continued to play excitedly inside. After sitting for a while, Fang Yu could hear the music from the bar next door. He looked out the door. The bar was lit up with cool lights and blasting music. Most importantly, there were frequently stunningly dressed women coming in and out. Of course, Fang Yu had no interest in any of that. Just as he was about to look away out of boredom, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walk into the bar. A woman was wearing a tight white shirt and a black bodycon skirt, with long black stockings accentuating her perfect figure. Of course, this outfit was considered conservative compared to the other women coming in and out of the bar. However, what Fang Yu cared about was not her outfit, but her face. It was actually Ding Ran. Fang Yu had attended her class a few times and found her personality to be gentle and quiet. He didn't expect her to frequent such places, but Fang Yu understood that people have dual sides, so he just glanced at her and looked away. After a while, Lu Fadi came over to find Fang Yu, bringing a drink for him. The two sat at a table, quietly finishing their drinks before leaving the arcade together. Fang Yu, let me tell you, just now when I saw you kick Han Zixin away, I felt so good inside. It was like, hey, isn't that your counselor? Ding Ran? Lu Fadi exclaimed as he spotted Ding Ran walking out of the bar alone. Fang Yu had seen her too, but didn't react much. Why would she come to a place like this? Lu Fadi stared at Ding Ran with wide eyes. Lu Fadi's voice was a bit loud. Ding Ran seemed to have heard him and turned her head, immediately spotting Fang Yu. It's him? Ding Ran smiled slightly, raised her glass, and walked over to Fang Yu, bringing a whiff of fragrance. Are you two here to play games? Every day not studying properly, just knowing how to have fun, Ding Ran said. Clearly a bit tipsy but still relatively sober. A counselor coming to drink and still having the nerve to criticize others? Fang Yu found it a bit speechless and didn't respond. Lu Fadi, on the other hand, was extremely excited. He had long heard of Ding Ran's beauty in school. But now, she was standing right in front of him, smiling and talking to him. Just as Lu Fadi was about to speak, Ding Ran fixed her gaze on Fang Yu and asked, Fang Yu, every time I see you, I always have a strange feeling, as if I have met you somewhere before. A few days ago, I finally remembered. It seems you were hit by a truck and then, like Superman, you blocked that truck. I had never seen you before. You must be dreaming, Fang Yu replied. Dreaming? Ding Ran thought for a moment, then smiled foolishly. Oh right. Who in this world can block a truck with their bare hands? I must have been confused in my sleep. But why would I dream of you? We shouldn't have known each other before. Just as Fang Yu was about to speak, he saw a man walking out behind Ding Ran. Hey beauty, why are you walking so fast? You attracted quite a few people's attention inside just now. Now our young master Xian wants to invite you for a drink. So please come back with us, the man said to Ding Ran, signaling her to follow him. Ding Ran frowned slightly and shook her head. I'm not interested. The man's originally smiling face darkened instantly. Do you know whose invitation you're rejecting? I don't know, and I have no interest in knowing, Ding Ran said indifferently, then turned to leave with Fong Yu and Lu Fati. The man's expression was ugly as he glanced at Fong Yu and Lu Fati before turning to make a phone call. Before Ding Ran could leave, a group of men chased out from the bar. Leading them was a man with earrings and a buzz cut. Hello, beauty, I'm Li Zixuan. I would like to invite you for a drink, the man said as he held out a glass of alcohol to Ding Ran. Chapter 51, It's actually him. Ding Ran's expression was cold, showing no intention of accepting Li Zixuan's drink. Li Zixuan maintained a smile and forcibly placed one of the glasses in her hand, then pretended to clink glasses and took a sip of his own. Now that we've had a drink, let's chat, Li Zixuan said, pulling Ding Ran back toward the bar. Get lost. Ding Ran was forced back into the bar, unable to break free, and could only say coldly, You filthy bitch. You really don't know how to appreciate kindness. A burly man behind Li Zixuan cursed angrily, ready to rush forward. Hey, don't be so rude. Li Zixuan gestured to stop the burly man, though his smile had vanished. The customers in the bar noticed the commotion and turned to look at the entrance, shaking their heads. Another beautiful woman was about to be ruined by Li Zixuan. It was truly a pity. Who was Li Zixuan? He was the only son of Li Zhengrong, a big shot in Jianghai's underworld. Li Zhengrong doted on this son immensely. So Li Zixuan could basically walk all over Jianghai, and nobody dared to disrespect him. Otherwise, it would mean offending Li Zhengrong. Li Zixuan was a regular at the Grand Bar, and here, he had harmed countless women. As long as he had his eyes on someone, no one could escape. Lu Fati quickly followed in, with Fong Yu trailing behind him. Li Zixuan looked at Ding Ran, then at Fong Yu and Lu Fati behind her. You two get lost. Let me talk to this beauty properly, Li Zixuan said coldly. Lu Fati, knowing Fong Yu wouldn't have any issues, grew bolder and retorted. Who do you think you are? Counselor Ding already said she doesn't want to drink with you. Don't you understand how to respect others? Before Lu Fati could finish speaking, a burly man behind Li Zixuan walked toward him. Don't move. Give me a bottle of wine, Li Zixuan ordered the burly man. The burly man immediately turned and brought over half a bottle of whiskey from the table, placing it in Li Zixuan's hand. That student is doomed. How dare he confront Li Zixuan? Isn't that seeking death? The surrounding guests all looked at him with pity. Why aren't you talking? Keep going. Weren't you just speaking loudly? Li Zixuan smiled coldly, gripping a bottle of wine in his hand. I, Lu Fati, am already a bit sober. Beads of cold sweat forming on my forehead. Stop it, Ding Ran shouted with a pale face. Oh, beautiful lady, do you have something to say? Li Zixuan asked with a smile. Yes, just a student. You can't, Ding Ran said urgently. What I hate the most is brainless people like this. Before Ding Ran could finish her sentence, Li Zixuan raised the wine bottle and swung it violently at Lu Fati. Ding Ran's face changed dramatically, and she screamed. But the next second, there was no sound of glass shattering. Unbeknownst to them, Fong Yu had already stood up and grabbed Li Zixuan's wrist holding the bottle. Li Zixuan gritted his teeth, using all his strength to try to smash the bottle down, but he couldn't move at all. Fong Yu's grip was like a vice, tightly holding onto Li Zixuan's hand. Kid, I'll count to 3, and you immediately let go, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Li Zixuan glared at Fong Yu angrily. No need for 3 counts, I'll let go right now, Fong Yu said as he released his grip. But suddenly, Li Zixuan felt a sharp pain in his wrist and could no longer hold the bottle. Crash! The bottle fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. What is going on? What happened? Lu Fati had just sent a text to his cousin before rushing in. And now his cousin, Luo Yang, hurried over. Upon seeing Li Zixuan, his face instantly turned pale. Xian Xiao. Luo Yang respectfully bowed to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan looked terrible, holding his right wrist. Luo Yang raised his head, saw Lu Fati and Fong Yu, and his face turned ashen. How could these 2 damned people provoke Li Zixuan? Cousin, it was them. Lu Fati was about to speak. Shut up. Luo Yang immediately interrupted Lu Fati. Cousin? This fat idiot is your cousin? Li Zixuan narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Luo Yang. Luo Yang was sweating profusely, saying, Xin Xiao, although he is my cousin, if he did anything to make you unhappy, please feel free to discipline him. I will never be biased. You too, hurry up and apologize to Xin Xiao. Luo Yang yelled at Lu Fati again. Apologize? Do you think just apologizing is enough? Li Zixuan said coldly. Xin Xiao, what else does he need to do? Luo Yang asked, bowing. I want to teach them a lesson so they remember it. Li Zixuan said with a fierce look in his eyes. Okay, okay. You can do whatever you want, Xian Xiao, Luo Yang said. Then, Luo Yang pulled Lu Fadi over and said, Lu Dong, come here quickly. Lu Fadi never expected that his cousin, rather than defending him, would stand with Li Zixuan and teach him a lesson. Lu Fadi, turned pale, wanting to speak. Stop talking. Just let Xian Xiao vent his anger. Luo Yang shouted. Luo Yang was also a regular at this bar, knowing Li Zixuan's background. Li Zixuan was a formidable figure, not someone he could afford to offend. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Zixuan picked up another bottle of wine. Lu Fadi stood frozen in place, trembling all over. Fadi, don't be afraid. I'll punish this kid first, Li Zixuan said with a cruel smile, raising the bottle and suddenly smashing it down towards Fang Yue's head. Crash! Fang Yu punched the bottle, shattering it. The red wine inside splattered everywhere, hitting Li Zixuan's face. The crowd gasped in shock. Damn, he actually dared to do that? Is he tired of living? Li Zixuan touched the wine on his face. His eyes icy cold. Grab him. With a command, several burly men behind Li Zixuan rushed forward aggressively, attacking Fang Yu. Fang Yu remained indifferent, standing still and throwing several punches. Bang, 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 one by one. The muscular men were knocked back, crashing to the ground in various places in the bar, screaming in pain. Seeing this, the surrounding guests were dumbfounded. How could this young man, dressed so casually, be so strong? He took down Li Zixuan's men in just a few moves. In front of Fang Yu, only Li Zixuan remained. Li Zixuan's face darkened. He didn't expect Fang Yu to be so skilled. However, he was not afraid. He was the son of Li Jingrong. Who in Zhanghai City would dare to touch him? You will definitely regret everything you're doing now. Li Zixuan looked at Fang Yu, pulling out his phone to make a call. Fang Yu stepped forward and took his phone. Do you think this is a movie? I'll give you a chance to call for backup. Fang Yu smiled slightly, squeezing the phone until it shattered. Li Zixuan's face turned ugly as he looked at Fang Yu, feeling a bit fearful. Do you know who I am? I'm the son of Li Jingrong, smack. Before Li Zixuan could finish, he was slapped by Fang Yu, flying backward, landing on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, and he fainted. Seeing this scene, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Li Zixuan, the most favored son of Li Jingrong, was actually knocked unconscious by someone. This was something no one dared to do in all of Zhanghai City. What is going on? At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed man squeezed through the crowd, loudly asking. Xiao Qiu is here. This bar is his, and Xian Xiao is his good friend. He definitely won't let that person go. A guest recognized the man and said. Qiuzhua immediately saw Li Zixuan lying on the ground, his face changing dramatically. What happened? Who did this to Xian Xiao? Luo Yang, pale and trembling, stepped forward and said, It was that person who attacked young Master Li. Luo Yang pointed at Fang Yu. Qiuzhua looked over, about to curse. But when he saw Fang Yu's face, he shuddered. It's him? It's actually him. That day at the Shenlong Club, Fang Yu dealt with Yang Su. Qiuzhua, who witnessed this, had nightmares for several nights after returning home. Too cruel, too terrifying. Moreover, after beating Yang Su to such a state, Fang Yu was completely unscathed and could still come to the bar for a drink. This meant that Fang Yu not only had extraordinary skills, but also an extraordinary background. He was definitely not someone Qiuzhua could provoke. Boss Qiu, you should quickly call the security, Luo Yang said from the side. Shut up. Qiuzhua directly shouted at Luo Yang. You shut up. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Qiuzhua's face was ashen as he spoke. Chapter 52. You're drunk at this moment. The bar's security had arrived, waiting for Qiuzhua's orders. But Qiuzhua was in a dilemma, not knowing what to do. Neither side was someone he could afford to offend. Fang Yu glanced at Qiuzhua, then turned to Lu Fadi and said, Let us go. Lu Fadi looked at the chaos around him, filled with fear. After breaking so many things and injuring so many people, could they leave so easily? Seeing Lu Fadi still in a daze, Fang Yu pulled him away. Ding Ran's beautiful eyes were fixed on Fang Yu, filled with intrigue. Until Fang Yu walked far away, she snapped back to reality and hurried to catch up. Luo Yang looked at Qiuzhua in confusion. Are you just letting Fang Yu go? After Li Zixuan wakes up, he will definitely cause trouble. Qiuzhua understood, but he just didn't dare. How could he dare to stop this demon, Fang Yu? What if Fang Yu turned around and gave him a couple of slaps? He couldn't bear it. Let him go. Qiuzhua took a deep breath and said. Luo Yang didn't say anything more, just watching Fang Yu's departing figure. His eyes filled with shock. He knew that Xiaozuo was usually a domineering person, yet now he was so frightened. What kind of identity does this classmate Lu Dongbrat have? When Lu Dong introduced him earlier, he hadn't even looked at that person directly. What kind of supernatural ability does he have that even the boss Xiaozuo is so afraid of him? The onlookers were shocked and discussing among themselves. This student knocked Xian Xiao out, and Xiaozuo actually let him go just like that? I see that Xiaozuo seems to be quite wary of him. How could that be? He's just a student. If he lets him go like this, how will Xiaozuo explain it if Li Zhengrong comes looking for him? Xiaozuo was in a panic, thought for a moment, and said to Luo Yang, "We're closing for business today. I need to inform Boss Li and have him send someone over." Fang Yu and Lu Pengzi walked out of the bar, with Ding Ran following them. Women are indeed the most troublesome beings in the world. This is a conclusion Fang Yu reached after nearly 5,000 years, and it holds true across all eras. "Fang Yu, where are we going?" Lu Pengzi still hadn't recovered from what had just happened. "Home," Fang Yu replied, hailing a taxi by the roadside. "I'll go with you." Ding Ran stepped forward and said. Seeing Ding Ran catch up, Fang Yu frowned slightly. He didn't want to deal with her. "I'm your counselor, and you're just going to leave me here? What if those people in the bar come out and take me back?" Ding Ran said when she saw Fang Yu's reluctance. "You pay for the taxi," Fang Yu said as he got into the car. Lu Pengzi sat in the passenger seat, while Fang Yu and Ding Ran sat in the back. Ding Ran emitted a faint fragrance. She looked at Fang Yu curiously. "Fang Yu, after seeing your performance tonight, I can't shake the feeling that it wasn't a dream. You really seemed to block that truck with your hand," Ding Ran said softly, narrowing her eyes slightly. Fang Yu looked out the window and said, "If you want to imagine things, go ahead." "I'm not imagining it," Ding Ran replied, sounding a bit dazed and childlike. "When you were beating up those big guys earlier, it really looked like a scene from a movie," Ding Ran said quietly, as if still savoring the moment. Fang Yu frowned even more. Ding Ran giggled and said, "Thank you, little friend." Fang Yu didn't say anything more. By the time Fang Yu returned to Lijiang Community, it was already 10 o'clock at night. He opened the door to find the place very quiet. It seemed that Wang Yin and Yu Yiya had already gone to bed. Fang Yu went back to his room and took out the essence devouring technique he obtained from the evil old man, placing it on the table. He had skimmed through the book before and found its content very interesting. The essence of the essence devouring technique lies in using silver needles to insert into the chi points, such as the chi chong point and the chi hai point. This way, all the chi valves in the human body can be opened, allowing the essence to be drawn out, which can then be utilized through mental techniques. Fang Yu found it interesting to consider whether this method, if modified, could allow him to absorb the spiritual energy from someone else's dantian. If successful, Fang Yu would no longer have to search the world for monster inner pills. However, to realize this idea, he must thoroughly study the mental techniques for absorbing essence. Fang Yu took out paper and pen and began calculating and modifying the mental techniques on the paper. The night quickly passed. The next morning, the first class was English. Ding Ran walked into the classroom wearing a teacher's uniform and a pair of frameless glasses, smiling. Her demeanor had reverted back to being gentle and quiet. Last night, her seemed like a different person from the present. Upon seeing Fang Yu, a hint of panic flashed in Ding Ran's beautiful eyes, and her face turned slightly red. Remembering that she had been seen drinking last night, she felt a little uncomfortable. She had really gotten drunk last night. Fang Yu only glanced at Ding Ran before laying his head on the desk to sleep. After studying all night about the mental techniques for absorbing spiritual energy, he was indeed very tired. During the lunch break, Fang Yu received a call from Ji Rubai. "Mr. Fang, I've received news that Yang Jian has come out of seclusion. I've heard he has broken through to the martial arts master realm. He will soon return to Jianghai City. When he does, he will definitely come looking for you, Mr. Fang. If you agree, I can immediately help you buy a ticket to Europa," Ji Rubai said anxiously. "Are you suggesting that I run away?" Fang Yu said. "Mr. Fang, that's not what I mean. It's just that Yang Jian has broken through to the master realm. If you confront him directly, it could be dangerous," Ji Rubai said with concern. "No worries, he's just a martial arts master. There's no need to panic," Fang Yu replied. However, Ji Rubai still wanted to say something, but ultimately didn't say it. She knew that a young powerhouse like Fang Yu would have his ambitions soaring higher than the heavens. Forcing Fang Yu to flee without a fight would not only be unacceptable to him, but he might also see it as an insult. So it was better not to mention it. Just after hanging up with Ji Rubai, Fang Yu received a call from Tang Mingda. The content of the call was similar to Ji Rubai's, advising Fang Yu to avoid confrontation. But Fang Yu also refused. After hanging up, Fang Yu stood by the classroom window, looking down at the bustling students at the school gate, squinting slightly. Yang Jian, a martial arts master? The so-called martial arts master is actually a foundation establishment cultivator. There is only one realm difference between foundation establishment and qi refining, but the difference in strength is enormous. Generally speaking, a foundation establishment cultivator can take on 20 qi refining cultivators at the 12th level without exaggeration. Qi refining cultivators cannot project their true energy, while foundation establishment cultivators can already use true energy to split rocks. Of course, Fang Yu is different from ordinary cultivators. Since he broke through to the 13th level of qi refining, he has embarked on a path that no one has ever taken before. He doesn't know what lies ahead. He can only keep moving forward. In any case, his goal is foundation establishment, which is the only motivation for him to keep living. While Fang Yu was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a girl standing on the road opposite the school gate. It was Zhao Shuanger, who had been absent for several days. Although the distance was far, with Fang Yu's eyesight, he could still see the expression on Zhao Shuanger's face. It was one of unwillingness and complaint. What is she doing there? Fang Yu wondered. Sure enough, he saw Tang Xiaoyu. Tang Xiaoyu walked out of the school gate and headed straight for Zhao Shuanger. Upon seeing her, Zhao Shuanger's previous expression instantly disappeared, replaced by a smile. The two walked together down a nearby path, chatting and laughing. Tang Xiaoyu, you really are as silly as ever. Fang Yu squinted and turned to leave the classroom. Chapter 53. Zhao Shuanger who went astray. Tang Xiaoyu and Zhao Shuanger walked along the road, chatting and laughing. They had reconciled the night before. Last night, Zhao Shuanger called Tang Xiaoyu, crying and expressing that she had misjudged people in the past. She apologized to Tang Xiaoyu and asked for forgiveness. After all, they had been friends for over 2 years in high school, so Tang Xiaoyu's heart softened, and she accepted Zhao Shuanger's apology. The two were back on good terms. This morning, Zhao Shuanger sent a text to Tang Xiaoyu, inviting her to go shopping and eat at noon, just like before. Of course, Tang Xiaoyu wouldn't refuse. So the two walked together. Shuanger, you've taken several days off. When are you coming back to class? The college entrance exam is coming up soon. And if you keep taking time off, it will be hard to keep up with the pace, Tang Xiaoyu said with concern, looking at Zhao Shuanger. Zhao Shuanger smiled and replied, I'll be back to class tomorrow. Taking a few days off is just to relax and reduce some stress. That's great. Tang Xiaoyu smiled. The two continued chatting and walking until they unknowingly reached an old pedestrian bridge, under which flowed the famous Lijiang River in Zhanghai City. This pedestrian bridge was built at the narrowest corner of the Lijiang River, where the current was swift. The bridge was about 15 meters high above the river, providing a good view of the scenery. Many tourists visiting Zhanghai City choose to take photos on this pedestrian bridge. However, this pedestrian bridge has been around for nearly 100 years, making it quite old and with a low safety factor. The handrail on the bridge is very low, only reaching waist height. Therefore, there is a yellow warning sign on the railing. Please do not lean on the handrail. Zhao Shuanger and Tang Xiaoyu walked to the middle of the pedestrian bridge and stopped. Today is Wednesday, and there are not many pedestrians on the bridge. It is very quiet around. Only the sound of the flowing river can be heard. I remember when we first met in our first year of high school. We often came here to enjoy the scenery, Zhao Shuanger said with a smile to Tang Xiaoyu. Yeah, time flies so fast. 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye, Tang Xiaoyu replied, her beautiful eyes filled with nostalgia. After we graduate, there will be fewer and fewer opportunities for us to come here together to enjoy the scenery, Zhao Shuanger said. That won't happen. Even after graduation, we'll still be good friends and can meet anytime, Tang Xiaoyu said gently, looking at Zhao Shuang. Zhao Shuanger's gaze flickered, showing a moment of wavering, but soon became resolute. At this moment, there were no pedestrians on the bridge. This was a perfect opportunity. Xiaoyu, look under the bridge. It seems like there are a lot of fish popping their heads up, Zhao Shuang said. Really? Tang Xiaoyu took a step forward, leaning on the handrail to look down at the river below. Suddenly, she felt unsteady. Her body quickly lost balance, and she fell directly into the rushing river. Honestly, you really exceeded my expectations, a voice suddenly came from behind Zhao Shuanger. Zhao Shuanger's expression changed slightly as she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye. Fang Yu? How did he end up here? Upon seeing Fang Yu, Zhao Shuanger immediately recalled Yang Su's fate, and fear crept into her heart. Tang Xiaoyu can still be saved. But you, there is no hope for you, Fang Yu said, and then jumped from the bridge into the river. A few seconds later, he emerged from the river, placing Tang Xiaoyu on the ground by the shore. Tang Xiaoyu was not seriously hurt, She had just swallowed some river water. Fang Yu could have stopped it earlier, but he didn't. Because Tang Xiaoro was indeed too foolish and needed to learn a lesson. Without this lesson, she would still easily trust Zhao Shuang'er next time. Tang Xiaoro was soaked, her face pale, and her body trembled. Compared to the physical impact, the psychological blow was even greater. Zhao Shuang'er actually pushed her. This friend, whom she had known for more than 2 years, treated her this way. Remembering the phone call from Zhao Shuang'er last night, and what she said on the bridge, Tang Xiaoro felt a chill run down her spine. I suggest we leave this to Tang Si, Fang Yu said. Is she still on the bridge? I want to see her, Tang Xiaoro said softly. She should be unable to move for now, Fang Yu replied. A few minutes later, Fang Yu and Tang Xiaoro returned to the pedestrian bridge. Zhao Shuang'er was still in place, tears welling in her eyes, her hands trembling, regret visible in her eyes but quickly masked. Tang Xiaoro, you destroyed my dreams first. You hurt me first. Seeing Tang Xiaoro return unharmed, her eyes were filled with shock. But then she fell silent. Zhao Shuang'er, I came back just to ask one thing. Why do you hate me so much? Tang Xiaoro's gaze towards Zhao Shuang'er became cold. Ha ha ha, why do I hate you? Don't you understand? For more than 2 years of being good friends with you, I have always been the green leaf beside you, making you, the flower, look even more beautiful. Even Yang Su approached me because of you. I thought he really wanted to be my friend, and that time was the happiest time for me. If only it could continue like this, but it's all because of you. I have completely become a joke. You destroyed my dreams. You ruined everything. Every time I see the smile on your face, I can't help but want to tear it apart. Do you know that? Zhao Shuang'er yelled hysterically, her eyes bloodshot. Although she had mentally prepared herself, hearing Zhao Shuang'er say this still made Tang Xiaoro feel incredibly hurt, leaving her powerless and speechless. Why is this happening? She genuinely considered Zhao Shuang'er her best friend, but Zhao Shuang'er viewed her as an enemy. She thought Zhao Shuang'er sincerely wanted to reconcile. But the truth was that Zhao Shuang'er wanted to treat her this way. Chapter 54, The First Experiment. Fang Yu notified Tang Si to handle the scene. Since it concerned Tang Xiaoro's personal safety, Tang Si naturally did not take it lightly and arrived immediately. Tang Si took Zhao Shuang'er away. And Tang Xiaoro did not say a word. She no longer had the strength to speak. She was exhausted and wanted to rest. So, she took a leave of absence and went home. In the afternoon, Fang Yu lay on the desk with his eyes closed, resting. However, even with his eyes closed, his mind continued to perform calculations on the techniques of the essence devouring method. Last night's research showed him possibilities. As long as he was given a little more time, he could successfully improve the essence devouring method, turning it into a cultivation technique that absorbed spiritual energy instead of essence. In the hospital's ward in the city center, Li Zixuan lay on the hospital bed, his left cheek wrapped in thick gauze. A middle-aged man with a commanding presence stood beside the bed, his fists clenched and his face ashen. He was Li Jingrong, a big shot in Jianghai City, who could make both the underworld and legitimate circles tremble with a stomp of his foot. Li Jingrong had been in Nandu discussing business with clients when he heard that Li Zixuan had been bullied, and he rushed back overnight. Seeing Li Zixuan's miserable state, Li Jingrong felt his blood boil and his head spin. Li Zixuan was his only son. Although he was usually strict with him, it was only verbal, and he had never hit or scolded him. But now, Li Zixuan had actually been knocked unconscious by someone with a single slap. This was not just a slap in Li Zixuan's face, but also a slap in Li Jingrong's face. Li Zixuan had already woken up, and, seeing Li Jingrong beside him, said resentfully, "Dad, you must avenge me. Make that bastard kneel before me and apologize with a dozen loud bows. The harm he caused me, I want to return it tenfold." Li Jingrong's eyes were fierce as he said, "Don't worry, Zixuan, I've already sent someone to find him. Jianghai City may be big, but there's no one Li Jingrong, can't find. Even if he hides in a rat hole underground, I'll dig him out." In the afternoon after school, Fang Yu walked home as usual. However, today he walked slowly, because he felt something was off. He had already walked onto a quiet path with no pedestrians. A gentle breeze blew, and the leaves of the small trees on both sides rustled. At that moment, a delivery man in uniform rode an electric bicycle around the corner. His speed was neither fast nor slow, and he was about to pass by Fang Yu. In that instant, Fang Yu made his move. He lifted his foot and kicked the moving electric bicycle. Crack! The rear wheel of the electric bicycle was kicked off by Fang Yu. Although the delivery man on the electric bicycle looked shocked, he reacted quickly, pushing off with his feet to leave the bicycle. In midair, the delivery man reached into his upper jacket pocket and pulled out a uniquely shaped small pistol. Fang Yu did not hesitate and punched the delivery man. The delivery man's face changed drastically, but before Fang Yu's punch hit him, he managed to pull the trigger, firing a black bullet. Bang! Fang Yu's punch struck the delivery man's chest, sending him flying. But the bullet had already been fired, heading straight for Fang Yu's forehead. In a flash, Fang Yu raised his hand and slapped the bullet. Bang! With a muffled sound, the bullet exploded in midair, releasing a cloud of black mist. Poison gas bomb. Fang Yu frowned slightly, gathering his true energy and then releasing it throughout his body. Boom! A faint red true energy erupted from Fang Yu, directly dispersing the thick black mist. The black mist touched the leaves of a small tree nearby, instantly turning them withered and yellow. Fang Yu slowly walked towards the assassin lying a dozen meters away, dressed in a delivery uniform. I have to say, you guys have quite a variety of methods for killing. Fang Yu smiled and said, in order to kill him, the Violet Organization first used long-range assassination weapons, then bombs, followed by poison needles, and now even gas bombs have arrived. After this failure, you won't resort to using rocket launchers next time, will you? Fang Yu said. The assassin in the delivery uniform clutched his chest, looking at Fang Yu with eyes full of fear. This person is simply a monster. The poison gas bullet he just used is one of the top killing weapons within the Violet Organization. Although it's small, the amount of poison gas contained inside is not low. According to the original plan, he just needed to get close to Fang Yu and fire the poison gas bullet, and the plan would be a success. As long as Fang Yu inhaled a little bit of the poison gas, he would die instantly. But unexpectedly, the first half of the plan succeeded, while the second half exceeded expectations. Fang Yu not only easily dispersed the poison gas, but also remained unscathed. This has far exceeded expectations. The Violet Organization's assessment of Fang Yu's strength had a serious miscalculation. If this continues, their losses will only become more severe. The assassin looked at Fang Yu, his eyes filled with horror. He wanted to send a message back to headquarters, but he knew he probably wouldn't have the chance. Fang Yu looked at the assassin and asked, I guess you don't know the exact location of the Violet Organization's headquarters either. The assassin's expression changed slightly, and he remained silent. This assassin was not an ordinary person. He had a cultivation level of the 5th layer of Qi refining. Fang Yu stepped forward and placed his right hand on the assassin's head, just right to test the improved technique of devouring essence. Fang Yu smiled, silently reciting the mental method he improved last night. A faint red glow emanated from his right hand. The assassin's face changed drastically, feeling an intense heat in his dantian. His entire body's true Qi was uncontrollably being forcefully absorbed back into the dantian. The dantian slowly expanded. Boom! The dantian reached its limit and exploded. The assassin spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes bulging. Fang Yu withdrew his right hand, and the assassin fell to the ground, lifeless. Although the experiment failed, Fang Yu's eyes were filled with excitement, because the previous steps were basically successful. By gathering all the true Qi within someone's body back into their dantian and transforming it into spiritual energy, Fang Yu made a mistake in the last step by failing to absorb the spiritual energy from the assassin's dantian. In this step, the timing of the absorption must be just right. Otherwise, the spiritual energy in the dantian will cause a backflow, leading to an explosion of the dantian and nullifying all previous efforts. But this can be mastered with a few more experiments. After dealing with the assassin's body, Fang Yu returned home contentedly. Upon returning to the Lijiang community, as soon as he opened the door, he saw Wang Yin mopping the floor. Xiaoyu, you're back. Wang Yin smiled upon seeing Fang Yu. Yu Ye should have gone to participate in the rehearsal and hasn't he returned yet? Fang Yu sat on the sofa, munching on sunflower seeds, and asked, Aunt Wang, have you found a job? Aunt Wang paused in her mopping and replied, Not yet. Is the economic situation really that bad? Is it so hard to find a job? Fang Yu wondered. I don't have an education, nor any specialized skills, and I'm older. So many companies don't want employees like me, Wang Yin said with a bitter smile. Aunt Wang, you cook so well. It shouldn't be hard to find a restaurant job, right? Fang Yu said. Hearing this, Wang Yin lowered her head and whispered, I don't have a chef's skill certificate, so it's also hard to find a restaurant job. Fang Yu frowned slightly and said, Aunt Wang, if you need it, I can have my friend help you find a job. Wang Yin quickly waved her hand and said, Xiaoyu, how can I keep bothering you and your friend? He has already done so much for me and Yeye by providing us with free accommodation. I'm very grateful to him. Fang Yu knew Wang Yin's character and didn't say anything further. By the way, Xiao Yu, today is Ye's birthday. Let us go out to eat later. Wang Yin said. Sure. Fang Yu immediately agreed. At 6:30 in the afternoon, Ye returned home on time. Hearing that Wang Yin wanted to take her out to celebrate her birthday, Ye jumped up with joy. Half an hour later, the mother and daughter finally finished dressing and were ready to go out. Where to eat? Fang Yu asked. Let us go to Andy Western Restaurant, Wang Yin replied. This was a high-end Western restaurant she had chosen long ago, with many branches in Zhanghai City. The consumption at this restaurant was high, with an average of at least 1,000 yuan per person. If it were just to celebrate Yu Ye's birthday, Wang Yin would never choose this restaurant. But the significance of this meal was also to thank Fang Yu, so she couldn't be stingy. Even if she was poor, she wanted to treat Fang Yu to a meal. This was the only way she could express her gratitude at the moment. Chapter 55 Birthday Dinner. Fang Yu understood Wang Yin's thoughts, so he did not refuse. The three of them took a taxi to Andy Western Restaurant. Andy Western Restaurant is a high-end restaurant rated with 3 Michelin stars, and dining here requires a reservation in advance. Wang Yin had made a reservation long ago. Led by the waiter, the three of them walked into the restaurant and sat down at a table by the window. The waiter handed each of them a menu. There weren't many dishes on the menu, but the prices were quite high. A 400-gram sirloin steak costs 800 yuan. A cup of fruit ice cream surprisingly costs 180 yuan. But Wang Yin was already mentally prepared and smiled at Fang Yu, saying, Xiao Yu, order whatever you want. Fang Yu glanced at the menu and ordered a main set meal. Yeah, you order too, Wang Yin said, looking at the hesitant Yu Ye. Yu Ye looked at the prices of the dishes on the menu, and even the cheapest ones cost several hundred yuan. She felt troubled for a moment, not knowing what to order. Although Wang Yin rarely mentioned it, she knew their family's financial situation was not good. She vividly remembered how Wang Yin had looked in despair when Yu Qingye came to rob them last time. Therefore, Yu Ye was very frugal in her daily life. When Wang Yin gave her pocket money, she could make it last a long time. While the girls in her class were discussing cosmetics and clothes, Yu Ye was buried in her books. She knew her family was different from others. She couldn't compare herself to others, as it would make her mother very sad. Yu Ye looked for a long time, then turned to Wang Yin and said, Mom, actually I'm not very hungry. Can I just have a small cake? The cheapest dishes on the menu were desserts, and the most expensive wouldn't exceed 300 yuan. The strawberry mousse cake that Yu Ye wanted only cost 150 yuan for a piece. Dear guests, I would like to point out that our restaurant requires each guest to order at least one main course. The waiter cleared his throat and said. His tone was somewhat impatient, and his eyes were disdainful. If you don't have money, what are you doing here? Who doesn't know that any Western restaurant's dishes are notoriously expensive? Fang Yu glanced at the waiter and said, If you're busy, you can go serve another table first. The waiter forced a smile and said, Esteemed guest. Our restaurant has a rule that one waiter serves one table of guests until the guests settle the bill and leave. So you're not busy then? Fang Yu asked. Yes, the waiter replied. Then why do you seem so impatient? Fang Yu asked again. I'm not impatient. I just noticed that it seems like you are all first-time diners at our Andy Western Restaurant, and I'm afraid you don't understand the rules. So I wanted to remind you. Facing Fang Yu's questioning, the waiter's smile became a bit stiff, and he said, Oh, I see. If you're not impatient, then I'm relieved. Fang Yu smiled and said, We have a bad habit when it comes to ordering food. It takes us a long time, at least 10 minutes, and at most half an hour. The waiter stopped talking and could only maintain a smile. In any case, he could not lose his temper, or he would lose a month's salary and bonus. Wang Yin noticed that there seemed to be some unpleasantness between Fang Yu and the waiter and quickly said, Xiao Yu, it's okay. We just took too long looking at the menu. Yeah, hurry up and order a main course so we don't keep them waiting. At that moment, a man and a woman walked into the restaurant. The man looked to be around 40, wearing a gold chain around his neck and sporting a beer belly. The woman looked younger, heavily made up, dressed in a sexy short skirt, and exuding a strong scent of perfume. As soon as he walked through the restaurant door, the man spotted Wang Yin sitting by the window. Is that her? She actually has money to eat here? A smirk of mockery appeared on his face as he linked arms with the woman and walked over. Chef Wang, what a coincidence to see you here. We must be fated, the man said with a smile as he approached Wang Yan's table. Upon seeing this man, Wang Yan's expression immediately darkened. This was the owner of the restaurant where she used to work, Liang Jinfu. Liang Jinfu was a nouveau riche. He was poor when he was young. But in his 30s, he won a large sum in the lottery and then began investing in businesses, with that restaurant being one of his investments. Liang Jinfu first saw Wang Yin during a meeting at the restaurant, and since then, he had tried every means to get her contact information, always sending her suggestive texts. Wang Yin completely ignored him, so he would come directly to the restaurant to look for her. Wang Yin was very angry about Liang Jinfu's harassment, but felt helpless. She did not dare to offend him. Later, Yu Qingye found out where she worked and caused a scene at the restaurant several times. Liang Jinfu had investigated Wang Yin's background and knew she was raising a child alone and living a hard life. So, he used Yu Qingye's disturbances as an excuse to threaten Wang Yin with dismissal unless she agreed to be with him. Wang Yin naturally rejected this demand, and as a result, she was fired. Today was the first time she had seen Liang Jinfu since being fired. Boss Liang, Wang Yin still greeted him. Wang Yin, have you recently found a rich man? You actually have money to eat at this restaurant? I'm really impressed, Liang Jinfu said, widening his eyes and exaggerating his expression. His words were malicious, and Wang Yin's face changed upon hearing them. Boss Liang, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? Liang Jinfu said with a sinister smile. How could you not understand my meaning? Wang Yin's face looked grim as she said, Boss Liang, I don't understand why you are maliciously slandering me. Please leave and don't disturb our meal. Since becoming wealthy, Liang Jinfu's temper had become very bad. Especially when dealing with women like Wang Yin who were poor and powerless, he was even more reckless. Remembering how he had pursued her multiple times without any response, he felt a wave of humiliation and anger. What are you acting all high and mighty for? If you want tea, let me enjoy myself. I want tea, let you be happy either. Wang Yin, what are you being so arrogant about? I'm just joking with you, and you're giving me that face? Who do you think you are? Liang Jinfu glared at Wang Yin. Wang Yin's face turned pale, and her breathing became heavier. She was angry but dared not do anything. Mom, don't get angry. Just ignore him. Yu gently pulled Wang Yin's hand and said cautiously, Oh, this must be your daughter, right? She's really pretty, but I wonder if she will grow up to be like you, a widow no one wants, Liang Jinfu said, wrapping his arm around the woman beside him and grinning. Hearing such venomous words, Wang Yin could no longer hold back, her face pale as she glared at Liang Jinfu. What? You want to hit me? Liang Jinfu looked at Wang Yin disdainfully, speaking without restraint. Wang Yin turned to the waiter watching the scene and said, Shouldn't your restaurant remove such low-quality people? The waiter, hiding a smirk in his eyes, shook his head and said, I'm sorry. Our restaurant doesn't have that rule. Oh, still hoping for help? Let me tell you, I've drunk with the owner of this restaurant. Do you think the restaurant would offend a valuable guest like me for a woman like you? Liang Jinfu laughed mockingly. After saying that, he turned to the waiter and said, Hey, let me tell you something. This woman is very poor. She might not be able to pay the bill later. I suggest you don't do business with her. Liang Jinfu looked like a wealthy man, and the waiter was convinced by what he said. The waiter smiled slightly and said, Dear sir, I will look into this matter, and if it's true, I will ask them to leave. After that, the waiter walked up to Wang Yin and said, Dear lady, please show me your bank card so I can verify. Faced with this humiliation, Wang Yin's face turned pale, and her eyes turned red. She came here just to have a meal and hadn't offended anyone. The waiter had a blank expression as he extended his hand, looking at Wang Yin. Many guests around had noticed the situation at Wang Yin's table and all looked over. Although Wang Yin felt incredibly humiliated, she had no choice but to take out her wallet. Just then, Fang Yu stood up and walked over to the waiter with a smile, asking, I'd like to know, does your restaurant have a rule that allows people to eat for free after hitting someone? Chapter 56. There's no such rule. Hearing Fang Yu's words, the waiter's expression changed slightly as he looked at Fang Yu. But before he could respond, Liang Jinfu walked over, sizing Fang Yu up from head to toe with a mocking look, and said, You can't be Wang Yin's illegitimate child, can you? You've grown up so much. Fang Yu curled the corner of his mouth slightly, but didn't speak. Liang Jinfu snickered and said, Today's students really have no brains. Hit someone. Do you dare to hit someone here? Do you think you're in a movie? If you hit someone, can you afford the medical bills? If you break something here, do you have the money to pay for it? As he spoke, Liang Jinfu glanced at Wang Yin, whose face looked bad, and mockingly said, Oh, I forgot. Wang Yin can still sell herself to make money. Slap. Fang Yu took a step forward and slapped Liang Jinfu across the left side of his face. Liang Jinfu screamed in agony, and the woman beside him fell to the ground. He covered his face, blood streaming from his nose, staring at Fang Yu with a shocked and furious expression. You dare to lay hands on me? Liang Jinfu shouted angrily. Fang Yu crouched down and slapped Liang Jinfu on the right side of his face. This time, Liang Jinfu tried to dodge, but Fang Yu's speed was too fast for him to react. Slap. Another loud slap echoed. A pig-like scream escaped Liang Jinfu's mouth as he covered his face, rolling on the ground in pain. His female companion was so frightened that she ran to the side, screaming, "Someone's hitting people. Call security." The waiter, coming back to his senses, initially wanted to step in and stop Fang Yu, but upon seeing Liang Jinfu's miserable state, he was so scared that he didn't dare to approach. At this moment, the surrounding guests were drawn to the commotion. Someone actually dared to cause trouble in the NDC restaurant? They must not want to survive in Shanghai City. The owner of NDC restaurant was a big shot, well connected in the upper circles of Shanghai City, able to socialize with the children of top wealthy families. If this matter alarmed that owner, it would be a big problem. No matter who started it, they would have to take responsibility. Wang Yin and Yu Yeye were also startled by Fang Yu's sudden action, especially when they saw Liang Jinfu's state. Wang Yan's face turned pale, and her heart sank like a heavy stone. The consequences of Fang Yu hitting Liang Jinfu in public were unimaginable. Not only would Liang Jinfu come looking for trouble with Fang Yu, but even the NDC restaurant would hold Fang Yu accountable. After all, this is a place for dining. Fang Yu's actions against Liang Jinfu would affect other guests. However, Fang Yu couldn't be blamed. He acted to stand up for her. What to do? What should she do? The more Wang Yin thought about it, the more anxious she became. At that moment, Fang Yu, who had been squatting on the ground, stood up and looked at the waiter with a smile, saying, "You still haven't answered the question I asked you earlier." Feeling the coldness in Fang Yu's smile, the waiter felt his legs go weak and replied, "What question? Do you have a rule here that allows for a free meal after hitting someone?" Fang Yu picked up a cup of water from the table, took a sip, and asked, "And no, we don't." The waiter, unsure of what Fang Yu's question meant, replied, "Oh, so there's no such rule? Then he was just beaten for nothing," Fang Yu said, returning to his seat as if nothing had happened. Liang Jinfu was still lying on the ground, groaning in pain. His cheeks were swollen, making him look like a pig's head. Seeing that Fang Yu had no intention of attacking him further, the waiter quickly turned to leave. He needed to hurry and call the head of security to deal with this arrogant kid. But just as the waiter took a few steps, a deep, authoritative voice rang out. What happened? A middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses walked down from the second floor of the restaurant. Many guests recognized him as Chen Jinyu, the owner of the NDC restaurant, who had appeared on many food shows. Chen Jinyu happened to be inspecting the restaurant today and was also holding a meeting. As he came downstairs after the meeting, he noticed the commotion in the restaurant, and his face darkened. The NDC restaurant is known for its high-end, quiet, and comfortable dining environment, with many strict requirements for diners, including prohibiting loud noise, smoking, and bringing pets inside. For those who violate the rules, the NDC restaurant takes decisive action. They are asked to leave. Of course, customers who dine at the NDC restaurant are generally of a high social status, and violations are rare. But today, while Chen Jinyu was inspecting the restaurant, a commotion broke out right under his nose. This was absolutely intolerable. Seeing Chen Jinyu appear, the guests looked at Fang Yu differently, with pity and mockery. They all knew that with Chen Jinyu's arrival, Fang Yu, who had acted violently, was in serious trouble. No matter what reason Fang Yu had, as long as he had acted in the restaurant, he was damaging the NDC restaurant's reputation, and Chen Jinyu would not let him off easily. Chen Jinyu walked directly to Fang Yu's table, asking in a low voice as he approached, "Can someone tell me what happened?" The waiter, seeing Chen Jinyu, was delighted and hurried forward, saying, "Chairman Chen, I am the waiter serving that table. That man attacked this gentleman and hit him hard. Just look at this gentleman." Chen Jinyu followed the waiter's pointing finger and saw Liang Jinfu's miserable state on the ground, his expression changing slightly. "He hit him that hard? What happened?" Chen Jinyu walked over to Liang Jinfu, his face darkening. The lady at that table knows that gentleman, and they chatted for a bit. That guy in the school uniform probably got jealous or something and suddenly attacked, the waiter said, a glint of malice in his eyes. "Kid, keep being arrogant. Now I can say whatever I want. You've angered Chairman Chen. Let us see how you die. Call an ambulance immediately." Chen Jinyu ordered the other waiters standing nearby. Then, he squatted down in front of Liang Jinfu, showing concern as he asked, "Sir, are you okay? I've already called for an ambulance." Liang Jinfu covered his face, and, upon seeing Chen Jinyu, his eyes lit up with a hint of joy. He gritted his teeth in pain, saying, "Boss Chen, I'm Liang Jinfu from the Shanshui Hotel. I've met you at the Jianghai City Catering Industry Association before. We even toasted together. In truth, Chen Jinyu did not remember him, but he still nodded on the surface, saying, I remember you, Mr. Liang. Please tell me what happened. I will definitely seek justice for you. Liang Jinfu looked at Fang Yu with resentment and said, that kid beat me up like this for no reason. I didn't do anything. I just chatted with the woman at that table, and he attacked me. Liang Jinfu's account was essentially the same as the waiter's. Chen Jinyu's face darkened completely. He lying. At that moment, Wang Yin couldn't hold back anymore and spoke up. Liang Jinfu is just talking nonsense. Chatting for a bit? He said so many offensive things. How could it have been just a casual chat? Chen Jinyu stood up, looking at Wang Yin with a grim face and indifferent eyes. He exuded an aura of authority that left Wang Yin breathless. Wang Yin had many things she wanted to say, but at that moment, she couldn't utter a single word. Chairman Shun, that man is the culprit, the waiter pointed at Fang Yu and said. Only then did Chen Jinyu look at Fang Yu, wanting to see who this lawless person was. But as soon as he saw Fang Yu's face, his expression changed. This young man looked familiar. The school uniform and that calm demeanor, it's Fang Yu. The Fang Yu he had seen at the Ji family banquet that night. Chen Jinyu had a very deep impression of Fang Yu. The Ji family was a powerful entity, and only the rich and influential could attend their banquet. Even Chen Jinyu was only invited because of some cooperation with a group under the Ji family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have qualified. That night was the first time he saw the immensely prestigious Ji family's young lady behaving so respectfully in front of someone, even with her head lowered. Fang Yu looked so young and was wearing a school uniform, yet he was treated this way by the Ji family's young lady. Clearly, Fang Yu's status was extremely high. From that moment on, Chen Jinyu had made up his mind to find an opportunity to befriend Fang Yu. Chapter 57, Truly Free Meal. So it turns out that the one who beat Liang Jinfu into such a miserable state was Fang Yu? This is not a problem. In fact, it's a good thing. For Chen Jinyu, this is an excellent opportunity to befriend Fang Yu. A hint of joy flashed in Chen Jinyu's eyes as he quickly walked towards Fang Yu. Seeing Chen Jinyu striding towards Fang Yu, the surrounding guests knew that Fang Yu was finished. He had indeed been too arrogant to dare to hit someone in the Andisi restaurant. Not only did he hit someone, but he also assaulted someone who seemed to know Chen Jinyu, judging by Liang Jinfu's tone on the ground. This made the consequences for Fang Yu even more serious. The waiter beside them looked at Fang Yu with a mocking expression. Chen Jinyu quickly approached Fang Yu, wearing a respectful expression, slightly bending over, and extending his hand towards Fang Yu, saying, Mr. Fang, I have long admired your name. Everyone was stunned by this scene, including Fang Yu. Fang Yu had no impression of Chen Jinyu, so he didn't immediately understand what Chen Jinyu meant. Mr. Fang, you must be busy and may not remember me. My name is Chen Jinyu, the owner of this restaurant and the chairman of a catering group. That day at the Ji family banquet was my first time meeting you. Chen Jinyu said to Fang Yu in a humble manner. Hearing this, Fang Yu understood. It was natural for someone who attended the Ji family banquet that night to recognize him. After all, that night, Fang Yu was publicly accused of being a thief by Jiang Yu, which caused a huge uproar. Seeing that Chen Jinyu's hand was still suspended in the air, Fang Yu reached out and shook his hand, saying lightly, hello? At this moment, the surroundings fell silent. No one expected the situation to develop this way. Not only did Chen Jinyu not punish Fang Yu, but he also respectfully shook hands with him. What does Chairman Chen mean? He caused a scene in the restaurant and got away with it? Not just got away with it, but they even shook hands. I just seem to have heard Boss Chen at the Ji family wine party mention whether the Ji family is the top aristocratic family in Jiangnan. Jiangnan Ji family. Many people gasped. Those who can dine at the Andy Western restaurant are considered middle class, and their work usually involves a higher level. Therefore, many of them have heard of the Ji family as the top aristocratic family in the Jiangnan region. The Ji family is definitely a high and mighty existence for these people. The Ji family's assets are at least in the hundreds of billions, and their industries cover a wide range. Compared to the massive Ji family, Chen Jinyu's restaurant group, valued at over $1 billion, seems insignificant. Just now, Chen Jinyu said he had seen this student in school uniform at the Ji family wine party. This means that this student is qualified to attend a wine party hosted by the Ji family. What does this indicate? It indicates that this student's identity is extremely noble. No wonder Chen Jinyu's attitude suddenly took a 180-degree turn. After realizing this, the guests around began to look at Fang Yu differently. Wang Yin and her daughter, sitting across from Fang Yu, were in a daze. What exactly is going on? Mr. Fang, may I ask what just happened? Chen Jinyu asked respectfully. It's nothing. Just a fly buzzing around, very annoying. So I casually swatted it away a couple of times, Fang Yu said expressionlessly. Casually swatted it away. Thinking of Liang Jinfei's swollen cheek, Chen Jinyu showed a strange expression. So, how do you plan to handle this? Actually, I didn't break anything here, Fang Yu said. Chen Jinyu's expression changed, and he quickly waved his hand, saying, Mr. Fang, I absolutely did not mean that. I just wanted to understand the course of events. As for the annoying fly you mentioned, I will immediately help you get rid of it. Hearing Chen Jinyu's words, Liang Jinfei's face changed dramatically, and he shouted loudly, Boss Chen, don't listen to his nonsense. Shut up. Chen Jinyu turned his head, his face darkening as he glared at Liang Jinfei. Liang Jinfei trembled all over, not daring to speak. Mr. Fang is my esteemed guest. Offending him is equivalent to offending me, Chen Jinyu said in a deep voice. Liang Jinfei's face turned pale as he looked at Fang Yu, his eyes filled with horror. This kid has such a big background. How could that bitch Wang Yin know such a big shot? You come over immediately and apologize to Mr. Fang, Chen Jinyu shouted again. Liang Jinfei's heart was filled with resentment and unwillingness. He was beaten and still had to apologize to the person who hit him. Moreover, so many people were watching. But seeing Chen Jinyu's grim gaze, he knew he had no choice. If he offended Chen Jinyu, with Chen Jinyu's influence in Jianghai City, especially in the restaurant industry, he could easily have his restaurant and other establishments shut down. Liang Jinfei had been poor for over 30 years, and he absolutely did not want to return to that kind of miserable life. So, Liang Jinfei stood up, walked in front of Fang Yu, and was about to bow to apologize. Don't apologize to me, apologize to her, Fang Yu said, looking at Wang Yin. Liang Jinfei's body trembled, then turned his head and bowed to Wang Yin, saying, I'm sorry. Mr. Fang, are you satisfied with his apology? Chen Jinyu asked Fang Yu. Fang Yu, however, looked at Wang Yin and said, Aunt Wang thinks it's satisfactory, then it's satisfactory. Wang Yin was already a bit dazed by the current situation and didn't know what to say for a moment. But in Chen Jinyu's eyes, Wang Yan's reaction meant she was unwilling to accept the apology. Liang Jinfei, this Miss Wang is unwilling to accept your apology, so I have no choice. Starting tomorrow, I will propose to the Jianghai City Restaurant Industry Association. Hearing Chen Jinyu's words, Liang Jinfei's heart trembled. Although he had invested in several businesses, most of them were small scale. The restaurant business was the one that truly made him money. If Chen Jinyu really blacklisted him, he would be finished. Realizing this, Liang Jinfei directly knelt down. Wang Yin, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I was just being mouthy. I'm just a bastard. Liang Jinfei apologized while knocking his head on the ground, making loud sounds. The surroundings fell silent. The consequences of offending a big shot are this severe. The dignity, reputation, and money that ordinary people pride themselves on are nothing in front of a big shot. Yu Yeye saw Liang Jinfei's forehead bleeding, her face pale, and pushed Wang Yan's arm gently, saying softly, Mom, just let it go. Wang Yin came back to her senses, took a deep look at the kneeling Liang Jinfei, and said, You don't need to apologize anymore. Just don't show up in front of me again. Even though Wang Yin spoke up, Liang Jinfei didn't dare to stop. He was waiting for Chen Jinyu or Fang Yu to speak. Chen Jinyu looked at Fang Yu, and Fang Yu nodded. Liang Jinfei, since Miss Wang has forgiven you, you can leave, and I want to pursue your responsibility. Chen Jinyu said. Liang Jinfei felt as if he had received a pardon, stood up, covered the blood on his forehead with a tissue, and left in a disheveled manner. The female companion who had been silent beside him hurriedly followed. After Liang Jinfei left, Chen Jinyu looked around and said loudly, I know what happened just now disturbed everyone and wasted your dining time. To make up for your losses, I have decided to treat all guests present to a meal. You can enjoy the dishes in this restaurant as much as you want, no limit. Upon hearing Chen Jinyu's words, the restaurant erupted in cheers and applause. Boss Chen is generous. Thank you, Boss Chen. They're really treating us to a meal? Fang Yu looked at the server standing aside, who was at a loss, and smiled slightly, saying, Didn't you say there's no rule about treating guests to a meal after hitting someone? The server looked at Fang Yu in panic. Remembering his earlier attitude towards Fang Yu's table, feeling his legs go weak, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He never expected that such an ordinary young man would actually be a big shot whom even Chen Jinyu had to treat with respect. Mr. Fang, please continue dining. I will have the chef personally prepare the best dishes for you, hoping you will enjoy them, Chen Jinyu said. Oh, by the way, Fang Yu looked at Yu Yeye and said, Today is her birthday. Can you provide a birthday cake? Chapter 58. Isn't this amazing? Chen Jinyu glanced at Yu Yaya and smiled, asking, "May I ask what your name is, miss?" Facing Chen Jinyu's personal inquiry, Yu Yaya was extremely nervous. Her face flushed, and she replied, My name is Yu Yaya. Miss Yu, this restaurant will present you with a birthday gift and blessings. Please wait a moment. Chen Jinyu said. By the way, I want to change a server, Fang Yu said. Oh, did this server offend you, Mr. Fang? Chen Jinyu turned to look at the pale, sweating server and squinted slightly. I feel he is very busy and seems very impatient with everything, Fang Yu said. Chen Jinyu's expression darkened as he said, All right, Mr. Fang, I will have another server come to serve you. As for him, I will handle it strictly. Feeling Chen Jinyu's cold gaze, the server's legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. 20 minutes later, the servers successively brought out dishes made of top-quality ingredients. According to the price, Fang Yu's table would cost at least tens of thousands. Wang Yin and Yu Yaya sat in their seats, looking at the table full of dishes. Their eyes dazed. They felt as if they were dreaming. They were already facing a dire situation, but the situation had suddenly taken a 180-degree turn. Aunt Wang, Yaya, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and eat, Fang Yu said as he started eating first. Seeing Fang Yu's hearty appetite, Wang Yin and Yu Yaya no longer held back and slowly began to eat. About 10 minutes later, a female server brought out a beautifully crafted two-tiered cake and placed it in front of Yu Yaya. Meanwhile, a small band approached Fang Yu's table and began to play the happy birthday song. The waiter lit a candle for Yu Yaya and smiled, saying, Dear Miss Yu, you can make a wish and blow out the candle now. At that moment, the lights in the restaurant dimmed. The surrounding guests looked at Yu Yaya with envy in their eyes. This girl was incredibly lucky to know someone as important as Fang Yu. Yu Yaya gazed at the happy birthday Yu Yaya written on the cake, the band performing just for her, and the beaming Wang Yin beside her. Her eyes reddened with tears. She had just turned 19 this year, and this was her first time celebrating such a grand birthday. Even the guests around began to sing the birthday song for her. Yu Yaya glanced at Fang Yu, who said, Blow out the candle. Yu Yaya closed her eyes and blew out the candle after a few seconds. A round of applause erupted. The lights brightened. At that moment, Yu Yaya could no longer hold back her tears, which flowed down her cheeks. She turned to look at Wang Yin and found her mother's eyes were also filled with tears of happiness. When they left the NDC restaurant, it was already 9 in the evening. Fang Yu and Wang Yin got into the luxury car sent by Chen Jinyu to return to Lijiang Community. Before leaving, Chen Jinyu exchanged contact information with Fang Yu. Fang Yu knew what Chen Jinyu wanted, but he didn't mind. It was human nature, after all, and quite normal. Sitting in the car, Yu Yaya looked at Fang Yu and gratefully said, Brother Fang Yu, thank you. This is the happiest night of my life. Fang Yu shook his head and replied, What are you thanking me for? I didn't do anything. Wang Yin, sitting beside Fang Yu, looked at him with a complex expression. As they spent more time together, she realized that Fang Yu had more and more secrets. From the moment Fang Yu lent her 100,000 in cash, she discovered his impressive skills, and then found out he could even heal. Tonight, Chen Jinyu's sudden change in attitude upon seeing Fang Yu shocked Wang Yin immensely. Fang Yu was definitely not just a student. What was his true identity? However, Wang Yin wouldn't ask as long as Fang Yu didn't say anything. She just needed to treat Fang Yu as the same Fang Yu as before. 20 minutes later, Fang Yu and Wang Yin got out at the entrance of Lijiang Community. At this moment, a black van was parked not far away, with 6 well-built henchmen in black shirts sitting inside. Upon seeing Fang Yu in uniform getting out at the entrance of Lijiang Community, the henchman in the driver's seat immediately lowered his head to look at the screenshot of Fang Yu from the surveillance video on his phone, comparing it to Fang Yu's appearance. Brothers, get ready. That person is Fang Yu. The henchman in the driver's seat shouted. I'll call the other brothers over. The henchman in the passenger seat immediately took out a walkie-talkie to gather all the brothers who had been dispatched tonight. Then, everyone picked up their weapons and rushed towards Fang Yu. Hearing the commotion, Fang Yu immediately turned around and saw the 6 henchmen charging at him. Wang Yin and Yu Yaya turned around and screamed in fright upon seeing the scene. You two go upstairs first. I'll be up later. Fang Yu told Wang Yin and her daughter. How can that be? There are so many of them. I'll go get the security. Wang Yan's face turned pale as she immediately ran towards the nearby security booth. Fang Yu looked at the 6 henchmen rushing towards him and asked, Who sent you here? You'll find out soon. The leading henchman sneered cruelly, gripping his weapon and swinging it at Fang Yu's head with all his might. Brother Fang Yu, Yu Yaya screamed. But Fang Yu didn't even blink. He waved his hand forward. Bang! The henchman's weapon shattered instantly. The henchman's face changed drastically as he tried to step back. But at that moment, Fang Yu had already lifted his foot and kicked him in the abdomen. Bang! With a dull sound, the henchman, along with the 3 henchmen behind him, flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground. The other 2 henchmen were frozen in place, completely unaware of what had just happened. "Oh, I see now. You must be sent by that Li Zixuan, right?" Fang Yu picked up a stick from the ground and said. Hearing Fang Yu's voice, the 2 henchmen snapped back to reality and saw their 4 companions lying on the ground, unable to stand, their faces pale. But one's pride wouldn't allow them to back down in this situation. Otherwise, they would never be able to survive in the future. The 2 henchmen roared to boost their courage and charged at Fang Yu. Fang Yu struck directly at the 2 of them. One henchman clutched his left knee while the other clutched his right knee, collapsing to the ground and crying out in pain. At that moment, Wang Yin was rushing over with a security guard from the booth. But upon seeing the 6 henchmen sprawled on the ground, all howling in pain, they were stunned. "Miss, is this the urgent situation you were talking about?" The security guard asked Wang Yin, who was also covering her mouth in disbelief as she looked at Fang Yu. She knew Fang Yu was skilled, but she never expected him to be this formidable. The 6 henchmen who had been so aggressive just moments ago were now all lying on the ground. But just then, the sound of car engines revving filled the air. Several vans appeared around the corner, not far away. They drove straight to Fang Yu's side, surrounding him. The doors opened, and many henchmen in black shirts rushed out of the vans. Seeing their 6 companions lying on the ground, their faces filled with rage, they surged towards Fang Yu. Wang Yin and Yu Yeye, witnessing this scene, turned pale. "Quick, step back a bit to avoid getting hurt," the security guard said to Wang Yin and Yu Yeye. "But brother Fang Yu." Yu Yeye was nearly in tears with worry. The security guard looked serious and said, "He must have offended someone powerful. This situation is beyond our control. All we can do is report it." Wang Yin looked at Fang Yu, who was surrounded by a dense crowd, her beautiful eyes reddening. No matter how strong Fang Yu was, he was still human. How could he withstand the attack of so many people? Even if they called the police, it would take time for them to arrive. In that time, this group could easily beat Fang Yu to a pulp. What should she do? She had to think of another way. But soon, Wang Yan's expression changed to one of shock, her beautiful eyes widening as she stared at Fang Yu. Bang, bang, bang. Surrounded by the crowd, Fang Yu remained expressionless, his movements swift as lightning, striking out fiercely. With every strike, a group of people screamed in agony. Chapter 59, Creating a Stir. About a minute later, Fang Yu stopped. By now, the ground around him was littered with people. The henchmen were either unconscious or writhing in pain on the ground. Anyone who witnessed this scene felt a sense of shock, especially the security guard, whose mouth was agape. Eyes wide open, looking utterly astonished. He still held his phone in hand, originally about to call for help, but before he could dial, all the henchmen had already collapsed. Many passing cars and pedestrians, upon seeing such a large group of people lying at the entrance of Lijiang community, quickly changed their expressions and hurried away. They assumed a conflict between powerful forces was taking place. No one would have thought that the group lying on the ground was one faction, and the one who took them down was the expressionless Fang Yu standing there. If it weren't for needing to digest after dinner, Fang Yu could have knocked them all down with a single punch. Fang Yu looked over and noticed that Wang Yin and Yu Yeye hadn't left. So, he walked over and said to the still stunned Wang Yin and Yu Yeye, "Let's go upstairs." That night, it was unclear who spread the news, but the entire underground world of Jianhai City was in an uproar. Li Zhongrong's precious son, Li Zixuan, was severely injured, and Li Zhongrong dispatched his subordinates to find that person for revenge, but all of them were urgently sent to the hospital. The speed at which this news spread was astonishing. Within just a few hours, it reached the entire Jianhai City. Li Zhongrong is indeed a big figure in Jianhai City, with significant power, and no one is unaware of him. Now that he has suffered such a major loss, many people are shocked, but more are gloating. Li Zhongrong, who usually acts arrogantly as if he is the best in the world, has finally been slapped in the face. In a room of a 5-star hotel, a tattooed bald man was getting intimate with a voluptuous woman when suddenly the phone rang. The bald man's face turned ugly as he picked up the phone and cursed, "Damn it, don't you know what I'm doing at this time?" But as soon as he heard what was said on the other end, his expression slowly changed, and then he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha, that old dog Li Zhongrong finally has his day. How could he be so pathetic? He sent so many people and still couldn't he deal with a child? His subordinates must be useless. They might as well keep some dogs. After thinking for a moment, the bald man lost interest in the beauty beside him and wanted to go find Li Zhongrong to see what his expression was like now. In a tea house with an antique decor, a woman dressed in a qipao was sitting in the study on the top floor, engrossed in a collection of song poetry. She was so absorbed that her phone, placed aside, began to vibrate. The woman frowned slightly, put down the book, picked up the phone, and answered it. After hearing the news, her expression first showed surprise, and then her beautiful eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light as she said, "Help me investigate his information. If there's a chance, I want to meet him." After hanging up, the woman stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the river view outside, her beautiful eyes shimmering with various emotions. Could someone who could fight off so many and still escape really just be a child? Fang Yu, of course, was unaware of the upheaval in Zhanghai City. Early the next morning, he arrived at the classroom and found Tang Xiaoro there. On his desk, there was a breakfast of 2 large buns and soy milk. Fang Yu sat down, glanced at Tang Xiaoro, and said, "How did you know I love buns?" "I just asked the aunt at home to make something casually. It might not even taste good," Tang Xiaoro replied. Her eyes were slightly puffy, and she seemed low in spirits, clearly still affected by yesterday's events. Of course, not everyone is as resilient as Fang Yu, especially since Tang Xiaoro was still young, and it was normal for her to be psychologically impacted. While Fang Yu ate the buns and drank the soy milk, his eyes were fixed on the novel on the table. He was close to finishing this detective novel. "Hey, Fang Yu, I want to ask you a question." Tang Xiaoro suddenly turned her head and whispered. "Go ahead," Fang Yu said without turning. "Do you think I'm very silly?" Tang Xiaoro looked at Fang Yu and asked. "Yes, and you're not just any kind of silly. You're almost hopelessly silly," Fang Yu answered without hesitation. Although she was mentally prepared, hearing Fang Yu's unvarnished assessment still made Tang Xiaoro feel a sting in her nose and her eyes redden. "But you don't need to be too sad. In my eyes, everyone in this world is pretty much the same, all quite silly," Fang Yu said, glancing at Tang Xiaoro. Tang Xiaoro was taken aback, about to say something. "Of course, compared to them, you're a bit more silly," Fang Yu added. This Fang Yu was clearly trying to provoke her. Tang Xiaoro, who initially wanted to cry, was now so furious that she gritted her teeth, wishing she could bite Fang Yu. But thinking of Fang Yu's temperament, she didn't dare to do so. "By the way, how did you handle that matter?" Fang Yu asked. When Zhao Shuang was mentioned, Tang Xiaoro's expression dimmed, and she shook her head, saying, "I'm not sure." Fourth uncle said to hand the person over to the inspection personnel. They might deal with it as attempted murder. Fang Yu made an O sound and stopped talking. But Tang Xiaoro suddenly thought of something and asked, "Fang Yu, how did you end up there yesterday? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know where Jiang Lu would take me, and I don't swim very well. I just happened to pass by and saved you on a whim," Fang Yu replied. "Oh," Tang Xiaoro nodded, looking at Fang Yu's profile, her beautiful eyes shimmering like waves, and softly said, "Thank you, Fang Yu. If you can stay quiet for at least 3 hours and let me finish this novel, I'll thank you in return," Fang Yu said with a straight face. Tang Xiaoro turned her head angrily and stopped talking. At noon, when school ended, Tang Xiaoro checked the time. 3 hours had already passed, so she immediately turned to Fang Yu and said, "Fang Yu, I forgot to tell you an important thing just now. This Saturday is my grandfather's 74th birthday, and he hopes you can attend his birthday banquet. Will you come?" Fang Yu thought for a moment and asked, "If there's good food, I'll go." "Of course there will be. We'll invite the best chefs to handle the food for the banquet. It will definitely taste great," Tang Xiaoro said. Fang Yu nodded. "Do you mean you will attend my grandfather's birthday banquet?" Tang Xiaoro asked uncertainly, wanting confirmation. But I might not have any gifts to bring," Fang Yu said. "It's okay. Grandpa said as long as you come, that's enough. You are a great benefactor to our Tang family, and you don't need to bring a birthday gift," Tang Xiaoro said happily, her face beaming with a smile. Seeing Fang Yu and Tang Xiaoro so close, the boys in the class were filled with jealousy. Fang Yu wasn't as handsome or tall as them, yet he could win the favor of the goddess Tang Xiaoro. Why? Good cabbages are being eaten by pigs. Of course, they only dared to say such things in their hearts. After all, those who had offended Fang Yu did not end well. Meanwhile, Fang Yu continued to be safe and sound, coming to the classroom every day to sleep and read novels. This meant that in the competition they were unaware of, Fang Yu was the victor. In the Xiangqing area, Nandu, Yang Yinju looked at her imposing elder brother, whose eyebrows were sharp as swords, with slightly red eyes. "Brother, you finally came out of seclusion Yang Yingju said, wiping her tears. In the past few days, her heart felt like it was being burned by a fierce fire. Fangyu, Fangyu, Fangyu. In Yang Yingju's heart, Fangyu had become a kind of heart demon. She had to kill Fangyu to relieve her hatred. Yang Jian smiled, reached out to stroke Yang Yingju's head, and said, "Sister, we're going home. From today on, no one can bully our Yang family again. I will repay my brother's grudge tenfold." Chapter 60. I am a celestial being. Li Jungrong sat on the sofa in his office, his face ashen. In just one night, he had become the laughingstock among the various forces in Jianhai City. To send so many people, yet couldn't he even handle a single person? In such circumstances, not to mention other factions, even Li Jungrong himself found it hard to believe and accept. Were all of his subordinates really useless? They not only failed to bring that person back, but were all beaten and sent to the hospital. Could he be a Superman? Or an alien? Is that possible? But no matter what, the situation was set. Li Jungrong had taken a huge tumble this time. His reputation had suffered a massive negative impact. Having been in this business for 30 years, Li Jungrong knew what was most important now. It was reputation, it was face. But now, Li Jungrong felt like he had been slapped hard. His reputation was damaged, and his face was completely gone. Bang! The more Li Jungrong thought about it, the angrier he became, and he slammed his hands on the table. What a bunch of useless trash. Li Jungrong stood up and paced back and forth in the office. He now has to find a way to regain his reputation. Otherwise, not to mention other forces, how will his subordinates view him? A dignified underground boss of Jianhai City can't even handle a young man? If it goes on like this, who would still believe him? Who would still want to follow him? He must find a way. He has to win back his reputation and face in a ruthless manner. With this thought, a hint of determination flashed in Li Jungrong's eyes. Kid, you've pushed me to this. Li Jungrong used the office phone to summon his trusted subordinate. Ahu. Ahu, have you found the details on that bastard? Li Jungrong asked coldly. I found out, his name is Fangyu, and he is still in school. Currently living in Lijiang community, but I haven't found the exact address yet, Ahu replied. That's enough. Li Jungrong waved his hand and said solemnly. Did the weapons we bought from foreign merchants arrive? They arrived 2 weeks ago, Ahu answered. Have you tested them? Li Jungrong asked again. Yes, everything is fine. Ahu responded. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Li Jungrong's eyes as he said, Today, take another group of people and find a way to ambush that Fangyu. Ahu's face changed. Do we really need to take such a big risk for just him? If we get discovered, it could lead to big trouble. No matter what the risk is, it has to be done, Li Jungrong said determinedly. He no longer had any other options. This was the best way to restore his reputation. Not only could he deal with Fangyu, but he could also send a warning to everyone. I, Li Jungrong, am not a paper tiger. If you provoke me, this is what happens. Ahu wanted to dissuade him, but seeing the resolute look in Li Jungrong's eyes, he said nothing more. After school in the afternoon, Fangyu walked home as usual. Halfway there, he felt 2 jeeps following him from behind. Here we go again. Fangyu casually glanced back and saw a large package wrapped in black cloth on the back seat of one of the jeeps. Fangyu frowned slightly as the road ahead turned toward the back mountain of Jianan village. That place was the most remote area in Jianhai City, rarely visited by people. Making a move there wouldn't attract attention and wouldn't harm innocent people. Seeing Fangyu heading further into the remote area, Ahu's face lit up with joy. Great. He was worried about how to lure Fangyu out to the wilderness, but unexpectedly, Fangyu was helping them solve this problem. The fewer people around, the lower their risk would be. Soon, Fangyu arrived at an open area not far from the vegetable garden on the back mountain. He turned around and quietly waited for the 2 jeeps to arrive. Seconds later, the 2 jeeps stopped in front of Fangyu. Ahu got out, his face showing a cold smile, and said, Looks like you discovered us, but unfortunately, it's too late. In this place, even gods can't save you. Fangyu smiled faintly and replied, I don't need anyone to save me, because to you, I am the god. I admit your skills are indeed impressive. Your performance last night surprised us. However, Ahu sneered and continued, Now you are facing 10 rifles. I don't know why you still have so much confidence. At this moment, everyone in the jeep got out, each holding a black automatic rifle. These weapons were bought at a high price from foreign merchants, originally for precaution, but unexpectedly came in handy early. Kid, angering our boss means this is your fate, Ahu said cruelly with a smile. We didn't need so many people to deal with you, but Bosley insisted we must turn you into a beehive, so you're talking too much. Fangyu said lightly as he walked toward Ahu. Ahu's face changed slightly, and he immediately signaled. The 2 men behind him raised their guns. aiming at Fang Yu, who was approaching them. "Remember not to provoke our boss Li in your next life," Ahu said coldly, waving his hand forward. Bang, bang, bang. The two men immediately pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets toward Fang Yu. At this distance, a normal human wouldn't have any space to dodge. Fang Yu raised his left hand, palm facing forward, directly toward the incoming bullets. A faint red energy erupted from his palm. The high-speed bullets instantly stopped in front of Fang Yu's palm, floating in the air. Seeing this scene, Ahu and the others' faces changed drastically, feeling the hair on their bodies stand on end. What kind of supernatural skill is this? How can those bullets just float in the air? Fang Yu stood there with a faint smile on his face. Ahu was the first to regain his composure and shouted, "Continue attacking, everyone, move together." Everyone reacted quickly, stepping forward and pulling the trigger again at Fang Yu. This time, they emptied all the bullets from their magazines. After a while, everyone had run out of bullets. However, Fang Yu still stood there. Floating in front of him were hundreds of copper-brown automatic rifle bullets. At that moment, Ahu and the others were horrified, their mouths agape. Unable to speak, the sight before them made them feel like they were dreaming. How is this possible? How can those bullets just stay in the air? "I told you, in front of you, I am a god," Fang Yu said calmly. Hearing Fang Yu's voice, Ahu felt a shiver run through his body, waking him up. He had heard that there were people in the world who could master such supernatural skills. That is the martial arts master. Could it be that this Fang Yu in front of him is a martial arts master? We have to run away. After escaping, I must tell the boss that this Fang Yu is a martial arts master. We absolutely cannot provoke him again. Almost at the moment, Ahu turned to flee. Fang Yu tilted his palm forward. The bullets floating in the air shot toward Ahu and his group at high speed. Puff, puff, puff. A chilling sound of bullets penetrating flesh echoed, accompanied by screams. In just a few seconds, Ahu and the 10 gunmen all fell to the ground, with none escaping unharmed. The ones who turned them into a beehive were none other than the bullets they had fired themselves. Fang Yu looked at the pile of corpses before him, his expression not showing a hint of emotion. He stepped forward, took out Ahu's phone from his pocket, and dialed the police. "I want to report a shooting incident in the back mountain of Jianan village." Chapter 61. Tang family birthday banquet. Fang Yu did this to avoid the trouble of dealing with the corpses and to create problems for Li Jingrong. Those guns were clearly obtained illegally, and the inspectors would undoubtedly trace the source of those guns and the identities of that group of people. In this way, Li Jingrong would definitely be implicated. That night was very long for Li Jingrong. The people he sent out, Ahu and others, had not returned. This group of people must not have any accidents, because they were holding those newly bought weapons. What exactly happened? Why haven't they come back so late? And why can't I contact them? Li Jingrong anxiously paced back and forth in his office. He regretted it now. The decision made this morning was too impulsive. Even if he wanted to deal with Fang Yu, there was no need to send so many people. If something really went wrong and they were targeted by the police, it would lead to endless troubles. Just as Li Jingrong was extremely anxious, a phone call came in. He quickly answered. "Boss, I just received news. Ahu and the others are all dead. Those guys have all been captured." Upon hearing this news, Li Jingrong could no longer bear it. His vision went black, and he fainted on the spot. The next day was Saturday. Tang Xiaoro called Fang Yu early and said that a car would come to pick him up at 10 in the morning, asking him to be ready. But Fang Yu had nothing to prepare. He just wore a shirt and casual pants and went downstairs. Around 10:20, Fang Yu arrived at the Tang family's gate, where various luxury cars were already parked, each worth no less than $1 million, including top-tier luxury cars like Maybach and Rolls-Royce Phantom, which are priced in the tens of millions. A long red carpet was laid from the gate to the villa's living room. Fang Yu walked straight into the villa. At this time, the villa was bustling with people. Among them, aside from the direct descendants of the Tang family, many were representatives sent by families allied with the Tang family to attend the birthday banquet. Fang Yu did not know most of these people. He came to the birthday banquet for one reason only, to eat some good food. So he walked to the buffet table in the corner of the living room, ready to grab something to eat. Just then, Tang Xiaoro walked out from the inner hall. Today, she had a light touch of makeup, looking perfect and exquisite, wearing a sky blue dress that revealed her fair, delicate arms and slender calves. As soon as she appeared, she attracted everyone's attention. This is the Tang family's precious daughter, a true little princess. The Tang family, as one of the top families in the Jiangnan region, has assets exceeding 10 billion. Currently, the head of the Tang family, Tang Mingde, has only one daughter Tang Xiaoro. At today's birthday banquet, most families brought their most outstanding young talents, all calculating how to get their young men to get close to Tang Xiaoro and win her favor. If someone could marry Tang Xiaoro, it would truly bring glory to their ancestors. It would be a huge help to the entire family. Everyone's eyes were on Tang Xiaoro, but she was anxiously searching for another person in the crowd. Where is he? Tang Xiaoro looked left and right, but did not see Fang Yu among the crowd. Suddenly, she spotted a figure in the corner, sitting in front of the buffet table. There he is. Tang Xiaoro jogged directly towards Fang Yu. Just as Fang Yu was about to put some food on his plate, he felt a heavy pat on his shoulder twice. Fang Yu, I thought you weren't coming. Tang Xiaoro's beautiful eyes sparkled as she spoke. Did you need something? Fang Yu asked a bit impatiently. Don't eat yet. Come with me to the inner hall. Grandpa and Dad and brother are waiting for you inside, Tang Xiaoro said. Your family is inside. What do I need to go in for? Fang Yu frowned slightly and said, My grandpa wants to meet you and let the family get to know you, Tang Xiaoro replied. Fang Yu thought for a moment and still stood up. After all, today is the birthday banquet of Old Man Tang. Since he was there, he should show some respect. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Fang Yu followed Tang Xiaoro into the inner hall. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could the Tang family's little princess be walking so closely with a young man who wasn't even wearing formal attire? And she brought him into the inner hall. The inner hall was a place only accessible to the direct descendants of the Tang family. Could it be that this young man is Tang Xiaoro's? How is that possible? Fang Yu followed Tang Xiaoro into the inner hall. On both sides, there were rows of people, all direct descendants of the Tang family, with Old Man Tang sitting in the center at the front. Dr. Fang, you're here? Tang Mingde was the first to stand up and greet Fang Yu when he saw him. The others sitting on both sides looked at Fang Yu curiously. This ordinary young man is the Dr. Fang that Tang Mingde mentioned? Is he the one who successfully improved Old Man Tang's condition? He looks too young. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't seem like a skilled doctor. But no one would say such things out loud. Most were just murmuring to themselves. Dr. Fang. At this moment, a handsome young man also approached. Fang Yu recognized him as Tang Feng, whom he had met outside Xia Xiuji's that day. At this time, Tang Feng looked at Fang Yu with a full expression of respect. He knew what Fang Yu had done. He not only saved Old Man Tang, but also saved Tang Xiaoro. So, in Tang Feng's eyes, this seemingly younger Fang Yu was like a benefactor. Fang Yu nodded to Tang Feng, and then looked at Old Man Tang, saying, Old Tang, I wish you a long life. Saying this made Fang Yu feel a bit strange. After all, the only one who could truly achieve this was himself. Old Man Tang smiled and said, Dr. Fang, come sit over here. While speaking, Old Man Tang pointed to a seat next to him. Upon seeing this, the faces of the Tang family members on both sides changed. The seating arrangement in the inner hall is significant. The higher the status in the Tang family, the closer they sit to Old Man Tang. Thus, Tang Mingde sat at the head of one row, while Tang Wenyuan, Old Man Tang's eldest son, sat at the head of the other row. But Old Man Tang set a seat not far from him. This was different from previous years. Many people had speculated about who that seat was for. Now it was clear that it was a special seat set for Fang Yu by Old Man Tang. An outsider like Fang Yu had a seat closer to Old Man Tang than Tang Mingde and Tang Wenyuan. This indicated just how highly this young man was regarded in Old Man Tang's heart. Come on, Grandpa is calling you to sit. Tang Xiaoro tugged at Fang Yu's hand and whispered. Fang Yu actually didn't want to sit because he had already felt many strange gazes. He hated trouble and didn't want to get involved in the internal struggles of the Tang family. But leaving at this moment was also inappropriate. So, he walked over to the seat and sat down. I would like to formally introduce everyone. This is our Tang family's great benefactor, Fang Yu. Old Man Tang said with a smile. I can still sit here and talk to you all thanks to him. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to hold a birthday banquet this year. Don't be misled by Dr. Fang's youth. He is a disciple of the legendary medicine god, Xia Xiuji. The medical skills he possesses. Listening to Old Man Tang's introduction, Fang Yu felt a bit speechless. He had probably said several times that he was not Xia Xiuji's disciple, but no one believed him. After Old Man Tang finished introducing Fang Yu, he chatted with the Tang family members for a while before going upstairs to change and prepare for receiving guests later. Some people come to the birthday banquet without even bringing a gift. They really think highly of our Tang family. As soon as Old Man Tang went upstairs, Liang Rong, sitting across from them, snorted coldly, speaking with a pointed tone. It was obvious that she was referring to Fang Yu. Tang Mingde's face changed slightly as he said, Dr. Fang is our Tang family's benefactor. He came to the birthday banquet and doesn't need to bring a gift. Big sister, what you said. Mingda, don't you know your big sister's character? She's just a gossip. You don't need to mind her. At this moment, Tang Wenyuan spoke up. Tang Wenyuan resembled Tang Mingda somewhat, but he wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, giving him a more delicate demeanor. Tang Mingda glanced at Liang Rong and fell silent. Tang Wenyuan looked at Fang Yu, his eyes shining with interest, and said, Dr. Fang, according to my father's words, your medical skills are so superb. I happen to have some health issues. Could you take a look for me? Chapter 62. You have problems in that area. Hearing Tang Wenyuan's words, everyone from the Tang family looked at Fang Yu, their gazes filled with scrutiny. They also wanted to see if Dr. Fang was as impressive as Old Man Tang said. To be honest, even if Old Man Tang praised him to the sky, they still didn't quite believe that such a young kid could have such high medical skills. Moreover, if he were really that good, why had they never heard of his name before? Fang Yu looked at Tang Wenyuan, shook his head, and said, no. Tang Wenyuan laughed and said, is it about paying? I can pay, whatever amount you want is fine. Fang Yu shook his head again and said, paying won't work either. Hee, I see some people are just afraid of exposing themselves and dare not help you look, Liang Rong said sharply from the side. Seeing this couple playing off each other, Tang Mingda's face turned ashen and anger ignited in his heart. In his youth, Tang Mingda had a good relationship with Tang Wenyuan. However, since Tang Wenyuan got married, their relationship had deteriorated more and more. Eventually, when the old patriarch passed the family head position to Tang Mingda, their relationship reached its lowest point. Almost every matter saw Tang Wenyuan opposing Tang Mingda. Every time the family held a meeting, Tang Mingda would argue loudly with Tang Wenyuan, resulting in an unhappy conclusion. To resolve this issue, the old patriarch decisively transferred Tang Wenyuan to a branch office far away in Jianyuan City, which reduced the tensions within the Tang family. Before this birthday banquet, it had been nearly half a year since Tang Mingda had seen Tang Wenyuan. Tang Mingda had hoped that Tang Wenyuan would have changed, but he hadn't expected things to get worse. Fang Yu, as the benefactor of the Tang family, was highly respected even by the old patriarch, yet Tang Wenyuan and his wife dared to speak disrespectfully? This was absolutely intolerable. Tang Mingda immediately stood up, staring at Tang Wenyuan, and said, Elder brother, I hope you can respect Dr. Fang. Mingda, when have I ever disrespected Dr. Fang? My health does have some issues, and I want him to help me see what's wrong. Is there a problem with that? Tang Wenyuan frowned and said, I think you are sincerely looking for trouble. Tang Mingda's hands clenched tightly, his face pale with anger. If today weren't the old patriarch's birthday banquet, but rather a board meeting, he would have already exploded with curses. Normally, he was a refined and calm person, but when it came to Tang Wenyuan, his temper was like a powder keg, ready to explode. Sigh, Wenyuan, stop talking. Others are just targeting you. What can you do? As for this so-called doctor, I think he's just that. Treating the old patriarch might just be a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat, Liang Rong said sarcastically from the side. In fact, whether Fang Yu had real skills or not, Tang Wenyuan and his wife didn't care at all. They only knew that Fang Yu currently held a very high position in the old patriarch's heart, and since Fang Yu was close to Tang Mingda, he was considered part of Tang Mingda's faction. In this way, they had to take action. Otherwise, they would have even less say in the future Tang family. Actually, I haven't heard that the medicine god Xia Xiuji has any disciples. No matter whether he is the medicine god's disciple or not. If his medical skills are truly that impressive, why is he still so obscure? Look at his clothes, probably not even worth 100 yuan. Coming to a birthday banquet without a gift, do you think he's poor or stingy? The Tang family members sitting with Tang Wenyuan were whispering among themselves. Their voices were very low, and Tang Mingda's side couldn't hear, but Fang Yu heard them clearly. However, Fang Yu wasn't angry. He found it quite amusing. It seemed that the Tang family was divided into two factions, one led by Tang Mingda, and the other by Tang Wenyuan and his wife, perfectly split into two sides. Tang Xiaoro's face turned sour as she walked in front of Fang Yu and whispered, Fang Yu, let's go to the living room. At this moment, Liang Rong shot a glance at Tang Xiaoro, her eyes filled with mockery, and said, Mingda, I said if you invite this so-called doctor back, you might end up losing your daughter too. That cost is just too high. Aunt. Tang Feng, with an already explosive temper, couldn't hold back anymore and walked up to Liang Rong. What do you want? Our elders are talking. Does someone like you have the right to interrupt? Liang Rong was unafraid, glaring at Tang Feng with disdain. Tang Feng gritted his teeth in anger but didn't dare to do anything. After all, this person was his aunt. Tang Mingda's face grew even darker. As the family head, he should have absolute authority within the family. But Tang Wenyuan and his wife acted like shameless flies, always opposing him in public, giving him no face at all. Especially in the past 2 years, Tang Wenyuan and his wife had become increasingly outrageous. If it weren't for fearing that the old patriarch would be unhappy, Tang Mingda would have kicked them out of the house long ago. Get out of my way. I need to go out to meet the guests. Liang Rong directly pushed Tang Feng aside and walked out. Tang Wenyuan also glanced at Fang Yu and Tang Mingda before turning to leave. At this moment, Fang Yu spoke up. All right, I can take a look at you. As he spoke, Fang Yu stood up and walked toward Tang Wenyuan. You have more than one problem, quite a few actually. I'll just mention one that you care about the most. Tang Wenyuan's expression changed slightly as he stood still, looking at Fang Yu. The other Tang family members present also turned to Fang Yu. You have serious kidney deficiency, you often feel tired, have back pain, and are prone to hair loss and insomnia. Fang Yu said with a slight smile, the most serious point is that your physical condition isn't good. You probably haven't been able to enjoy marital life normally for quite a long time, right? As soon as Fang Yu finished speaking, the faces of Tang Wenyuan and his wife changed, especially Tang Wenyuan, whose eyes were filled with horror. The symptoms Fang Yu mentioned were basically spot on. The other Tang family members exchanged glances. Tang Wenyuan has problems in that area? For a man, that escalated to a matter of dignity. Some men had a mocking look in their eyes. Liang Rong's face turned ugly as she glared at Fang Yu and shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? None of it is true. Wenyuan has no problem at all." But Liang Rong's reaction only made it seem like she was trying to cover up something. The crowd's gazes became even more mocking. As for why there would be kidney deficiency, it's simple, because you had no restraint when you were young. During that time, your kidney energy was severely depleted. Fang Yu continued. Tang Wenyuan's face had turned a shade of purple. Everything Fang Yu said was correct. He had indeed indulged excessively in his youth, almost immersed in women every day, unable to extricate himself. Of course, the most fatal part wasn't just the indulgence in his youth. It was that after you turned 35, you still lacked restraint. This is the fundamental reason for your current situation, Fang Yu added. Upon hearing this, Liang Rong's expression changed. After 35, she and Tang Wenyuan had indeed become very distant. So, who was Tang Wenyuan with? Realizing this, Liang Rong immediately looked at Tang Wenyuan and found that a layer of cold sweat had broken out on his forehead. But Liang Rong quickly calmed down. Regardless of whether what Fang Yu said was true or not, if she displayed too much agitation now, it would only confirm these matters, and she would be the one to be laughed at later. Therefore, the calmer she appeared, the less credible Fang Yu's words would seem. She quickly stepped forward and whispered in Tang Wenyuan's ear, Tang Wenyuan, you need to stay calm. This kid is just trying to dig a pit for you. Don't fall in. Hearing Liang Rong's reminder, Tang Wenyuan's expression softened a bit, but only he knew that everything Fang Yu said was correct. After turning 35, he had indeed grown tired of Liang Rong and often spent nights out with other women. But he absolutely could not admit to such things. Otherwise, it would be more than just a matter of losing face. You must have been to many hospitals and seen many doctors, right? But none of them could solve your problem. Fang Yu smiled slightly and said, in this world, perhaps only I can help you heal. Upon hearing this, Tang Wenyuan looked at Fang Yu, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. As a man, having issues in that area was undoubtedly extreme suffering. If he could be cured, he would be willing to spend any amount of money. However, it's a pity that I find you quite displeasing. So it's impossible for me to help you heal, Fang Yu said. Upon hearing this, Tang Wenyuan's expression froze for a moment, then his face darkened. Chapter 63. Who is Fang Yu? This Fang Yu is deliberately mocking him. Although he had never openly admitted it, his previous behavior had already indicated something. Tang Wenyuan looked around and found that many people were looking at him with teasing and mocking expressions. Tang Wenyuan's face looked extremely ugly. This matter should have only been known to him and Liang Rong. It was a secret, but Fang Yu had made it public. Perhaps some would believe it, and some would not. But in any case, these members of the Tang family had already planted a seed in their hearts. In the future, whenever they saw Tang Wenyuan, they would inevitably think of the related remarks. Damn, that damned Fang Yu, and the Tang Mingda family. Tang Wenyuan shot a piercing glance at Fang Yu before turning to walk toward the hall. Kid, what you said is defamatory. Expect a lawyer's letter. Liang Rong left this remark and also went out. Fang Yu, let's go out too. The birthday banquet is about to start. Seeing Tang Wenyuan and his wife take a hit, Tang Xiaoyu was very happy. her face blooming with a smile. Tang Mingde looked at Fang Yu and said apologetically, "Dr. Fang, I'm sorry, my elder brother." "It's fine. I didn't take it to heart," Fang Yu replied. As soon as Old Master Tang entered the hall, the guests immediately began to present their birthday gifts. "Old Tang, I'm from the Huang family in Guanglong City. I'm Huang Xiaofeng. My grandfather Huang Tianrong is unwell and couldn't come personally. This is our birthday gift for you." A middle-aged man stepped forward and respectfully handed over a gift wrapped in a gift box. "That old man Huang Tianrong has always been in good health. He will surely recover soon. When he does, I'll have him come over for a drink with me," Old Master Tang said with a smile. Seeing Old Master Tang so spirited, many guests displayed looks of surprise. Previously, there had been rumors in Jiangnan that Old Master Tang was gravely ill and on the brink of death. But now, seeing him in person, he looked incredibly healthy and full of vitality, showing no signs of illness. It seems that the previous rumors were false. One after another, family members came up to present their birthday gifts. Fang Yu initially wanted to go to the corner buffet to eat something, but was pulled back by Tang Xiaoyu. "Can you stay here with me for a while? It's so boring and awkward for me to stand here alone. But it's even more awkward for me to stand here." "This is where your Tang family members stand," Fang Yu said. Many people had already noticed Fang Yu standing beside Tang Xiaoyu. He could actually stand in the Tang family's welcoming position. That spot is usually reserved for the direct descendants of the Tang family. The fact that Fang Yu, an outsider, could stand there, especially next to Tang Xiaoyu, indicated that he might really be her boyfriend or fiancé. However, if Tang Xiaoyu really had a fiancé or boyfriend, this news would have spread throughout Jiangnan long ago. How could there be no rumors at all? Especially since this man looked unfamiliar. He seemed to be no heir of a wealthy family. Feeling the numerous gazes on him, Fang Yu frowned slightly. It really shouldn't be standing here. He casually scanned the guests and saw Ji Ruby among them. Ji Ruby was also looking at Fang Yu, smiling sweetly. Fang Yu immediately averted his gaze. Too similar. It was simply too similar. Fang Yu looked aside and unexpectedly saw another acquaintance. Qin Yimo. How did she end up here? The Qin family is based in Yinxing and should have no connection to the wealthy families in Jiangnan. Soon, Ji Ruby stepped forward to present her birthday gift, respectfully saying, "Old Tang, I wish you blessings as vast as the East Sea and longevity. This is the golden longevity peach we prepared for you. All right, I must visit your home another day and play chess with your old man for 300 rounds." Old Master Tang laughed heartily. Ji Ruby's appearance caused a stir among the crowd. Besides her stunning beauty, what surprised people even more was that Ji Ruby would appear at Old Master Tang's birthday banquet. The Ji family holds a position in Jiangnan equivalent to that of the Tang family, both being top-tier wealthy families. The relationship between the two families had only been average, with little interaction. But now, the daughter of the Ji family had appeared at Old Master Tang's birthday banquet. Is this sending a message that the Tang family and Ji family, these two giants, are about to join forces? If these two families really unite, which family in Jiangnan could possibly contend? Everyone present was shaken, their expressions stunned. Qin Yimo was the last to step forward to present her birthday gift. Her appearance also caused a stir. Qin Yimo was simply too beautiful. She had a perfect face, skin as white as snow, and her curvaceous figure made countless men envious. Although she was only wearing a work uniform, she overshadowed 90% of the women present. Only Ji Ruby and Tang Xiaoyu's beauty could rival her. However, in terms of aura, Qin Yimo was stronger than the other two. She stood there, exuding an air of aloofness. "Old Tang, this is a jade Buddha statue my grandfather instructed me to bring. Wishing you good health and lasting blessings," Qin Yimo said politely. Old Master Tang stood up directly, accepting the birthday gift with both hands and respectfully saying, "Thank you for the gift from Old Qin. I haven't seen him in a long time and miss him very much. Once I recover, I will definitely go to Yinxing to thank Old Qin." Although Old Master Tang had been sitting while receiving gifts, he stood up in front of the younger generation of Qin Yimo and spoke with utmost respect. Moreover, Old Master Tang even mentioned Yinxing. Could it be that this beautiful woman is a descendant of a prominent family in Yinxing? Realizing this, everyone present looked at Qin Yimo with awe. Those families in Yinxing have deep foundations and are absolutely not to be provoked. After Qin Yimo presented her gift and stepped back, she suddenly caught sight of Fang Yu standing aside. How did he end up here? A hint of surprise flashed in Qin Yimo's beautiful eyes. Out of politeness, she wanted to walk over and greet Fang Yu. But at that moment, Old Master Tang had already begun to speak. "Thank you to all the guests for the birthday gifts. Today is my 74th birthday, and as old Master Tang, I. Just then, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Are there still guests arriving? Everyone turned to look back. Soon, four figures entered the hall. A man and a woman walked in front, followed by two men dressed in black martial robes. The woman at the front was stunningly beautiful, wearing bright red lipstick, her entire face exuding both charm and sharpness. Beside her was a tall and imposing man, his brows like swords, his gaze sharp and his aura extremely strong. As soon as these four entered the hall, it fell into silence. The moment everyone saw the man and woman at the forefront, their expressions changed, especially Tang Mingda and Ji Ruby, who almost instantly turned pale. This man and woman were none other than Yang Jian and Yang Yinju. They actually came. The Yang family had a bad reputation in the Jiangnan region due to their ruthless and unconventional methods. However, because of the outstanding talents of the younger generation, Yang Yinju and Yang Jian, the Yang family's development momentum remained very strong. 10 years ago, the Yang family could barely be considered a first-class family, but now they had successfully entered the ranks of top wealthy families. Old Tang, how could you forget about our Yang family while holding a birthday banquet? After all, we used to have some cooperation, Yang Yinju said, looking at old Master Tang with a cold smile. Tang Mingda's face looked grim as he stepped forward and said, Yang Yinju, what do you want? Today is a momentous day for the Tang family. Before Tang Mingda could finish his sentence, Yang Jian took a step forward. A wave of overwhelming pressure descended upon him, making it hard for Tang Mingda to breathe and rendering him unable to continue speaking. Head of the family. Seeing this, Tang Si immediately rushed forward to stand in front of Tang Mingda. A mere innate 8th-stage martial artist dares to step forward? Yang Jian's face was as cold as iron as he spoke. He extended his hand and waved it in the air. Uft! Tang Si spat out a mouthful of blood, flying sideways like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against a stone pillar and collapsing to the ground. Uncle Si. Tang Xiaoro's eyes turned red as she screamed. The others present were also shaken to their core, their expressions filled with horror. Is this the legendary martial arts genius of the Yang family, Yang Jian? This strength is too terrifying. The Tang family is likely to face major trouble today. Yang Jian's gaze was sharp as a blade as he glanced at the pale-faced Tang Mingda, then scanned the surroundings and coldly said, Who is Fang Yu? Chapter 64. The Might of a Master. The Tang family hall was now silent. Those who were scanned by Yang Jian felt a chill rising from the soles of their feet, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Yang Jian's aura was simply too strong. At the same time, everyone harbored a huge doubt in their hearts. Who is Fang Yu? Why has he provoked the Yang family? Old Master Tang looked at Yang Jian with astonishment in his eyes, his body trembling slightly. Today was his 74th birthday, and he had never imagined he would encounter such a situation. Seeing no one respond, Yang Jian took a step forward, fixed his gaze on Tang Mingda, and said word by word, I will ask again, who is Fang Yu? With each word Yang Jian uttered, the pressure on Tang Mingda intensified. Tang Mingda had never practiced martial arts. He was just an ordinary person, unable to withstand the pressure of a martial arts master. His legs trembled violently, on the verge of collapsing to the ground. Standing next to Yang Jian, Yang Yinju looked down at Tang Mingda and said, Head of the Tang family, hand him over, and I guarantee you will be fine. Tang Mingda's forehead was bulging with veins, drenched in sweat, but he still kept his mouth tightly shut, not uttering a word. Yang Jian stepped forward, coldly stating, Your Tang family cannot protect him. Tang Mingda could no longer hold on, letting out a cry of despair as he knelt on one knee, his teeth chattering, his whole body shaking. Yang Jian once again surveyed the surroundings, a cruel smile appearing on his face as he said, Head of the Tang family, I truly do not wish to harm you. As he spoke, Yang Jian's right hand was already raised. I'm here, do you have business with me? At that moment, a lazy male voice came from the crowd. Hearing the voice, Yang Jian immediately looked towards Fang Yu's position. Feeling Yang Jian's frigid gaze, the person blocking Fang Yu's way felt a chill run through his body and quickly moved aside. Soon, only Fang Yu and Tang Xiaoro remained in their original spot. Tang Xiaoro's face was pale, trembling uncontrollably. Yang Su had been beaten so badly by Fang Yu. Yang Jian would certainly not let Fang Yu go easily today. At this moment, the eyes of Yang Jian and Fang Yu met in the air. Yang Jian's eyes were cold and fierce, like a blade capable of piercing someone's heart. In contrast, Fang Yu's gaze was indifferent, even somewhat hollow, revealing little emotional color. A foundation-building period cultivator. Fang Yu had not dealt with foundation building period cultivators for a long time. Yang Jian entered the foundation building period before the age of 30, which made him a prodigy in today's world. However, Fang Yu had lived for nearly 5,000 years and had seen far too many geniuses. 4,000 years ago, the spiritual energy on Earth was still abundant, and during that time, countless talented individuals emerged in the cultivation world, each more stunning than the last. In every era, new prodigies would appear. Some broke through to the foundation building period in just 1 year, some understood how to absorb the world's spiritual energy at the age of 3, and others ascended to immortality in less than 1,000 years of cultivation. Having experienced such an era, Fang Yu naturally looked down on Yang Jian. In fact, Fang Yu looked down not only on Yang Jian, but on all cultivators of this era. Are you Fang Yu? Yang Jian looked at Fang Yu, slightly frowning as he asked. This was somewhat different from what he had expected. Fang Yu looked far too ordinary, especially with that thin physique. He didn't appear to be an innate martial artist at all, more like the ordinary build of an average person. Yang Yingzhu had told him that Fang Yu could defeat a half-step master. But judging from Fang Yu's aura, he was merely an innate fifth-stage martial artist. An innate fifth-stage martial artist defeating a half-step master? With such a significant difference in realms, Yang Jian believed it was impossible. Did he get the wrong person? Yang Jian glanced at Yang Yingzhu beside him, only to find her glaring at Fang Yu with a look of deep resentment. Is this really the Fang Yu? Is this the Fang Yu who harmed their Yang family members, forcing his sister and parents to not dare return home? Yang Jian's expression gradually darkened. I am Fang Yu. As Fang Yu spoke, he began to move forward. But Tang Xiaoro beside him grabbed his arm and said with a trembling voice, Fang Yu, don't go over there. Fang Yu turned back to look at Tang Xiaoro, noticing her pale face and teary eyes. I won't be in any danger. Fang Yu pushed Tang Xiaoro's hand away and slowly walked towards Yang Jian. Not far away, Ji Rumei saw Fang Yu directly approaching Yang Jian, and her face also turned pale, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Given Yang Jian's might, he might have already broken through to the master realm. If Fang Yu were to confront him head-on, it could be very dangerous. Meanwhile, Qin Yimo, standing in another direction, furrowed her brows. Having grown up in the Qin family, she had seen many martial arts masters. From Yang Jian's methods and the aura he emitted, it was clear that he was indeed a martial arts master. How did Fang Yu provoke such a powerful figure? Moreover, judging by Yang Jian's demeanor, it seemed he held a deep grudge against Fang Yu. Offending a martial arts master could lead to severe consequences. The most troublesome part was that Qin Yimo was currently unable to help Fang Yu. She had come to attend old Master Tang's birthday banquet with only one driver, who was merely an innate 11th-stage martial artist and certainly not a match for Yang Jian. Should she reveal her identity to stop Yang Jian from attacking Fang Yu? But that was the last thing Qin Yimo wanted to do. She disliked being in the spotlight. After much contemplation, Qin Yimo decided to observe for the time being. She also wanted to see what abilities Fang Yu possessed that made her grandfather, Qin Wudao, value him so highly. Fang Yu stopped just 2 meters away from Yang Jian. Is that person Fang Yu? Is he seeking death? How dare he walk up to Yang Jian? The murderous intent emanating from Yang Jian was overwhelming. The others in the hall looked at Fang Yu with shock in their eyes. He turned to Yang Yingzhu, who stood next to Yang Jian, her gaze filled with resentment, and asked, You are Yang Yingzhu? Upon seeing Fang Yu, Yang Yingzhu immediately thought of Yang Su's medical report, and she couldn't help but lose control of her emotions. Saying with hatred, Fang Yu, how dare you provoke our Yang family? I will repay you tenfold. With what? A slight smile appeared on Fang Yu's face as he replied. Seeing the smile on Fang Yu's face, Yang Yingzhu felt her anger ignite, wishing she could tear Fang Yu's face apart and rip out his heart. Hearing the exchange between the two, those around them were filled with astonishment. It seemed that Fang Yu had done something to the Yang family, provoking their revenge. Yang Jian frowned slightly and took a step forward. Boom. This step, seemingly light, sent tremors through the entire hall. A powerful aura erupted from Yang Jian, pressing down on Fang Yu. The might of a master. If an ordinary martial artist were to face such a powerful pressure, they would have long been unable to withstand it, collapsing to the ground and unable to move. But Fang Yu remained unfazed, a faint smile still on his face. Huh. Yang Jian's eyes flickered, and he took a step forward. The pressure exerted on Fang Yu became even heavier. Bang! The porcelain tile floor beneath Fang Yu's feet directly caved in by a large chunk. What immense pressure! The people around could only feel a chill run through their bodies upon witnessing this. Yang Jian was too strong. strong to the point of suffocation. Most of them had dealt with innate martial artists before, and a few had witnessed the skills of semi-masters. But this was the first time they saw the means of a martial arts master. They now realized that such a powerful class of people existed in this world. Yet, even with the floor cracking, Fang Yu stood there relaxed, with no change in his expression or movements. Yang Jian's brows furrowed even deeper. "I'm quite happy that you came to find me," Fang Yu said at this moment. "That way I don't have to look for you." Upon hearing this, Yang Yingzhu laughed directly, her laughter beautiful but her eyes filled with malice, saying, "Fang Yu, do you think you are very strong? Do you think you are invincible? Maybe sending a bunch of useless people to deal with you before gave you the wrong impression. Now that my elder brother has stepped into the master realm and returned, he will surely take your life. Forsuer's revenge." Yang Yingzhu's eyes turned red, filled with hatred. Yang Jian said nothing, looking at Fang Yu with some surprise. The pressure he exerted on Fang Yu was extremely heavy, yet Fang Yu appeared utterly unfazed. Chapter 65, Duel. Yang Jian withdrew the momentum he had on Fang Yu, his eyes flashing as he said, "This afternoon at 3 o'clock, at the Martial Arts Association Arena in Zhanghai City, I challenge you to a fair duel in front of the Martial Arts Association. Do you dare to accept?" Martial Arts Association? Duel? Fang Yu squinted at Yang Jian. It had been many years since he last stepped onto a competition stage. He somewhat missed that feeling. "All right," Fang Yu replied. Yang Jian looked deeply at Fang Yu and said coldly, "I hope you can arrive at the competition stage on time this afternoon." After speaking, he turned to leave. "Wait." Fang Yu suddenly spoke up at this moment. Yang Jian paused and asked, "What is your question?" "You've injured Tang Si, for the sake of fairness. Shouldn't I also be allowed to injure one of your people?" Fang Yu said. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian had no reaction, but many people's expressions changed. Was Fang Yu seeking death? Yang Jian was already planning to leave, yet he was still so provocative. Tang Si was just a servant who was injured. A cold smile appeared on Yang Jian's face as he said, "If you can do it, feel free." The two people behind him were his disciples, also from Longmen, students of Master Gu Rulong. Both already possessed the strength of semi-masters, and with Gu Rulong's personal guidance, their strength far exceeded that of ordinary semi-masters. Fang Yu could defeat a typical semi-master, but against these two disciples, he would definitely hold no advantage. Yang Jian turned to look at Fang Yu, his eyes filled with arrogant confidence. "All right." Before his words fell, Fang Yu instantly disappeared from his spot. The next second, he appeared in front of one of Yang Jian's disciples and kicked out. This semi-master didn't have time to react at all. His brain couldn't keep up with Fang Yu's speed. Bang! The semi-master spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward for 20 to 30 meters before crashing to the ground, unable to stand again. Seeing this scene, many people at the scene gasped in shock. Fang Yu really dared to take action. Not only did he dare to act, but the power of that kick was indeed not weak. Yang Jian looked at Fang Yu, his surprise even more pronounced. He hadn't taken Fang Yu seriously, but now it seemed that Fang Yu's strength was indeed stronger than he had anticipated. However, he still held absolute confidence in his heart. Although there was only a thin layer of difference in realm between a martial arts master and a semi-master, the gap in strength was like heaven and earth. In the current martial arts world, the value of a martial arts master exceeded that of 20 semi-masters combined. This was an absolute advantage. No matter how strong Fang Yu was, he was still just an innate martial artist. That kick just now, if it were Yang Jian, he could have easily blocked it. His two disciples were still too weak. One of Yang Jian's other disciples had an extremely ugly expression and wanted to attack Fang Yu. Yang Jian gestured to stop him, looking at Fang Yu, and said, "I admit your strength is not weak, but everything you're doing now will only add to the pain you will endure this afternoon. See you in the afternoon." After saying this, Yang Jian turned and left, while Yang Yingzhu coldly glared at Fang Yu before following behind him. The other disciple immediately went to help the downed disciple up and took him away. Upon exiting the Tang family's door, Yang Jian glanced at the disciple who had been kicked by Fang Yu, now holding his abdomen with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and asked, "Luo Shidi, how are you?" Luo Ziming shook his head and said, "I'm fine, just a little hurt in my abdomen." Remembering Fang Yu's lightning-fast speed and the power of that kick, Luo Ziming still felt lingering fear. Yang Yingzhu couldn't help but ask, "Brother, why didn't you just kill Fang Yu directly just now?" Yang Jian glanced at Yang Yingzhu and said, "Fang Yu is destined to die, but killing here and killing in front of the Martial Arts Association have different effects. I have followed my master for too long, and I haven't appeared in public for too long. I suspect that many people have forgotten that the Yang family still has my presence. Just right, this afternoon, I will tell all of Jiangnan that I, Yang Jian, have returned. From now on, the Yang family will no longer be oppressed by anyone. Whoever offends the Yang family is offending me, Yang Jian, and the next scene will be just like Fang Yu on the competition stage. As he spoke, Yang Jian's eyes were like thunder, his momentum overwhelming. Yang Yingzhu looked at Yang Jian, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Her elder brother had now grown into a true powerhouse. From now on, as long as she and her brother joined forces, one with literature and one with martial arts, they would surely elevate the Yang family to a new level. In the Tang family hall, there was a silence. Although Yang Jian had left several minutes ago, the people present were still filled with fear, unable to speak for a long time. Tang Mingda stood up with the help of his subordinates, his legs still trembling. Both of his knees were now swollen and red. Old Master Tang's mental state had originally been good, but after the earlier disturbance caused by Yang Jian, his face turned very poor, and he trembled back to his seat, looking distressed. Ji Rumai hurriedly walked to Fang Yu's side, glanced at her watch, and said anxiously, "Mr. Fang, fortunately, Yang Jian didn't act on the spot. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, we still have about 4 hours to find a way." "Find a way? What is there to think about? Just take care of Yang Jian," Fang Yu said lightly. The Yang family still owed him a large debt, and now that Yang Jian had come to him for repayment, it was a good thing. This afternoon, he could take the opportunity to wipe out the Yang family completely. Ji Rumai looked at Fang Yu, who appeared completely unconcerned, feeling extremely anxious. She felt that Fang Yu did not have a clear understanding of the strength of a martial arts master, but she didn't dare to say anything more. Fearing that Fang Yu would misunderstand her intentions, Fang Yu looked at the unconscious Tang Si lying on the ground and walked over. Tang Xiao hurriedly ran over. Her beautiful eyes reddened and said, "Fang Yu, Uncle Si." Fang Yu crouched down, grabbed Tang Si's arm, and infused a strand of true energy, flowing through Tang Si's meridians. The meridians were undamaged. It was nothing serious, just needs some rest, and he will be fine. Fang Yu stood up and said. Tang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately 2 subordinates came over to carry Tang Si away on a stretcher. Fang Yu stood up and noticed that everyone around was looking at him with strange expressions. The hall was silent, falling into an awkward state. "Why not continue the birthday banquet?" Fang Yu said. While others had no immediate reaction, Liang Rong stepped forward, glaring at Fang Yu, and angrily said, "How can you still say that? If it weren't for you, would it have ended up like this? How can the birthday banquet continue now?" Tang Wenyuan quickly grabbed Liang Rong to stop her from continuing. Fang Yu had just kicked someone away over 30 meters, clearly showcasing his exceptional skills. If Liang Rong angered Fang Yu, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Why are you stopping me? Am I wrong?" He alone provoked Yang Jian. And now he brought him to our Tang family. Does he want to get us killed? Liang Rong boldly continued. "Enough, shut up," Old Master Tang shouted. Liang Rong's expression changed slightly, and she closed her mouth. Old Master Tang looked at Fang Yu and said, "Dr. Fang, please come to the inner hall for a moment." After that, he turned to the guests in the hall and said, "Today, some unexpected events occurred that startled everyone. I apologize for that. The birthday banquet will continue. Please feel free to enjoy yourselves. I will go to the inner hall to handle some matters." With Old Master Tang's words, the guests naturally wanted to show their respect, and the atmosphere became slightly livelier. However, while the guests appeared to be chatting and laughing, internally, many were already retreating in their minds. The martial arts genius Yang Jian from the Yang family had returned, and everyone had witnessed his terrifying abilities. The Tang family and the Yang family were in opposition. Therefore, attending Old Master Tang's birthday banquet today meant they were effectively standing against the Yang family. No one wanted to confront the current Yang family. If it weren't for the sake of appearances, many would have wanted to leave directly. In the inner hall, Old Master Tang, Tang Mingda, Tang Xiao, and Tang Feng were all present. Old Master Tang's expression was serious, and he said to Fang Yu, "Dr. Fang, I know a martial arts master from Xiangqing. I will call him now and ask for his help to mediate this matter." Fang Yu was taken aback and said, "There's no need. Dr. Fang, you are our Tang family's benefactor, and it's because of us that you have offended the Yang family. Now that you are in danger, how can we just sit by and do nothing? Are we still worthy of being human?" Old Master Tang interrupted Fang Yu, speaking in a deep voice. Chapter 66. The Anticipation of the Masses. Old Master Tang dialed a number, said a few words, and then hung up the phone with a dark expression. "Dad, what happened?" Tang Mingda asked upon seeing old Master Tang's grim face. "Master Lin is in seclusion and won't be coming out for a while," old Master Tang said solemnly. Hearing this news, Tang Mingda's expression also changed. "Dad, is there any other way?" Tang Xiaoro stepped forward and asked. Tang Mingda took a deep breath, looked at Fang Yu, and said, "Dr. Fang, I will find a way to send you out of the 9 provinces." "I really don't need to run away," Fang Yu said, feeling a bit helpless. Nowadays, people seem to think that martial arts masters were invincible and were incredibly fearful. But in Fang Yu's eyes, a martial arts master was merely at the foundation building stage. According to the classification of cultivation realms, the foundation building stage was simply a realm after the Qi refining stage. There were still the core formation stage, nascent soul stage, divine transformation stage, and great ascension stage to follow. Moreover, Yang Jian only had the early stage of foundation building. "You all continue with the birthday banquet. Yang Jian's target is me, not you. There's no need for you to panic," Fang Yu said, and turned to leave the hall. He was a bit hungry and needed to eat something. Not long after Fang Yu walked out, Tang Wenyuan and his wife entered the inner hall. "Dad, do you still want to protect that Fang Yu? You saw Yang Jian's strength," Liang Rong said loudly as soon as she entered the inner hall. "Dad, for the sake of the Tang family, I believe we should quickly sever ties with Fang Yu. Otherwise, the Yang family will inevitably see us as enemies, and it will be hard to deal with later." Tang Wenyuan also spoke up. "You two idiots, be quiet," old Master Tang shouted with a pale face. "Dad, what I said is for the good of the family. Do you really want to put our Tang family in danger for an outsider?" Tang Wenyuan argued back defiantly. Old Master Tang pointed at Tang Wenyuan, his beard trembling with anger. "Tang Wenyuan, shut up immediately." Tang Mingda stepped forward angrily. "What? Do you want to hit me? I'm your older brother. I'm still your elder. If you have the guts, do it and see if you get struck by lightning." Tang Wenyuan was unafraid, taking a step forward with his chest out. "You." Tang Mingda was also enraged. Tang Xiaoro covered her ears, not wanting to hear their argument, and walked out of the hall. She was only concerned about Fang Yu's safety. Less than 4 hours were left. What should she do? How could she save Fang Yu? Tang Xiaoro walked out of the hall, looked around, and found Fang Yu at the buffet table in the distance, eating food and talking to a woman. How does he know her? Tang Xiaoro's expression changed slightly as she walked over. "You really don't need help?" Qin Yimo looked at Fang Yu, who was enjoying his meal. Her brows slightly furrowed, and asked, "Of course, you can come see my performance this afternoon." Fang Yu replied with a mouthful of lamb chop, speaking unclearly. "She is a martial arts master." Qin Yimo thought Fang Yu didn't know and reminded him. "So what?" Fang Yu asked. "I don't think you're her match." Qin Yimo said bluntly. "How did your grandfather introduce me to you?" Fang Yu swallowed an abalone and asked. At this point, Qin Yimo became a bit angry and replied indignantly. "He didn't say anything. He only said you are what?" Fang Yu asked, to avoid Fang Yu becoming too proud. Qin Yimo answered, "Nothing. He should have said I'm a great benefactor of the Qin family." Fang Yu smiled slightly and said. Qin Yimo bit her lip. This person was really annoying. "Your grandfather is right. I truly am a great benefactor of your Qin family. You could say that without me. There would be no your grandfather, and thus no current Qin family." Fang Yu took a sip of red wine and continued, "Even your grandfather's name was given by me." Which means, hearing this, Qin Yimo's expression gradually worsened, and she finally couldn't help but angrily say, "Can you stop saying such nonsense? You might think it's funny, but for me, it's disrespectful to my grandfather and our Qin family. I'm not talking nonsense." Fang Yu was about to say something when he caught sight of Tang Xiaoro walking over. "Fang Yu, so you are here." Tang Xiaoro glanced at Qin Yimo and said, "I'm hungry." Fang Yu replied succinctly. "Miss Tang." "Hello." Qin Yimo greeted Tang Xiaoro. Tang Xiaoro looked at Qin Yimo. She was one of the few women that made her feel inferior. "Hello, Miss Qin." Tang Xiaoro didn't know who Qin Yimo was. She only knew that even her grandfather valued Qin Yimo greatly. However, seeing Qin Yimo laughing and chatting with Fang Yu earlier made her feel a bit uncomfortable. "I will still ask my grandfather. If he says not to help you, then I won't help," Qin Yimo said, giving Tang Xiaoro a gentle smile before turning to leave. "Fang Yu, how do you know Miss Qin?" Tang Xiaoro asked, puzzled. "She is the granddaughter of an old friend of mine," Fang Yu answered. "Grandfather's old friend's granddaughter?" Tang Xiaoro was a bit confused but quickly realized that Fang Yu was joking with her. Fang Yu wiped his mouth with a napkin, stood up, and said, "I'm going home for a nap. You all continue." "Fang Yu, are you really going this afternoon?" Tang Xiaoro wanted to say more. but Fang Yu had already left without looking back. The martial arts genius Yang Jian from the Yang family has returned. And this afternoon he will duel with a person named Fang Yu at the Jianghai City Martial Arts Association. It is said that Yang Jian has successfully stepped into the master realm, becoming the youngest master in the Jiangnan region in nearly 50 years. A master? Then who was his opponent? Could it also be a master? The news of the duel between Yang Jian and Fang Yu spread rapidly, and within just 3 hours. It had circulated throughout the martial arts community of Jianghai City. Many martial artists rushed to the Jianghai Martial Arts Association to witness the power of the newly promoted martial arts master. Representatives from various families who attended the birthday banquet at the Tang family this morning also headed there. This battle was of great significance, primarily to assess Yang Jian's level and see if he had truly reached the realm of a martial arts master. If he had, these families would need to re-evaluate their relationships with the Yang family. At 2:30 p.m., the audience seats in the Martial Arts Association were almost full. Everyone was waiting for Yang Jian's appearance. As for Yang Jian's opponent, Fang Yu, no one seemed to care. The vast majority had never heard of this name. The head of the Yang family, Yang Xiaorong, has arrived, and his business prodigy daughter, Yang Yinju. Someone shouted from the audience. Congratulations, head of the Yang family. Now that young Master Yang has entered the master realm, the Yang family is bound to soar. Many family representatives approached Yang Xiaorong to curry favor. Yang Xiaorong smiled and nodded in response, taking a seat in the front row with Yang Yinju. The head of the Tang family, Tang Mingde, has arrived, and the head of the Ji family, Ji Dongshan, along with his daughter, Ji Rumei. My goodness, how many big figures are coming today? Someone exclaimed. Tang Mingde and Ji Dongshan were conversing as they passed by Yang Xiaorong when they stopped. Ji Dongshan's expression darkened upon seeing Yang Yinju. This woman had repeatedly sent people to kill Ji Rumei, and last time, he was nearly caught in the crossfire as well. The feud between the two families had long transcended mere business competition. Tang family head, I didn't expect you to side with the Ji family so quickly. We were still having a good chat just 2 weeks ago, Yang Xiaorong said with a smile, looking at Tang Mingde. Mr. Yang, it was your Yang family that acted without rules first. Your son, Yang Su, even attempted to harm my daughter, Tang Mingde replied, his expression turning sour, leaving his words unfinished. At the mention of Yang Su, Yang Xiaorong and Yang Yinju's expressions darkened. Tang Mingde, Fang Yu is your man. You must take responsibility for his actions. Don't think you can escape. Once my brother deals with Fang Yu, the Yang family will settle the score with your Tang family. Yang Yinju said coldly, her beautiful eyes filled with malice. Do you think just because your family has a martial arts master, you can do as you please? In the Jiuzhou kingdom, you must. Tang Mingde said, his face turning iron gray. But before he could finish, Yang Yinju slammed her hand on the table and said through gritted teeth, our Yang family never abides by rules. Chapter 67. Sorry, I'm late. Yang Yinju, don't be too arrogant. Ji Dongshan said with a grim expression. What's wrong? Just then, a cold voice came from behind. Tang Mingde and the others turned around to see Yang Jian, dressed in a black martial robe, standing behind them. Tang family head, Ji family head. You can return to your seats. As for the other matters, we can discuss them after I deal with Fang Yu. I believe by then, you will have a different perspective, Yang Jian said coldly and expressionlessly. Tang Mingde and Ji Dongshan's expressions changed, and they fell silent. Yang Yinju looked at them and sneered. A few minutes later, Tang Wenyuan and his wife, along with Tang Xiaoro and Tang Feng, helped the elder Tang enter the hall. Tang Mingde had not wanted them to come, but he could not resist Tang Xiaoro's persistent pleas, so he allowed her to tag along. A few more minutes passed, and Qin Yimo also arrived. She had called her grandfather, and upon hearing the news that Fang Yu was going to duel with a martial arts master, her grandfather laughed several times, urging her to see it live. Qin Yimo was deeply skeptical. Could it be that Fang Yu really had the strength to match a martial arts master? Time quickly approached 2:55 p.m. Yang Jian stepped onto the duel stage, stirring a wave of fervent discussion among the audience. That's Yang Jian, the one rumored to have entered the realm of martial arts master. The aura he emits is so special. Is this the aura of a martial arts master? Indeed, his aura was completely different from that of innate martial artists. This was the aura of a martial arts master. Yang Jian stood on the duel stage with his hands behind his back, eyes closed. Time passed second by second, and no one stepped onto the duel stage. It was already 2:59 p.m. Why hadn't Yang Jian's opponent arrived yet? Yeah, I can't wait any longer. I've never seen a martial arts master in my life. I really want to witness their strength. Is it possible that Fang Yu is going to back out? Voices of dissatisfaction erupted from the audience. Soon, the clock struck 3. Still, no one had taken the stage, and no one entered the hall. What does this mean? Is Fang Yu really not coming? Seated next to the duel stage were 3 innate 10th-tier martial artists, who were the witnesses and effectively the judges of this duel. One of the witnesses stood up and looked at Yang Jian, inquiring whether they should continue waiting. Let us wait another 5 minutes, Yang Jian said calmly. 3 more minutes passed, and Fang Yu still had not appeared, causing a stir among the audience. How cowardly can Fang Yu be? We're all here waiting to watch, and he doesn't even show up? I received news at noon today and drove over 2 hours from another city, only to miss it? Damn. What kind of pathetic opponent did Yang Jian pick? Yang Xiaorong and Yang Yinju, sitting in the front row of the audience, also wore dark expressions. They had hoped to announce Yang Jian's return with this duel while showcasing the Yang family's power. But now, with Fang Yu not showing up, their plans were thrown into disarray. Damn it, I should have dealt with Fang Yu this morning at the Tang family. Yang Yinju gritted her teeth in frustration. Her fists clenched. On the other side, however, Tang Mingda and Ji Dongshan's group wore expressions of relief. What they feared most was Yang Jian defeating Fang Yu on the duel stage, or even killing him outright. Now that Fang Yu was not attending the duel, they felt a sense of relief. Time quickly reached 3:05 p.m. The witnesses stood up, preparing to announce the cancellation of the duel. The audience erupted in a chorus of curses, all cursing Fang Yu for being a coward. But just then, a figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. It was Fang Yu. Sorry, I overslept, Fang Yu said loudly to Yang Jian. The audience suddenly fell silent, all eyes on Fang Yu. Who was this person that Yang Jian had specifically called out for a duel upon his return? Many martial artists scrutinized Fang Yu, only to show disappointment. Based on the aura he emanated, Fang Yu was clearly not a martial arts master, but merely an innate 5th-tier martial artist. A duel between a martial arts master and an innate 5th-tier martial artist? What kind of duel was that? This was a one-sided slaughter. Fang Yu looked at the nearly full audience, surprised at the turnout. Clearly, the Yang family had spread the news. Their intention was likely to set an example. Using Fang Yu as the chicken to warn the other martial artists and family representatives present, Fang Yu slightly squinted and was about to step onto the duel stage when he was stopped by one of the witnesses beside him. Before you go on stage, you must sign the death agreement. Master Yang has already signed, the witness said to Fang Yu. Oh, Fang Yu said without hesitation, signing his name on the death agreement on the table. Seeing Fang Yu sign his name, a cold smile curled at the corners of Yang Jian's mouth. This way, he could kill Fang Yu without any reservations. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Fang Yu stepped onto the duel stage. A cheer erupted from the audience. No matter what, the duel was finally about to begin. Even though Fang Yu is only a congenital martial artist at the 5th stage, his courage to stand on the competition stage is commendable. If it were any other congenital martial artist facing a martial arts master, just being able to stand firm would be impressive. I thought you wouldn't dare to go on stage, Yang Jian said. Fang Yu smiled slightly. He had been on the Immortal Slaughter stage several times back in the day, so what was this small competition stage? Yang Jian glanced at Fang Yu, then turned to the audience and said, Everyone must be very curious why I propose to duel with this Fang Yu. Because this person has turned my brother Yang Su into a cripple. As soon as these words came out, the entire venue was shocked. Since the Yang family had previously kept the news under wraps, not many people knew about this. This Fang Yu, who is only a 5th-stage congenital martial artist, actually dared to turn Yang Su into a cripple? He is too bold. Doesn't he know that the Yang family is the family that cannot be provoked among all the top families in Jiangnan? Today, I proposed this duel to avenge my brother Yang Su, and also because Yang Jian wanted to continue speaking. You are talking too much, just start the fight already. Fang Yu directly interrupted Yang Jian's words. Yang Jian simply stopped speaking, his expression cold, and turned around. Since you are eager to seek death, then I will fulfill your wish. A tremendous aura erupted from Yang Jian. Even the audience sitting further away felt a suffocating pressure. Fang Yu, you turned my brother into a cripple, and I will return this grudge tenfold, Yang Jian said, his right fist condensing a ball of mist-like true qi. And he punched towards Fang Yu. The power of this punch was so strong that it created a sonic boom in the air. The white mist transformed into a leopard-headed shape as it charged towards Fang Yu, opening its bloody maw, fierce and terrifying. If a human body were hit by such a punch, it would probably burst on the spot. The external release of true qi transforming and materializing. This is the foundation building stage. How enviable, Feng Yu thought, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes, raising one hand and gripping in the air. Boom! With a loud bang, the leopard head formed by true qi seemed to be grasped by an invisible gigantic hand, instantly scattering in the air. How is this possible? Yang Jian's expression changed. Feng Yu was just a congenital martial artist, but his earlier method was clearly an external release of true qi. How could a congenital martial artist possibly master external release of true qi? Could it be some kind of technique? Although Yang Jian was surprised, he remained relatively calm, growling lowly, exerting force under his feet and leaping into the air, reaching a height of over 10 meters. He chanted a mantra, his hands forming seals, and a powerful aura emanated from his hands. Senior brother is going to use our Longmen's ultimate technique, the Divine Dragon Technique? Below, Luo Ziming's expression was excited. This is the signature skill of their master, Gu Rulong. Only those above the master realm can master it. In the air, Yang Jian's expression was cold, his eyes shimmering with golden light, as if burning with flames. He was forming extremely complex seals with both hands, and the aura condensing in his hands was growing stronger and stronger. After a few seconds, he brought his hands together, and his entire body was enveloped in a layer of faint golden light. The air resonated with a long, dragon-like roar. Feng Yu, today I will let you witness our Longmen's unique ultimate technique, the Divine Dragon Technique, Yang Jian said coldly in midair. Immediately, he dove towards Feng Yu on the competition stage. He left a long golden trail in the air, the patterns revealed, looking just like the scales of a dragon. And the dragon head was his own transformation. Watching the rapidly approaching Yang Jian, Feng Yu's pupils glimmered with a faint red glow. The Divine Dragon Technique? Interesting. Then I will take this a bit more seriously. Feng Yu stepped back with his left foot, clenched his right fist, and a faint red, true qi gathered on his right fist. A terrifying aura emanated from Feng Yu's right fist. Chapter 68. I concede. In the venue, seeing the golden dragon body descending from the sky, the audience erupted in exclamations. Is this the means of a martial arts master? It's truly shocking. Senior brother, you really have mastered the Divine Dragon Technique. Luo Ziming, below, was filled with admiration and excitement. In Longmen, there are not many who can master the Divine Dragon Technique. Only 3 in total. Because the threshold for the Divine Dragon Technique is very high. Only upon entering the Master Realm can one begin to cultivate it. Moreover, the cultivation process is extremely arduous. For example, Luo Ziming's eldest senior brother, the chief disciple of Longmen, took nearly 15 years after entering the Master Realm to cultivate the Divine Dragon Technique to great success. Yang Jian had just recently entered the Master Realm, and he could actually use the Divine Dragon Technique. Although his proficiency was not even at the minor success level, it was already shocking enough. Furthermore, using the Divine Dragon Technique against a mere 5th-stage congenital martial artist like Feng Yu was indeed overkill. Senior brother, how powerful is the Divine Dragon Technique? I have never seen you or master use this ultimate technique before, asked Wan Yang, standing next to Luo Ziming. I have not witnessed it myself, but I have heard that the power of the Divine Dragon Technique lies in its enhancement of the human body. It can condense true qi into something like armor to protect the body and enhance the power of each strike. Back then, Master relied on this ultimate technique to suppress the major masters in Jiangnan and was awarded the title of Master of Masters by the Martial Arts Association. Luo Ziming said proudly, his eyes shining. Yang Xiaorong had already stood up, looking up at the golden dragon body in the sky, his eyes reddening. This is the hope for the future of the Yang family. In this generation of the Yang family, 1 dragon and 1 phoenix, 1 martial and 1 literary. Truly blessed by heaven. Yang Xiaorong himself had no abilities, but his 2 children were extraordinarily gifted. At this moment, Yang Xiaorong thought of Yang Su, who was still lying in a hospital bed abroad. Su, don't worry, after the duel, I will bring Feng Yu's corpse to see you. Yang Xiaorong's eyes filled with hatred, he thought. On the competition stage, Yang Jian dove to a distance of less than 1 meter from Feng Yu, throwing a punch. You want to clash with me head-on? Feng Yu's lips curled slightly as he raised his fist surrounded by faint red, true qi, aiming to strike at Yang Jian's rapidly approaching fist. The 2 fists collided in midair. Yang Jian wore a cold smile. He knew that after enhancing with the Divine Dragon Technique, his physical body was practically invincible. Feng Yu was simply seeking death by clashing fists with him. However, At the moment their fists truly collided, Yang Jian's expression changed instantly, but he had no time to react. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, and a brilliant light radiated from the competition stage. The powerful force expanded outwards from the center of the competition stage. The three witnesses sitting closest were directly blown away by this force. Even the martial artists sitting in the audience felt a violent force rushing towards them, causing a wave of exclamations. Particularly the people seated in the front row were directly knocked back, crashing heavily to the ground. This is what kind of terrifying power. My God, with this strike, Yang Jian has probably turned that Fang Yu into ashes. This is a master. This is a master. No wonder so many martial artists spend their lives striving to reach this realm. It is simply too strong. The light on the competition stage had not yet dissipated, but the exclamations from the audience were unending. The members of the Tang and Ji families seated in the front row looked extremely grim. In the face of such destructive power, the possibility of Fang Yu holding up was almost zero. Tang Xiaorou, who had been knocked to the ground by the earlier force, stood up with red-rimmed eyes. It wasn't because she had fallen hard, but because she felt that Fang Yu might already be dead. Fang Yu should be alright, right? Tang Xiaorou said, looking at Tang Mingde beside her, only to find that Tang Mingde's eyes were also red, his expression ashen. Old Tang sighed and said, Our Tang family has let down Physician Fang. With his talent, if he had just a few more years, he would surely become a leader of his generation. It's our Tang family's fault for not being able to protect him. Beside him, Ji Dongshan and Ji Rumei also had pale faces and said nothing. In the corner of the audience, Qin Yimo frowned. Her delicate brows knitted tightly as she focused intently on the bright light on the martial arts stage. Since her grandfather told her not to help Fang Yu, it meant that Fang Yu's strength was enough to handle Yang Jian. Therefore, she believed that Yang Jian could not defeat Fang Yu in one blow. In the front row of the audience, Yang Xiaorong and his daughter, who had just been shocked by the earlier display of power, had regained their composure. They exchanged glances, and besides shock, their eyes were filled with ecstatic joy. They were shocked by the earlier display of power and ecstatic because Fang Yu must be dead. Moreover, Yang Jian had perfectly showcased his strength. It could be imagined that after today's duel, Yang Jian would become famous throughout Jianghai City and even the entire Jiangnan region. At that time, the Yang family would truly be on the path to soaring. The brilliance on the martial arts stage gradually faded. A large pit appeared on the marble-made stage, with thick smoke and dust wafting above it. This was the power of Yang Jian's earlier strike. It was stunning. For those who had never witnessed the strength of a martial arts master, this scene was truly shocking. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, everyone stared intently at the pit. Soon, they saw a figure standing in the middle of the pit. It's over, Yang Jian has won. What the hell? Did Fang Yu really get blasted away without a trace? Is it any surprise? Anyone hit by Yang Jian's earlier strike would be obliterated. The martial artists in the audience began to discuss among themselves, and many had already stood up, preparing to leave. Representatives from various families were also looking for Yang Xiaorong to congratulate him. Dad, starting today, our Yang family will sweep all before us and dominate Jiangnan. Yang Yingzhu exclaimed excitedly. Yang Xiaorong's eyes were red as he said, We have finally avenged our grievances. As the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, a sudden uproar erupted from the audience. Wait, it seems the figure standing there is Fang Yu, not Yang Jian. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a bomb had exploded. Everyone looked towards the martial arts stage and indeed saw Fang Yu standing in the pit. His expression was calm, his shirt slightly torn, but there was not a single visible wound on his body. How is that possible? The person standing there is actually Fang Yu? Where's Yang Jian? The crowd began searching for Yang Jian's figure on the martial arts stage. Soon, sharp-eyed individuals noticed a person lying on the ground beneath the stage. This person was lying on the ground. His entire right arm had disappeared, and blood was everywhere. From his clothing, it could be seen that he was Yang Jian. My God, the person lying beneath the martial arts stage is actually Yang Jian. The audience was in an uproar, all eyes filled with disbelief. Yang Xiaorong and Yang Yingzhu, sitting in the front row, were completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. Senior brother, Luo Ziming and Wan Yang recognized Yang Jian at a glance and shouted, rushing forward. But at that moment, Yang Jian's body moved. He pushed himself up with his left hand, struggling to stand. At that moment, everyone could clearly see that the one who had lost his right hand was indeed Yang Jian. Big brother, Jianer. Seeing this scene, Yang Yingzhu and Yang Xiaorong were filled with rage. Yang Jian's right shoulder was empty, with only a bloody hole exposing the white bone and flesh inside. A large amount of blood flowed from this wound. Yang Jian was pale, looking at Fang Yu on the martial arts stage, his eyes filled only with fear. He never expected that Fang Yu's punch would be so powerful. The true Qi armor he had activated with the dragon technique was shattered in an instant by Fang Yu's punch. Fang Yu was definitely not of innate 5-stage strength. His power far exceeded that of an innate martial artist. Yang Jian even felt that only his master, Gu Rulong, could defeat Fang Yu. Who on earth are you? Yang Jian looked at Fang Yu on the martial arts stage, his voice trembling as he asked. I am Fang Yu, just a Qi refining period cultivator. Fang Yu said calmly as he walked towards Yang Jian. I concede. Seeing Fang Yu approach, Yang Jian's face turned fearful as he shouted loudly. Chapter 69. Exhausting one's cultivation. Yang Jian concedes. The audience fell silent. The reversal came too quickly for them to react. Just 20 seconds ago, they still thought Yang Jian had already won, and that Fang Yu was long dead. But the reality was that Yang Jian had lost his right hand and had to concede. The most terrifying part was that aside from his torn shirt, Fang Yu had no obvious injuries. This indicated that Fang Yu's strength was likely far beyond Yang Jian's. Yang Jian had stepped into the realm of martial arts masters. If Fang Yu's strength surpassed him, what realm could that be? Thinking of this, everyone's expressions changed, and they looked at Fang Yu with horror. Meanwhile, on the side of the Tang and Ji families, there was a wave of joy. Tang Xiao smiled through tears and said, I knew Fang Yu would be fine. This is the Fang Yu I know, always able to surprise people, Ji Rumei said, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked at the figure on the martial arts stage. Tang Mingda and Ji Dongshan finally relaxed, their previously grim expressions easing. After Yang Jian shouted his concession, Fang Yu did not stop. He continued to slowly walk towards Yang Jian. I concede. I concede. Yang Jian continued to shout. At this point, he no longer cared about dignity or reputation. He had to survive. As long as he survived, he would have a chance to rise again. His master would definitely have a way to help him regain a new right hand, and afterward, he would continue to cultivate the dragon technique to perfection and seek revenge on Fang Yu. But all of this hinged on his survival. Seeing that Fang Yu's footsteps had not stopped, Luo Ziming and Wanyang looked at the three witnesses who were still in a daze and shouted, Our senior brother has conceded. You should hurry and ask Fang Yu to stop. One of the witnesses came to his senses and shouted at Fang Yu on the stage, Master Fang. Master Yang has conceded, please stop, don't. But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Fang Yu's cold gaze. You signed a death contract. Is there a concession in that? Fang Yu asked. Yes, according to the rules of the Martial Arts Association, the witnesses must maintain composure and explain, the witness said. That's your rule. Here, after signing a death contract, life and death are no longer up to oneself, Fang Yu said flatly, ignoring the so-called witness and continuing to walk towards Yang Jian. Yang Jian's face was pale, his whole body trembling, due to excessive blood loss. Most of his strength had been drained, and now he could not even escape. Junior brother, save me. Yang Jian looked at Luo Ziming and Wanyang, shouting loudly. I'll distract Fang Yu. You go save senior brother and escape directly. Luo Ziming said to Wanyang beside him. Wanyang's face was pale as he nodded. Then, the two rushed out together. Luo Ziming unleashed his full momentum and charged towards Fang Yu. As a half-step master, Luo Ziming was quite powerful and was considered a leader among the younger generation in Jiangnan's martial arts community. What are you going to use to distract me? Fang Yu looked at Luo Ziming and waved his hand in the air. Before Luo Ziming could reach Fang Yu, he felt a tremendous force rushing towards him. Puff! Luo Ziming was sent flying to the side, rolling on the ground several times before losing consciousness. At that moment, Wanyang had not even reached Yang Jian's side. Seeing Luo Ziming's fate, Wanyang's face turned pale, feeling his legs weaken, and he no longer dared to move. Fang Yu, if you kill me, my master will never let you go. He is the revered master of Jiangnan, Gu Rulong. Yang Jian shouted in a hoarse voice, his eyes filled with fear. Fang Yu had already walked up to him, reaching out and grabbing Yang Jian's neck, lifting him off the ground. Fang Yu, stop. Yang Xiaorong, who witnessed this scene, could no longer hold back, his eyes turning red as he shouted desperately. Fang Yu looked at Yang Xiaorong and the trembling Yang Yinju beside him, and said indifferently, Your Yang family owes me a debt. It must be repaid, right? Yang Yinju looked at Fang Yu. Her eyes filled not only with fear, but also endless resentment. Why? Why can't Fang Yu ever be killed? Even my elder brother, who has entered the Master Realm, is no match for him. A minute ago, she was still envisioning a beautiful future of the siblings working together. But a minute later, everything was gone. I refuse to accept this. Our generation of the Yang family is filled with geniuses. Why should we be ruined by Fang Yu alone? Yang Yingju's eyes turned bloodshot, her teeth grinding together. She exerted all her strength to calm herself down and stop shaking. However, the imbalance in her mindset made her nearly collapse. She desperately wanted to rush onto the martial stage and confront Fang Yu. But she knew that doing so would not only be futile, but also foolish. Rationality told her that she must find a way to leave this venue. Otherwise, she might not be able to leave unscathed. Thinking of this, Yang Yingju tugged at Yang Xiaorong's hand, whispering in a hoarse voice, "Dad, we need to leave quickly." "I won't go? Last time when Sewer had an accident. I wasn't there, and if Jianer has an accident again, what can I do even if I leave?" Yang Xiaorong's eyes were bloodshot, his body trembling uncontrollably. Even Yang Jian, who had entered the Master Realm, was no match for Fang Yu. The Yang family was completely hopeless. Yang Xiaorong felt utterly despondent, only wanting to save Yang Jian's life. He never expected that the stage they had specially built today would witness Yang Jian's downfall. Yang Yingju gritted her teeth, looked at Yang Xiaorong, and turned to leave. On the martial stage, Fang Yu slapped Yang Jian repeatedly. Slap, slap, slap. Aside from the loud slapping sounds, the entire venue was silent. The crowd looked at the unconscious Yang Jian, feeling a chill run through them. It was too tragic. Just a moment ago, Yang Jian was so glorious, and now he had fallen to such a fate. However, in the brutal world of martial arts, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, this was quite normal. Not far away, Wan Yang saw Yang Jian's miserable state and felt his scalp tingle, trembling all over. Yang Jian, as the master's most beloved disciple, if the master knew that Yang Jian had been beaten like this. Fang Yu grabbed Yang Jian's head with one hand, intending to test the modified blood-devouring technique. At that moment, Yang Xiaorong suddenly knelt down beside him, bowing to Fang Yu. "Fang Yu, Master Fang, please spare Yang Jian, leave him his life. Whatever you want, our Yang family can give you. We just hope you can let him go," Yang Xiaorong cried out. He had completely broken down. With Yang Su already rendered a waste, if Yang Jian also died, he really didn't want to live anymore. Seeing this scene, many representatives of the families present felt a twinge of pity and sympathy. Fang Yu glanced at Yang Xiaorong, his expression indifferent. He had given the Yang family opportunities, but they had not cherished them, instead challenging Fang Yu's bottom line time and again. Finally, they had crossed Fang Yu's line. From the moment Yu Yue was injured, in Fang Yu's heart, the Yang family had been sentenced to death. Fang Yu ignored Yang Xiaorong, holding onto Yang Jian's head, silently reciting the incantation. A faint red energy radiated from his palm. The true energy within Yang Jian's body was all gathered into the Dantian and transformed into spiritual energy. Then, Fang Yu slowly absorbed the spiritual energy from the Dantian. This time, Fang Yu was very cautious, timing it perfectly, only beginning to absorb once all of Yang Jian's true energy had been converted into spiritual energy. A pure spiritual energy flowed from Fang Yu's palm through his entire meridians, finally converging in his Dantian. Success! Fang Yu's face lit up, feeling a warmth from his Dantian. His cultivation level rising steadily. 1 layer, 2 layers. Fang Yu broke through to the 842nd level of Qi refining stage, equivalent to swallowing a 5th-tier monster's core. But what truly made Fang Yu happy was not just the 2-level breakthrough, but that he had successfully modified the blood-devouring technique to absorb the spiritual energy within his own body. From now on, it shall be called the spirit-devouring technique. Fang Yu thought. The audience sat in stunned silence, watching Fang Yu's actions, but no one knew what he was doing. After absorbing Yang Jian's spiritual energy, Fang Yu kicked him away. Yang Jian's Dantian was emptied of spiritual energy. Now he was just a mortal, lacking even the strength of a 1st-tier innate. Moreover, due to Fang Yu using the spirit-devouring technique on him, his Dantian had sustained some damage, making it impossible for him to cultivate again in the future. However, due to excessive blood loss, Yang Jian was unlikely to survive, so there was no need to consider other matters. Chapter 70. The Shock in Jiangnan's Martial Arts World. Fang Yu looked around and found that Yang Yingju had already disappeared without a trace. Gone again? This woman's heart is indeed ruthless, Fang Yu thought. He had intended to deal with Yang Yingju as well, but did not expect that she would escape while he was focused on absorbing Yang Jian's spiritual energy. However, Fang Yu did not take it to heart. He looked at the audience and found that everyone was staring at him. It's not suitable to stay here for long. I must leave. Fang Yu did not want to become famous, so he stepped down from the martial stage and walked towards the exit of the venue. Everyone in the venue watched Fang Yu leave, no one daring to speak. In less than 10 minutes, the events that transpired were too shocking, leaving the ordinary people unable to process it. That day, an explosive piece of news spread from Jianghai City, instantly igniting the entire Jiangnan martial arts world. The young master of the Yang family, Yang Jian, who had just entered the master realm not long ago, was defeated on the martial stage by a young man named Fang Yu, losing his right hand and completely losing his cultivation, with his life and death currently unknown. As the young master of the Yang family and a disciple of the esteemed master Gu Rulong, Yang Jian was already well known in the Jiangnan martial arts world. Recently, news of his successful breakthrough to the martial arts master realm, becoming the youngest martial artist to enter the master realm in nearly 50 years, had also been heard by many. No one would have expected that this rising star of the Jiangnan martial arts world would fall so quickly. And the one who caused Yang Jian's downfall, Fang Yu, became the focus of discussion among all martial artists. Who exactly was this Fang Yu, who had never been heard of before? Huatai Group, Jiangnan Branch. Qin Yimo sat on the sofa in her office, calling her grandfather, Qin Wudao. Grandpa, who exactly is Fang Yu? Qin Yimo asked hesitantly. I've already said, if you want to know, go find out for yourself, Qin Wudao replied with a smile. I can't communicate with him. After just 3 sentences, he jokes about me, you, and even the entire Qin family. He doesn't understand respect at all. Qin Yimo said indignantly. What if he wasn't joking with you? Qin Wudao asked. Then he is deliberately insulting our Qin family. Qin Yimo gritted her teeth. Hee, just get along with him. If you get the chance, you will truly understand him, Qin Wudao said and hung up the phone. Qin Yimo felt very displeased. Every time she mentioned Fang Yu, her grandfather would play dumb and refuse to reveal the truth. Moreover, whenever she talked about Fang Yu's faults, her grandfather would always defend him. She began to doubt whether she was really his granddaughter. In the extreme north, beneath a snow-capped mountain, there stands a small cabin. An old man in a purple robe is currently inside the cabin, gazing at the snowy scenery outside. A pure black strange bird flies down from the sky, heading towards the window of the cabin where the old man is standing. Underneath the bird's feet is a rolled-up piece of letter paper. The old man furrows his brow slightly, takes down the letter, and opens it to read. After seeing the contents, the old man's expression changes slightly, and a glint of sharpness flashes in his eyes. After finishing reading the letter, the old man's face darkens, and the letter in his hand spontaneously ignites, turning to ashes. He steps out of the cabin, pushes off the ground with force, and his whole body soars into the air, rapidly flying in one direction. On a barren plain, a very muscular man is fighting a group of polar bears while shirtless. The man throws a punch, and a polar bear weighing several tons flies out over 10 meters. The old man in the purple robe arrives at the plain and stands to the side, watching this man. The man notices the arrival of the old man and, while grappling with a polar bear, asks, Master, do you need something? Yang Jian is in trouble, the old man replies in a deep voice. What happened? The strong man kicks a charging polar bear away and turns to look at the old man. A man named Fang Yu has crippled him. The old man's gaze sharpens, and his voice turns cold. At this moment, another polar bear charges at the strong man. The strong man grabs the polar bear, lets out a low roar, and delivers a powerful punch. With a scream that echoes across the plain, the polar bear collapses instantly. What immense power! The strong man looks at the old man and asks, Where is he? Jiangnan, Jianghai City, the old man answers. After Fang Yu returns home, he immediately goes to his room and locks the door. He feels an uncontrollable excitement. After so many years, he has finally found a way to quickly absorb spiritual energy and improve his cultivation, aside from devouring the inner cores of demon beasts. This is the soul-devouring technique he modified from the devouring technique. With the soul-devouring technique mastered, Fang Yu's goal of reaching the 10th layer of Qi refining stage no longer seems so distant. Absorbing the cultivation of a martial arts grandmaster with the soul-devouring technique can allow him to break through 2 layers. This means that as long as he absorbs the cultivation of 100 martial arts grandmasters, he can break through to the 10th layer of Qi refining stage. Although martial arts grandmasters are rare, surely there are not less than 100 in the entire territory of Jiuzhou, making them much easier to find than high-level demon beasts. However, The key problem is that Fang Yu lacks a suitable reason. He is not a great evil, and he cannot just cripple others' cultivation without reason to enhance his own. When he first entered the path of cultivation, his master often told him that one must never lose their humanity. This is also why Fang Yu has rarely engaged with evil cultivation techniques over the years. Never mind, 5,000 years have almost passed. It's not worth worrying about this moment. Fang Yu's mindset soon returns to calm. That night, Fang Yu receives a call from Ji Rumai. Ji Rumai informs him that Yang Yingzhu left Jiangnan in the afternoon, heading to Xiangqing, though the exact destination is still unclear. As for Yang Jian, he was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment and has temporarily survived. However, due to excessive blood loss, he is still not out of danger. Fang Yu says nothing. For him, the matter with the Yang family has come to a close. After dealing with Yang Jian, he believes the Yang family will no longer have the courage to act. Early Sunday morning, Fang Yu leaves the Lijiang community, intending to go for a run and grab some breakfast. He jogs slowly along the sidewalk next to the Lijiang River. At this moment, the sun is just rising, shining on the river's surface and reflecting golden rays. A black Mercedes slowly approaches from behind him. Fang Yu stops and looks at the car. The door of the Mercedes opens, and a woman in a light blue cheapao steps out. She has a delicate and beautiful face with a touch of makeup, and her entire demeanor appears ethereal and fresh. Hello, Mr. Fang. I am Li Xiaoma from the Qingyan Society. May I have a moment of your time to talk? Li Xiaoma smiles and respectfully speaks. Fang Yu furrows his brow slightly. He has never heard of the Qingyan Society or of Li Xiaoma. How did you find out about me? Fang Yu asks. After yesterday's duel, he left quickly, giving no one the chance to get close to him. This woman before him wouldn't be one of those people from yesterday, would she? Mr. Fang, your feat of single-handedly fighting over 40 henchmen at the entrance of the Lijiang community that night has already spread among the underground forces of Zhanghai City. Li Xiaoma chuckles lightly, covering her mouth. Oh, that incident, Fang Yu nods. Mr. Fang, the person you offended is Li Zhengrong, one of the underground power holders in Zhanghai City. He is known for being vengeful. You embarrassed him that night, and he will definitely continue to trouble you until he gets his revenge. Li Xiaoma looks at Fang Yu and says, So, I should cooperate with you to confront him together, right? Fang Yu interrupts Li Xiaoma, saying. Li Xiaoma's expression changes slightly, then she laughs lightly. Mr. Fang is indeed clever. I haven't even said, not interested. I don't need to cooperate with anyone. Fang Yu replies lightly, turning to continue his run. Li Xiaoma stands frozen, biting her lip, and walks back to the car. Did you get a video of my conversation with him? Li Xiaoma asks the driver sitting in the driver's seat. President, I have taken the photos as you instructed. You can check them, the driver says, handing his phone to Li Xiaoma. Li Xiaoma glances at the photos, revealing a sly smile. Fang Yu continues running along the sidewalk next to the Lijiang River. As he runs, he suddenly senses a powerful demon beast aura. This aura comes from afar and slowly approaches. Fang Yu stops and turns to look back. He sees nothing. How could a demon beast appear out of nowhere in this place? But the aura of the demon beast is indeed getting closer. No way. Fang Yu turns his head and looks towards the Lijiang River. An 8th-tier demon beast is swimming through the Lijiang River. An 8th-tier demon beast. It has been years since he last saw one. Without hesitation, Fang Yu leaps into the Lijiang River. This scene happens to be witnessed by a sanitation worker not far away, who urgently shouts, Help! Someone jumped into the river. Chapter 71, 8th-tier Demon Beast, Thunder Flood Dragon. Fang Yu dives into the river. The Lijiang River is about 60 to 70 meters deep, and since it is daytime with the sun shining brightly, the water, though murky, still has decent visibility. Following the direction of the aura, Fang Yu continues to dive down to about 50 meters deep. The aura of the demon beast is getting closer to Fang Yu. What could the 8th-tier demon beast be? Fang Yu feels a bit excited. After about 10 seconds, he sees a glowing white dot in the distance. Soon, the white dot grows larger, and Fang Yu sees a head with a pair of giant eyes gleaming with silver. Fang Yu feels a sense of familiarity but can't recall immediately. It isn't until the demon beast is less than 20 meters away from him, revealing its approximately 30-meter-long body covered in shimmering silver scales. That Fang Yu finally remembers what this demon beast is. The Thunder Flood Dragon. This is a Thunder Flood Dragon. Thunder Flood Dragons are 8th-tier demon beasts that live in deep waters and have been extremely rare since ancient times. This is a big opportunity. Fang Yu looks at the Thunder Flood Dragon, his eyes filled with excitement. As a type of dragon, The value of the Thunder Flood Dragon is naturally immense. Its scales are incredibly hard and make excellent forging materials. Moreover, its eyes and blood can be used in medicine with great efficacy. At the auction for cultivators in the past, a small vial of dragon blood would require at least 10,000 spirit stones to acquire. As Feng Yu observed the Thunder Flood Dragon, the Thunder Flood Dragon also noticed him. It opened its massive mouth like it had spotted prey and swung its tail towards Feng Yu. Feng Yu's expression sharpened, and he quickly dodged to the side. The Thunder Flood Dragon was an extremely aggressive beast, and being an 8th-tier beast, its strength was terrifying. Its physical body was incredibly tough, endowed with the power of thunder, and in a fit of rage, it could cause the death of all creatures in the surrounding waters. In the water, its speed was astonishing, reaching up to 1,000 meters per second, like a bolt of lightning moving through the water. Therefore, to deal with the Thunder Flood Dragon, Feng Yu needed to strike with a single deadly blow. Otherwise, if the Thunder Flood Dragon sensed danger and chose to flee, it would be difficult for Feng Yu to catch up. After all, the underwater was the Thunder Flood Dragon's territory. After dodging the Thunder Flood Dragon's strike, Feng Yu pushed off the ground and charged towards it. The Thunder Flood Dragon seemed to sense Feng Yu's hostility, and a white light flickered around it as dozens of bolts of lightning erupted from its body. Crack! The entire water area was instantly enveloped by the power of thunder. All the creatures in the water, such as fish, shrimp, and crabs, were almost instantly electrocuted and began to float to the surface. As expected of the Thunder Flood Dragon, the lightning power it emitted was at least over 50,000 volts. A layer of faint red true energy enveloped Feng Yu, but he still felt a slight numbness in his body. After releasing its thunder power, the Thunder Flood Dragon opened its massive mouth and charged at Feng Yu again. This time, it used its fastest speed. Feng Yu looked at the charging Thunder Flood Dragon with a hint of a smile. He had thought of a way to kill this Thunder Flood Dragon in an instant. Whoosh! In the next moment, Feng Yu was swallowed by the Thunder Flood Dragon's large mouth. Feng Yu found himself in a cramped and dark place, with slippery walls on both sides, and a mass of slime was pushing him towards the dragon's stomach. Soon, he smelled an extremely foul odor. He knew he was likely nearing the Thunder Flood Dragon's stomach. Its fatal weak point was in its head, where its inner core was located. Feng Yu threw a punch at the nearby wall. Sizzle! The wall was punched through by Feng Yu. He used both hands to tear the hole open and then squeezed himself through, finally escaping the slippery slime. Then, he gathered a mass of true energy in his right hand and punched upward. Boom! The rapidly moving Thunder Flood Dragon suddenly stiffened, opening its massive mouth as if in great pain. Following that, its body began to convulse violently, its 30-meter-long form twisting grotesquely. About 30 seconds later, the Thunder Flood Dragon ceased all movement and slowly sank to the riverbed. After a while, a large hole burst open in the dragon's head, and Feng Yu floated out, holding a silvery inner core. Standing at the riverbed, Feng Yu looked at the inner core of the Thunder Flood Dragon with surprise. The inner core was somewhat different from those of other beasts. Not only was it extremely hot, but it also seemed to contain a powerful force. Could this be the source of the thunder power it possessed? Feng Yu squinted at the inner core in his hand, contemplating whether to swallow it directly, as he usually did. After thinking for about 5 seconds, he decided to pop the Thunder Flood Dragon's inner core into his mouth. Would I also be able to master the thunder power after swallowing it? Feng Yu felt a bit of anticipation in his heart. The inner core of the Thunder Flood Dragon was rapidly refined within Feng Yu's body, breaking down into strands of pure spiritual energy, which Feng Yu absorbed into his dantian. He felt a warm current flowing in his dantian, layer upon layer of shackles being broken. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, 4 layers, 5 layers, 6 layers. Feng Yu broke through 6 layers in a row, reaching the 9,848th layer of the Qi refining stage. But even after breaking through 6 layers, Feng Yu's eyes still held some disappointment, because the thunder power he had hoped for did not manifest in him. After completely refining the Thunder Flood Dragon's inner core, Feng Yu looked at the massive corpse of the Thunder Flood Dragon before him, pondering how to deal with it. Most of the precious dragon blood had already flowed away, diluted in the river. However, the main use of dragon blood was for body tempering, which didn't hold much value for Feng Yu. After all, his physical body had already been tempered countless times and was now in a nearly perfect state. As for the scales and the 2 eyeballs of the Thunder Flood Dragon, Feng Yu currently had no use for them, and they were also difficult to take away as they would attract too much attention. After some thought, Fang Yu decided to leave the corpse of the Thunder Flood Dragon where it was, planning to return for the scales and eyeballs if needed. After all, it would be hard for anyone to discover the corpse lying at the bottom of the river. Thus, Fang Yu began to float upwards. On the banks of the Lijiang River, an elderly man in traditional Tang attire was sitting on a bamboo chair, quietly fishing. Next to him stood a girl with short hair. The girl had a beautiful face, and her sharp eyebrows added to her spirited appearance, making her demeanor completely different from other delicate girls. Behind the elderly man and the girl stood two attendants in casual clothing. The two attendants had serious expressions, standing straight like professional bodyguards. "Grandpa, you've been fishing here for half an hour with no sign of a catch. There surely are no fish here. Let's go back," the girl said impatiently. "Miyu, the reason I brought you here to fish is to train your patience. It's only been half an hour, and you're already impatient?" The elderly man smiled as he looked at the girl. "I'm not impatient. I just think you're wasting your time. The river surface here is so calm that hardly any bubbles have even come up," Xiao Wei Yu pouted in defense. "The enjoyment of fishing lies in the process of waiting." Miyu, the elderly man, Xiao Lao Yi, shook his head and smiled. Before Xiao Lao Yi could finish his sentence, he suddenly heard Xiao Wei Yu exclaim in surprise, "Grandpa, look at the river." Xiao Lao Yi turned to look at the river and found many dead fish floating with their bellies up. What is going on here? Even the well-experienced Xiao Lao Yi was taken aback. He had lived so many years and had never seen such a scene before. Xiao Lao Yi stood up, wanting to step closer for a better look. The two attendants behind him immediately stepped forward to support him, saying, "Xiao Lao, please be careful. Help me retrieve one of the fish corpses," Xiao Lao Yi ordered. One of the attendants immediately walked to the riverbank, trying to scoop a dead fish out. Splash! Just then, a huge wave suddenly surged from not far away. This startled Xiao Lao Yi and his party, causing their expressions to change. "Xiao Lao, we need to retreat. There might be danger here," said one of the attendants. Xiao Lao Yi waved his hand, remaining silent, and fixed his gaze on the river. The river returned to calmness. Only a large number of dead fish floating on the surface. What exactly happened in the water? Xiao Lao Yi continued to stare at the river, his expression serious. After about 2 minutes, splash! A head emerged not far from the riverbank. Then, a young man climbed out of the water and onto the shore. Chapter 72. Taunting. After Fang Yu reached the shore, he glanced at Xiao Lao Yi and his group before turning to leave. "Little brother, please wait," Xiao Lao Yi called out loudly. Fang Yu turned around, looking at Xiao Lao Yi, and asked, "Is there something you need?" "May I ask why you came out of the river?" Xiao Lao Yi asked, astonished. "It was a bit hot, so I jumped in for a swim." "What's the matter?" Fang Yu replied calmly. Hearing this answer, Xiao Lao Yi was taken aback. Jumping into the Lijiang River to swim? That sounds absurd. But Fang Yu's expression didn't seem like he was lying. "Did you cause those dead fish?" Xiao Wei Yu asked directly from the side. Fang Yu glanced at the large number of dead fish on the surface of the river, knowing they had been electrocuted when the Thunder Flood Dragon released its thunder power earlier. But he still shook his head and said, "It has nothing to do with me." Old Master Xia squinted at Fang Yu, suddenly noticing something that changed his expression drastically. He discovered that the young man's clothes were completely dry, with no trace of wetness at all. He had seen this young man walk out of the river, yet his clothes were somehow not wet. How could this be possible? "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave," Fang Yu said, turning to leave. "Wait, young brother," Old Master Xia called out to stop Fang Yu again. Fang Yu frowned slightly and paused. "May I ask what your name is, young brother?" Old Master Xia inquired. Fang Yu replied. "I am Xia Heguang. If you have time, I would like to invite you back to my place for some tea," Old Master Xia said. "Sorry, I don't have time," Fang Yu replied, turning to jog away. Xiao Wei Yu was a bit angry, glaring at Fang Yu's back. Does this Fang Yu know who is inviting him for tea? How can he have such a poor attitude? In the whole Jiangnan city, there are only a handful of people who can have Grandpa personally invite them for tea. "Grandpa, why do you want to invite this person for tea? Just because he swam in Lijiang? Look at his attitude," Xiao Wei Yu said indignantly. "It was too abrupt of me." "It's normal for him to refuse," Old Master Xia said, watching Fang Yu's gradually receding figure, still shocked. Noticing Old Master Xia's expression, Xiao Wei Yu asked with even more confusion, "Grandpa, can you tell me why you want to invite him for tea? Did you not notice?" Old Master Xia retracted his gaze and looked at Xiao Wei Yu. "Notice what?" Xiao Wei Yu asked, bewildered. "Wei Yu, you are still as careless as ever." Old Master Xia shook his head helplessly and said, "Did you not notice that his clothes are completely dry?" "His clothes are dry?" Xiao Wei Yu recalled, and her expression changed. This detail had indeed slipped her mind, but she remembered clearly that Fang Yu's clothes were indeed dry. Even his hair was dry, but Fang Yu had just crawled out of the river. Could it be? Xiao Weiyu thought of a possibility, her face turning pale. What? Do you have an idea? Old Master Xiao looked at Xiao Weiyu. Grandpa, could it be that we encountered a ghost? As she said this, a cold wind blew by the river, causing Xiao Weiyu to shiver. After leaving Lijiang, Fang Yu ran straight home. As for Old Master Xiao, Fang Yu could see at a glance that he was someone of extraordinary status, possibly with a powerful background. But for Fang Yu, the higher the status of a person, the more likely it was to bring trouble. Therefore, he always tried to avoid dealing with such people. Returning to the Lijiang community, it was exactly 9:30 in the morning. Fang Yu walked into the house, where Wang Yin was bringing out breakfast from the kitchen. Xiao Yu, you're back. I just made breakfast. Come eat. Wang Yin smiled. Because he had suddenly encountered the Thunder Serpent during his morning run, Fang Yu had indeed forgotten about breakfast. He walked to the dining table, picked up the sandwich Wang Yin made, and started eating. A few minutes later, Yu Ye, still in her pajamas and looking sleepy, came downstairs and also began to eat breakfast. Yeah, I have an interview at a restaurant later, so I can't accompany you to the mall to buy clothes today. You can ask Brother Fang Yu if he has time. If he does, let him take you, Wang Yin said to Yu Ye. Yu Ye looked at Fang Yu, her big eyes full of expectation. Fang Yu nodded and said, I have time. Great. Yu Ye's eyes turned into crescent moons as she smiled. Half an hour later, Yu Ye changed into a sky blue dress and came downstairs. Since their previous home had been blown up, Yu Ye's clothes were all gone. The dress she was currently wearing was an emergency purchase from the market. Today, Yu Ye wanted to buy 2 more sets of clothes she liked because besides her new school uniform and this low-quality dress, she had nothing else to wear. Fang Yu initially planned to leave directly, but after thinking for a moment, he walked back to his room. He took out a black and gold credit card from the drawer of his desk. This was given to him by Tang Mingde during his last visit to the Tang family. Previously, Tang Mingde had given Fang Yu a check, but Fang Yu had not gone to the bank to cash it. So this time, Tang Mingde directly shoved him a credit card. After putting the credit card in his pants pocket, Fang Yu walked out of the room and left with Yu Ye. Not far from the Lijiang community, there was a large shopping center. On the second floor of the shopping center, there were various brand specialty stores. Brother Fang Yu, I feel like the clothes here are so expensive. Why don't we go to the wholesale market? The clothes there are only a few dozen yuan and can be really pretty, Yu Ye said after browsing for a while. Let's look around a bit more, Fang Yu said. The two continued walking forward. As they passed by a shop window, Yu Ye suddenly stopped. The mannequin in the window was wearing a snow blue skirt, paired with an orange short jacket and a white shirt. This outfit looks so nice. Yu Ye stood outside the window, her eyes shining. Let's go in and take a look, Fang Yu said. They walked into the specialty store and approached the mannequin. A female sales clerk came up with a smile and said, Excuse me, miss, are you interested in the outfit the mannequin is wearing? This is our brand's latest featured pairing, perfect for a girl like you who is tall and has great poise. Yu Ye really liked this outfit, but she knew that it was definitely going to be expensive. Wang Yin had only given her 500 yuan today, which she definitely couldn't afford. Yu Ye bit her lip just as she was about to speak. Oh, isn't this our class flower, the goddess Ye? At this moment, a female voice came from behind. Hearing the voice, Yu Ye's expression changed slightly, and she turned around. 2 girls and a boy were walking in from the store entrance. Seeing these 3 people, Yu Ye's face turned very ugly. She recognized the 2 girls. One was named Huang Hui, and the other was Shi Fei. The 2 girls were like the big sisters of the group, and no one in their peer group dared to provoke them. Yu Ye had never provoked them either, but they seemed to have a grudge against her and always targeted her. The slightly chubby boy walking alongside the 2 girls was named Li Bingyan, a well-known rich second generation, rumored to have a father who was a coal boss. Oh, our goddess Ye has a boyfriend now? Huang Hui said, feigning surprise as she saw Fang Yu standing next to Yu Ye. Impossible. He must just be her brother or something. Our goddess Ye is so pure. Like a fairy that fell to the mortal realm. How could she be with a boy? Shi Fei said sarcastically. Meanwhile, Li Bingyan was staring intently at Yu Ye's face, remaining silent. Ye, why are you here to buy clothes? This brand's clothes are very expensive, at least a few thousand yuan for an outfit, Huang Hui teased. She knew very well that Yu Ye came from a single-parent family, and her financial situation was not good. She definitely didn't have much money. A few thousand yuan? What is that? Didn't you see that Ye has someone standing next to her? If they didn't have money, how could they enter this store? Huang Hui's friend Shi Fei chimed in. The two of them sang in harmony, making Yu Ye's face grow increasingly ugly. Yu Ye looked at Fang Yu and quietly said, "Brother Fang Yu, let's go." "Go? Yeah, didn't you come in to buy clothes? Why do you want to leave after just looking around?" Shifei mocked with a smile. Could it be true what Huang Hui said, that you don't have any money? Chapter 73. Who is Fang Yu? Yu Ye's face turned pale, and she lowered her head, not saying a word. She didn't understand why Shifei and Huang Hui always picked on her. She had never provoked them. Seeing Yu Ye like this, Shifei and Huang Hui showed expressions of triumph. So what if she was beautiful? Without money. She had no dignity. "Yeah, how about this? You pick any outfit you like, tell me, and I'll pay for it as a gift for you." At this moment, Li Bingyan, who had been silent, spoke up. Yu Ye was taken aback, looked up, and found Li Bingyan staring at her intently, his eyes burning with passion. "Li Bingyan, what are you talking about?" Huang Hui and Shifei glared at Li Bingyan in unison, questioning him. This Li Bingyan had asked them out to shop on a weekend, and as soon as he saw Yu Ye, he changed his attitude. Li Bingyan snapped back to reality, chuckled, and said, "Whatever clothes you want, I can gift those too." For Li Bingyan, he would never miss any opportunity to please a girl. After all, he had plenty of money. "No way. You can't give it to her. You can only give it to us," Shifei said angrily. She and Huang Hui had already planned to have fun with Li Bingyan today. But for Li Bingyan to let that cheap girl Yu Ye share with them? Absolutely not. Seeing the two women reacting strongly, Li Bingyan furrowed his brows, about to speak. "Get the outfit off the model. Let her try it on." At this moment, Fang Yu said to a nearby shop assistant. The assistant nodded and turned to get the clothes. Trying on? What a waste of the shop assistant's time. Who knows? She might even get the clothes dirty. Some people are really thick-skinned. Shifei glanced at Fang Yu and said, "Yu Ye, don't think that Li Bingyan will help you pay. I'm telling you, it's impossible." Huang Hui glared at Yu Ye and said, hearing their words. Yu Ye bit her lip, her eyes reddening. Fang Yu frowned slightly, about to speak. "Yeah, don't listen to them. I will definitely help you pay. Not just this one. Look at what other clothes you like. Buy whatever you want. It's all on me," Li Bingyan said grandiosely. "Li Bingyan, there's a guy standing right next to you, and you still have the nerve to stick around?" Huang Hui was so angry her words were a bit jumbled. Li Bingyan glanced at Fang Yu with a look of disdain. He didn't think that Fang Yu, wearing a shabby shirt, could be richer than him. At this moment, the assistant brought over the outfit and handed it to Yu Ye. Yu Ye looked at Fang Yu. "Go try it on." Fang Yu patted Yu Ye's shoulder and said. Yu Ye nodded and took the clothes to the fitting room. Seeing the somewhat intimate interaction between Fang Yu and Yu Ye, Li Bingyan's expression changed. How could this loser get so close to Yu Ye? "What is your name?" Li Bingyan asked Fang Yu. "Fang Yu," Fang Yu replied. "Fang Yu?" Li Bingyan's expression slightly changed, feeling that this name sounded familiar. However, he couldn't recall where he had heard it. "Are you from Jianghai Middle School?" Li Bingyan asked again. Fang Yu nodded and, uninterested in continuing the conversation with Li Bingyan, directly walked toward the fitting room. Li Bingyan stood there, his brows tightly knitted. This name really sounded familiar. But he just couldn't remember. This Yu Ye usually pretended to be innocent, but it turned out she was already with a guy. Seeing Fang Yu walk away, Huang Hui said sharply, "This is good news. When we go back, we'll spread it widely and see how many guys still treat her like a fairy." Shifei sneered. A few minutes later, Yu Ye came out of the fitting room, already wearing the outfit. Her appearance was already pure and cute. And paired with such a colorful outfit, she looked even more lively and vibrant. "Brother Fang Yu, how does it look?" Yu Ye's cheeks flushed slightly as she looked at Fang Yu, her eyes full of expectation. "Not bad. It suits you," Fang Yu replied. Yu Ye was very happy and admired herself in the mirror for a while. "Miss, this outfit is a great deal right now. The store is offering a 30% discount. And you can get it for just 700 yuan, the assistant said. 700 yuan. Hearing this price, Yu Ye's expression dimmed. She only had 500 yuan on her. Not even enough to buy one piece of the outfit. Don't waste your breath. She can't afford it. At this moment, Huang Hui and Shifei walked over. Yu Ye glanced at them, but didn't speak. "Yu Ye, if you really dare to shamelessly accept Li Bingyan's gift, I'll make sure to tell everyone about it. Just imagine what people will say about you then," Shifei said with a vicious look, threatening her. At this moment, Li Bingyan walked over and directly said to the assistant, "How much is this outfit? Wrap it up for me." Yu Ye's face changed, and she shook her head repeatedly, saying, I don't need it. Just let me wear it out." At this moment, Fang Yu spoke up. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was taken aback. Immediately, Shifei let out a laugh, mocking. Yeah. It really is true that birds of a feather flock together. This guy is even thicker skinned than you. You haven't even spoken. And he is already helping you accept it. Oh my, I'm dying of laughter. There really are such shameless people in the world, and he is a man. Huang Hui also laughed. Li Bingyan looked at Fang Yu, sneering, and said, Brother, I can gift this outfit, but you can't. Before Li Bingyan could finish his sentence, Fang Yu took out a black and gold credit card from his pants pocket and handed it to the assistant. The moment Li Bingyan saw the card, his expression changed. A black gold card, and it was from the Jiuzhou National Bank. This black gold card not only represented unlimited overdraft capabilities, but also signified status and identity. The Jiuzhou National Bank only issued 100 of these black gold cards each year. Those who received this type of black gold card were the top wealthy individuals in Jiuzhou. Li Bingyan's father had told him this. At that time, his father had looked at him with envy and desire, hoping to have the chance to get such a black gold credit card before he died. But now, Li Bingyan actually saw the legendary black gold card in the hands of the unremarkable Fang Yu. What exactly was Fang Yu's identity? Seeing Li Bingyan's shocked expression, Huang Hui was unconvinced. He just took out a credit card. What does that prove? So she shook Li Bingyan's arm and said, Li Bingyan, what are you doing standing there? Didn't you say you have a gold card? Shifei also looked at Li Bingyan and urged, Yeah? Quickly take it out so they can see. Shut up. Li Bingyan's expression was grim as he said, Gold card? A gold card is nothing in front of a black gold card. You want me to take it out? How can I have the face to do that? Seeing Li Bingyan's expression was off, Shifei and Huang Hui didn't dare to speak anymore. Mr. Fang, hello, I'm Li Bingyan. Li Bingyan forced a smile, wanting to get close to Fang Yu. He knew that someone with a black gold card was definitely not ordinary. Even if he couldn't be friends, he at least couldn't afford to offend Fang Yu. Fang Yu gave him a faint glance and ignored him. 2 minutes later, Fang Yu and Yu Yaya, dressed in new clothes, walked out of the clothing store. Having bought the clothes she loved, Yu Yaya felt very happy, but she also felt guilty. Brother Fang Yu, I made you spend money again. Don't worry, I'm not short on money, Fang Yu said casually. Inside the clothing store, Shifei couldn't hold back anymore and asked, Li Bingyan, what is going on with you? Do you know what that black gold card Fang Yu just took out represents? Li Bingyan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said in a deep voice, What can it represent? It's just a credit card, right? Huang Hui said dismissively, That black gold card represents that Fang Yu can easily buy this store. He can easily buy the whole floor, Li Bingyan said. Hearing this, Huang Hui and Shifei's expressions changed. Not only that, the fact that Fang Yu has a black gold card indicates that his identity is absolutely prestigious. If we offend him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Bingyan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said. Seeing Li Bingyan's fearful expression, Huang Hui and Shifei finally felt a sense of dread. By the way, do you think the name Fang Yu sounds familiar? Haven't you heard it often lately? Li Bingyan suddenly recalled something and asked. Huang Hui and Shifei frowned, trying to remember. After a few seconds, Huang Hui's face suddenly turned pale, and she trembled as she said, I heard that last week. Someone defeated the Sando Association's Han Zixian with just one move. Is his name Fang Yu? Li Bingyan and Shifei also remembered, their hearts jolting, their faces turning white. Tang family, living room. Tang Mingde was sitting on the sofa. Opposite him sat an old man in a white robe. Tang family master, after all. Fang Yu violated the regulations of our martial arts association. So, I would like to ask you for a favor, let him come and meet me. The white-robed old man said with a smile. Tang Mingde's face turned ashen, and he said, President Du, if I call Fang Yu over, what will you do? The old man stroked his chin and said, according to the regulations, he ignored his opponent's surrender and completely crippled his opponent's cultivation. This situation is extremely serious, and he must be imprisoned in the heavenly prison for a while. Hearing what the white-robed old man said, Tang Mingde's expression became even uglier. Tang family master, I know you have a good relationship with Fang Yu. However, please respect our martial arts association's regulations. This Fang Yu, we must capture him. This matter cannot be obstructed by your Tang family. The old man's gaze suddenly became sharp, and he said in a deep voice. Chapter 74. What of the Martial Arts Association? When Fang Yu and Yu Yaya returned home, it was already 12:20 in the afternoon. Wang Yin had finished her interview and returned. Seeing the new clothes on Yu Yaya, she was surprised and asked, Yeah, why did you come back wearing new clothes? Are they nice? Yu Yaya twirled around and asked. Wang Yin walked in front of Yu Yaya, and touched the fabric of her clothes, saying, "They look good and feel well made. The material is high-end. How much did this outfit cost?" Yu Ye's expression changed slightly, and she was about to speak. "The original price was 500, but I bargained it down to 300, which is quite a bargain." Fang Yu, who was sitting on the sofa, spoke up. "Only 300? That's really a good deal." Wang Yan smiled. Yu Ye glanced at Fang Yu, who winked at her. Given Wang Yan's personality, it was better not to tell the truth. After lunch, Fang Yu was about to take a nap when Tang Mingda's call came in. "Dr. Fang, are you free?" Tang Mingda's tone sounded somewhat hesitant. "What is the matter?" Fang Yu asked. "President Du from the Jianghai City Martial Arts Association is at my house right now. He wants to meet you," Tang Mingda said. Tang Mingda's tone was strange, and Fang Yu furrowed his brow, asking, "What does he want with me?" Just as Tang Mingda was about to speak, an old man's voice came from the side. "Tang family master, let me speak to him directly." Then, the phone was handed to the old man. "I am Du Yongyan, the president of the Jianghai City Martial Arts Association. Master Fang, your duel with Master Yang Jian at our Martial Arts Association yesterday has spread throughout the entire Jiangnan. What exactly do you want from me?" Fang Yu impatiently interrupted Du Yongyan. It's like this. During the duel yesterday, according to 3 witnesses, Master Yang Jian had already surrendered, but Master Fang, you did not stop and instead continued to beat Master Yang Jian, even crippling his cultivation. Such behavior in martial arts. Can you get to the point?" Fang Yu interrupted Du Yongyan again. Du Yongyan was silent for a moment, seemingly suppressing his anger, and said solemnly, "Master Fang, I know you are powerful. However, the martial arts world has its rules. Your actions yesterday have violated the regulations of our Martial Arts Association, and I hope you can come to our Martial Arts Association for arbitration." "Arbitration?" Fang Yu smirked slightly and said, "You're at the Tang family now, right? I'll come over right away for a face-to-face talk." Saying that, Fang Yu hung up the phone. Half an hour later, Fang Yu arrived at the Tang family. Du Yongyan was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Upon seeing Fang Yu, his eyes flashed with surprise. He had heard that Fang Yu was young, but he didn't expect him to be this young. He looked to be only around 18. Such a young person was able to easily defeat the martial arts master Yang Jian? It was simply unbelievable. "Dr. Fang, this is President Du." Tang Mingda immediately stood up to introduce Fang Yu. Fang Yu glanced at Du Yongyan indifferently. He was a cultivator at the 12th level of Qi refining, a so-called half-step master. "Master Fang, your performance on the martial arts stage yesterday is now the talk of the entire Jiangnan martial arts community." Du Yongyan smiled. Fang Yu smiled slightly and said, "You all know about my performance, yet still want to arbitrate me?" Du Yongyan's expression changed slightly as he said, "Master Fang, the purpose of the Martial Arts Association's existence is to regulate the behavior of all martial artists, regardless of how strong they are. Even the revered Master Gu Rulong must abide by the rules, otherwise." "Otherwise what?" Fang Yu raised an eyebrow and asked. Seeing Fang Yu's indifferent demeanor, Du Yongyan's anger flared up, and he said in a deep voice, "Otherwise, you will have to accept our arbitration. Master Fang, I know you are exceptionally talented and powerful, but our Martial Arts Association also has means to deal with martial artists who disregard the law. You violated the regulations of our Martial Arts Association in front of so many martial artists yesterday. If we do not respond in some way, who would take the Martial Arts Association seriously in the future? Master Fang, the mistakes you made yesterday will incur punishment, but the punishment will not be severe, at most. You will only have to stay in the heavenly prison for a month or 2. However, if you refuse to accept arbitration, the punishment will be increased, and you could be sentenced to be imprisoned in the heavenly prison forever. Your martial arts talent is so outstanding, your future is limitless. You surely wouldn't want to be imprisoned in the heavenly prison forever, would you?" After hearing this, Fang Yu's eyes remained indifferent as he said, "There is no prison in this world that can confine me. Besides, I feel that your motives aren't solely about the so-called regulations, right? I suspect that someone is pressuring you, because I crippled Yang Jian, so I must pay the price." Hearing this, Du Yongyan's expression changed slightly and quickly darkened. "So, it seems you are determined to oppose our Martial Arts Association?" Du Yongyan narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Fang Yu shrugged and said, "I really dislike trouble, so I never intentionally seek to oppose anyone. But if you insist on provoking me, then I can't help it." Du Yongyan stood up coldly and said, "Are you threatening me?" Fang Yu looked at Du Yongyan indifferently without speaking. Seeing the tension between the two, Tang Mingda quickly stood up and said, "Both of you, please don't get angry. We can. Actually, Tang Mingda had anticipated this outcome before Fang Yu arrived. With Fang Yu's fearless personality, it was impossible for him to accept the so-called arbitration. However, completely falling out with Du Yongyan was not a wise move. The Martial Arts Association represented by Du Yongyan was an extremely large force. Although Fang Yu was powerful and had exceptional talent, he was still just one person. Opposing such a colossal entity as the Martial Arts Association with just one person's strength would be like an ant trying to stop a chariot. Tang Family Master, I have already given Fang Yu an opportunity, but he has refused my goodwill, so I can only act according to the rules, Du Yongyan said darkly. Oh, you want to take action against me now? Fang Yu looked up at Du Yongyan. I know I am not your opponent, so I have already notified the enforcers of the heavenly prison to come. Du Yongyan sneered coldly, glanced at his watch, and said, they should be arriving soon. You might as well prepare for your punishment. Fang Yu stood up and walked towards Du Yongyan, calmly saying, so before they arrive, what should I do to pass the time? Feeling the coldness in Fang Yu's eyes, Du Yongyan's face changed dramatically. He did not expect Fang Yu to be so bold as to want to make a move against him. Dr. Fang, don't be impulsive. Tang Mingda's expression also changed, shouting loudly. If Fang Yu really attacked Du Yongyan, the consequences would be unimaginable. Du Yongyan was the president of the Martial Arts Association of Jianghai City. His status was extremely high. If Fang Yu really acted against him, he would be offending the entire Martial Arts Association. But Fang Yu ignored him and quickly walked in front of Du Yongyan. Fang Yu, do you know my identity? If you dare to make a move against me, you will not only offend me, but also the Martial Arts Association of Jianghai City, and even the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan. At that time, before Du Yongyan could finish his words, he was struck in the abdomen by Fang Yu's punch, spitting out a mouthful of blood and retreating several steps, collapsing onto the sofa. Seeing this scene, Tang Mingda's face turned pale. This is bad. Fang Yu actually made a move against Du Yongyan. This punch is a lesson for you. It's best to have some law enforcers with you in the future. Don't make me wait, Fang Yu said. Du Yongyan clutched his abdomen, pointing at Fang Yu, his fingers trembling. Blood was still flowing from the corner of his mouth, and he couldn't speak. As the president of the Martial Arts Association of Jianghai City, Du Yongyan was treated with utmost respect wherever he went. Who would dare to offend him, let alone make a move against him? Fang Yu, Fang Yu. Du Yongyan looked at Fang Yu, his eyes filled with resentment. Dr. Fang, you should leave quickly. At this moment, Tang Mingda hurriedly stepped forward, his face pale. No need to leave. They have already arrived, Fang Yu said. Two powerful auras appeared outside the Tang family gate. Your house is decorated so beautifully. It's better not to break it. I'll go out and fight, Fang Yu said. Stepping towards the door, Tang Mingda's expression changed, unsure of what to do, and ultimately had no choice but to follow. Fang Yu walked into the outer courtyard and saw two men in pure black martial robes, with cold expressions, walking through the gate. Both men were at the half-step master level, but the aura they emitted was far stronger than that of ordinary half-step masters. One of the men held a small dark bell the size of two fists. This small bell emitted an unusual ancient aura. A magical artifact? Fang Yu's eyes flickered slightly. We are the law enforcers of the heavenly prison. We demand Fang Yu to come out and face justice. The man holding the small bell stepped forward and said in a deep voice, I am Fang Yu, Fang Yu replied. The man looked at Fang Yu, his expression unchanging, and said in a deep voice, Fang Yu, do you wish to resist the law? Chapter 75, Law Enforcers of the Heavenly Prison. You Heavenly Prison are merely an affiliate of the Martial Arts Association. Do you really think you can represent the law? Fang Yu smiled slightly and said, no need to say more with him. He dared to make a move against me. Just take him to the Heavenly Prison. No need for arbitration. At this time, Du Yongyan, clutching his abdomen, slowly walked out from within the Tang family, loudly declaring. Seeing the blood at the corner of Du Yongyan's mouth and his pale face, the two law enforcers of the heavenly prison exchanged glances, their expressions turning sharp. Du Yongyan was the president of the Martial Arts Association of Jianghai City. Making a move against him was equivalent to slapping the Martial Arts Association in the face. The heavenly prison serves the Martial Arts Association, and such behavior is naturally zero tolerance. Almost in an instant, the two law enforcers of the heavenly prison began to move. One charged towards Fang Yu, while the other recited a spell, raising the small bell in his hand. The law enforcer rushing towards Fang Yu drew a black rope from his waist and swung it at Fang Yu. The black rope made a whistling sound in the air. Fang Yu directly reached out and grabbed the black rope. The law enforcer's face revealed a sly smile as he chanted the spell. Suddenly, a strong electric current surged through the black rope. But for Feng Yu, this level of current was nothing compared to the thunderous power released by the Thunder Flood Dragon this morning. It couldn't even make his body feel numb. Seeing Feng Yu grasp the black rope without any reaction, the law enforcer's smile froze. Feng Yu pulled hard on the black rope. The law enforcer was directly yanked towards Feng Yu. In midair, he immediately released his grip on the black rope. Using the forward momentum to condense his true energy in his right fist and punched towards Feng Yu's chest. Feng Yu stood still, extending a palm. A punch and a palm collided in the air. Boom. With a loud explosion, the law enforcer let out a scream. The bones in his entire right hand were almost shattered in an instant. Feng Yu stepped forward, grabbed the law enforcer's left arm, and twisted to the right. Crack! The law enforcer rolled in the air, trying to alleviate the immense force, but his left arm was still forcibly broken by Feng Yu. The law enforcer collapsed to the ground, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. With both arms crushed, this was extreme pain. Seeing this scene, Du Yongnian, who was not far behind Feng Yu, looked horrified. Although the two law enforcers of the heavenly prison were only at the half-step master level, they were different from ordinary half-step masters. They were strong fighters cultivated by the Martial Arts Association. The techniques they practiced, the movement skills they trained, and the weapons and magical artifacts they possessed were all top choices provided by the Martial Arts Association. Apart from some large martial arts families, no one could provide better cultivation conditions than the Martial Arts Association. Therefore, even martial arts masters would find it difficult to gain the upper hand against the law enforcers of the heavenly prison. Not only because of the powerful techniques and movement skills of the law enforcers, but also because of the magical artifacts they held. Ordinary martial artists simply could not contend with the magical artifacts in the hands of the law enforcers. But Du Yongnian did not expect Feng Yu to so easily take down a law enforcer. At this moment, the other law enforcer had completed the incantation. The small bell in his hand emitted a wave of black gas. He turned the mouth of the small bell towards Feng Yu. Feng Yu, not only did you resist the law, but you also injured a law enforcer. Your crimes are heinous. I now have the right to execute you on the spot. The law enforcer said coldly. Feng Yu looked at the small bell in his hand, remaining silent. He wanted to know what this small bell, emitting an ancient aura, could do. The law enforcer's eyes were icy as he forcefully struck the body of the small bell. Ding! A long bell sound rang out, directly drilling into people's ears and echoing in their brains. Du Yongnian, Tang Mingda, and others standing behind immediately fell into a dazed state, their eyes hollow. Their minds became chaotic, surrounded by the sound of the bell, unable to think. Only the law enforcer remained unaffected, his eyes still sharp. He stared closely at Feng Yu. Seeing him also fall into a dazed state, a cold smile appeared on his face. This small bell was his trump card. Every time he used it, regardless of how strong the opponent was, they would fall. This small bell was actually a mind-controlling artifact. After experiencing the sound of the bell in his mind, Feng Yu's eyes instantly regained clarity. This thing is good. I can take it back and study it. Feng Yu thought to himself, stepping forward. At this moment, the law enforcer holding the small bell had not yet reacted. Just a second ago, Feng Yu was still staring blankly, dazed in place. How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? This magical artifact is quite nice. I will take it. Feng Yu's voice suddenly appeared in the law enforcer's ear. The law enforcer's face changed dramatically, and just as he was about to turn around, his knees suddenly felt a sharp pain. With a crisp sound, the law enforcer screamed, falling to the ground. His kneecaps were completely shattered. Feng Yu crouched down and easily took the small bell cauldron from the hand of the prison enforcer. The enforcer's face turned pale, and pain made him break into a cold sweat. But what worried him the most was that Feng Yu had taken away his small bell cauldron. This was a magical artifact specifically given to him by the Martial Arts Association for capturing, equivalent to a patrol officer's sidearm, and it must not be lost. You can't take the prison enforcer struggled to say. Feng Yu glanced at him indifferently, placing his right hand on the enforcer's head while silently reciting a spell. A faint red aura emitted from his right hand. The spiritual energy in the enforcer's dantian was absorbed, causing his cultivation level to plummet. In just 10 seconds, he went from a 12th-layer Qi refinement stage half-master to an untrained mortal. The enforcer, sensing the emptiness in his dantian, opened his eyes wide, filled with terror and unwillingness. The cultivation he had spent over 30 years building was instantly reduced to nothing. Who exactly is this expressionless young man in front of me? Fang Yu stood up and walked towards another prison enforcer. At this moment, this enforcer could no longer withstand the pain and fainted. Fang Yu also used the soul-devouring technique on him. After absorbing the cultivation of these two prison enforcers, Fang Yu broke through to the 849th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Two 12th-layer Qi refinement stage cultivators only allowed him to break through one layer. It seemed he still needed to find a master. Fang Yu thought. Fang Yu stood up, turned, and looked at Du Yongnian. At this time, Du Yongnian had just awakened from his dazed state. He then saw the prison enforcer collapsed in the courtyard, constantly wailing. The other one had already fainted. This. Du Yongnian's face was ashen, and his whole body trembled. He looked at Fang Yu walking towards him, and his legs went weak, causing him to sit directly on the ground. The Martial Arts Association better not provoke me again. I really hate hearing the words arbitration and prison, Fang Yu said coldly. Seeing Fang Yu's faintly glowing red eyes, Du Yongnian felt a wave of suffocation and couldn't say a word. The man in front of him was truly terrifying. Fang Yu did not do anything further to Du Yongnian, as he looked down on absorbing Du Yongnian's meager cultivation. Today, he had already shown restraint. 1,000 years ago, if someone had said they wanted to arbitrate him or throw him into prison, he would have undoubtedly raised his hand to eliminate them without hesitation. This was a painful point for Fang Yu. He had once been imprisoned in a mountain prison for 200 years. That 200 years was nothing to Fang Yu. The important thing was that when he walked out of the mountain prison, he realized that some irreparable things had happened. That was the most profound and painful memory of Fang Yu's long life. Tang Mingde sent people to take Du Yongnian and the two severely injured prison enforcers away. Fang Yu sat on the sofa in the hall, playing with the small bell cauldron in his hand. This small bell cauldron was at least 1,000 years old, with some peculiar patterns on its body. Fang Yu observed it carefully, feeling that these patterns were somewhat familiar. Could it be a product of the Lingxin sect from back in the day? No, the Lingxin sect was not skilled in making magical artifacts. They were only adept at soul techniques. Could it be from the Guyuan sect? But upon closer inspection, these patterns had nothing to do with the Guyuan sect. Fang Yu thought for a while, but still couldn't figure out the origin of this small bell cauldron. However, what surprised him even more was that this millennium-level magical artifact actually appeared in the hands of a mere 12th-layer Qi refinement stage cultivator. It seems the Martial Arts Association still has some background, Fang Yu thought. Fangshini, if the Martial Arts Association pursues today's incident, it might lead to endless troubles. Tang Mingde said after a long consideration. He knew Fang Yu would not be afraid of the Martial Arts Association, but he had to inform Fang Yu of the seriousness of the matter. The Martial Arts Association was an extremely powerful organization, with influence spread across every city in the 9 provinces. The Jianghai City Martial Arts Association was just a small branch, but if Fang Yu acted against it, it was equivalent to openly confronting the Martial Arts Association. Chapter 76, Xiongbahu. 30 years ago, there was an astonishing martial arts master in Jiangnan named Guo Siming. His strength was extremely formidable, but he did not abide by the rules set by the Martial Arts Association and openly provoked them. The Jiangnan Martial Arts Association was furious and dispatched 3 master-level prison enforcers to sanction him. In the end, Guo Siming was outnumbered and was captured and imprisoned. And he has not been released to this day, Tang Mingde said. Fangshini, Master Guo Siming was once as talented as you, bursting with brilliance. But the result was very unfortunate, Tang Mingde said with a heavy tone. Fang Yu's expression remained calm as he said, If the Martial Arts Association does not provoke me anymore, I naturally will not take the initiative to provoke them. Tang Mingde sighed and fell silent. Li Jingrong sat on the sofa in his office, facing a bald, strong man. Baldy, what do you want from me? Li Jingrong said with a grim expression. He had been busy dealing with the police's investigation recently and was in a state of distress. The bald man was his arch-nemesis, and now he was visiting him, which surely meant trouble. I heard that Boss Li has not been having a good time lately, so I came to check on you. Isn't that loyal of me? The bald man chuckled. Li Jingrong's face turned dark as he retorted, If you're so bored, then hurry up and leave. I don't have time to waste with you. The bald man grinned wider. But soon, he sobered up and took out a few photos from his pocket, tossing them onto the table, saying, You've been too hot-headed lately. Drink some herbal tea to cool down. Li Jingrong frowned tightly, picking up the photos and looking at them one by one, his expression growing darker. The photos depicted Li Xiaomo and Fang Yu conversing. Li Xiaomo actually met with that damned Fang Yu? Li Jingrong said in a deep voice. Not just meeting. According to the intelligence collected by my men, Li Xiaoma should have reached some sort of cooperation with Fang Yu. Can you guess who they are targeting together? The bald man toyed with a lighter in his hand and said. Li Zhengrong's heart sank. The Qingyan Society, where Li Xiaoma was, along with Li Zhengrong and the bald man, had always been the three major underground forces in the city. The three had always been at odds, maintaining a stable triangular relationship without major conflicts. But now, the Qingyan Society was actually cooperating with Fang Yu. And recently, Fang Yu had become a thorn in Li Zhengrong's side. It was already very clear who the Qingyan Society was targeting. That bitch Li Xiaoma. Half a year ago, the three of us just signed a peace treaty, and now she actually wants to move against me. Damn it. She must have seen that I have suffered a bit lately. Li Zhengrong threw the photos aside, cursing angrily. Don't be so angry. Sooner or later, one of our three factions will prevail. Since Li Xiaoma tore up the peace treaty first, we can naturally take action, the bald man said with a smile. We? Li Zhengrong looked at the bald man. Of course, it's cooperation. Since Li Xiaoma has stepped forward, we should join forces to crush her and the Qingyan Society. That Fang Yu is now an unstable factor in our underground forces in Jianghai City and must be eliminated, the bald man said with a fierce expression. Li Zhengrong's expression changed as he said, you can cooperate with Li Xiaoma to deal with me. Since Li Xiaoma is cooperating with Fang Yu, she will definitely not cooperate with me. Her intentions are clear. Eliminate you first, then deal with me. She thinks we are irreconcilable and will never cooperate. So, this time we must catch her off guard, the bald man said with a smile. Li Zhengrong pondered for a moment, his expression still very grim. Because Fang Yu's strength had far exceeded his expectations. He had previously sent so many people, but none had returned. To be honest, he was already somewhat psychologically shadowed by Fang Yu. But the bald man was right. He had no way out now. Li Xiaoma and Fang Yu collaborated, and the first target would be him. That Fang Yu, how should we deal with him? Li Zhengrong said. I have already found someone who can deal with him. Tonight. I will take you to meet that person, Baldy said. Where is that person? Li Zhengrong asked. At the martial arts hall, Baldy answered. After leaving the Tang family, Fang Yu first returned to Lijiang community. After sleeping for a few hours, he came to the Ji family. Compared to the Tang family, the Ji family's intelligence capabilities are stronger. He wanted Ji Ruby to help him find out where he could find a powerful opponent, preferably a martial artist at the master level. Upon hearing Fang Yu's words, Ji Ruby showed a strange expression. Any martial arts master is a highly respected figure. How could they be easily found? Preferably one of those opponents that after I finish fighting, I can incapacitate them, and no one will cause me trouble, Fang Yu added. Fang Yu still took Tang Mingda's words to heart. However, what he feared was not the retaliation from the Martial Arts Association, but endless trouble. Isn't such a place just a martial arts hall? Ji Ruby frowned slightly and said, but I'm not very familiar with such places. I have a friend who can take you there. Good, Fang Yu replied. Ji Ruby immediately notified that friend to come over, and it was a woman. Fang Yu looked and saw that it was Li Xiaoma, whom he had met during his morning run. Li Xiaoma was also surprised to see Fang Yu, but it quickly turned into joy. This is indeed a great opportunity. Xiaoma, this is Mr. Fang, my friend. He wants you to take him to the martial arts hall. Ji Ruby said. Li Xiaoma looked at Fang Yu, nodded, and said, I'm very willing to serve Mr. Fang. Fang Yu frowned slightly, feeling that this Li Xiaoma might cause him trouble. But in the end, he still got into Li Xiaoma's car and set off for the underground martial arts hall. Mr. Fang, I didn't expect you to know Sister Ji. If I had known this, I wouldn't have had to wait for you on the road this morning, Li Xiaoma said. Fang Yu looked at Li Xiaoma and said, I'm just asking you to take me to the underground martial arts hall. I have no intention of collaborating with you. I understand, Mr. Fang. You refused me once this morning. Why bring it up again? Li Xiaoma displayed a sad expression and said. Fang Yu fell silent, closing his eyes to rest. About 40 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a dilapidated factory. The area around here was very open, looking like it was on the outskirts of Jianghai City. There were many cars parked in the open space in front of the factory, including various luxury vehicles. Mr. Fang, please follow me inside. Li Xiaoma smiled at Fang Yu. Then, Fang Yu walked in with Li Xiaoma through the factory's main door. Once inside, they heard a noisy commotion. Although it looked like a factory from the outside, it had been transformed into a martial arts hall. In the center was a fighting stage of about 30 square meters. Surrounding the fighting stage were many tables, and there were also private rooms built above, making the setup resemble a bar. At that moment, two shirtless strong men were fiercely fighting on the stage, with loud thuds and punches landing hard. Each heavy hit would elicit cheers from the crowd around the fighting stage. Guests sat around the stage, drinking while watching the fights, creating an extremely lively atmosphere. This was the largest underground martial arts hall in Jianhai City, almost always packed every night. The guests here were all wealthy individuals, coming not only to watch matches, drink, and seek excitement, but also to gamble on fights. Each matchup on the stage would have betting odds set by the hall based on the amount wagered by both fighters, with cash transactions. Li Xiaomo said, pointing to a long table beside the fighting stage. That's the betting area. Fang Yu wasn't concerned about these things. He was more interested in whether there were any stronger opponents here. The two fighters currently battling on the stage only had cultivation levels of the 7th or 8th layer of qi refinement. Such levels were not worth his time to absorb. What is the highest cultivation level of the fighters here? Fang Yu asked. Li Xiaomo thought for a moment and said, there is a fighter who has been ranked first in the strength leaderboard for a long time without ever losing, named Xiong Bahu. That name sounds quite impressive. Fang Yu commented. Li Xiaomo covered her mouth and laughed lightly, saying, many guests come here just to see him because he is incredibly strong and has never lost a match. Will he be fighting tonight? Fang Yu asked. I don't know about that. Xiong Bahu is different from other fighters. Even if he doesn't fight, he still receives a huge share of the profits from this underground martial arts hall every month, because as long as he is around, the business will thrive. Li Xiaomo replied, looking around. I'll go ask and see if Xiong Bahu will fight tonight. Chapter 77. You, get on the stage. Fang Yu nodded and sat down at a nearby seat. In the backstage of the martial arts hall, in a lounge, a very strong one-eyed man was sitting in a chair. His left eye was covered by an eye patch, revealing only his right eye. He looked at the two men in front of him and asked, I can help you take out that Fang Yu, but you have to bring him here. I don't have time to go out and find him. The two men were Li Zhengrong and Baldi. Master Xiong, it's enough that you can accept our commission. We will definitely find a way to bring him to you, Baldi said, bowing his head. All right, you should know my rules, right? Half of the deposit must be paid first, Xiong Ba, who said in a deep voice. We are ready. Our men are waiting outside, Baldi said, opening the lounge door. For subordinates walked in from outside, each carrying a box in both hands. Master Xiong, one box contains 1 million cash. There are a total of 8 boxes, 8 million. You can count it, Baldi said. Just leave it here. I trust you won't dare to cheat me, Xiong Bahu said. Master Xiong. Can I make a request? Li Zhengrong spoke up. What request? Xiong Ba, who looked at Li Zhengrong. It's just that when the time comes, could you not kill Fang Yu directly? Just injure him so I can personally take revenge for my son and my subordinates, Li Zhengrong said. Xiong Bahu laughed heartily and said, ha ha, of course, I can do that. Since you paid, I will naturally try to meet your needs. Thank you, Master Xiong. Li Zhengrong's expression brightened as he said, all right, I have to go on stage for a match tonight. If you're interested, you can come out and watch. Xiong Bahu said, standing up. At 2 meters tall, combined with his muscular build, he looked like a giant. Baldi and Li Zhengrong exchanged glances, their eyes filled with cruelty and mockery. Next, they just needed to find a way to bring Fang Yu to this underground martial arts hall. Li Xiaomo returned, her face full of joy, and said to Fang Yu, Mr. Fang, they said Xiong Ba who will fight tonight. Oh, can I go on stage to fight him later? Fang Yu asked. Upon hearing this question, Li Xiaomo's expression changed. Fang Yu actually wanted to fight Xiong Bahu. Did he know what kind of existence Xiong Bahu was? Theoretically, everyone present could challenge the fighters on the stage. Many wealthy individuals sometimes brought their subordinates to the stage to fight, but Li Xiaomo looked at Fang Yu, her beautiful eyes somewhat hesitant. What is it? Fang Yu asked. Mr. Fang, you need to think this through. Xiong Bahu's strength is terrifying. Opponents who have fought him have ended up very badly, either dead on the spot or forced to lie in a hospital bed for life. I suggest you don't, Li Xiaomo said. It's fine. We'll find out how strong he is soon enough, Fang Yu said, leaning back in his chair, watching the two sides sparring on the arena. Li Xiaomo looked at Fang Yu, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. She initially thought Fang Yu just wanted to come and watch the match, but never expected him to actually want to go on stage and fight Xiong Bahu. Soon, the fight on the arena ended when one side was knocked unconscious. A man in a suit walked onto the stage, holding a microphone, his expression excited as he loudly announced, the next match is definitely the one everyone wants to see. Can you guess who will come on stage? Xiong Bahu. A warm response erupted from the audience, with many guests standing up. That's right. It's the invincible Master Xiong Bahu. And tonight's opponent is no ordinary fighter either. He is the champion of Fist, Lei Chong, who has also remained undefeated in the past 3 months. The host said. Hearing this, Fang Yu showed a strange expression. These fighters were not very strong, but their nicknames were ferocious. Everyone must have been looking forward to this match for a long time. So now, let's enjoy it. Guests who want to predict the outcome tonight should make their choices quickly. The duel will officially start in 10 minutes. After the host finished speaking, he walked off the arena. A crowd of guests rushed to the long table beside the arena to place their bets. Mr. Fang, are you going to place a bet? Li Xiaoma asked. No money, Fang Yu replied. Mr. Fang, you really know how to joke, Li Xiaoma chuckled lightly. 10 minutes later, the guests had finished placing their bets, and the odds reached a terrifying 100-17. A bare-chested middle-aged man stood on the arena, and cheers erupted from the audience. Now stepping onto the arena is the champion of Fist, Lei Chong. In the past 3 months, he has had 38 matches, remaining undefeated. His strength is extremely formidable. The host introduced. After a few more seconds, a huge figure walked out from backstage, and the audience erupted into extremely enthusiastic cheers. Xiong Bahu, Xiong Bahu, Xiong Bahu. People around stood up, their eyes fervently watching Xiong Bahu as he stepped onto the arena. Master Xiong, I believe everyone knows him. In the 2.5 years since he came to our martial arts hall, he has had 272 matches without losing a single one. Tonight, both are opponents in a winning streak. Who do you think will have their streak ended? The host shouted loudly. Xiong Bahu. The audience shouted in unison. For them, Xiong Bahu was an invincible existence, and he could never lose. Even though Lei Chong had been on a strong streak recently, it did not change this fact. Because of this, the odds were. The match officially starts. The host shouted. Fang Yu looked at Xiong Bahu on the stage, frowning slightly. This person only had the cultivation of the 12th level of Qi refining. He looked a bit strong at most. Even if he absorbed his cultivation, the gain wouldn't be high. Fang Yu couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed that he had come here but hadn't seen a single master-level martial artist. Noticing Fang Yu's expression, Li Xiaoma's heart jolted. Could it be that Fang Yu looked down on even Xiong Bahu? This was a fighter who was invincible in the underground martial arts arena. Mr. Fang, which side do you think will win in this match? Li Xiaoma asked. Fang Yu glanced at Li Xiaoma and said, Xiong Bahu will win. And he will win easily. Mr. Fang, don't underestimate Lei Chong, Li Xiaoma began, but around them, cheers erupted. On the arena, Xiong Bahu punched Lei Chong in the face, and Lei Chong flew out directly. Lei Chong quickly got up from the ground, his mouth full of blood. He rushed towards the side of Xiong Bahu, trying to use speed to sneak attack Xiong Bahu's left side. Lei Chong quickly reached Xiong Bahu's left and swiftly threw a punch, aiming directly at Xiong Bahu's lower back. Xiong Bahu reacted extremely quickly. Looking nothing like a giant over 2 meters tall, he threw a punch at Lei Chong's chest. Crack! Lei Chong's chest visibly caved in. The bones inside his body were shattered by Xiong Bahu's punch. Cheers and applause erupted again. Lei Chong fell to the ground, unable to move. Blood continuously flowing from his mouth. The host picked up the microphone and shouted, 2 punches. Master Xiong defeated Lei Chong with just 2 punches. It seems the title of champion of Fist will be changing hands. Xiong Bahu roared at the audience, who responded with enthusiastic applause and cheers. Master Xiong is indeed formidable. You didn't pick the wrong person, Li Zhongrong said, looking at the bald man beside him. Of course, otherwise. Would we need to pay so much money? It's just because he's strong enough. The bald man laughed. At this moment, Li Zhongrong casually glanced to the side, his expression changing. Isn't that Fang Yu? And Li Xiaoma? How did they end up here? After a brief shock, a sinister smile appeared on Li Zhongrong's face. What's wrong? The bald man asked Li Zhongrong. Li Zhongrong pointed at Fang Yu's location and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha! Great. We are so lucky. Fang Yu and Li Xiaoma have come to us. The bald man also laughed when he saw Fang Yu and Li Xiaoma not far away. Let's go. Quickly go on stage and tell Master Xiong. Then, Li Zhongrong and the bald man walked onto the arena. Below, Li Xiaoma's expression changed when she saw Li Zhongrong and the bald man stepping onto the arena. How did these two end up here? What are they going to say to Xiong Bahu on stage? Li Xiaoma's thoughts were in disarray, but she saw Li Zhongrong and the bald man pointing at her location. Immediately, Xiong Bahu also looked over. Is it that young man sitting there? On the arena? Xiong Bahu looked at Fang Yu, frowning slightly, and asked. That's right, it's him. Li Zhongrong nodded, his eyes fierce. Xiong Bahu stood up, stepped to the edge of the arena, pointed at Fang Yu, and said, You, come up to the stage. Chapter 78. Overwhelming. Seeing this scene, the people around were stunned, not understanding what was happening. Why did Xiongba Hu suddenly call a spectator to the stage? And judging by his expression, he seemed quite serious. Fang Yu looked at Xiongba Hu and then at the two people behind him. Who are those two behind Xiongba Hu? Fang Yu asked Li Xiaoma. One is Li Zhengrong, and the other is the bald man. They are the two major forces in the underground of Jianghai City, Li Xiaoma said. Li Zhengrong? Although Fang Yu had already fought with Li Zhengrong's subordinates twice, it was the first time he had seen Li Zhengrong in person. Li Zhengrong is here. Xiongba Hu is actively looking for me. Fang Yu frowned slightly, looking at Li Xiaoma, his eyes shifting. Li Xiaoma seemed to sense Fang Yu's thoughts and said anxiously, Mr. Fang, I also didn't know I would encounter Li Zhengrong and the bald man here. Kid, I'm telling you to come up. Xiongba Hu on the arena stared fiercely at Fang Yu. At this moment, the surrounding guests finally came back to their senses. Xiongba Hu meant he wanted to duel with this person from the audience? Everyone looked at Fang Yu, discovering he was just a thin, ordinary-looking young man. Xiongba Hu wanted to fight such a young man. Wasn't this too much of a bully? Master Xiong, may I ask? The host ran over and asked. I want to fight again, and my opponent is this kid, Xiongba Hu said, grinning and pointing at Fang Yu. The host looked at Fang Yu, his expression changing slightly, and said, Master Xiong, this situation requires the consent of this guest. No need. I said he has to come up. So he has to come up. The right eye exposed by Xiongba, who was filled with violence and cruelty. The host's expression changed, and he dared not speak again. Seeing Xiongba Hu's expression, the surrounding guests felt a chill in their hearts. Generally, when someone is pointed out by Xiongba Hu to come on stage, they would be scared to the point of going weak in the knees. Everyone looked at Fang Yu, wanting to know how he would react. Fang Yu stood up, looked at Xiongba Hu, and said, How much did you take from others? Xiongba Hu was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, None of your damn business. Hurry up and get on the stage. Li Xiaoma, who was beside him, turned pale and leaned closer to Fang Yu, whispering, Mr. Fang, I'll notify my subordinates to come over now. We need to find a chance to escape. You think of a way to buy some time. Xiongba Hu glanced at Li Xiaoma, sneered, and said, You're one of my targets tonight too. After I deal with this kid, don't think you can run. Seeing the evil in Xiongba Hu's eyes, Li Xiaoma turned pale. She had miscalculated tonight. She never expected to encounter Li Zhengrong and the bald man here, let alone that Xiongba Hu would be bought off by those two. The situation was critical. She had no subordinates around, only a driver waiting for her outside. This underground fighting arena was practically Xiongba Hu's territory. As soon as he gave the order, no one could easily get out. Just as Li Xiaoma was frowning and thinking of a countermeasure, a sudden uproar erupted around them. Li Xiaoma raised her head and saw that Fang Yu had already stepped onto the fighting stage. What the hell, who is this kid? He really dares to get on stage? With that little frame, I bet he'll be slapped to death by Xiongba Hu. I don't even want to watch this. I feel like his body will be smashed into pieces. The expressions of the people in the underground fighting arena were shocked, and discussions erupted. Li Zhengrong and the bald man, who had already stepped down from the stage, looked at Fang Yu standing on the fighting stage with mocking expressions. Bossly, this kid doesn't seem to have much intelligence either. Xiongba Hu lets him on stage, and he just goes up? If it were me, I would definitely find a way to escape, the bald man sneered. Li Zhengrong shook his head and said, The common problem with young people is arrogance. He probably thinks he can win against Master Xiong. The host beside them looked at Fang Yu, his face shocked, and asked, Sir, are you sure you want to? Just announce the start of the match for me. No need for so many words. Xiongba Hu shot a glare at the host, scaring him so much that he shivered. The host dared not ask more and picked up the microphone to shout. Next up is a match between Master Xiong and an unknown young man. I announce that the match begins. After shouting, the host ran off the fighting stage. The audience around was stunned for a moment, then erupted into cheers. Although they didn't know why Xiongba Hu suddenly led a young man from the audience onto the stage, for them, being able to watch another match of Xiongba Hu was a gain. Usually, Xiongba Hu would fight only once a night, and then wouldn't appear again for several days. Although Xiongba Hu's opponent looked very weak this time, most people didn't care. Over the past 2 years, Xiongba Hu had easily won against any opponent he faced. It can be said that people loved watching Xiongba Hu's matches because they enjoyed the feeling of him casually crushing his opponents. Master Xiong, teach this young man a lesson, so he won't dare to get on stage easily again. In the future, against Master Xiong, Where's the future? The crowd shouted. On the fighting stage, Xiongba looked at Fang Yu with a teasing gaze. In his eyes, Fang Yu was just a weak little brat. Kid, blame yourself for offending Xiongba, he said. But before he finished speaking, Fang Yu walked towards him. Ha. This is the first time I've seen someone want to die so badly. Then I'll grant your wish. As Xiongba spoke, his eyes instantly turned fierce, and he took a big step forward. His muscles were tense, veins bulging, and he swung his fist toward Fang Yu's face. The power of this punch was visually shocking. Moreover, Xiongba's fist was almost the same size as Fang Yu's face. An uproar erupted around them. If that punch lands, won't this young man go straight to meet the king of hell? This scene is too bloody. Many people closed their eyes, not daring to watch. Li Xiaoma was even more frightened, her delicate body trembling, quickly turning her face away. Xiongba's eyes were filled with cruelty. He intended to kill Fang Yu with one punch, making sure he couldn't leave the fighting stage. But the next second, his expression changed. Bang! Fang Yu stood in place, raised his left palm, and caught Xiongba's punch. This punch had at least 60 of Xiongba's power, but Fang Yu caught it so easily, and from his expression, he seemed very relaxed. An uproar erupted around them. What the hell did I see wrong? This young man blocked Master Xiong's punch with just one hand. The most terrifying thing was that he looked extremely relaxed, his expression unchanged. Hearing the sounds around him, Li Xiaoma turned her head and looked at the fighting stage, her beautiful eyes filled with joy. If Fang Yu could defeat Xiongba, then her previous worries would not come true. Looking at Fang Yu's nonchalant expression, especially the gasps of the crowd, Xiongba felt humiliated. At any time, the cheers and gasps from the audience should be for him. He absolutely would not allow anyone to steal his spotlight. Kid, die for me, Xiongba roared, gathering a faint purple true energy in his left fist and smashing it towards Fang Yu. Faint purple true energy? Fang Yu's eyes changed slightly, and he also punched out. Bang! A loud explosion sounded, and Xiongba staggered back several steps before he could steady himself. His expression was horrified as he looked at Fang Yu. His eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How can someone with Fang Yu's physique have such powerful strength? The audience below, witnessing this scene, was already stunned. They never expected that the young man facing Xiongba would not be as weak as they imagined, but instead, he was gaining the upper hand. Li Xiaoma had already stood up, her gaze fixed on Fang Yu on the fighting stage, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement. This is him, the talent that Qinyan society needs. She had only heard about it before, but now she was certain, no matter what method, she had to persuade Fang Yu to join Qinyan society. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Zhongrong and the bald man had pale faces. What is going on? What is happening? Li Zhongrong looked at the bald man, his eyes